Legends are like everyday meals for college campuses, or rather, a tacit and well-known secret. As one generation of talented individuals after another departs, it takes root and continues to flourish endlessly. Resentment, like love, knows no bounds. Hence the never-ending nightmare rumored to exist, a nightmare reserved solely for the campus. The moonlight poured silently like water into this university campus with a history of more than 100 years, spreading quickly in the silence, filling the entire sky in an instant. The lights in the teaching buildings competed with the stars in the sky, reflecting each other. Under the various retro lamp posts on the street, the sculpture-like figures were scattered around the surrounding flower beds. Pedestrians hurried by, too busy to do more than nod and greet familiar faces in passing, let alone those who were so engrossed in reading that they even walked with their noses in books. Known for its scholarly and literary atmosphere, the campus, with the final exams approaching, added an air of solemnity and urgency. Oh no! He Jianfei had meant to take out his phone to check the time in the hallway, but to his surprise, he couldn't find his phone. Instead, he realized he had left his most important English book in the dormitory, and in its place was a sports theory book that had been examined 800 years ago. He looked angrily at his roommate Zhang Chuanxuan, who was trying hard to hold back his laughter, and said, "You kept urging me, saying there wouldn't be any seats if we were late, and now because of your urging, this is the outcome. Now, I guess I have more than enough to pursue a Ph.D. in sports theory." Zhang Chuanxuan suppressed his urge to gloat, and said with a smile, "Anyway, I brought it, but I don't have any notes. You can take a look at it when I'm not using it. With your excellent English, why bother studying anything else?" As he spoke, he took out the book from his backpack, intending to show off to He Jianfei. However, at a glance, he saw 4 familiar characters on the cover of the book, Sports Theory. It turned out he had brought the wrong book too. Zhang Chuanxuan, feeling both angry and slightly embarrassed, pushed the backpack towards He Jianfei, who was leaning against a pillar, laughing. "We have an English exam tomorrow, and I still have N words left to memorize. That Zhongli with glasses always loves to catch people for makeup exams. I need to rush back to the dorm to get my book. Can you save a spot for me in the meantime?" He Jianfei stopped laughing and said, "The school bus doesn't run during self-study time. It will take at least an hour to walk back to the dorm from here. By the time you come back and get the book, there won't be much time left for you to study." Zhang Chuanxuan replied, "Don't worry about that. A few days ago, Xiaotian and I discovered a shortcut next to the audiovisual building called Chigang Peak, which leads directly to the main campus road near our dorm. It will take less than 20 minutes to get there." He Jianfei chuckled, "In that case, go ahead. And please bring mine too, I think it's just sitting on the desk." He Jianfei entered the classroom alone and casually found a seat to start flipping through the advanced mathematics book. As he read on, he couldn't help but wonder, Zhang Chuanxuan is an extremely introverted person, usually only liking to stay in the dormitory browsing the internet or playing games. How could he be interested in exploring some small path? A few days ago, he vaguely heard someone mention that in the democratic vote a few weeks ago, Qin Xiaotian lost the honor of outstanding student to Zhang Chuanxuan by a few votes. He had been holding a grudge, and how could he be willing to stroll around the campus with Zhang Chuanxuan? The more he thought about it, the more it felt wrong. 2 hours had passed. Even if they took the main path back, Zhang Chuanxuan should have returned, but there was still no sign of him. He Jianfei no longer had the heart to continue reading, so he briefly packed up his bag and hurried back to the dormitory. The audiovisual building is located in the northeast corner of the old campus. From the perspective of feng shui, it lacks the element of metal, with no ponds or lakes on its left and right, only surrounded by ancient trees. It is a place where fortune brings extreme fortune and misfortune brings extreme misfortune. Due to the completion of the new multimedia classrooms, this old audiovisual building is rarely used, mostly serving as a warehouse for storing abandoned electronic instruments. Over the years of neglect, the cement of the outer walls has peeled off, revealing the mottled and dark yellow bricks inside, with several streaks of dark green moss meandering through, eventually disappearing into the grass half a person high at the base of the wall. This is just a building of no particular significance. Students only know about it mostly because the school likes to compare it with the new multimedia classrooms when boasting about achievements. Due to the dim streetlights in this area, He Jianfei circled in front of the multimedia building for a few rounds but still couldn't find the small path called Chigangding that Zhang Chuanxuan mentioned. With the dormitory closing time approaching, He Jianfei had to give up on his search and boarded the school bus. Delayed by time at the multimedia building, He Jianfei returned to the dormitory almost at 11 o'clock. Most of the classmates usually came back around 10:30, and except for the lights in his own dorm on the 4th floor, all the others were on. Isn't Zhang Chuanxuan in the dorm? He Jianfei's heart tightened, and he hurriedly ran up to the 4th floor, fumbled for his keys, opened the door, and turned on the light. To his relief, he saw 2 English books neatly placed on the desk, and besides the few books in Zhang Chuanxuan's backpack, the bookshelf was untouched. Has something happened to him? Without time to think through the details, He Jianfei tossed the 2 bags onto his bed, grabbed his keys, and rushed out. Just as he reached the stairs, he saw his classmate, Huang De, carrying a stack of materials coming towards him. Surprised, he asked, "The dormitory is about to close. Where are you in such a rush to at this late hour?" He Jianfei quickly explained the situation with Zhang Chuanxuan to him. Huang De listened and laughed. Building 4 has a few classrooms open for overnight use. I heard there is even a library for borrowing textbooks inside. He must have found walking tiring and went to strive in the overnight classrooms. This is a university campus, he is a grown man, what could possibly happen to him? I still have a lot of questions on the English exam paper. Why don't you come over to my dorm and help me out? Hearing what he said, He Jianfei realized he might have been overly sensitive and relaxed a bit. He said, "There's no one in my dormitory. It's quieter. Why don't you come to my place instead?" As the clock struck 1 in the midnight, He Jianfei set down his English book, let out a tired yawn, and prepared to go to bed. As he was hanging up the mosquito net, his gaze lingered on a hook along the bed. He hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether he should hang up the Zhaohun bell tonight. He Jianfei had another hidden identity as a member of the magical realm. He was taken in by Wutai Mountain at the age of 2, under the guidance of the eminent Buddhist monk, the abbot Jineng, to learn magic. He became the youngest and most promising lay disciple in the magical realm. Due to the numerous ghosts in Wutai Mountain and the deep enmity with the ghost realm, He Jianfei was accustomed to hanging up a Zhaohun bell at night as an alarm after leaving the mountain. Since entering university, he had rarely hung it up. Firstly, because the university was a place of learning and wisdom, revered by gods and ghosts. Secondly, he was lazy. The Zhaohun bell was usually hung up for only 1 or 2 days in a month as a mere formality. However, for some reason, tonight, he had a vague ominous feeling in his heart. Thinking about the benefits of hanging it up, He Jianfei finally decided to hang up the Zhaohun bell, one of the 5 great artifacts of Wutai Mountain. The loud ringing sound of ding ding dang dang in the middle of the night jolted He Jianfei back to reality from his dreams. He turned over, half awake, and opened his eyes to find the curtains on both sides of the window fluttering high. He suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to close the window before going to bed, and it seemed like a storm was brewing outside, hence the sudden gust of wind. Stop! He Jianfei sealed the ghost-calling bell with a yellow talisman, muttering, "This lousy ghost-calling bell rings when there are ghosts around, and now even the wind sets it off. It claims to be a famous artifact." As he cursed, he suddenly noticed a hazy figure standing outside the mosquito net, near the balcony. He Jianfei paused and whispered, "Chuan Sun, have you finished your studies and come back?" The figure did not respond but started to walk towards him step by step. He Jianfei, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you speaking?" The figure continued to approach his mosquito net without a word. Reminded of the prolonged abnormal sound of the ghost-calling bell, He Jianfei became alert, promptly sat up under the blanket and sternly commanded, "Whoever you are, if you're a ghost from some unknown place, lingering here for no reason, why have you come? Back off quickly, or don't blame me for showing no mercy with the spiritual treasures from Mount Wutai." With that, the figure halted its steps but showed no intention of leaving. In the dim moonlight filtering through the balcony, the figure slowly raised its hands and continued to move closer towards He Jianfei's bed, heading straight for him, nearing the edge of the bed.
Provocation? He Jianfei was furious, one hand picking up a yellow talisman, the other fiercely lifting the mosquito net. Outside was empty, the dark shadow had long disappeared. He Jianfei stood by the bed, looking around suspiciously. At this moment, there was a movement outside the door. Woo, woo. A low sobbing sound faintly echoed. Hearing the familiar deep voice, He Jianfei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chuan Sun, why didn't you speak just now? You scared me. What's wrong? Did something happen to upset you? As he spoke, he ran to the door, gripped the handle and pulled, but to his surprise, the door remained firmly closed. Even after turning on the light, he found that the door was doubly locked, with the double security lock he himself had put on the night before. The door was not locked, a dark shadow was already inside the room, followed by sounds of weeping from outside the door, and the tinkling of a bell for calling spirits. He Jianfei's back gradually broke out in a cold sweat. After a moment of hesitation, he took out the key and unlocked the double insurance, then slowly and carefully opened the door. In a low voice, he called out, Chuan Sun, you. He only managed half a sentence before he couldn't help but freeze. The corridor was silent, with the doors of the dormitories on both sides tightly closed. There was no sign of any figures. This dormitory was far from the stairs. If Chuan Sun wanted to run away, not only was there not enough time, it was also impossible to do so without making any noise. He heard it clearly, the voice just now was unmistakably Chuan Sun's. Could it be that? Just as he was pondering over this, there was a loud bang from inside the room. He Jianfei quickly turned around and saw that Chuan Sun's English book had fallen to the ground. He glanced outside the door again, but everything was still quiet. Perhaps a mischievous spirit had accidentally intruded. He had no choice but to relock the door, close the window, pick up the English book, and continue to lie down on the bed to sleep. At 5 in the morning, there was a deafening knock at the door, accompanied by tense and high-pitched shouting, which completely startled He Jianfei awake. This time, He Jianfei had lost his patience to go outside to check, and he ran to the window in a huff, pulling it open and shouting, "Who is going crazy outside? Don't you know what time it is?" Huang Dakai stood outside, his face full of fear, trembling violently. "Jianfei, something has happened. Something has happened. Chuan Sun is dead." In an instant it was as if thunder had struck He Jianfei's mind, leaving his brain blank. Huang Dakai continued incoherently, "I heard he died on the main campus road, his face full of fear, eyes bulging with blood all over, and no wounds could be found. All the school leaders are here, and a large group of police." He Jianfei grabbed Huang Dakai by the collar, his voice hoarse, "When did Chuan Sun have the accident?" Huang Dakai was stunned by his expression, paused for a moment, and said, "The forensic doctor hasn't said yet. The body was found by a security guard around 4 o'clock patrolling." "Why are you asking about this?" He Jianfei quickly inhaled a large gulp of the cold air outside to calm the storm in his heart. The dark shadow that came in the middle of the night, the mysterious crying outside the door, and the sudden drop of the English book, it must be Chuan Sun's ghost. Chuan Sun had already passed away. Suddenly, He Jianfei remembered what his master had said, that there was a pool of exonerating justice by Naiha Bridge in the netherworld. The spirits of those who died unjustly must cleanse themselves here, removing the resentment in their hearts, before they could pass through the Naiha Bridge to the netherworld for reincarnation. Otherwise, they would become vengeful spirits, lingering in the world forever to receive punishment from the netherworld. Since many vengeful spirits did not have the ability to speak autonomously, it was said that when they passed through the pool of exonerating justice, they had to raise both hands to shoulder level as a form of expressing injustice, appealing to the netherworld envoy in charge of the pool of exonerating justice. So, was Chuan Sun's strange gesture of raising his hand a way of telling me his grievances? Why didn't he report to the netherworld envoy but went through the trouble to come to me for reporting? In an instant, He Jianfei realized the answers to all the questions. Chuan Sun was one of the few who knew his identity in the world of magic. Could it be that his killer was not human, but... Has someone else died? Haha, can't escape it, there must be a few deaths every year, can't escape it, can't escape it, have you gone there yet? If you harbor resentment, just let it all out. Ha! A figure swayed and staggered up the stairs. He Jianfei asked in surprise. What was senior brother talking about? Huang Dukai whispered, don't mind him, I heard his girlfriend also died last year in a similar bloody manner. He was traumatized, came back crying for several nights and turned into a nervous wreck. As they spoke, He Jianfei opened the door and hastily ran upstairs, leaving Huang Dukai standing there like a stunned chicken. He Jianfei didn't bother to explain to him, as he faintly felt that the whole thing wasn't as simple as he had imagined. It wasn't just one person who had died. On the 5th floor corridor, the senior marshal brother was dragging his steps dully, moving unsteadily. He Jianfei abruptly stopped 3 meters away from him, and in a deep voice, he said, "Senior brother, please halt. It appears from your words that you know the reason behind Chuang Xian's death. Please be kind enough to reveal the truth." I don't know." The senior brother turned around, his deeply sunken eyes behind the thick nearsighted lenses flashing with a sinister and terrifying light. "Will I still end up like this? Will she still die if I knew? Did your classmate take a path called Chigang Peak?" He Jianfei nodded hurriedly, feeling a wave of desolation in his heart. His intuition was not wrong, indeed it was related to that mysterious path. The senior brother spoke, "I only know that the path called Chigang Peak was secretly referred to as the path of resentful spirits decades ago." He Jianfei was shocked. Path of resentful spirits? Why would it have such a terrifying name? The senior brother was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. "I don't know, she doesn't know, neither of us know. It's just a legend left by the previous generation. Those who walk this path late at night will surely die in terror with blood streaming down their face." She didn't believe it and went there alone to prove her bravery. And what was the result? Just before she died, she whispered to me with all her might, "You must die, there's no escape." Yes, there's no escape, absolutely no escape. The senior brother ignored He Jianfei and slowly walked away. Qigangding? Yuangui Road? Last night while self-cultivating, He Jianfei's mental knot was finally untied, and like a gust of wind, he rushed back to the 4th floor. Most of the people on the 4th floor had gone to the scene to watch the excitement, leaving nearly all the dormitories vacant. From the other staircase, there came intermittent and suppressed sobbing, drifting around the corridor, adding a layer of sadness to the building. He Jianfei stopped in front of room 428, then kicked the door open. Curled up next to the table leg was a person, hugging a blanket, crying softly. When he saw He Jianfei come in, he couldn't help but look up at him. He Jianfei approached, coldly asking, "Qin Shaotian, please explain the matter about Qi Gangding." Qin Shaotian was stunned for a while, unable to control himself, buried his head in the blanket and burst into tears. I just wanted. I didn't expect him to really die. The rumors are true. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it." He Jianfei suppressed his anger and punched Qin Shaotian in the face, shouting, "What's the use of saying all this when someone is already dead? Will crying bring Chuan Sun back to life? Everyone thought it was Yuan Gui Road that killed Chuan Sun, but the real murderer is you." Qin Shaotian trembled violently, and the sobbing abruptly stopped, leaving the dormitory in total silence. It was only then that He Jianfei remembered he wasn't there to vent his anger through violence. He took a few deep breaths to calm his agitated emotions. Looking at the small figure with disgust, he hoarsely said, "Tell me the legend of Yuan Gui Road." Qin Xiaotian's older brother works in the student union. A few days ago, when he came to see him, he told him this legend and advised him to be extremely careful. Yuan Gui Road, originally known as Yugangding, existed since the early days of the school's establishment and was once used as the main school road. 50 years ago, a female student was diagnosed with cancer during a physical examination. Feeling completely hopeless, she hanged herself there. When classmates informed her during Qingming Festival that the diagnosis was later confirmed to be a misdiagnosis and she could have lived well, she, who was already deeply attached to the world, could not let go of her resentment, lingering on that road day and night, weeping bitterly every night, so no one dared to walk that road at night again. Several years later, a male student went back to retrieve something he had dropped at night, only to never return. Before the incident, someone saw him wandering aimlessly in a lost and bewildered manner on that road. It is said that his resentful spirit would return to the dormitory at midnight, seemingly looking for the thing he wanted to retrieve but could no longer find. A few days later, another female student was abducted there and murdered. The fact that the two tragic incidents occurred in the same location was astonishingly consistent, alarming the student union. After several days and nights of intense debate, a resolution was finally passed, confirming that it was the work of a female ghost. In order to warn future generations, blood was taken to symbolize the color red, and Yugangding was renamed to Chigangding. Since then, there have been continuous incidents of death at Chigangding every year, with the same tragic scenes repeating. Consequently, students unofficially refer to it as Yuan-Gui Road. In order to maintain the school's reputation, the news was tightly sealed off by the school authorities, so Chigangding is rarely known to the outside world, with most of the deceased being students from other schools or new students who were unaware of the school's history. If the saying that people die on Chigang Peak every year is true, then over the past 50 years, how many lingering souls and evil spirits have accumulated there can be imagined. The depth of resentment can be understood. Zhang Chuanxuan's fate is sealed without a doubt. He Jianfei's suppressed anger was immediately reignited. He took a step forward, grabbed Qin Xiaotian's collar, lifting him up, and said, "Don't you have a shred of conscience? Where has your humanity gone?" Facing He Jianfei's gaze, Qin Xiaotian closed his eyes and wept, saying, "I am not human anymore. Just kill me. Please, kill me." Just as He Jianfei was about to slap him, he suddenly noticed a faint aura swirling around Qin Xiaotian's body. Resentful spirits lingering? Qin Xiaotian was possessed by a resentful spirit. However, what was puzzling was that the resentful spirit was releasing energy to block He Jianfei from harming Qin Xiaotian. The resentful spirit was actually protecting him? He Jianfei was taken aback and involuntarily released his grip. Normally, when possessed by a resentful spirit, it only seeks to achieve its goals through the host's body and would spare no effort to devour the person's soul. Then why was this particular spirit on Qin Xiaotian's body sacrificing itself to protect him? Chapter 2, New Gui. He Jianfei took a few steps back and stood at the door. Qin Xiaotian looked at him in surprise with a gloomy face, wondering what he was up to. In fact, He Jianfei was using his divine eyes to observe the form of the unjust ghost. Within the green aura, a vague white figure gradually became clear, revealing a woman with a beautiful face and short hair. Her mouth protruded with half of her tongue, softly resting on her chin. Her eyes had no pupils, only whites. At the moment, she was coiled around Qin Xiaotian's neck like a big snake, clearly a hanging ghost. Upon careful observation, she appeared to be just an ordinary unjust ghost, not only weak in demonic power but also lacking in resentment. If that was the case, why did she choose to stay here to protect Qin Xiaotian instead of reincarnating? The more He Jianfei thought about it, the more puzzled he became. Unable to contain his curiosity, he communicated with the ghost in the language of the spirits. "I am a disciple of Wutai Mountain. I have some questions for you. Who are you? What is your relationship with Qin Xiaotian? Why do you want to protect him?" Qin Xiaotian looked at He Jianfei with a concentrated gaze, then showed a strange and puzzled expression towards him. His mouth moved rapidly, opening and closing, but no sound could be heard. He thought He Jianfei had suffered a major mental breakdown, which scared him even more, leaving him weak and calling out hoarsely by the table, "Help! Someone! He Jianfei has gone mad." Unfortunately, most of the people in the building had run to the scene, and no one heard his terrified and muffled cries. He Jianfei was already disgusted with him and now couldn't be bothered to explain, just waiting intently for the response of the wandering soul. "Who am I?" After a moment, the lost soul finally responded. The voice was slow and dull, lacking the usual ethereal quality of a lost soul. "I don't know who I am either. What's the point of clinging to my identity before death when I'm already dead? All I need to know is that I still love him. Even though I died because of him, it's not his fault. It's all because of those detestable women who tempted him, that he decided to break up with me. But I know deep down, he still likes me. Yes, he still likes me. So, I will stay here, and I will drive away those women. Then, Xiaotian will be mine alone. His soul, together with his body, will forever and ever belong to me. He Jianfei listened, feeling a chill creeping up from the depths of his heart. This woman had already decided to merge her soul with Qin Xiaotian's, controlling the body together. This was a tremendous sacrifice for a lost soul with weak powers, who only sought a substitute to avoid suffering. However, at the same time, this meant that Qin Xiaotian would no longer be the same. When love reaches such a stage, what is the difference between it and hatred? According to the rules of the magic world, it is generally necessary to lend a helping hand when encountering a situation where a wronged soul is possessed. However, He Jianfei was filled with deep hatred towards the mastermind behind this murder, and also out of pity for the woman. With a sigh in his heart, He Jianfei closed his magical eyes, and then, facing Qin Xiaotian who was still yelling for help, he spoke solemnly, "To be honest, I really want to just cut you down. However, Pa Sun was killed by a wronged ghost, and you are indeed unaware of the truth. If I act rashly out of my own anger, I'm afraid I will incur divine punishment. So, for now, I will spare you. But make no mistake, this does not mean that I, He Jianfei, forgive you. I still believe you are unworthy of being human, and not even deserving to be a dog." Pausing for a moment, He Jianfei glanced deeply at the blue aura around Qin Xiaotian's body and continued, "Those who play with fire will eventually get burned. Qin Xiaotian, your retribution will come soon." With that said, ignoring the bewildered Qin Xiaotian, He Jianfei turned around and walked away. Due to a major incident, the entire college was forced to suspend classes. He Jianfei did not want to go to the scene to avoid evoking sorrow. Staying in the dormitory only brought back painful memories. With nowhere to stay, he decided to go to the digital building and revisit the red ridge that he did not find that night. Last time, the moonlight was dim, making it difficult to see clearly. Today, with the strong sunlight, it was almost visible at a glance. On the left side of the digital building, there was a winding white trace leading inside. The grass on both sides of the road was half a person's height, lush and green, seemingly untouched for many years. Some of the grass at the exit was half lying on the ground, slightly parted on both sides, as if someone had passed by not long ago. Pushing through the overgrown grass and into the intersection, he discovered that this path could not really be called a small road. Although the grass and trees on both sides were dense and their branches and leaves spread everywhere, they could not hide the fact that the road was still relatively wide. From the faintly planned boundary still visible in the middle of the road, one could vaguely see how bustling and crowded it used to be as the main school road. However, now it was desolate, withering and decrepit everywhere. On the right side of the intersection, there was a crooked and low iron sign. Brushing away the rust stains on top, the three bold characters of Red Ridge appeared vividly, with the character Red slightly larger and more sloppily written than the other two, clearly indicating it had been altered. All this perfectly matched the legend of the ghostly road. A sense of horror, like ripples, gradually spread out on this extremely quiet abandoned path. The seemingly ordinary path to others, but for He Jianfei, a person in the world of spells, it is pure torture. As he pushed aside the grass and entered the intersection, his whole body involuntarily shuddered. A chill rose from the soles of his feet, spreading to his head. His skin began to tingle, and before long, the contents of his stomach also started to churn. Dizziness, coldness, nausea, his body's natural reaction to lingering resentment, after practicing magic, all manifested on this path. The depth of resentment at Chigang Peak had reached a terrifying level. He Jianfei had greatly underestimated the power of resentful ghost path. Having brought only a few yellow talismans with him and no protective magic tools, he could no longer endure staying and hastily plucked a grass by the roadside to gauge the intensity of the resentment before quickly fleeing the path. Back at the dormitory, those who were investigating had not returned yet. However, He Jianfei cautiously sealed all the doors and windows, drew the curtains, leaving only a small gap in the window on the balcony for ventilation. Pulling over a table, he placed the pulled-out grass on the tabletop, then took off the Buddhist beads from his wrist and wrapped them around the grass, using a lighter to ignite the grass. The grass leaves burned into a powdery black, and the slight sizzle sound in this silent environment sounded particularly clear, with a charred smell slowly spreading to every corner of the room. He Jianfei stared fixedly at the grass, and in an instant, the anomaly finally appeared. The Buddhist beads slowly expanded outward, each bead intensively colliding with each other due to the stimulation of ressentiment, but there was no crimson air of hostility around the grass. He Jianfei's heart sank. If no hostility could be detected, yet the Buddhist beads reacted so strongly, there could only be two possibilities: either the ghost was benevolent, harboring no ill intentions, hence the absence of malevolence, or the grudge was so deep-rooted that it couldn't be appeased. At this moment, it was almost certain that the wandering ghost belonged to the latter category. He Jianfei sat weakly in the chair, beginning to focus on the whole truth and process of the matter. From the legend of the Ghostly Road, the killings on Ghostly Road began with the death of the girl who was murdered, so the murderer was locked on the girl who was initially hanged and the boy who came later. After that, a few people would die every year, and the aggregation of these grudges made the power of Ghostly Road stronger, ultimately evolving into an unshakable forbidden land today. So, did those who died later join the ranks of the killers? If so, dismantling them one by one, Ghostly Road would easily disintegrate. Have you been there? If you hold grudges, vent them all. The words of his neurotic senior brother flashed through his mind. He Jianfei jumped up excitedly. Yes, why not ask that senior brother for help to extract the full truth of Ghostly Road? What? The senior brother looked at him with extreme surprise. You're saying you can perform spells? He Jianfei sat across from him, leisurely sipping tea. That's right. In other words, I have the ability to call out the ghost of your girlfriend so you can reunite with her. Of course, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. But I must remind you, missing certain things can lead to a lifetime of regret. The senior brother's longing for his girlfriend had already reached a frenzied state. As soon as He Jianfei mentioned a way to summon her, his eyes turned red, and tears streamed down his face. He didn't quite catch the last two sentences of He Jianfei's words of encouragement. He just grabbed He Jianfei's arm, nodding vigorously, help me, help. Take me there quickly. Anxiousness and yearning intertwined in his eyes. He Jianfei stared in shock at the man tormented by longing, only returning to his senses after a while. He quickly pulled away and said, then tonight at exactly 11 o'clock, I'll be waiting for you at the corner of the main campus road. Remember to be cautious and not get caught. Otherwise, our plan for tonight will be ruined. The senior brother grinned, don't worry. Even if someone sees me going out, no one will ask because in their eyes, I'm already a lunatic. After attending numerous banquets, He Jianfei went to attend the memorial service for Zhang Chuanxuan. He declined the condolences and comfort from the leaders and classmates of the academy, and as he looked at the clock, it was already pointing to 10:45. Opening a drawer, He Jianfei took out a sandalwood box, inside of which lay a peculiar necklace. The necklace was made up of translucent light yellow amber beads connected together, with a large colorless bead the size of a quail egg hanging in the middle. When the light shone on it, it immediately refracted a brilliant and colorful scene, while faintly showing flowing objects inside. This was the relic necklace, one of the 5 great secret treasures of Wutai Mountain, possessing the strongest protective ability in the world of spells. Ordinary resentful spirits would vanish upon encountering it, and even those with profound power would have to submit to it. It was a life-saving talisman given to He Jianfei by his master when he was young. Although He Jianfei had received the talisman, he had never used it before. Unexpectedly, the first time he was going to use it was on the school campus. The path of resentful spirits was like a newly discovered creature, full of mystery everywhere. No one knew how deep its grievances were, nor could they infer how powerful its magic was. Today he was bringing someone else along, so He Jianfei needed to provide the utmost safety assurance. He didn't want any accidents to happen in his hands. Leaving the dormitory and turning the corner, the senior brother was already waiting there. He Yanfei smiled silently at him, waved his hand, and walked straight to the front of the multimedia building. Despite the protection of the relic necklace, He Yanfei still did not dare to enter rashly, but stood far away on the opposite side of the exit. Senior brother asked urgently, "Where is my girlfriend? Why haven't I seen her?" He Jianfei asked, "What's your girlfriend's name?" Xiaofang. He Jianfei glanced at him and said, "I was asking for her full name, not what you call her." Chen Qingfang. He Jianfei placed several yellow talismans on the back of his senior martial brother, pushing him sideways, saying, "Step back." Then he removed his Buddhist beads, held them in his hands together, and faced the exit of the ghostly path, chanting, "As a disciple of Wutai Mountain, He Jianfei respectfully informs the officials of the underworld. With the compassion of the Buddha, to liberate all beings, we are specially appointed to guard the mortal realm. The tragedies caused by the ghostly path in the school campus have enraged both humans and deities, and should be punished. Kindly request the officials to open the convenient gate, summoning the soul of Chen Qingfang to assist in the Buddha's salvation." As soon as the words fell, the Buddhist beads immediately emitted a faint white light, shooting towards the exit of the ghostly path. A transparent figure began to gather at the exit of Yuan-Gui Road, and senior brother recognized the familiar figure he had missed day and night in the instant she took shape. "Xiaofang," senior brother howled, "I have missed you so much." Then he pounced forward, startling He Jianfei who was beside him, but what happened next astonished him even more. The female ghost, seeing senior brother lunging towards her, remained motionless in place. He Jianfei noticed her right hand, hanging down, slightly lift up, and 5 strands of green qi drifted from her fingertips. He Jianfei shouted, "Not good. Get away." He rushed forward and forcefully pushed senior brother to the ground. At the same time, he waved 7 yellow talismans to form a barrier. The green qi hit the barrier and rebounded onto the nearby weeds, immediately emitting a strong odor of corrosion. Poisonous grudge energy? Senior brother was first surprised, and then wanted to rush forward, but fortunately, He Jianfei firmly held him back. Senior brother lay within the barrier, in pain, saying, "Xiaofang, it's me, don't you recognize me anymore?" The female ghost's eyes suddenly emitted a red light, and ominously said, "Those who follow me will prosper, those who defy me shall perish." He Jianfei was puzzled by a series of sudden events on the side. As long as the ghost did not drink the Mengpa soup at the Naiha Bridge, they would retain memories of their past lives. Since Zhang Qingfang was a resentful spirit, she would naturally be rejected at the Naiha Bridge. So why did she seem to have no recognition of that senior brother and even harbor hatred towards him? He Jianfei looked at the senior brother who was sobbing on the ground, his heart moved, he picked up a willow leaf, dripped his tears on it, and exclaimed, "May the Buddha's light shine upon you." He shot it towards the back of the female ghost. With a swoosh, the air seemed to tear open a gap, and dozens of thick and thin red threads appeared out of thin air behind the female ghost, each binding her hands, feet, and neck. Just as he expected. The female ghost was being controlled, which led to her lack of recognition. The mastermind behind the scenes was using illusion techniques from the ghost realm to manipulate others and commit murder. After He Jianfei cut the red string behind the female ghost with his prayer beads, the female ghost slowly regained consciousness with a soft, "Ah." Seeing this, his martial brother couldn't contain his joy and hurriedly rushed over to embrace her, exclaiming, "Xiaofang, it's me, can you recognize me now?" Tears streamed down his face. With the protection of the yellow talisman on his back, the female ghost's energy could not harm him. He Jianfei stood aside, watching this touching reunion, unable to contain his smile. The female ghost opened her eyes, first looking at his martial brother with disbelief, and then noticing the broken red string behind her, her face turned pale as she exclaimed, "How did the red string break?" Just as He Jianfei was about to explain that he had broken it, the female ghost suddenly shouted, "Why aren't you running? Disaster is upon us." A silent wave of grievance surged forth. Seeing that there was no time left, the female ghost instantly rolled over, shielding his martial brother from the impending attack. Meanwhile, the relic necklace on He Jianfei's side emitted a dazzling golden light, surrounding his entire body like a halo. The grievance touched the golden light and dissipated instantly, dispersing into nothingness. "Xiao Fang, how are you? Xiao Fang, open your eyes and look at me." When He Jianfei heard the call, he knew things were not good. He hurried over to see Chen Qingfang, who was on the brink of death due to severe injuries. At this moment, she was holding on to her crying senior brother with great reluctance, her face filled with sorrow. He Jianfei regretted not being more vigilant about their surroundings, causing harm to others. He stood by, feeling it inappropriate to ask about the origins of the unjust ghost road. Instead, Chen Qingfang smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not very clear about the unjust ghost road. I only know it dates back to 1949, with a very intricate and complex history, far beyond what you can imagine." She paused to catch her breath and continued, "Give up, there's no one who can fight against it. More people will continue to die. That woman, she wants to kill all the humans in the school." Lastly, she looked at her senior brother with loving eyes, reaching out with her increasingly transparent hand to touch his face gently, softly saying, "Forget about me, don't live in my shadow. That way, it'll be my liberation." A wisp of green smoke rose from her senior brother's embrace, and his most beloved person vanished without a trace under the pure moonlight. "Xiao Fang," the final piercing cry echoed above the empty teaching building, shattering the silence of the night. Chapter 3, The Broken Record. Dragging his weary body back to the dormitory, the sky had already brightened. He Jibei immediately dialed the phone number of his girlfriend, Tian Yinjin. Tian Yinjin was a medium and might be able to help with the investigation of this incident. "Yo, it's handsome He, now I have good news and bad news, which one do you want to hear first?" Tian Yinjin's silver bell-like laughter and her usual teasing came through the phone. He Jibei, feeling helpless, pretended not to hear, and after a moment of thought, he sighed, "Well, these few days have been filled with enough bad news, let's hear the bad news first. The bad thing is that you left your bankbook and credit cards with me, and I often mix them up." He Jianfei said, "This isn't really a bad thing. I've also mistakenly taken someone else's card now. Isn't that a good thing?" Tian Yinjin cleared her throat and said in a high-pitched voice, "You've just been voted as the #1 handsome guy in all the universities in the province." He Jianfei couldn't help but cry and laugh, "Who's behind this ridiculous activity?" Tian Yinjin exclaimed, "Wow, you've been voted as the #1 handsome guy." He Jianfei quickly interrupted her, "Yinzi, have you sensed anything wrong at our school?" On the other end, Tian Yinjin pondered for a moment and said, It seems like the beautiful girls here are sending out a lot of seductive signals. How about it? Fancy anyone?" He Jianfei was so exasperated that he rolled his eyes, "Yinzi, I'm not joking. Someone has died here at our school." Tian Yinjin's laughter continued to come through, "Which big beauty has passed away? Our handsome He must be heartbroken." He Jianfei said solemnly, "Zhang Chuanxuan has died. His restless soul came to my dormitory to seek justice from me after his death." The phone fell silent on the other end, and after a while, Tian Yinjin said, "It's too far away, I can't sense anything. Your magic is stronger than mine, so why call me if you have something to do?" He Jianfei said, "I need you to help me look at a momentary memory. If possible, please try to see the scene of a specific place in that moment." Note, the terms momentary scene and momentary memory both originate from Japan. The momentary scene refers to the remnants of a person's consciousness that supposedly linger in this world after they die in extreme agony, continuously repeating the gruesome process of their death. For example, a person who died in a fire, you can see their burning and dying process in the momentary scene. And the situation of a restless soul left by a grievance can be understood through the magnetic field of the momentary memory. Generally, the momentary scene can permanently remain unchanged, while the momentary memory has a 30-day limit. Tian Yinjin replied, "All right, I have no classes in the afternoon, I'll be there at 3. In the afternoon, Tian Yinjin arrived on time, and He Jianfei then told her the whole story of the Guilt Ghost Road. Tian Yinzhen noticed that He Jianfei's expression and tone were not as calm as usual. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, she couldn't help but ask, "Is this Guilt Ghost Road very powerful?" He Jianfei furrowed his brows and said, "I'm not very clear about its strength at the moment. Anyway, can you help me review the fleeting memories of the night before? I want to confirm whether it's a message from Xian Sun and what he wants to convey to me." Following his instructions, Tian Yinzhen brought a basin of water, sprinkled it with medicinal powder, placed both hands on the outer side of the basin, and began to silently recite the incantation. The water in the basin started to turn black, reflecting the scene of the night before when He Jianfei stayed in the dormitory. A dark energy floated in from the balcony and condensed into a black shadow about 3 meters away from He Jianfei's bed. The Zhaohan bell rang loudly, and then He Jianfei woke up. As he asked a question, the shadow suddenly reached out with a pair of blood-drenched hands. In the moonlight, it was clear to see that the hands extended by the shadow were parallel to the shoulders. When He Jianfei lifted the mosquito net, the shadow suddenly disappeared. The image in the water began to move towards the door, where the shadow drifted back and forth, occasionally sobbing. Finally, an English book in the room fell to the ground. When He Jianfei turned to look, the shadow suddenly stood behind him, disheveled hair, bulging eyes, blood all over the face, but one could still clearly see the square face unique to Chuan Yun. Tian Yinzhen was frightened by this terrifying scene, her concentration dispersed, and the image in the water immediately disappeared. She couldn't help but sigh deeply, saying, "Seeing someone you know turn into such a state, even if you are mentally prepared, you will still be frightened." But then she saw He Jianfei's face turn serious and say, "Indeed, his posture matches exactly the posture of the wronged ghosts in the legends. Could it be that this is really caused by the road of the unjust spirit? But he died on the main school road." Tian Yinzhen poured out the basin of water and said upon returning, "That posture does look very similar, but you are not a messenger from the underworld, nor do you have any connection to the underworld. Logically speaking, the world of spells has no concern for aggrieved spirits. Why would Zhang Chuanxuan come to you to seek justice, when someone like him with such weak magical powers, a mere small ghost, hasn't been taken away by the impermanence of the underworld? It's really strange. I can see that the efficiency of the underworld's work is not that good now." He Jianfei's thoughts drifted back to Zhang Qingfang, a common woman embodying righteousness, fearlessness, and kindness, who held no grudges even in death. Why couldn't she be controlled even though she bore no resentment? Could it be that the aggrieved spirits on the road have the power to manipulate life and death in the underworld? While pondering, he kept a calm expression on his face, only to hear Tian Yinzhen continue, "Moreover, the legend of the aggrieved spirits road has many loopholes, and cannot be completely trusted." He Jianfei immediately became interested. "Loopholes? What loopholes are there?" Tian Yinzhen knew He Jianfei's intellect far surpassed hers, understanding that he wanted to test her, so she didn't reveal it, but with a smile, she said, "The legend is vulgar and highly fictionalized, I won't go into that. Just from the perspective of the plot it describes, there are several major loopholes. Firstly, the origin of the aggrieved spirits road was initiated by a misdiagnosed girl who later gained the ability to kill after a few years. Considering her cause of death, she was at most just a regular aggrieved spirit. How could she have the ability to cause such a big stir? Unless there are other twists to the origin of the aggrieved spirits road. Secondly, the legend implies that after the girl's death, crying could be heard every night, so no one dared to pass through. Why did that boy deliberately choose to pass through there, especially at the most frightening time, midnight? His actions, according to the legend, must be closely related to what he was seeking. But no matter how significant the connection, there's no reason to put his life on such a baseless bet. Thirdly, the legend states that all those killed by the aggrieved spirits road die the same way, but the boy and the girl who was murdered can also be considered victims of the aggrieved spirits road, so why is their cause of death different from others? This might indicate. Here Tian Yinzhen paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to conclude, but He Jianfei, with a slight smile, continued, the legend of the aggrieved spirits road actually only gained the power to kill after the murdered girl died. Tian Yinjin clapped her hands and exclaimed, exactly. That's why I said all the doubts focus on those 3 individuals. Their deaths were so close in time, and the legend has been circulating for over 50 years now. It's inevitable that there have been some people with poor memory messing up and distorting the tale. Who knows, the truth about the aggrieved spirits road at the end might be completely different from the legend. Tian Yinjin grew more excited as she spoke, her curiosity surpassing the original intention of solving the legend's crisis, and He Jianfei watched with a mix of anger and amusement. Ah! Tian Yinjin exclaimed, as if she had discovered something amiss, saying, if what I said is true, the information from over 50 years ago must have long been lost and forgotten. Besides, a matter that tarnishes the school's reputation like this would have always been strictly sealed off by the school. Wouldn't that mean? The thought that the Ghost Road case might be a forever unsolvable mystery immediately dampened Tian Yinjin's enthusiasm, and she spoke in a softer tone. He Jianfei stood up and stretched, saying, you're partly right and partly wrong. After more than half a century of evolution, all the most valuable primary sources of information have either vanished into thin air or been destroyed by the school, but that's only the official information. What about the information from the people? Tian Yinjin was puzzled. Information from the people? He Jianfei went on, the renaming of the Ghost Road has sparked intense debates within the student union. Do you think the past or current student union members would have stayed silent? It's a big deal for several people to die every year. No matter how the school tries to block the information, there will always be people looking for ways to leave behind information, in hopes of one day dispelling the supernatural aura surrounding the legends. I'm not interested in the school's official statements. What I want to see is the true situation recorded by the righteous students of that time, when the storm was brewing and everyone was talking in hushed tones. Tian Yinjin said, as you said, the students who knew the truth back then are probably in their 70s or 80s now. How could we find them? He Jianfei chuckled, that's why I said you're careless. Have you forgotten what I mentioned when I first took you around the school? Only then did Tian Yinjin recall that when He Jianfei had proudly introduced her to this prestigious and ancient school, he had mentioned the most significant difference between this school and others, established by the inaugural student union president, in defiance of the school's autocracy and monopoly. The outgoing student union president would publicly hand over the keys to the archive to the incoming president at the handover ceremony, bypassing all school entities, aiming to preserve the most detailed working records in the student union archive room. Tian Yinjin suddenly realized and smiled, I see now. As the school's #1 terrifying legend, how could the student union not have left any records behind? The truth about the Ghost Road legend will soon be revealed. The student union's archives room, in order to distinguish itself from the school archives, is not located in the school history building, but in a large room on the top floor of the library covering over 90 square meters. It was Tian Yinjin's first visit to the top floor of the library. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she saw an old wooden door with only a slit open, the red paint almost completely peeled off, with several very obvious large holes near the ground, eaten by white ants. A nearby air vent was blowing air with a whirring sound, occasionally causing the door to sway, making a creaking sound, as if it was trying hard to show off its sturdy wooden structure and precious value. The walls on both sides were exceptionally clean, seemingly recently painted, creating a sharp contrast with the door. Tian Yinjin exclaimed, is this your student union's archives room? Is the student union really so poor as to have this kind of setup? In her imagination, even if it couldn't compare to a 5-star hotel in luxury, there should at least be red carpets, floor-to-ceiling windows, crystal walls, and French-style chandeliers. The appearance of this 1920s or 1930s looking impoverished room poured cold water on her expectations. He Jianfei, afraid she might be cold, took off his coat to put on her while laughing at her question. It is said that out of respect for the hard work and effort of the predecessors of the student unions in later generations dare not make any changes, only making minor efforts on the exterior walls. Look at that iron plaque next to the door, it will surprise you even more. Tian Injun then noticed a small iron plaque standing beside the wooden door, now turned yellow brass due to its age, with the words on it almost illegible, barely recognizable. She leaned in to read, Regulations for the Management of the Student Union Archives Room, Article 1, School retirees, staff, and teachers are strictly forbidden from entering this room without the joint authorization of the previous and present student union presidents and vice presidents. Non-student union students must present their student ID and apply for special permission from the current student union president and vice president to access and read. Failure to comply will result in penalties as stipulated in Article 97 of these regulations. Tian Injun couldn't help but marvel, how formidable, they can actually restrict the whole school. Unlike our school's student union, which does whatever it wants without any constraints. Does your school just accept this without resistance? He Jianfei replied, It's just how it is. Our school values tradition the most, especially these customary rules. Anyone who tries to change it, even if the current student union and students agree, the dozens of generations of alumni from before won't allow it. The school is too shrewd to engage in such a controversial matter. He Jianfei glanced at Tian Injun, who was listening attentively, then continued, But the most interesting part is not this. Have you thought of any illusion when you see this iron plaque? Tian Injun chuckled, I figured it out a long time ago. You are mimicking the story of Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang who placed an iron plaque to prohibit eunuchs from meddling in court affairs. He Jianfei shook his head, not entirely correct. You are too harsh, comparing the school to eunuchs. We are actually recreating the story of Emperor Kangxi in the military office area, where he placed an iron plaque to forbid outsiders from entering without special permission. As he spoke, he took out the special permission slip he had obtained from the student union and prepared to enter. Tian Injun beside was, however, piqued by this inconspicuous iron plate. Squinting, she scanned down to the 97th rule, Rule 97. In cases of violating Rules 1, 4, and 28, the current student union shall promptly convene an emergency meeting to organize a school-wide demonstration or class strike. In severe situations or if the school authorities persist in disobedience, the student union presidents and vice presidents from 10 or more past terms shall be summoned to convene an urgent meeting, issuing a general mobilization order in the name of all past student unions, and employing all lawful protest methods throughout society, including media exposure and legal action. He Jianfei quickly grabbed Tian Injun and said, Don't read that. Finding out the truth is crucial. I have printed materials with me, you can take them back to read. Any cops here? As soon as he entered the room, before he had a chance to take in the surroundings, a deep, trembling voice made Tian Injun jump. Beside a low, uneven old table at the side of the door, a bald old man with sparse yellow teeth was panting, his small eyes almost turned into thin lines due to age spots crowding them. He Jianfei hurriedly presented the special permit along with his student ID. The old man took the special permit and scrutinized it repeatedly, as if it were fake. After a while, he raised his head, gave He Jianfei a glance, and asked, What are you looking for inside? He Jianfei smiled and said, According to the regulations, students are not required to state their purpose for entering. The old man grinned and said, I'm just curious. Few people these days take interest in these yellowing archives, let alone the two of you who are researching files from over 50 years ago. You may go in. Tian Injun pulled He Jianfei to the side and whispered, Your student union always does things in a peculiar way. Not only did they put up a sign, but they also invited this old guy to interrogate back and forth, making this place feel like a yamen. He Jianfei responded in a low voice, Don't talk nonsense. This old man has been the guardian of this place from the beginning. Despite his age, he is very loyal, and the people at the school are afraid of him. The two whispered to each other as they approached a pile of dusty file folders. He Jianfei carefully blew off the dust on top, glanced at the contents, and said to Tian Injun, Zhang Qingfang should not have lied to us. Since she said the origin of the ghostly road dates back to 1949, let's start by checking the files from 1949. Tian Injun smiled and replied, All right, you check 1949, I'll go check 1950. The archive room fell silent again, with only the sound of the thick, stiff papers being flipped rapidly could be heard. He Jianfei felt something was amiss as soon as he flipped open the first page of the 49-year archive. Although he had never been a member of the student union, he knew that the rule of reporting bad news before good news had been passed down since ancient times. The early part of the archive was strictly adhered to, but as it progressed, it became somewhat awkward. Not only was there a lack of mention of the usual songs and dances, even the choice of words became hesitant. The bureaucratic tone grew stronger, as if trying to cover up something. This went against the strict prohibition for the student union records to avoid such an official style. Why was it allowed to flow freely in the 49th year? He Jianfei became increasingly convinced that something unusual must have happened in the 49th year, perhaps directly leading to the chilling mystery of the haunted road. With this thought in mind, he unconsciously doubled his flipping speed. Ah! He Jianfei exclaimed, breaking the silence that had lasted for about an hour. The answer, glaringly revealed itself on the white paper in front of him. Tian Injun was feeling bored on the other end of the counter when she heard He Jianfei exclaim in surprise. Sensing something unusual, she hurried over and asked, "What did you find?" He Jianfei showed her a piece of paper, on which was unexpectedly inserted in the interrupted arrangement for the campus art festival, a quatrain without an author's name. Cherry blossoms dance in the air, the grass on the road forms a barrier. The pagoda topples, the heart unsettled. With love for Christ, pitying my life. In The Goddess of Luo River and West Lake, King Xiang's Deep Affection. Chapter 4, Jun Ting Suddenly Dies. Absolutely resenting the interference of school powers, it is to establish a democratic mechanism independent of autocracy and monopoly. In the eyes of the students, the student union archives have always been shrouded in a sacred veil. In this tightly protected small space, students can speak freely, revealing all truths, hence its reputation as the Little Iron Box. Why is there a mysteriously strange poem intentionally created in this little iron box? He Jianfei and Tian Injun exchanged glances, both having the same word jumping into their minds: disrupted records. This term was created by students from other universities who, unable to obtain the same superior environment as this school, had to bypass the school's scrutiny by interrupting the archives, leaving behind cryptic warnings in a few brief sentences for future generations. However, disrupted records have never appeared in this school due to the establishment of the Little Iron Box, having no reason or space to exist. He Jianfei knew the situation was serious. He abandoned the files and walked towards another cabinet, saying, "I want to see which jerk was the student union president in 49, why was he acting so irregularly?" As he spoke, he opened the personnel record form, then suddenly a louder exclamation was heard. The old man at the door roared, "You there, don't make a ruckus, or I'll kick you out." Tian Injun hurriedly responded, "Got it." In a lowered voice, she asked, "What's going on again?" He Jianfei's gaze, filled with extreme disbelief, shifted from the table to Tian Injun's face, making Tian Injun shiver involuntarily all over. "You won't believe it even if I tell you. The student union president and vice president for the year 49 turned out to be the campus double dragons." Tian Injun's eyes widened instantly, but she managed to restrain herself from screaming out loud. The campus duo is the biggest legend on this campus. It is said that the former student union president was unjustly expelled for opposing the school's policies, all the cadres received different punishments, and the student union was on the verge of disintegration and being taken over by the school. At this critical moment of life and death, the student union called for a general assembly of all students, and 2 freshmen were appointed to become the youngest and longest-serving student union president and vice president in the history of the school. Within a month of taking office as president, a large-scale fire broke out on campus, affecting 50% of the campus. With exceptional courage and extraordinary calmness, the 2 presidents managed to calm the panicked crowd within 3 days, ultimately achieving a miracle with no casualties. They then boldly reformulated the student union system, openly raising the banner against the school's autocracy, establishing the iron box system, granting themselves the power to confront the school through the Student Representative Assembly, and creating the most prosperous and democratic campus public opinion environment since the founding of the school. They were later collectively known as the Campus Duo, with their reputation spreading to all universities. It became a tradition at the inauguration ceremony of student union presidents to pledge to follow the example of the Campus Duo. According to the management regulations, every file of the student union must be personally inspected and put in here by the president and vice president to eliminate the possibility of cadre manipulation. In other words, it is precisely the establishment of the iron box system that has prompted the Campus Duo to set up this incomplete record to warn the student union not to deceive reality. Thieves calling out thieves. Why can't he Jianfei's mind wrap around this idea, just standing there dumbfounded, until Tian Yinzhen's words wake him up? How could you not know which year the Campus Duo served in the student union? He Jianfei helplessly said, that's none of my business. The legend of the Campus Duo that circulated here doesn't mention the year at all. Before he finished speaking, a thought struck him. The outstanding student union presidents always talk enthusiastically about the students, and all the others mention the time, so why is there no mention of the most famous Campus Duo? Tian Yinzhen said, surprise won't help now. Let's assume for now that the Campus Duo intentionally left this behind, so there must be more than one incomplete record. Let's go and look for them. As expected, Tian Yinzhen found a program list from 1951 with a few sentences written crookedly beside it. 3 days, June's death, due to unknown reasons, we prepared gifts to go and pay respects. Upon seeing the words, we understood, and dispersed. 7 days, Ting's death, as expected. From a literal standpoint, it seems to describe how after a male student's mysterious death, his classmates went to pay respects at the grave, saw some words, understood something, then stopped the grave-sweeping activity and left. On the 7th day, another girl named Ting died, but why was it referred to as an expected event? Over in 1953, He Jianfei found the following passage in the Student Council records, since we know today, why bother with the past? Regrets are useless, irreversible. Looking forward to a bright future 30 years later. Without a beginning or an end, these sparse lines, nestled among numerous bustling records, stood out starkly. If those inexplicable words have no real connection with the path of the unjust souls, then He Jianfei has found another article that is very clearly related. It is a note from the student union chairman in 54, mentioning, the renaming of Yugangding was done out of necessity, and its effectiveness may not be as we expected. However, caution and vigilance, protecting the stone and securing the seat, should be the top priorities. The reasons can be found in the 3rd file of 49 records, the 20th file of 51 records, and the 5th file of 53 records serves as a reference. Hope the next chairman will take this as a top priority, remember not to forget. Recorded after the second discussion of the student union in March 54. The facts gradually became apparent. The origin of the mysterious ghostly road does indeed trace back to the year 1949, the 3rd year of the reign of the campus duel champions, precisely during their most glorious days when Oil Barrel Peak was no longer the same. However, what's truly perplexing is how the campus duel champions, who were the most outstanding student council members, handled the suicide incident and what clues they left behind miraculously vanished from the records. Strangely enough, in the latter half of the year, only the vice chairman's comments could be found in the files, while the chairman's name never appeared again. Even subsequent student councils seemed to avoid discussing this matter, keeping silent. Could there be hidden twists behind the prosperity that the world was unaware of? Just as they were pondering, Tian Yinzhen raised the record and said, I still don't understand. If the ironclad box system was established, it should have been adhered to by setting an example. Moreover, the system was already extremely perfect, and the campus duel champions didn't need to create any missing records. Yet, the following student councils followed suit, which is truly puzzling. He Jianfei remained silent, gazing at the ground, then suddenly lifted his head and said, no, the campus duel champions are indeed the campus duel champions. Handling it this way is undoubtedly appropriate. Tian Yingzhen was shocked and exclaimed, "What? The things that defy common sense cannot be measured by common sense anymore. We have all been overwhelmed by the reputation of the two campus titans, losing our rationality. In fact, thinking about the contents of the legend can solve the mysteries of all the missing records. That girl was diagnosed with cancer during a physical examination. The physical examination project has been fully managed by the student council since the third year of the school's establishment, and the school never interferes, just checks the results. Therefore, the missing records that appeared to avoid school scrutiny are completely irrelevant to the injustice of Ghostly Road incident. The reason for the actions of the campus titans can only be twofold. 1. The school's interference was one of the factors that led to the girl's death. 2. It implies that the missing records here no longer represent missing records. As you said, the protective power of the iron box is already sufficient, so I am more inclined to the second speculation. Tian Yingzhen frowned and said, "No longer represent missing records? That's quite profound. Can you explain it more plainly?" He Jianfei glanced towards the door, lowered his voice, and said, "Can't you see it yet? The campus titans are not doing this to avoid the school, but to avoid the students." Tian Yingzhen's eyes widened, and he hurriedly asked, "Why? It has always been about avoiding the school. Where does the idea of avoiding the students come from?" He Jianfei replied, "There is only one possibility. Once the truth of the Ghostly Road is revealed, it is likely to cause widespread panic, and the overall situation of the entire school will be out of control. Those student councils that came after were just using the same method to show that they were targeting the same thing. This is probably the true meaning of the missing records." The mystery slowly unraveled, revealing the deep-rooted origins behind the campus's top ghostly legend. Even the invincible champions of the campus had to resort to this cryptic way of issuing warnings. One can only imagine the intense waves of terror that swept through the school back then. At this moment, He Jianfei's mood became extremely heavy. He had originally thought that this path was simply haunted by a slightly powerful ghost, something that could be easily subdued without much effort to avenge Zhang Chuanxuan. Who could have predicted that it had been entangled for over 50 years, with twists and secrets so profound and intricate that it was more than just wrongful death at play? He Jianfei took over the file from 51 years ago and carefully examined it. Tian Yingzhen said, "From what I see, these two individuals, Jun and Ting, should be the boy who later died and the girl who was raped and killed. The sudden deaths of these two also seem to have hidden motives. However, the statements are too vague and provide very little information, making it hard to unravel the mystery." He Jianfei nodded and said, "Nevertheless, we can still see that the truth is quite different from the contents of the legend. Ting's death may have been due to other reasons. If she was raped and killed, how could it be seen as something expected? As for Jun's death, it's hard to say at the moment. But what I am most puzzled about is that one of the missing records mentions something about protecting the stone and maintaining the seat as the top priority, as if it is some kind of treasure that restrains the path of vengeful spirits. Where are this stone and seat currently hidden on the campus?" The two of them pondered over it, but found the clues to be complex and confusing. The root cause was so intertwined that they could no longer draw any conclusions, but instead became increasingly perplexed. However, one fact was already very apparent. The origin of the vengeful spirits began in 1949, evolved in 1951, and up until 1954, the members of the student union still held on to this secret. It's just that it's unclear whether in 1954 it was due to human error or some other reason that the secret gradually faded, even leading to misinformation and distortion of the truth at that time. To uncover the truth, they could only seek out the former members of the student union from 54 years ago for questioning. 54 years ago? Tian Yingzhen secretly counted on his fingers. Those officials must be at least over 70 years old now. After more than 50 years of changes, it's hard to say where those people are now. Even if they were found, after half a century has passed, can those people still remember the situation back then? Although he felt that this path was not feasible, knowing that the truth about the haunted road was still a long way off, but he knew He Jianfei's temper. Even if he knew it was a dead end, he would still go to confirm it. Therefore, he remained silent and listened to He Jianfei saying, "It's getting late. I'll take you back first. We'll go to the student union tomorrow and access the contact list. As long as we find someone who knows, things will be much easier." The next morning at 7 o'clock, He Jianfei and Tian Yinzhen arrived at the student union office. Tian Yinzhen curiously looked around. The office was not as simple as the archive room. Clean windowsills, tall beams, and a huge golden plaque seemed to remind people constantly that this was the soul of the students in this school. There hung an exquisite student union emblem on the door, symbolizing the supreme authority granted by the school-wide student congress. Tian Yinzhen smiled and said to He Jianfei, "Your office looks pretty decent. Why not put up a plaque outside the door saying, 'All civil and military officials must dismount and disarm, and walk into the Forbidden City on foot'?" Just as He Jianfei was about to answer, a tall figure suddenly walked out of the room, wearing a checkered shirt with a snow-white t-shirt underneath, and a very happy expression on his face. When He Jianfei saw this person, he shrank back, but the person quickly caught up with him and vigorously shook He Jianfei's hand, as if he had just heard that Taiwan was going to be unified. "Jianfei, I knew that with sincerity, even rocks can be broken. Have you finally come to your senses and are willing to join our student union?" He Jianfei quickly pulled his hand back and said, "Chairman He, don't jump to conclusions. Where on earth do I have 'joined' written on my face? I came this time to borrow the contact list and ask you something." It turned out to be the student union chairman. Tian Yinzhen was secretly surprised on the side. Chairman He looked disappointed and said, "Are you still unwilling to join? I value your abilities so much that I was planning to let you take over as chairman. Why not consider it again? Although being the chairman is a bit tiring, there are many benefits. I'll give you money and beautiful women." He Jianfei anxiously grabbed Chairman He's clothes and told him not to talk nonsense, but it was too late. Ouch! He Jianfei bent over in pain, and a furious Tian Yinzhen decisively stomped on him without hesitation. Seeing his scheme succeed, Chairman He quickly suppressed his smile and said, "Oh, Jianfei, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? It's tiring to stand outside, let's all go inside and sit down. Xiao Zhang, bring the contact list here." With that, he rushed inside, only to hear He Jianfei mumbling something unclear behind him, like, "A gentleman's revenge." The contact directory and personnel records of the student union have been brought over. Tian Yinzhen just glanced briefly. As expected, the contact addresses and information for those cadres from 1960 onwards were mostly blank. He Jianfei leaned over and took a look, saying to Chairman He, "Why is it that there are no addresses before 1960 here? How did you become the student union chairman with such low efficiency in handling matters? You still want me to join?" Chairman He didn't even look up, and a folder he just finished reading whizzed past with a whoosh, hitting He Jianfei on the head. "I am the student union chairman, not the neighborhood committee in charge of family planning. It's been so many years, do you think those people would just stay put and refuse to leave? How can we find their whereabouts clearly? But speaking of which, what are you doing with all this? Do you have some long-lost relatives here?" Before he could finish, He Jianfei quickly threw the folder back, saying, "Is my background that tragic? The address book was of no use at all." He Jianfei pondered what else he could take a look at. Tian Yinzhen exclaimed from the side, "Oh! The Minister of Propaganda in 56 is so handsome." Chairman He couldn't help but laugh. He Jianfei sighed, feeling that nothing was going smoothly, and setbacks were everywhere. Suddenly, he remembered the matter of protecting the stone seat. He approached Chairman He mysteriously and asked, "Did the senior brother from last session pass on any treasures to you? Like a stone throne or something?" Chairman He shouted, "Hey, Jianfei, this is the student union, not the Green Dragon Gang. By the way, he did leave me a 1,000 yuan bill. Since you're interested, I'll give it to you." He Jianfei asked, "Do you happen to have a list of previous students who dropped out or passed away?" Chairman He waved his hand, saying, "Go to the funeral home and check." The last clue was lost, and he Jianfei, feeling disappointed, was about to leave the office. Chairman He seemed to have remembered something, suddenly looked up and said, "Why have you been asking such strange questions today?" "Speaking of strange, I remember there is a yellowed unidentified record in that cabinet. If you have so much time, you might as well help me research it." He Jianfei's spirits lifted, and he eagerly took the paper to read. On it were recorded some strange times and events. The decision was made to launch on the third. Fourth day succeed. After not achieving the expected results for 5 days, I decided to delve deeper. 6 can be translated as failure on the 6th day. On the 18th, continue translating. On the 19th, he left. On the 23rd, they met with him, accompanied by 3 people. On the 28th, graduation. The word was circled in red, followed by a note from an unknown student council president. "This is a serious matter, do not take it lightly." Chairman He asked, "Look at this mess, and yet they insist it's important, making me afraid to discard it. Can you figure out what this is all about?" He Jianfei shook his head, inwardly puzzled. The key to the whole paper lay in that, what does refer to? What was launched? Though the paper was peculiar, He Jianfei didn't believe it had anything to do with the wrong ghost alley, so he had no intention of delving further. He said to Chairman He, "Do you have any ideas on how I can find those student council members from 54 years ago?" Chairman He thought for a moment and said, "There is a way. In a month, it will be our centennial school celebration, and there will definitely be advertisements and invitations everywhere for old alumni to join. You can take a look, but I can't guarantee they will all come." He Jianfei's eyes lit up. "Right, how could I forget about the school celebration? The student council had plenty of talent back then, any one of them would do just fine. What do you need a useless person like me for?" Inzi. Turning around, he saw Tian Injin still lost in admiration for the photo, and said in exasperation, "You can keep gazing at each other sentimentally, I'm leaving." Suddenly, a burst of laughter filled the office. Chapter 5, The Truth. Without the presence of tranquility, the people in the class gradually got used to it, only He Jianfei could never adapt. Setting aside sentimental thoughts when witnessing objects, if the prophecy, "must die, can't escape," is correct, there will be a second, a third, a fourth victim. Then next year, and then this terrifying nightmare continues to linger over this ancient campus. These days, those strange and bizarre phrases have been haunting his mind, but he is completely clueless. Perhaps, there are too many hidden twists and turns in all of this. The anniversary celebration is almost here. Throughout the country, there are only a few schools with 100 years of history, so for this prestigious school that has enjoyed high reputation since its establishment, it is undoubtedly a grand event. The school administration is thinking of inviting a few Nobel Prize winners and national leaders to show off and enhance their reputation, while the student council has its own plans, hoping to extract more funds from the country's top 5 corporate giants, considering that some of them were former members of the student council. This is also an opportunity for the student council to assert its authority and further exert pressure on the school. Therefore, everyone appears to be extremely peaceful. Since this time the school administration has taken full responsibility for the event, without requiring any contribution from the student council is happy to turn a blind eye. The campus has already been decorated with lanterns and streamers, and everything has been freshly painted. Besides the historical relics, the more prominent buildings have all been re-roofed with glazed tiles, adorned with specially customized large red lanterns, and several boxes of imported fireworks are ready to be set off. The withered lotus leaves in the pond have been removed and replaced with artificial lotus flowers and leaves made of transparent fluorescent plastic. The roads have been leveled, with huge colorful inflatable balls tied every few steps, all the street lights have been replaced with remote-controlled neon lights, and a few electronic screens showing moving waterfalls have been set up as directional signs. The school originally planned to lay a new red carpet about 500 meters long from the school gate to the first teaching building, but the extravagant approach had already angered the students. After a joint protest and submission of a petition to the student council, the school abandoned this idea. Nonetheless, the entire school now appears radiant and splendid, reaching a grandeur that can even rival a royal palace. Major media outlets are vying to cover this grand event. Journalists have been coming in throngs to interview since 3 days before the school anniversary, and even the police department has also come to prepare for how to ensure the safety of VIPs on the day of the school celebration. Many city residents have also been coming to join in the fun, whether they have business there or not. Although the school is newly decorated, it seems that people do not have much interest in it. The focus of public attention is almost entirely on the long-lost campus legend. Will the campus duo appear? Since the graduation of the campus duo, they have mysteriously disappeared. Except for the news 74 years ago that the two joined forces to resist a tragic train hijacking and rescued 600 people, no one has actually seen these two legendary figures. For alumni and current students, the main purpose of attending the school anniversary is to personally see their idols. The school and student union have coincidentally allocated most of the manpower to the name registration at the school gate. As soon as the campus duo make an appearance, there will be masses of welcoming crowds coming to greet them. Everything seems to be well prepared. Chairman He is very pleased that He Jianfei, who has always shown no interest in activities, voluntarily signed up to join the welcoming vanguard this time. Although he finds it a bit strange that He Jianfei is so proactive this time, at least there is some progress. The reputation of the campus duo spreads far and wide in other universities, and Tian Yinzhen, whom Tian Yinzhen has always admired, is willing to skip class this time to attend the school's anniversary ceremony. He Jianfei could not persuade her and said, since that's the case, don't wander around. Just stand by me at the entrance and watch. If the school's patrol team recognizes that you are not a student of this school, you'll be in trouble. Tian Yinzhen wondered, watch? Aren't you supposed to meet them? He Jianfei laughed and scolded, go, I'm just a decoy. With so many people crowding at the entrance, who can see who has been welcomed? I'm not going to waste my efforts. We just need to find the campus duo. Tian Yinzhen said, don't celebrate too early. The campus duo haven't shown up for so long. This time, they may not be willing to come out. Perhaps they are old or have some hidden difficulties preventing them from attending. He Jianfei gazed in the direction of the ghost road, shook his head and said, they will definitely come. Regardless of whose fault it is, the situation at the ghost road has turned into an unresolved predicament under their control and has become a campus nightmare. Guilt is a torment for these two individuals with such strong sense of responsibility. I'm sure they can't let it go and will come back to take a look. The day of the school anniversary has finally arrived. The deafening firecrackers and bustling crowd almost deafened Tian Yinzhen's ears. At this moment, she was hiding in He Jianfei's arms, covering her ears with her hands to seek refuge. Not knowing who the big shot was, a large number of firecrackers were being lit, leaving Tian Yinzhen astonished. Doesn't your school need to be so extravagant? It's more grand than the National Day celebration. They're just burning money like paper. He Jianfei, engrossed in looking at the names on the registration book, casually remarked, forget about it, it's not our money anyway. The school likes to show off, what can you do about it? As time passed, more and more people entered the school, jostling and rubbing shoulders became commonplace. The proportion of old alumni increased, and the appearance of several elderly people in their 90s from the 45th graduating class set off a small climax in the crowd welcoming the school anniversary. He Jianfei's face grew increasingly grim. The school celebration ceremony was about to begin, which meant that everyone who needed to come had already arrived. Could the school's two heroes really bear to leave and ignore the afflicted ghosts on the ghost road? Seeing him on the verge of anger, Tian Yinzhen hurriedly advised, they might be a little late. In fact, it's normal if they don't come today. They never like to join the crowd. They probably just quietly come to the school to take a look usually. Just pay attention in the future, that's all. After a moment of trance, He Jianfei suddenly realized, exclaiming, no, the school's two heroes have already arrived. Tian Yinzhen was both surprised and delighted, trembling as she asked, are you sure? Where are they now? He Jianfei decisively said, "Inzi, wait for me here. I'll go somewhere and be right back." Without waiting for any response from Tian Injin, he turned and ran off. The familiar building in front became clearer and clearer. He Jianfei stopped his steps, gasping for breath, and looked at the old and dilapidated 3 characters electrical engineering building above. There were obvious traces of the fallen weeds next to it. He Jianfei held his breath and tiptoed forward, gently pushing aside the weeds on both sides. Behind the rusty road sign, an old man stood quietly, looking up at the sky, murmuring to himself. Under the snow-white hair, his eyes faintly shimmered with tears. He Jianfei quietly walked up behind him, waiting for him to finish his muttering. Then, he respectfully bowed and said, "The campus duel, right? Junior brother He Jianfei has been waiting for you." The old man was suddenly startled, turned around, and carefully looked at He Jianfei, saying, "What campus duel? I heard that they had passed away a long time ago. Don't just randomly recognize people when you see an old man." He Jianfei smiled and said, "I understand that not all old classmates are part of the campus duel, but only the campus duel would be interested in this haunted stretch of road. Am I right?" The old man trembled slightly when he heard the words, "haunted road," but quickly regained his composure and said, "Since you know this is the haunted road, why don't you leave quickly? Are you here to court death?" Seeing the old man calm despite the unexpected situation and neither confirming nor denying his question but instead questioning him back, He Jianfei silently admired his demeanor. He said, "Please ask the other member of the campus duel to come out. I have admired you both for a long time and today finally have the chance to meet." A complex and lonely expression flickered across the old man's face, and he calmly said, "Are you threatening me? If you don't show up, then so be it. I'm just kindly reminding you." Seeing that none of his strategies worked on the old man, He Jianfei sighed inwardly and decided to use his trump card. He said, "I came here today with a poem I don't understand and would like to ask for advice from the esteemed senior of the campus duel." Without waiting for the old man's response, he started loudly reciting the poem to the surrounding dense vegetation and trees. Cherry blossoms dance in the air, the grass on the road forms a barrier. The pagoda topples, the heart unsettled. With love for Christ, pitying my life. In the goddess of Luo River and West Lake, King Xiang's deep affection. The old man's face changed drastically as he heard this poem, pointing at He Jianfei with a trembling voice, Who are you?" Just as he finished speaking, his legs gave out, and he plopped onto the ground. He Jianfei had not expected that this poem would have such a strong impact on him. In a panic, he didn't even have time to ask any questions and hurried to help the old man up. At that moment, a gust of wind came, causing the grass and branches to sway, dust and dirt swirling up into a cloud, billowing towards the two of them. The trees on both sides seemed as if they were about to fall, continuously tilting towards the ground starting to tremble, growing more and more intense. The sensitive He Jianfei smelled the aura of the ghost realm the instant the wind picked up, shocking him. He had not anticipated that the grudges here were so heavy that even ghosts could wreak havoc during the day. Careless, he had not brought his relic necklace for protection today, not even the summoning bell was with him in the dormitory. With a stark power imbalance, was he fated to meet his end today? At this critical moment of imminent danger, the old man struggled to get up from the ground, shouting sternly, "Dongli. The sun is up, the bronze statue is in front, do you dare to cause chaos? I am nearing the end of my life at my age, if you want it, just take it, but do not harm this young man's life." A bronze statue? Protection stones? These two things actually existed? Were they right here on this path? He Jianfei completely forgot about the danger around him and was about to ask. Suddenly, a soft, sound came from the bushes, sending shivers down He Jianfei's spine, the exit of the path now completely obscured, he was nervously trying to figure out how to escape. The sunlight broke through the sand fog, casting a soft halo on the Buddha beads on his wrist. Thinking quickly, He Jianfei swiftly removed the string of Buddha beads and threw them into the bushes, chanting, "The presence of soldiers in battle must be arrayed in a front, excuse." The Buddha beads shone brilliantly under the sun's rays, and with a woman's groan coming from the bushes, the wind subsided slightly, the exit becoming faintly visible. He Jianfei helped the old man up, saying, "Quick! Where is the bronze statue? Run there!" He Jianfei led the old man out of Chigang Peak, stumbling along as the old man's heart raced, saying only, "She dare not move here," and then leaned against a tree to rest. It was close, He Jianfei understood in his heart. If it weren't for the harsh sunlight today and his sudden move to catch her off guard, it would have been impossible for him to escape. Feeling some guilt, he apologized to the old man, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect her to be so formidable in the campus." The old man interrupted him, saying, "My surname is Li, you can just call me Uncle Li, don't keep shouting about campus duel, it sounds so unpleasant." He Jianfei said, "Yes, Uncle Li, you mentioned the bronze statue just now, does it refer to the stone and base inside the stone guard under the seat?" Uncle Li nodded and said, "The stone and base are actually connected. The stone refers to the bronze statue of Sun Yat-sen, and the base is the stone seat below the statue." He Jianfei was confused by this fact. Mr. Sun Yat-sen's bronze statue? He has, with the ghosts. Uncle Li explained, Sun Yat-sen was a great man of his time. It is said that this bronze statue made in the 1930s is infused with Sun Yat-sen's spirit, hence there is a righteous aura protecting it, making those filthy things fear it. The stone guard under the seat refers to the Sun Yat-sen bronze statue. So that's it. He Jianfei never expected that besides being a symbol of the school, this bronze statue had such an extraordinary meaning. He continued, "May I ask why the other senior didn't come? Is he busy?" A trace of pain flickered in Uncle Li's eyes as he responded, "You have asked me so many questions, but I still don't know who you are or where you got those poems from." He Jianfei was now certain that Uncle Li was one of the campus duelists, and decided not to hide anymore. He started from Zhang Chuanxuan's death and talked about checking the old files. When it came to that poem, Uncle Li's face showed a sad expression again. Sensing something amiss, He Jianfei hurriedly stopped talking. Uncle Li let out a long sigh and said, "Since you could find those missing records, you are a destined person. I don't want to hide it from you anymore. But don't go around recklessly just because you have magical powers. What's the use of having magical powers? Ah Chang still ended up dead, didn't he?" Perplexed, He Jianfei asked, "Who is Ah Chang?" Uncle Li sighed with emotion. He was the former president of the student union at that time. He wrote this poem before he died. I risked being dismissed to fulfill his last wish by secretly inserting it into the student union records, hoping to eventually find someone to solve the mystery of the ghost's paths. The name of the campus duelists ceased to exist the moment he died, and you don't need to mention that title in the future. The campus's two great heroes both passed away. No wonder only the vice president's annotations remained during that period. It turns out that the campus's two great heroes had already disbanded during their most glorious era, leaving behind a facade of false glory and the enduring myth. This revelation was nothing short of a second major blow to He Jianfei. The person who knew the truth the best had actually passed away long ago. He Jianfei was left speechless for a while before he finally asked, then, "Uncle Li, do you know the insider story about this matter?" Uncle Li shook his head heavily, "I have no idea. I've been trying to figure out this matter for over 50 years, the more I think, the more confused I get, its complexity surpasses my ability to comprehend." As He Jianfei listened to him speak, he became more and more alarmed. On June 19, 1949, a female student from Ah Chang's class hanged herself. This was the first suicide incident in our supposedly noble school. Naturally, this incident caused a stir throughout the campus. Faced with students' curiosity and fear, I was a bit flustered, at a loss, not knowing how to handle the situation. Considering it was Ah Chang's class involved, even though this wasn't his responsibility, it seemed prudent to seek his opinion. Perhaps there were some instructions to follow. So, I hurriedly went to find Ah Chang and discuss how to proceed. When I arrived at the office, I saw the once lively Ah Chang standing by the desk in a dazed manner, his eyes lifeless. I was shocked and quickly asked him what was wrong. Ah Chang gathered himself and weakly smiled, saying, coincidentally, Shaoli, there's something I must tell you. If I leave something on this desk within a month, if you can guess it, that's fine. If you can't, find a way to leave it in the records for future generations. Someone will eventually figure it out. I joked, Ah Chang, you don't need to make such a big deal out of setting a riddle, why go through all these hoops? Ah Chang's face, pale and devoid of color, under the sunlight looked incredibly ghostly, and his voice was very hoarse. Ignoring my jest, he continued, I might leave some instructions behind. Shaoli, I know I haven't been great to you before, but today, remember to follow the instructions, not only to protect yourself but also to benefit the community. I finally sensed that something was not right. He was practically arranging his own funeral. I was extremely astonished, grabbed his hand, and anxiously asked, Ah Chang, what's going on? Has something happened? Is someone after you? Faced with my rapid-fire questions, Ah Chang simply gently pushed my hand away and calmly said, no need to ask. I'll give it a shot, maybe things will stay the same. Then he waved me off. I asked him how to handle the news about Dongli. Ah Chang seemed to tremble slightly, and after a moment, he replied, go ask the Student Affairs Office. By that time, apart from distributing textbooks, the Student Affairs Office didn't have any other authority. I felt that this approach was inappropriate, but seeing him so distraught, I had no choice but to leave. During those days to follow, I kept a close eye on Ah Chang, fearing any unexpected mishaps. As time passed by, 4 students from Ah Chang's class had mysteriously passed away, causing chaos throughout the entire grade, yet their class remained calm and composed. Speculations ran wild at that time, all pointing towards a connection with Dong Lu's suicide. It was said that Dong Lu, diagnosed mistakenly with cancer, despairingly took his own life. However, no one could offer a reasonable explanation as to why these incidents were linked to their class, and why lives were taken. I downplayed the news of Dong Lu's suicide, trying to handle it discreetly, as student council dealt with external rumors on a daily basis, bringing immense pressure. Ah Chang's complexion grew even paler, muttering to himself all day long, fiddling with a pile of small stones in the office. I was extremely worried, and on several occasions, I rushed in to ask him about the meaning of his previous words. Strangely, he would question me back, asking if he had ever spoken those words before. Seeing me at a loss for words, he rudely kicked me out. Rumors spread far and wide, starting from the entire grade, then quickly spreading to the whole school. All teachers and students were on edge, causing chaos and leaving me overwhelmed. Finally, the school authorities were alarmed and summoned Ah Chang and me to inquire about the matter. Just as I was fumbling for a way to evade the question, Ah Chang responded that someone had spread the rumor and promised to resolve the issue within 7 days. I was quite puzzled at the time, wondering how Ah Chang could be so confident. As they say, many people make the truth. On the 29th, someone woke me up from my bed with news that I will never forget in this lifetime. Ah Chang was gone. I rushed to his dormitory in a frenzy, only to see Ah Chang lying quietly in bed, his face a bluish-black color, as if poisoned to death. There was a mix of intense pain and an emotionless expression on his face. I collapsed on top of him and wailed uncontrollably. His body was ice-cold and stiff. I felt his hand tightly clenched into a fist, so I exerted all my strength to pry it open, only to find 3 small stones inside. Suddenly, I remembered the things he had told me before he died, wiped away my tears hastily, and ran back to the office. As expected, there were 3 pieces of paper on the desk. The police car outside was blaring its sirens. I didn't have time to examine the papers closely, so I quickly tucked them into my pocket and rushed out. Thanks to my position as the vice chairman, I wasn't subjected to a search and questioning, and those 3 papers weren't discovered in the end. When I ran back to Ah Chang's dormitory again, I was already gasping for air. Inside, there were 2 police officers in uniforms, holding paper and pens, interrogating the 2 roommates living with Ah Chang. Those 2 roommates claimed to know nothing. Seeing the indifferent look on their faces, maybe Ah Chang was poisoned by them. I really wanted to rush over and give them a good beating, but I held back. Later, the police called the doorkeeper, Uncle Ah, for questioning. Uncle Ah confidently stated that he saw Ah Chang go out once last night, around 1 or 2 in the morning, but those 2 roommates cunningly argued that they were sleeping soundly and didn't notice anything. I couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward to correct them. "You're lying. Ah Chang told me at the beginning of last month that the door to his dormitory has an issue. It makes a loud noise every time it's opened or closed, as loud as thunder." Their faces immediately turned ugly. They whispered to each other for a while, as if discussing how to deal with me. Later, before they were taken away by the police, one of them suddenly asked me bluntly, "Did Ah Chang not tell you anything?" I was stunned, speechless. After the 2 people were taken away, it was only then that I remembered the 3 sheets of paper in my pocket. I locked myself in the dormitory and took out the papers to examine them closely. Each sheet of paper was filled with bizarre riddles that left me dumbfounded. The first sheet contained a strange poem, the second one was a record, and the third, the most shocking of all, was his will. In it, he instructed, "Within 7 days of my death, collect the ashes of the remaining classmates in my class and bury them all together at the site of the Sun Yat-sen bronze statue. Emphasize this, emphasize this. Remember, remember." Before I could even process what was happening, the next day news broke that 2 male students had slashed their wrists in the detention room. On the 3rd day, 15 students from Ah Chang's class collectively committed suicide by drowning. By the 4th day, the remaining 6 had hanged themselves. And with that, not a single soul from Ah Chang's class remained alive. Chapter 6, Poetry Riddle. Mr. Lee's words came to this point. He Jianfei was stunned, unable to say a word for a long time. The situation was much more serious than he had imagined. A girl's suicide led to 23 students in the class committing suicide, which was unheard of. There must be significant and secretive information behind this. According to Mr. Lee, Ah Chang died holding 3 small stones. Although he did not see how they were arranged with his own eyes, since Mr. Lee mentioned that Ah Chang was someone who understood magical powers, it can be confirmed that he used the 3 flowers bodyguard technique. The 3 flowers bodyguard technique is a highly advanced defensive spell in the magic world, using the essence of nature to merge one's soul with all things in the world, achieving a state of temporary non-existence and evasion of external attacks. To perform the 3 flowers bodyguard technique, one not only needs high levels of internal and external energy cultivation but also a certain level of understanding and attainment in the unity of nature and all things. Even he Jianfei, who is skilled, cannot perform this sophisticated defensive spell, and despite his efforts, he still fell victim to the poison. It seems that the opponent's strength is quite formidable. It looks like he may have to return to the mountain and ask for the help of the senior marshal brother. He Jianfei said to Li Laobua, "Does that supposed strange record contain some discontinuous dates and bizarre events surrounding it?" Mr. Li nodded and said, "Yes, although Ah Chang instructed to insert it into the file room, I thought if all of it were put there, in case the school later discovered it, not only would the information be lost, but news about this type would be strictly prohibited. So I destroyed the will, only placed the strange poem in the file room, and hid the records in the commonly used information cabinet of the student union office, instructing the next few student union presidents to sign above it, prohibiting subsequent student union members from discarding it, thus preserving it." He Jianfei said, "The security system in the student union's archives is so strict, yet you go to such great lengths to disperse and retrieve the information. I guessed it must be an extraordinary event, but I didn't expect things to escalate to this extent. I seem to have heard you call the name of that female ghost just now. What was her name again? Was it Dong something?" Mr. Li said, "Donglu, a very special name. I heard she is also a very special girl, but, sigh." He turned to see He Jianfei, still looking puzzled, so he took his hand and wrote it out stroke by stroke in the palm of his hand. "Donglu, Donglu, Donglu." Ignoring the presence of Uncle Li beside him, He Jianfei murmured to himself, deep in thought. Uncle Li glanced at him in confusion, about to ask what was wrong. Suddenly, He Jianfei straightened his neck, furrowed his brows, and his eyes lit up. Before Uncle Li could speak, he casually said, "I believe I have figured out the mystery of that strange poem." "What? Really?" When Uncle Lee heard this, he surprisingly forgot that he was nearly 80 years old, slapped his thigh hard, and stood up abruptly. "You figured it out? Quickly tell me." He Jianfei said, "I'm just making a wild guess. Let me tell you and see if it makes sense. Just now you mentioned that the name of the female ghost is Donglu. If the strange poem is related to her death, then it must be connected to her name. By backward reasoning, the first two lines of the poem are easily explained. Cherry blossoms fluttering in the air, cherry blossoms are everywhere, but they are most prosperous in Japan. Cherry blossoms in Japan often bloom first in winter, so let's assume the answer to the first line is the character winter. The connection between the second line and the second character of the name is very obvious. The path blocked by grass, the road is blocked by grass, meaning that the grass is covering the road. Isn't this just the character Lu in Donglu? Mr. Lee nodded and said, "Some people back then also believed that the first two lines of the poem represented winter melon, but because no one could guess the following lines, they assumed it was incorrect." He Jianfei replied, "Compared to the following lines, the first two lines are relatively simpler. When you look at the later lines separately, they are indeed difficult to guess, but if you understand the clues in the first two lines, it becomes easier to decipher." Mr. Lee was puzzled and said, "Clues? This is the first time I've heard that riddles come with hints for the next part." He Jianfei explained, "It's not exactly a hint, because it doesn't suggest the answer, but rather the method to solve the riddle. If you pay a bit of attention, you'll notice that the method used in the first line is different from the second." Before he finished speaking, Mr. Lee suddenly realized, "So you mean, Ah Chang wants to convey that the entire poem cannot be deciphered using just one method?" He Jianfei smiled and said, "Yes, the correct method to solve the riddle is to stumble around like a blind mouse, and whichever you bump into is the one." Embracing Christ, the most famous symbol of Christ is the cross on which Jesus was crucified. Combining the word cross and series is the character Xua Ming with Ci Sheng, with Sheng meaning life. It represents the character Ming. The last phrase is rather difficult to decipher. I just recited the Song of Luo Shen nearly word for word, but still couldn't find any characters that could match with others. So, I'm thinking if Senior Aqiang might have used a method that defies conventional puzzle-solving techniques. Luo Shen was clearly at the Luo River, so why did she end up at West Lake? What's the deep connection between West Lake and King Xiang? This all seems like a mismatch. If it were up to me, I would only convey one message: chaos has descended upon the world. What? Old Lee was still puzzled. He was just talking about winter aconite. How did it get related to the world? He Jianfei said, "When chaos arrives in the world, strange signs will appear. Isn't this the theme most elaborately depicted in Romance of the Three Kingdoms? For King Xiang, Chao Ji, the struggle among heroes is not of much practical significance. The moment when Chao Pai forced his brother Chao Ji to compose a poem, that was the true chaotic moment for him. It marked the end of Chao Ji's carefree literary career. This made me think of that famous seven-step poem. Do you remember which character that poem ended with?" Old Lee blurted out, "It's the character, hurry." He Jianfei sighed, "That is the answer to Elder Aqiang's riddle. Winter aconite was wrongly accused, life was urgently demanded." The answer to the riddle hit Li Laub was mind like a thunderbolt. Scenes from the distant past but strangely familiar flashed before his eyes. Dong Lu's death, everyone's shock, Chang's blank expression, the calmness of the 23 classmates. It turned out that the reason for all the strange events that couldn't be explained was hidden in these 6 words. Li Laobua finally snapped out of his memories, looked at He Jianfei standing silently beside him, and slightly smirked, saying, "The riddle is indeed difficult to solve. Our student union back then was full of hidden talents, and there were no shortage of sharp minds." He Jianfei, after a moment's thought, already knew what Li Laobua wanted to say, interjected, "When I was still learning from my master, I used to enjoy solving riddles with the senior brothers. Later, to win, the riddles became more and more tricky." Li Laobua, seeing He Jianfei quickly grasping his meaning, realized that his intelligence was no less than that of Ah Chang, and that he could guess this riddle was only natural. With the mystery unraveled, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he let the matter drop. What Jianfei he did was to write down the answer on a piece of white paper, and after careful examination, he said, "It should be correct." The key to the answer lies entirely in that word, *G*, pronounced as G. What Senior Aqiang left behind is not only a serious warning to everyone, but also the greatest key to uncovering the truth behind the whole incident. Based on this word alone, it can be confirmed that Donglu may not have hanged herself due to misdiagnosed cancer. Her death is definitely closely related to all the classmates in their class. Therefore, the hidden truth behind Donglu's death has finally been confirmed. At this point, Jianfei he let out a long sigh, a sigh not only of relief for solving the strange poem, but also of concern for Aqiang's use of such a convoluted method to issue a warning. It symbolizes that there are indeed some undisclosed secrets lurking within the Ghost Road. Jianfei once again asked Mr. Li about the Juanzhu and Tingzhu matters. Mr. Li was puzzled and had no idea about what he was asking. Jianfei thought that after Aqiang's death, he must have been heartbroken and left the campus, naturally unaware of the legend of the Ghost Road being gradually distorted over the years. This matter would probably have to be known by the 54-year-old student union cadres. The clue ended here. Jianfei handed the blank paper to Mr. Li and said, "The mystery of this case is not difficult to solve, what's difficult is that it has gone through more than 50 years. Although most of the people who knew the inner workings of the case have passed away, I believe that Senior Aqiang would never be willing to let this major event remain unresolved and buried. At that time, he must have been forced by some special reason to record the truth in a very cryptic and convoluted way, only that no one could find it at that time, resulting in the situation we have today." Mr. Li nodded and said, "I understand, he who has tied the bell on the tiger must take it off. Even though the details of the whole thing may not be fully known, Aqiang must have left some clues somewhere, and I will carefully investigate. I know those old cadres." Jianfei laughed. "Truly the school heroes." Mr. Li couldn't help but sigh. There's no need to mention that title again. Aqiang is gone, and the campus twin heroes have disappeared from this world forever. Aqiang's death seemed unrelated to Mr. Li, but why was he so sorrowful? Could there be more to this than meets the eye? Seeing Mr. Li silently staring in the direction of the ghostly road, Jianfei, despite having many questions, could only remain silent. After a long time, faint music heralding the prosperity and grandeur of the school could be heard in the distance. The ancient and elegant melody reverberated solemnly in this forgotten corner, mingling with the sobbing of the surrounding woodlands, creating a unique scenery. Mr. Li murmured to the sky, "This melody is only meant for the mortal world. How rarely is it heard in the heavens. This poem should fade away." Jianfei, however, pondered that the school celebration had already begun. "If we were seen here, with Mr. Li, and asked what we were doing, I wouldn't know how to explain, and I am also concerned about Tianjin. So," he said to Mr. Li, "the school celebration has started, and people from the school may come by at any moment. If they ask us why we are here, it would be hard to answer. Let's go." Mr. Li nodded, and together with Jianfei, they left this desolate place. It is unclear whether it was destined by the heavens or the intentional act of one among them, as they chose to walk towards the square and happened to pass by the statue of Sun Yat-sen. The warm sunlight created a few golden rays behind the bronze statue, and a faint halo of colorful light appeared under the refraction of the sunlight, making it look extremely majestic and magnificent. Mr. Li couldn't help but gaze deeply at it. In his mind, the statue was no longer just a statue, but a monument to his close friend who had not had a tombstone engraved for more than 50 years. "Aqiang, you have been restless for over 50 years. This time, I will make sure you rest in peace," Mr. Li whispered. Just as he finished speaking, a slight sound of a woman crying came from the direction of Chigang Peak. The two exchanged a glance, forced a smile, both trying to hide the hint of horror on their faces. Their pace, though not lying, grew faster and faster. "What the heck are you up to? You asked him to pick up someone, Where did he go for a spin? Oh, who's that behind you? Are you bold enough to abduct our old schoolmate? Chairman He, seeing the elusive He Jianfei, immediately stormed over in anger to question him. What a proactive display. In fact, He Jianfei still refused to join the student union. He Jianfei, intimidated by the chairman's fierce momentum, was taken aback and hesitated on how to introduce, but Mr. Li quickly interjected, "Oh, my surname is He, from the class of 54. Chairman He immediately put on a smile and said, "So it's Uncle He. I am the current president of the student union, also surnamed He. It seems like we were from the same family 500 years ago. Sorry for not doing my job well. I assigned some unqualified personnel to pick you up, causing you to be late for the school anniversary ceremony." At this point, he felt his words were a bit out of place and quickly turned to angrily ask He Jianfei, "Speak up. How did you receive Uncle He? If you can't explain, I'll deduct 5 points from your overall evaluation." He Jianfei quickly came up with an excuse and said, there were not enough staff to greet him, so he got lost. And what about you? Cough, well, I also got lost. How else could I have bumped into him? Looking at He Jianfei timidly facing Chairman He with those bulging eyes distorted with excessive anger, and recalling He Jianfei's spirited manner when he solved the strange riddle just now, Uncle Li couldn't help but suppress a laugh, laughing out loud, dispelling the gloom in his heart temporarily. Since Uncle Li left, He Jianfei has indeed felt much easier. Chang has found a promising lead after all. The Jun Zhu and Ting Zhu deaths in 1951 are not far from Dong Lu's suicide. There must be a significant connection between the two. Perhaps once the mystery of Dong Lu's suicide is solved, the truth behind Jun Zhu and Ting Zhu will also become clear. Thinking of this, He Jianfei gradually set aside this matter, focusing on waiting for news from Uncle Li. Strangely, there has been no news from Uncle Li for 2 months in a row. Yanguolu does not know if it is because of his involvement with Uncle Li, there has been no movement at all. He Jianfei, feeling irritated, made dozens of phone calls, but Uncle Li's phone always played that gentle female voice, "Sorry, the user you are calling cannot be reached at the moment, please try again later." He Jianfei intuitively felt that something was amiss, but due to the approaching final exams and heavy review tasks, he had to suppress the urge to go out temporarily and focus on studying diligently. Finally, the end-of-term exams are over, and the school has already started winter vacation. As the last exam was He Jianfei's strongest suit, English, all the revision time was spent by He Jianfei planning for the winter break. He plans to go find where Li Laobua has run off to, visit Wutai Mountain to inquire about the origins and ask senior martial brothers for help, and investigate the former student council president from 51. The entire sheet of paper is filled with closely written tasks, not even Chinese New Year's Eve and New Year's Day can escape his plans. Tomorrow is the day before the winter vacation starts, and I can take the train straight to Wutai Mountain tomorrow. My luggage was packed a few days ago, and most of my classmates have gone out to have fun. He Jianfei went over the commonly used spells, feeling restless. He glanced at the empty bed beside him, remembered the face dripping with blood, and couldn't help but sigh. He put away the spells, took out the divination cards passed down from Wutai Mountain, and prepared to calculate when Yinzi would call. After setting up the array, He Jianfei began to chant in front of the main card, "The wisdom of all things, the origin." Before he could finish speaking, the cards around the main card began to move, and the speed kept increasing. He Jianfei was stunned for a moment looking at the spell book, but then he realized that this set of divination cards from Wutai Mountain had its own independent will and was not controlled by the owner. The divination cards would foretell things on their own initiative rather than waiting for the owner's command, mostly to inform the owner of something important they discovered. He Jianfei didn't like divination, and the cards rarely predicted on their own unless it was a major event, so he had only heard from his master that the divination cards had this function. Now seeing them behave as rumored, he couldn't help but put down the spell book and watch with interest. After a dizzying and rapid series of movements, the divination cards finally came to a stop, returning to their initial semi-hexagram circular formation. He Jianfei was astonished to see the main card had moved to the outermost layer. With a hint of surprise, he began to uncover each card according to its size. On the left is the azure dragon, on the right is the white tiger, and at the center is the vermilion bird. Suddenly, Jianfei was so shocked that he dropped the cards in his hand, frozen in place. The divination pattern in front of him looked so familiar. Could it be that the ominous omen he had calculated was the legendary dire omen he had never seen before, only heard of in name? Jianfei hastily scrambled the cards, his body trembling uncontrollably from the fright. He meticulously compared the sequence of the dire omen from his memory with the current layout of the cards. It matched perfectly. Jianfei felt as if his heart had plunged into an ancient icy abyss. His master's words regarding this dire omen echoed in his mind. This arrangement signifies a dire omen, with its appearance foretelling the arrival of the Grim Reaper, a path to the underworld from which there is no escape. Death is approaching. Death is approaching. Is it referring to me or Inzi? Jianfei was in a state of panic, standing up and murmuring to himself. Suddenly, a strange, almost imperceptible sound echoed in the dormitory, as if two metal objects were rubbing against each other. Jianfei's face turned pale, and he quickly scanned around the dormitory, but everything was quiet. Could it be the alarm from the divination cards? Jianfei quickly lowered his head and saw a faint black shadow gently swaying on the pile of scattered and disorderly cards. The soul summons bell. Jianfei recognized the shadow almost instantly. Sure enough, the soul summons bell hanging at the bed corner was swaying gently, the sound coming from the collision of the suspended clapper and the bell wall. The soul summons bell, made of pure gold or copper, was designed to emit different piercing sounds based on the severity of the vengeful spirit, aiming to warn and intimidate. Why was it acting so cautiously tonight? Before Jianfei could figure out this question, a chilling scream suddenly came from outside. No! Ah! Jianfei froze like a statue by the window, the voice coming from the direction of the path of the vengeful spirits. Chaos erupted in the dorms on both sides, with many hurried footsteps rushing outside. The questioning and astonished voices began to stir. What's happening? I heard screams of agony. Quick, call the security department. A scene of panic and chaos unfolded. 2 months without any movement. Today is not the last day of winter break, nor is it the first day. Today is the day before Jianfei's departure. Today, the unjust ghost road killed someone. Protesting. The unjust ghost road is protesting against him. Jianfei felt his blood boiling, his whole body trembling uncontrollably due to the complex mix of emotions. He rushed to the drawer, took out the relic necklace and put it around his neck, then dashed out of the dormitory like a flash. Huang Dakai saw him about to rush out of the building, hurriedly stopped him. Where are you going? Didn't you hear the scream just now? Jianfei suddenly shook off his hand, pushing Huang Dakai back a few steps unsteadily, and fiercely said, Don't stop me. Then he disappeared in a blink of an eye. Huang Dakai stood still, feeling a chill down his spine, rubbing his wrist where Jianfei had left 2 marks. Ever since Chuan Sun's death, he's been acting weird. Could it be like that neurotic senior brother? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a shiver. Last month, that senior brother hung himself on a small tree next to the electronic teaching building. It was said that before he died, he muttered something like, Xiaofang, I can't live alone, nonsense, and after Jianfei came back from the scene, he didn't eat or drink for a whole day. It's not even the end of the first half of the year, and the school has already had 6 deaths, far exceeding the records of previous years. Suddenly, Huang Dakai remembered a vague rumor he heard a few days ago, that there was a very evil legend about this school, the legend of the unjust ghost road. Chapter 7 Master. Beside, the towering grove of trees remained the same, the wild grass just as deep. The moonlight shone brightly above, casting a surreal glow as the outline of the electronic teaching building grew clearer. The atmosphere around gradually took on an eerie tone. The moonlight shifted into a ghastly white hue, and it seemed like something was constantly flowing in the surrounding air. The cawing of crows filled the space. Was it an illusion? Or was this the real path of resentful spirits? Ignoring these thoughts, He Jianfei raced to the intersection at an unprecedented speed, plunging in without the slightest hesitation, shouting, "I'm here, do not harm another soul." As soon as the words fell, He Jianfei was already standing still. Under the dim moonlight, a corpse could be distinguished on the ground, blood flowing incessantly, eyes bulging, mouth wide open, full of a look of terror. Zhang Chuanchuan died on the main school road, and the senior brother died on the small tree by the road, and now the body appeared on the summit of Qigong. The vengeful spirits finally unleashed a killing spree in their territory. Was this really a demonstration? Has he arrived too late? No. He Jianfei shouted in extreme anger, "You only wanted to lure me out. I am already here. Why do you want to take another life? Come out, Dong Lu. Even if your hatred runs deep, are 23 lives not enough to settle it?" The surroundings were eerily silent, not a sound to be heard, only occasionally a faint rustling of leaves coming from the ancient woods nearby. He Jianfei spotted a shiny object in the distance, resembling a silver-plated lighter. Belonging to the deceased? He Jianfei thought to himself as he approached to pick it up for a closer look. Suddenly, a pale, bloodless hand reached out from the bushes beside, swiftly grabbing the lighter before he could. Startled, He Jianfei quickly withdrew his hand. In that moment, a gust of wind blew through, clearing away the foliage concealing the pale hand. He Jianfei gasped, stumbling back a couple of steps. Because behind that pale hand, the one that had grasped the lighter and then let go, there was no body attached to it, only a solitary severed arm, slowly and eerily feeling its way along the path under the bizarre moonlight, groping, inching closer to He Jianfei's feet. Shivered in fear, on the verge of losing consciousness, as the ghostly white hand was about to touch his foot. In that split second, he suddenly woke up, leaping back while a bone-chilling coldness shot straight to his ankle. Was it the eerie aura from the underworld? With his mind unsettled, the white hand continued its slow approach towards him. Disturbing the mind with fear and seizing the opportunity to bring death, this was a common tactic used by malicious ghosts. Frantically, He Jianfei leaped back several steps, pulling open his coat, revealing the sacred relic necklace shimmering brilliantly inside. With a creaking sound from the bushes, the white hand turned into wisps of white smoke and dissipated. The danger was averted, and He Jianfei forced himself to regain composure, but his feet continued to tremble uncontrollably. Having followed his master for many years and encountered thousands of vengeful spirits, he had never been so terrified as this time, his heart shaken to the core, leaving him numb for a while, almost losing his life. Having just escaped from the white figure, He Jianfei felt a chilling sensation behind him, causing his whole body to shiver involuntarily. Slowly turning around, he could clearly glimpse, from the corner of his eye, a floating white figure standing in the dense grass about 2 meters away. With long hair covering the face and a hunched body, the figure spoke in a voice that seemed to echo right next to his ear. "My grudge can be compensated by the lives of 23 people, my hatred can never be fully avenged." He Jianfei stood still in a daze. Those 2 sentences seemed to possess a magical power, lingering around his ears ceaselessly. Has Dong Lu's hatred really reached such an extreme? What major event happened in their class that led a fragile woman to make such a resolute decision, choosing to become an eternal terrifying legend rather than letting go of her grudge? He Jianfei looked down at the relic necklace, surrounded by golden light, knowing that the place was filled with heavy ghostly aura. Although the relic necklace was powerful, it might only last for 15 minutes at most. However, he was too eager to unravel the twists and turns of the past. He twisted his neck trying to face Dong Lu and speak directly, yet feared provoking her, realizing he had no powerful artifacts with him and thus no chance of winning. After a moment, he took a deep breath, steadying his voice. "I may not know the depth of your hatred, but I believe that even the most deeply rooted karmic entanglements can be resolved, let alone mere hatred, which is just a matter of difficulty. I advise Senior Dong Lu, if there is a chance to turn back, do so early. Do not harm more lives, further burdening yourself with sins. Otherwise, not even the arrival of Buddhas will be able to save you." A faint, eerie laughter came from behind. "Fate? So, the renowned first disciple of the Buddhist sect in the magical world believes this is just an inevitable fate? He Jianfei raised an eyebrow. Since you know I am a practitioner in the magical world, aren't you afraid that in the future I might seek help to banish you to the 18 levels of hell for eternity? It's better to resolve enmity than to create new ones. I believe you understand this principle, don't you? Do you understand? The voice became increasingly ethereal and uncertain, floating up and down. I don't understand. I no longer care. Whether there are more people or fewer people, it's all the same to me. I will kill anyone as long as they are human. Since it is my destiny, then the deaths of all are just a continuation of this fate. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Dong Lu has become like dry wood, devoid of madness, paranoia, or cruelty. There is only the usual calmness. Is this the most heartbreaking state of despair? He Jianfei felt a chill run down his spine. He had initially thought that with the relic necklace, he could control her, but now, it seemed like she had been controlling him all along. What happened just now? Who is speaking inside? A flash of yellow light passed through the intersection, and He Jianfei was shocked, exclaiming, "Don't come in, there is." A strong wind suddenly rose, sweeping up a sky full of yellow soil and gravel, as well as those rotten grass leaves, rushing towards the intersection like a tornado. Dong Lu. He Jianfei pushed aside the sand without hesitation and ran towards the intersection in difficulty, shouting hoarsely, "Stop, Dong Lu. No matter what, the grudge between Ah Chang and you belongs to a past life. Please, don't continue this cycle of revenge for eternity. Stop." The fierce wind suddenly ceases. There was a sound of a flashlight falling to the ground. He Jianfei paused, stunned in his tracks. Before him, a familiar face with a look of astonishment stared back at him, very astonished, very disbelieving. It was the student union cadre Xiao Zheng. Two thick, sticky streams of blood flowed from his eye sockets, his pupils dilated from the sudden shock, blood vessels bursting. The once robust body of Xiao Zheng collapsed slowly in front of him. He Jianfei's blood ran cold as he knew Xiao Zheng wasn't looking at him with astonishment or disbelief, because Xiao Zheng was already dead. The fierce wind has long subsided, the white figure is nowhere to be seen, and the surroundings have returned to silence, as if nothing had ever happened, no one died, no ghosts lurked. He Jianfei's legs went weak, kneeling beside the corpse. For the first time in his life, he felt so useless, all the exorcising demons and helping the innocent, what was it for? He had learned so many spells, just to watch a living person die before his eyes. Now feeling physically and mentally exhausted, he didn't know if what he had done was right or wrong. Donglu, what exactly happened back then? What made you harbor such deep hatred towards humanity? He Jianfei shouted to the sky in sorrow and anger, but all he heard in response was the rustling of the grass beside him. The endless and tedious interrogation at the police station, Dong Lu's astonishing hatred, and those pair of bloodshot eyes, all made He Jianfei unable to calm down. He glanced at the newspaper, couldn't read anything, so he looked outside at the scenery. However, perhaps due to psychological suggestion, the rapidly moving trees outside seemed to resemble souls walking on the path of injustice. He Jianfei decided to simply close his eyes and rest. Tian Injin noticed that ever since He Jianfei boarded the train, he had not spoken a word, naturally knowing what was on his mind. At this moment, it wasn't the right time to persuade him, but not persuading him wasn't right either. After feeling anxious for a while on the side, seeing that he closed his eyes preparing to sleep, Tian Injin hesitated for a moment, realizing that persuading him wouldn't work anymore. Helpless, she took out the information she had organized about the path of injustice to read. Anyway, it was still early before the train arrived at Wutai Mountain. On one hand, it could pass the time, and on the other hand, maybe some clues could be discovered. The rumbling sound continued on the train, gradually dispersing the gloomy atmosphere in the train carriage. 2 hours had already passed, due to several inexplicable temporary stops of the train. Some passengers began to feel dissatisfied, complaints, conversations, speculations, questions and answers filled the carriage chaotically. Tian Injin put down the information in her hand, glanced at the restless crowd around, and let out a soft sigh. This didn't escape the notice of He Jianfei, who was pretending to sleep but actually resting with his eyes closed. He suddenly sat up, asking Tian Injin, "Have you noticed anything wrong?" Tian Injin was startled by him, laughing, "Oh, General He, so you've been pretending to sleep all this time, you really fooled me." She raised the information in her hand and said, "After reading for 2 hours, I finally found some clues. I've organized a few major doubts, hopefully it will help in our search." He Jianfei chuckled, "I was thinking for 2 hours just now, and I've come up with quite a few major doubts too." Tian Injin clapped her hands and laughed, "Great, I'll go first, let's see if it matches what you've been thinking." Jianfei nodded at Tian Injin, and Tian Injin began to count on his fingers, saying, "Firstly, the suspicion surrounding Dong Lu's death. According to legend, Dong Lu committed suicide due to a misdiagnosis of cancer. This has been confirmed to be false. If that was the true cause of Dong Lu's death, it would be the fault of the doctor, not her classmates. Therefore, the first point to raise suspicion is that Dong Lu was wrongly killed because of her classmates, but who spread out the twisted cause of her death, and what was the motive? Why did people believe it at that time? Secondly, Ah Chang's death. Including Dong Lu, all 23 classmates in the class died by suicide, except Ah Chang, whose death was different from the others. From the police station's attitude and Uncle Li's account, it can be seen that people at the time believed Ah Chang was murdered. Based on the available information, Ah Chang's use of the 3 flowers body protection technique also suggests he could not have committed suicide. Hence, the second point arises, why did all the classmates commit suicide, but Ah Chang fought so hard to save his own life? Did Ah Chang's failure to save himself lead to the other classmates having no choice but to commit suicide? Thirdly, the timing of Ah Chang's actions. According to the gatekeeper uncle, Ah Chang went out once around 2 to 3 in the morning. Uncle Li's account did not specify the exact time of Ah Chang's death, indicating that the time of the forensic report after his death was not long after. Therefore, it is omitted due to the usual practice of time reporting. However, the fact that Uncle Li did not mention Ah Chang's return time is quite strange. This detail is significant for deducing the specific timeline of Ah Chang's incident in the dormitory and cannot be omitted merely out of habit. So, why didn't the astute Uncle Li pay attention to this timing? This is the third point. After finishing, Tian Injin's bright, big eyes observed Jianfei, waiting for his response. He Jianfei was listening with great interest. When Tian Injin paused, he knew she had finished speaking and smiled, saying, "Let me address your third doubt first. You are familiar with the 3-flower protection technique, which only requires 3 stones. Assuming Ah Chang went out just to find those 3 stones, he wouldn't need to go too far. Perhaps he already obtained them near the door, so his departure would not have taken more than a minute. The reason why Uncle Li didn't mention this is because they only care about the fact of leaving. Looking at the process, leaving this way is equivalent to not leaving at all. In just a few minutes, there's hardly anything one can do. By reasoning in reverse like this, we can estimate when Ah Chang will return. Now, there are only 2 doubts left. It seems a bit lacking, so let me come up with a few more. Coup? Tian Injin was a bit speechless. What exactly are you trying to coop up? At around 2 to 3 in the night, Ah Chang went out once, said the night watchman uncle. If the school schedule hasn't changed much, based on our current dormitory opening time at 5:30 in the morning, Ah Chang's generation wouldn't have left earlier than 5 o'clock. So, what was the uncle doing at 2 to 3 in the morning? Undoubtedly, he was sleeping. How did he know that Ah Chang had gone out? It can only be explained as Ah Chang woke him up when he opened the door. In the dark room, the hands of his watch were blurry, and he couldn't distinguish whether it was 2 or 3. Therefore, he said it was 2 to 3. The question arises, who was the person who went out? Tian Injin exclaimed, hasn't it been confirmed that it was Ah Chang? Only the president of the student union has the key. Mr. Li is from a different college and definitely doesn't live in the same building. He Jianfei said, yes, but the key is indiscriminate, anyone can get hold of it. Currently, there is no compelling evidence to prove that the person who went out was Ah Chang. Perhaps Ah Chang never even stepped out of his room that night? Those 3 small stones could have been prepared during the day. Tian Yinzhen looked confusedly at He Jianfei's serious face and said, although the possibility you mentioned exists, I think it's very slight, too trivial. The situation was critical at that time, and Ah Chang had to go out to find the stones to perform the 3-flower protection technique? He Jianfei said, once you hear the 4th doubt, you'll understand the significance. As you said, based on the current situation, Ah Chang was killed. A few days after his death, the whole class committed suicide in batches. What does this indicate? They had premeditated it with the whole class. In other words, the whole class knew that he might die. There was no movement in the dormitory on the night Ah Chang had an accident, and it didn't alarm anyone. His dormitory mates had already anticipated that he would die. So, why would he need the 3-flower protection technique? Ah Chang must have had his own intentions, unless... Tian Yinzhen suddenly startled, almost jumping up, and said, I got it. You suspect that Ah Chang used this method to indicate that his roommate poisoned him. He Jianfei quickly glanced around. Only a few people who were napping gave Tian Yinzhen a disapproving look at her sudden loud shout. He turned back, muttering unclearly, anyway, I believe that the person who went out in the middle of the night is crucial. The sudden and earth-shattering revelation has made the whole situation even more bewildering. From the note left by Ah Chang, it seems that the entire class is planning a mass suicide, with Ah Chang being the instigator. However, the classmates have now united and poisoned him to death. The question remains, was Ah Chang truly in alliance with the class? If they intentionally killed Ah Chang to avenge Dong Lu's unjust death, it would be unjustifiable, especially since there is no concrete evidence of enmity between Ah Chang and Dong Lu. Tian Yinzhen's mind is in chaos, while He Jianfei is either pretending to sleep or actually dozing off on the side. The end of the carriage suddenly became restless. Tian Yinzhen was feeling bored and got up to take a look. Then he heard a deep voice saying, you didn't buy a ticket and still squeezed in to occupy my seat. How could there be such a logic? An old man shakily walked over with a cane, saying, I'm not feeling well. I get dizzy if I stand for too long. Sir, please have a seat here. Tian Yinzhen was taken aback as He Jianfei had already stood up at some point, stretched lazily, and smiled at the old man. I was just getting tired of sitting, wanted to take a walk. Only then did Tian Yinzhen realize what was happening and quickly smiled, helping the old man to his seat. Once the old man was settled, he saw He Jianfei about to leave and hurriedly said, youngster, don't go, keep me company and chat. My daughter and I don't have much in common. Tian Yinzhen chuckled, and He Jianfei had to come back. The old man smiled and said, both of you are so warm-hearted, I feel bad imposing myself here. You both look like you have worries, why not share them with me and ease your minds? He Jianfei laughed, you're overly concerned, we're just tired, no worries to speak of. Respecting the elderly is only right, why are you so polite? Just sit and relax. The old man looked He Jianfei up and down, chuckled, well then. You two have been chased by fierce ghosts, sitting here with me is actually a loss for me. He Jianfei and Tian Yinzhen's faces changed drastically at his words, how did you know? The old man waved his hand to cut them off, it's quite obvious. Why else would you be carrying a relic necklace? The relic necklace is a treasure of the Buddhist sect in Mount Wutai. Only a few major sects know about this matter and the functions of the necklace, so He Jianfei dared to wear it openly, only to be seen through by this old man. He Jianfei hurriedly composed himself and asked in a low voice, may I ask for the senior's Dharma name or Taoist name? Junior disciple He Jianfei and Tian Yinzhen are here to pay respect. The old man replied, there's no need for that. We have no close relationship, and I'm not helping anyone catch ghosts. Why tell people things for no reason? I just saw that the two of you are surrounded by bad luck, so I came to remind you. He Jianfei had no choice but to ask, then, based on Senior's observation, how potent is the power of this fierce ghost? Is there a way to resolve it? The old man chuckled and said, in this world, one thing counters another, it's an eternal truth. There's no invincible ruler in the world. The key is whether you are determined enough. He Jianfei recognized that he had met a master and respectfully asked, please enlighten me, what does it mean to be determined? The old man waved his hand and said, how would I know if you are determined or not? I'm not a tapeworm in your belly, after all. The train has arrived at Wutai Mountain Station. A pleasant female voice chimed in. The old man chuckled, it's time for you two to get off. I won't claim this seat as mine. Perhaps we'll meet again if fate allows. He Jianfei and Tianjin looked at each other, and after a moment, they bowed and said, we will take our leave then, please take care, Senior. As they got off the train, they saw the old man still waving happily, saying, remember, young man, as long as you have the intention, the path of the wronged spirits can definitely be resolved. He Jianfei was greatly surprised, what? You know about the path of wronged spirits? Wait, please tell me. The train roared forward and was soon out of sight. The two stood on the platform, puzzled. Tianjin said, why would he know about the path of wronged spirits? I've been thinking for a while, but I can't figure out which sect he belongs to. He Jianfei pondered, perhaps a master from a certain sect came to guide us intentionally. Unfortunately, we don't know their sect. But let's head to Wutai Mountain first, maybe our eldest martial brother will have some insights. Chapter 8 Abbot. At this moment, Mount Wutai is already covered in thick snow. The piled white snow sits heavily on the outstretched bodies of the pine trees. As soon as the wind blows, it all falls down, sneaking into the warm nape of the neck, causing annoyance. Although the snow has stopped, there are still flurries floating everywhere, some melted, some not, some deformed, some not. Even a slight breeze can whimsically twirl them, impeding one's progress. Icicles hang everywhere, as hard as an old blacksmith's iron knife, ready to jab you when you least expect it. Tianjin has just tasted the bitterness of an icicle, his shoulder aching slightly from the impact. Seeing this, He Jianfei steps forward, envelopes Tianjin in his arms. Both can't help but regret taking the shortcut along this path. Cleaned paths might have saved them some time. With some difficulty, they finally made their way out of the narrow path and caught sight of the mountain gate and the winding, clean main road. The two couldn't help but feel excited, and quickened their pace. Master He, the young gatekeeper began, upon seeing He Jianfei and Tianjin, but before he could finish, He Jianfei had already covered his mouth. He Jianfei chuckled, Wutai Mountain is like our own home, there's no need for such formal announcements. Let's just sneak in quietly. The young gatekeeper mumbled hesitantly, but the abbot. Tianjin stamped her foot and turned around, saying, Master He will handle the abbot's side of things. Don't worry. The current abbot of Mount Wutai, Master Chanyu, had just finished presiding over the Dharma ritual in the main hall, when suddenly a young monk at the door shouted, He, but then fell silent. Master Chanyu was puzzled, He what? I've never heard of a sect called He before. Suddenly, he realized, He Jianfei. Knowing it was those two who had arrived, he inwardly sighed, feeling apprehensive. Ignoring the other monks who were still standing on either side, he hastily ran off. However, he was soon spotted by He Jianfei, who had just entered the inner gate, and immediately began a hot pursuit. Tianjin asked the young monk at the door a few questions before entering the inner gate. Upon seeing Master Chanyu lifting his robe and running for his life with He Jianfei hot on his heels, the newly arrived monks in the temple couldn't help but be amused and exasperated. One of them called out, Senior brother, as the head of the temple, could you please maintain some dignity instead of running around like this? Master Chanyu paid no attention and continued to dash forward, thinking to himself, I'd rather sacrifice my dignity than my life if he catches up to me. Tianjin shrugged, walked into the main hall, and told the other monks, everyone, please disperse. Don't be surprised, don't be surprised. He Jianfei, panting and chasing after, saw that despite circling the temple, he still hadn't caught up. He wondered, it's only been a few months, how did my senior brother's running skills improve so quickly? Could it be that he's been practicing since I defeated him last time? Perhaps I should try out the surrounding tactics I recently mastered. The fact ultimately proved that He Jianfei's strategy was quite effective. Master Chanyue was forced into the scripture pavilion, surrounded by bookshelves, with nowhere to escape, and was caught by He Jianfei. He Jianfei ran with sweat dripping, leaned against the door to catch his breath, and saw Master Chanyue, who was still persistently trying to climb the 3-meter-high window for escape. He said in frustration, "Senior brother, I am your junior brother, not a man-eating tiger. Why did you run away so fast when you saw me?" Master Chanyue, busy looking for a ladder, gasped, "Although you are not a tiger, you are more terrifying than a tiger. Tell me, when have you ever come to me with good intentions?" He Jianfei gritted his teeth and said, "It's one thing to belittle someone, but you don't have to belittle me so completely. As fellow disciples, we should help each other in times of trouble. It's only natural and reasonable for me to look for you. Is it reasonable for me to bet my life on this for you?" Tian Injin, who just arrived to see the outcome of the battle, interrupted, saying, "All right, are you two going to keep arguing? Have you even considered our reputation? You're almost ruining the reputation of Wutai Mountain." The two big men immediately united in enmity and turned to leave. Master Chanyu reprimanded, "Are you leading this or am I? I'm in charge of these matters, so why are you blabbering on?" He Jianfei followed up, saying, "You should be more concerned about whether you can even get married." In the end, the two were no match for Tian Injin's skill of breaking the pot and shattering the tiles, and left in defeat. The night grew darker, and the young novice carefully served dinner to He Jianfei and Tian Injin, then carried the plates out with great care, distinguishing the doorstep. Two middle-aged monks with 3 marks on their heads entered and greeted He Jianfei and Tian Injin. Since He Jianfei and Tian Injin were the disciples accepted by the intelligent master when he was old, they were about 40 years younger than their senior disciple, Master Chanyu. Interestingly, the two middle-aged monks who came to pay respects were actually junior to He Jianfei and Tian Injin in terms of seniority. "Please, 2 senior uncles, please." Seeing someone who was over 20 years older than himself bowing to him, He Jianfei felt very uncomfortable. He quickly stood up and said, "Forget it, forget it. I've already told my master that Inji and I have special identities, so we don't need to be so strict with these seniority rules." Master Chanyue sat leisurely at the upper seat. Unfortunately, the master disagrees. Wutai Mountain has always placed great emphasis on respecting teachers and traditions. I know you are uneasy, but they seldom leave the monastery and their etiquette is not that great. You should endure it. Seeing the abbot speak, the two middle-aged monks dared not be disrespectful. They promptly performed all the rites and said, "Disciples invite the abbot and 2 senior monks to attend the evening class." Just as Master Chanyue was about to reply, he noticed He Jianfei gesturing to him repeatedly, and Tian Injin had a peculiar expression. Realizing they had secret matters to discuss, he nodded and said, "Tell them that the 2 senior monks are too tired from their long journey today and cannot attend. I will accompany them for a chat. You may proceed with the class yourselves." The 2 middle-aged monks quickly said, "Yes," and escorted Zen Master Chanyu, He Jianfei, and Tian Injin to the entrance of the main meditation hall before stepping back respectfully. Master Chanyu sat on the Kong on the cushion. Seeing He Jianfei closing the door and still peering out through the crack, he couldn't help but laugh. "What are you doing? Is the Third World War about to break out? This is so secretive." Tian Injin sat down and said, "We won't be able to participate in the World War, but this matter is indeed of great importance to our safety." Master Chanyu, who was used to Tian Injin's carefree attitude, saw her serious expression at this moment and quickly leaned forward. "What is the matter after all?" Seeing He Jianfei still guarding the door, Tian Injin went on to explain the matter of the haunted road in detail. Master Chanyu's face grew more and more solemn. When he heard that Ah Chang's 3 flowers protective technique still couldn't stop the approach of death, he couldn't help but softly mutter, "Oh." This sound was not missed by He Jianfei, who had been observing Master Chan use facial expressions intently. Seeing Tian Injin speaking fervently, He Jianfei remained silent. After Tian Injin finished, Master Chan Yu pondered for a long time before asking, "How strong is the ghost's power?" He Jianfei interjected, "I have never directly confronted her, but she seems fearless of the Sarira necklace. She even managed to break through the three-flower bodyguard technique, so her magical abilities must be quite high." Master Zhenyue pondered for a moment before saying, "She is just a restless spirit. Even though she has been dead for over 50 years, possessing such deadly skills is already quite astonishing. As for the three-flower bodyguard technique, based on what you all have described, there is no clear indication that it was indeed broken by that female ghost." Tian Injin and He Jianfei exchanged a glance, feeling extremely surprised by Master Zhenyue's unusually circumlocutory speech. Tian Injin said, "The fact that the female ghost has such great magical powers raises intriguing questions about what truly transpired in Ah Chang's generation. Everyone avoids this issue deeply. The fact that nearly 30 people in the class were able to keep silent about it back then speaks volumes." She shrugged, indicating that this matter was indeed extraordinary. He Jianfei, however, sensed that Master Zhenyue seemed to have something to say in his words and asked, "Master, you only mentioned a little about the three-flower bodyguard technique. I only know that it is a highly advanced protective technique. Is it really unbreakable?" He Jianfei unexpectedly asked this, leaving Tian Injin stunned. Master Zhenyue quickly replied, "How could that be?" As soon as he spoke, Master Zhenyue paused for a moment, then hastened to add, "I only heard a rough explanation from my teacher. I am not very clear about it either. I think since this kind of defensive technique has a certain history, the ancients should have discovered methods to overcome it." As he spoke, a hint of embarrassment, panic, and a touch of unease flashed in Master Zhenyue's eyes, all of which He Jianfei keenly observed but chose not to comment on. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became a bit strange. Master Chanyue cleared his throat and said, "What puzzles me is another matter. The three flowers protection technique is a highly advanced bodyguard technique, and the person who can use it must have strong magical powers. From Ah Chang's situation at that time, no matter how resentful that wandering spirit was, there was no reason for it not to be suppressed. Based on what you said, Ah Chang's group must owe that female ghost something very significant, leading to Ah Chang hesitating to suppress through magic, and deciding to commit mass suicide in hopes of resolving the grievances. While Buddhism preaches compassion, I privately believe that he took the wrong step." Tian Injin was about to tell Master Chanyue about the suspicious points she found on the train when suddenly, He Jianfei signaled her to stop with his eyes. Tian Injin was puzzled, but He Jianfei had already said to Master Chanyue, "Senior brother's words are correct. But a grave mistake has been made, and the most urgent thing now is to find a way to rectify it. With the continuous deaths on the campus, people are in panic. If it continues like this, I'm afraid." After pondering for a moment, Master Chanyue said, "It's not impossible to suppress now, but it will be a bit troublesome. There are many magical instruments stored on Wutai Mountain, such as the Vajra pike, which can strike the ghost into the 18th layer of hell to suffer, or bind the ghost to the melting ghost pillar to be struck by thunder and burned, but it's a bit too malicious." He Jianfei smiled, "I know all the methods you mentioned. If I wanted to do that, I could just sneak in and steal those things directly, instead of coming here to discuss with you in such great detail. Suppressing is only a temporary solution, and as you know, the campus, as a place of learning, inherently possesses a certain spirituality. If we suppress it like this, it will destroy its feng shui, and I can't take responsibility for causing a bigger problem. By the way, there is also a statue of Sun Yat-sen there." Tian Injin added, "So we have decided to help her soul ascend, to end it once and for all, the cleanest solution." Master Chanyue sighed, "For her soul to ascend willingly, you will need to convince her. Do you have the certainty to persuade her?" He Jianfei said, "Perhaps uncovering the truth of that year can dispel her resentment." Master Chanyue shook his head, "Truth, truth, buried for 50 years without clarity, the truth has turned into a falsehood. It seems that this case of the vengeful spirit is extraordinary. Hearing Chen Yue Grandmaster in contemplation with his head bowed, He Jianfei hurriedly said, that's right, it is indeed extraordinary. That's why I came to find you. Chen Yue Grandmaster took a sip of fragrant tea and said, don't be in a hurry. Let me make two things clear first. First, I won't lend you a first-grade treasure. Second, I won't leave the mountain. Now, you may begin. He Jianfei immediately downed the already strong tea and said, before I begin, I also need to make 2 points clear. First, I won't borrow anything less than a first-grade treasure, and second, if you don't leave the mountain, I will definitely not come down. Tian Injin sneered and said, then what are you two talking about? Just fight already. Chen Yue Grandmaster sighed, junior brother, I am already of old age, with so many monks in the monastery, why are you singling me out? He Jianfei also sighed, senior brother, I am of lower status than you, I can't even control others, who else in this monastery is qualified to step up? Before our master passed away, he entrusted you to take care of me. If something happens to me and I see the master below, I don't know what I might say. Chen Yue Grandmaster fell silent immediately, then cursed, you're using our master to pressure me again. Don't you have any other new tricks besides this? He Jianfei, knowing that Chen Yue Grandmaster had agreed to leave the mountain, smiled and said, there should be, but I'm too lazy to think about it until this trick fails with you. The distant sound of a bell rang outside, signaling the monks in the temple to finish their evening prayers and prepare to pay respects to the abbot in the main hall before retiring to rest. As the footsteps drew closer, He Jianfei was lost in thought for a moment, reminiscing about the time when his master was still alive. He and Tian Injin were only 7 or 8 years old at the time, imitating the adults, dressed in custom-made small kasayas, and pretending to be solemnly following at the back of the procession, walking in with small measured steps and hands folded in prayer. He had expected his master to praise them with surprise, but to his surprise, when the master saw them, his white beard shook uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter, disrupting the evening prayers. Reflecting on this memory, a faint smile crept onto He Jianfei's lips. Just then, Master Chan Yu's question snapped him out of his reverie, it should be about time to gather. You two, come with me to the main hall. Tian Injin playfully pleaded, I'm so tired, senior brother, I want to go to sleep. Can you tell them I've gone to bed? He Jianfei said, I'm tired too. I'll make it up in the morning when I wake up. The second sentence was basically empty words. Since he returned to Wutai Mountain, he wouldn't wake up before noon every day. Master Chan Yu gave him a stern look and then said to Tian Injin, all right, I'll tell them. But the temple is currently under renovation, and the back rooms are not repaired. There's only one empty room available, and Jianfei will have to sleep with me. He Jianfei was shocked and exclaimed, what? My luck can't be that bad, can it? Master Chan Yu had a habit of snoring in his sleep, and sleeping next to him was worse than standing guard outside. While Master Chan Yu was chuckling to himself, He Jianfei had already started to flatter Tian Injin, pleading, can I sleep with you instead? The monks had already gathered in the main hall, but the abbot had yet to make an appearance. Suddenly, a long-lasting scream echoed from the abbot's quarters. The next day at noon, He Jianfei was awakened by the bright sunlight outside. When he looked at the clock, it was almost 2 o'clock. He hurriedly got up, asking the young monk to prepare some food for him, and stretched lazily as he walked out of the Zen room. While admiring the bonsai in the courtyard, he heard Zen Master Chan Yu's voice from behind, Master He, you finally decided to get up? How do you plan to make up for your missed evening class? He Jianfei turned around unhappily and said, it's all because of you. You were snoring all night. Otherwise, I wouldn't have overslept even through lunchtime. Did anyone call my phone? Zen Master Chan Yu replied, a man surnamed Li called looking for you, but it was Inzi who answered, so I'm not too sure. You can go ask her. He Jianfei immediately guessed it was Mr. Li and hurriedly thanked the master before heading towards Tian Injin's room. Tian Injin was in the room, playing with her braids, when He Jianfei practically burst in and exclaimed, you're finally up. Lao Li has been looking for you several times. Judging by his urgent tone, he must have discovered some major hidden truth. Why don't you call him immediately? He Jianfei quickly picked up his phone and dialed back. Hello, this is He Jianfei. Oh, it's Lao Li. What's up? It turned out that during this period, Lao Li had gone to find Ah Chang's relatives. After 50 years of changes, Ah Chang's parents had passed away, with Ah Chang being the sole descendant in his immediate family and having no offspring to carry on the family name. There were only a few distant relatives scattered around. Lao Li went through great efforts and connections to finally locate Ah Chang's cousin. From her, he obtained a crucial piece of information. 3 days before Ah Chang's death, he made a mysterious phone call. It was so strange that she still remembered it vividly to this day. Dad, this summer. I won't be going back. What? More work to do again. Why is the student council always so busy? No, it's from our class. There's an urgent matter that needs to be resolved, and none of the classmates are going home. What's the big deal? Can it be settled within 2 months? 2 months. How is that enough? It may never be resolved. What? Ah Chang, what are you talking about? No, it's nothing. Actually, I don't know how to end it now. Hey, Ah Chang. It's just me rambling, Dad. Just pretend you didn't hear it. When are you going home? It may take a very long time, a very long time. You all probably won't have the patience to wait any longer. Dad, take care of yourself, Mom entrusted you to take care of yourself. Goodbye. The mysterious phone call ended with a playful-sounding farewell from Ah Chang. Upon careful consideration, the final sentence clearly indicates a farewell to his parents. Goodbye, goodbye on the road to the Yellow Springs, goodbye in the underworld, isn't it a long time? 3 days ago, Ah Chang already knew the truth of Dong Lu's injustice, urgent need for a life. At that time, the whole class did not have a consensus on this. What sudden event prompted Ah Chang to make the decision to use the spell to suppress and prevent everyone from committing suicide within 3 days? At that time, 4 people in his class had inexplicably died. Following conventional logic, in order to prevent more deaths, he should have suppressed the situation as soon as possible. However, the outcome was the opposite. There must have been an unknown turning point within those 3 days. He Jianfei's thoughts became even more chaotic, and the complexity of the 50-year-old injustice had already exceeded his ability to comprehend. 3 days, mass suicide, phone call, the truth. He Jianfei muttered, feeling that the day when the truth would be revealed was too far away. He Jianfei reluctantly pushed aside his doubts and asked, "Does Ah Chang's cousin know anything else?" Uncle Li said, "She said even if she did, after so many years, she has almost forgotten. But she suggested that we could go to Ah Chang's house to take a look. Although his house has been sold, it is said that there are still people living there. She said there is something strange about the place at Ah Chang's house." He Jianfei hurriedly asked, "What's strange about it?" Uncle Li said, "She refused to say, hesitating as if there were some concerns. I didn't want to pressure her, so I came back to call you." Ah Chang's home? He Jianfei pondered. "I see. All right, Mr. Li, please don't hesitate, let's go to Ah Chang's home and take a look." "No problem, I have long wanted to uncover Ah Chang's mystery of spells." Chapter 9, Abandoned Temple. After arriving at Wutai Mountain for less than a day, He Jianfei had to leave. Although feeling a bit reluctant to part, he had to quickly pack up and prepare to descend the mountain. Tian Injin caught a chill on the way to Wutai Mountain and had a severe headache. Despite her strong insistence on following along, He Jianfei firmly refused. The next day, he embarked alone on the road to the train station. Ah Chang's home is in Xi'an, the ancient capital with numerous imperial legends. For He Jianfei, it is a headache-inducing place. The richer the cultural heritage of a place, the more spiritual energy it possesses, making it harder to subdue resentful spirits. After getting off the train, Uncle Li had been waiting for him on the platform for hours. Watching his white hair disheveled in the cold wind, He Jianfei understood how urgent it was for Uncle Li to unravel the mystery of his dear friend's death. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. You finally made it, Uncle Li said, his face slightly weary but his eyes still bright. He Jianfei shook hands with him and said with a smile, you don't think that by visiting Ah Chang's home, you can solve the mystery of the ghostly road, do you? Uncle Li was taken aback, why not? He Jianfei was surprised for a moment, then burst into laughter, yeah, why not indeed? It will definitely happen. Two alumni with nearly 50 years of age difference, united in their pursuit of the mystery of the ghostly road, clasped hands in the snow-covered Xi'an, marking the formal establishment of their alliance. However, neither of them expected that this handshake would lead to an unexpected and fateful bond. Years later, Uncle Li, when recalling this moment, marveled at the mysterious workings of fate. Mr. Li led He Jianfei to a grand and magnificent hotel. He Jianfei looked at the luxuriously decorated lobby in surprise and exclaimed, so Ah Chang's family runs a hotel. I had no idea he was so wealthy. Could Winterlu's death be related to their family's wealth? Mr. Li chuckled and said, don't jump to conclusions. Who said this is Ah Chang's family? His family is in a remote village, quite far from the city center. We'll slowly make our way there tomorrow. He Jianfei responded, with the current urgency of the situation, seizing the opportunity quickly might lead to victory. Let's push on day and night to get there. Mr. Li waved his hand and said, the house is right there. Where else can we fly to? During my recent trip to Xi'an, I heard some news about Ah Chang that I'd like to discuss with you. Sharp-witted He Jianfei immediately understood that the secret discussion arranged in the hotel room was no trivial matter. Without a word, he obediently followed Mr. Li to the room. It's about Ah Chang's magic. Mr. Li brewed 2 cups of tea, sipped the tea, and then began to speak. He Jingfei was deeply moved and asked, have you found his master? Mr. Li hesitated for a moment before saying, these days, not only did I have contact with Ah Chang's cousin, but I also visited 3 households who used to live next door to Ah Chang. I found 2 rather strange things. First, Ah Chang's relatives and neighbors have almost no knowledge of his ability to perform magic tricks. Even a few close friends from back in the day, only vaguely knew that he could do a bit of fortune-telling. I remember asking him once to help me with a matchmaking prediction, but he adamantly refused. I then asked him where he learned his magic from, and he immediately changed his expression and walked away. At that time, I found it uninteresting and assumed that his sect might require him to keep it confidential, so I gave up. If you hadn't told me about the 3-flower protective arts, I wouldn't have known that Ah Chang possessed such formidable magic powers. In conclusion, there seems to be a significant taboo for Ah Chang regarding the source of his magic. Upon hearing this, He Jianfei's head buzzed, and suddenly everything went blank. Due to the disturbance from the female ghost, he had actually been neglecting this very obvious, crucial question. He Jianfei, considered himself clever, and with the guidance of the #1 master in the magic world, he could only practice ordinary spells. Given Ah Chang's age, it was impossible for him to have mastered the 3-flower protection spell. Unless he had started practicing in his previous life. This meant, there was a major secret hidden in Ah Chang's magic. Mr. Li looked at He Jianfei and continued, when I thought of this doubt, I immediately rushed to Xi'an to Ah Chang's house without stopping. Luckily, I managed to gather information from 2 people who used to live in the same village as Ah Chang. From their words, I learned about another shocking incident. After a pause, He Jianfei, seeing that Mr. Li had not spoken yet, asked curiously, what's wrong? Go on. Mr. Li hesitated and said, well, I'm afraid to tell you because it might scare you. I was already frightened once. He Jianfei laughed and scolded, stop keeping me in suspense. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't worry. Mr. Li said, when Ah Chang was young, he didn't like playing with others. He would often go to the old and distant graves to dig. What? He Jianfei could hardly believe his ears. Could you repeat that? Mr. Li reiterated word for word without missing a beat. You're saying Ah Chang likes to dig graves? He Jianfei's heart was already in a mess. You're not trying to tell me that Ah Chang's powers come from digging, are you? Uncle Li said, I specifically called his cousin for this matter. She's not sure either, but she mentioned that Ah Chang's house is a bit strange, with bad feng shui. Could it be that this kid has some sort of mental illness? At this point, Uncle Li's face was filled with indignation. He Jianfei knew that his brother was being called mentally ill. Feeling unhappy, he smiled and said, "Old women always love to come up with some gossip. Let's not speculate anymore. Maybe we'll find the answers tomorrow when we go to Ah Chang's house." With that, the two rested without mentioning it further. Early the next morning, the two of them took a car to the village where Ah Chiang lived, Xinghua Village. Mr. Li got off the car, looking spirited as he gazed at the endless farmland scenery. He opened his voice and said to He Jianfei behind him, "Ah Chiang told me that their village is famous for making wine, so they named it Xinghua Village. The scenery here is very nice, and the air is fresh." He Jianfei struggled to pull down the big bag containing various treasures from the car. Seeing Mr. Li's unusually excited look, he also looked around. Thick plastic film covered the lush green wheat seedlings below. When the cold wind blew, it rustled loudly. In the distance, a child was riding on the back of a cow, leisurely watching the sheep graze. Several muddy field paths winding through the fields extended into the unseen distance. Just as they were looking, Mr. Li suddenly pointed with his hand, "Look, that's Ah Chiang's house." He Jianfei quickly turned around. Among the many small cottages, that typical quadrangle courtyard building stood out. The spacious courtyard, a lush old tree in the middle, and the yellowed house bricks and moss-covered broken tiles. Ah Chiang's home must have been lively and warm back then. But now it was desolate. Most of the doors were closed, with no one in sight, only a few birds intermittently stopping under the trees chirping a few times. He Jianfei took out the magical compass from his backpack and began observing the movement of the pointer towards Ah Chiang's house. Mr. Li knew that He Jianfei was feng shuiing Ah Chiang's house, so he remained silent, just watching with keen interest. After carefully observing for a while, He Jianfei shook his head, then took out a piece of cow's eye stone and wiped his eyes with it, then washed it off with clear water. Mr. Li couldn't wait and asked, "How is it? Is there anything wrong?" He Jianfei replied in confusion, "Although this house is not in a position of vermilion bird or azure dragon, and it is also not bad, the west is dominated by fire, indicating prosperity of descendants, which is an auspicious place. In short, I didn't see anything bad. By the way, where are those ancient tombs?" Mr. Li said, "They are behind that small hill." It's not just tombs, there are also many old temples built before the founding of the country, not sure what kind of gods they worship. I've been in one of them with red characters on the wall, the blue-faced fierce teeth on it, not like a deity, more like a monster. He Jianfei said, "The more so, the more likely there are hidden experts. We shouldn't delay, let's hurry over there." "Sure." In the faint white mist, one could vaguely see the broken walls and ruins, along with many dilapidated temples, some of which were so small that they could hardly be called temples, at best they could only be called shrines. Everywhere there were remnants of decaying bricks and tiles, with the occasional wall that had not been completely destroyed, swaying precariously to show off their mottled mud stains to the world. Crows perched on top, cawing ominously. 2 or 3 tufts of grass stubbornly poked their heads out from the crevices next door, swaying gently in the wind. Occasionally a few bricks would fall down, kicking up a cloud of dust. He Jianfei looked puzzled and said, "The atmosphere here is indeed a bit unusual. It's just strange to have so many temples in this place. One day cannot have 2 masters, one temple cannot accommodate 2 gods. On such a small piece of land, there are more than a dozen temples standing. Even if they are ignorant, they shouldn't be so uninformed, right?" Uncle Li interjected, "Perhaps the people at that time were forced by their livelihoods and didn't have money to buy land, so they just gathered these temples of gods together." He Jianfei shook his head and said, "Xi'an is an ancient capital of the 6 dynasties with a deep cultural heritage. Even the poor wouldn't do such a thing. Besides, if they wanted to pay their respects, why not worship the Tathagata or show respect to the 3 pure ones, instead of creating these minor deities? In my opinion, wouldn't it be better to build a medium-sized temple on this vacant land?" Uncle Li finally understood the hidden meaning behind He Jianfei's words and said, "Are you suggesting that this was intentionally arranged this way?" He Jianfei furrowed his brow and said, "Hard to say. Anyway, it's still early. Let's inspect each room one by one." They chose the nearest small temple to enter. The entrance of this temple was in utter ruins, with only half of the decaying wooden door hanging loosely on its frame. With a gentle touch from He Jianfei, the door collapsed with a loud crash. A large expanse of spider webs covered the path leading to the main hall, yet there was not a single spider in sight. He Jianfei noticed that some of the webs were still fresh, which struck him as odd. As his gaze fell to the ground, he discovered several shriveled spider corpses. He picked up the bodies and squeezed them with his hand, muttering, "Seems like they were drained of blood by something. Could it be?" Just as he was about to ponder further, Li Laobua's voice came from inside the hall, "This one seems much friendlier." He Jianfei walked into the main hall upon hearing this, only to find Li Laobua gazing up at a statue. Although this statue is also carved with fangs, it's not as ferocious and terrifying as the one I saw before. After careful observation, He Jianfei called out, "Indeed strange. This statue is dressed in the attire of a local, with intricate details down to the official belt, lifelike in every way. Why then, is it sculpted to look like a demon?" Li Laobua couldn't guess either, and said, "Perhaps the people in this area worship evil gods?" He Jianfei sighed, "There are many infamous evil gods in the divine realm, but I can't recognize this one. It's probably not a benevolent deity." Li Laobua asked, "How does this relate to Ah Chang's death?" He Jianfei replied, "It's still unclear. This area is indeed unusual, and something must have happened before the founding of the country. Moreover, Ah Chang's family lived very close by, which could have had a significant impact on Ah Chang's predecessor. They passed several temples in succession, each one looking the same. Although the attires varied, some were kitchen gods, others were mountain deities, all had a fierce and menacing look, resembling the guards of hell. He Jianfei kept spotting spider corpses one after another, feeling very puzzled, but he didn't voice his thoughts. After wandering around and visiting a dozen or so small temples, He Jianfei and Li Laobua felt tired. They stopped to rest on a rock, and suddenly He Jianfei remembered something. He smiled and said, "By the way, Laobua, I haven't seen that temple with words on the wall you mentioned. Where is it exactly?" Only then did Li Laobua recall and said in confusion, "That's impossible. I clearly went inside and saw it clearly." He Jianfei clapped his hands and said, "You must have walked too far and exited this open area, that's why we can't find it." Li Laobua shook his head and said, "That's not possible. There is only a small open space on the left and right. When I saw that terrifying statue, I was so scared that I immediately ran out and back to the village. How could I have the mood to walk further?" He Jianfei shrugged and said, "There's no need to be nervous. It's almost getting dark now. Let's stay in the village tonight, ask the villagers for information, and come back to look carefully tomorrow. Since there is that red inscription, it shouldn't be hard to find out." So the two got up and left. After walking a few steps, Uncle Li suddenly said, "Oh no, I forgot the key on that stone." He Jianfei had to wait for him to go back and get it. However, he found Uncle Li shaking violently and his voice trembling, that temple, it's back." He Jianfei was greatly alarmed at his words. When he quickly turned around to look, sure enough, a very dilapidated small temple had appeared in the place where they had just rested, with the red characters on the temple walls as well. Uncle Li was so frightened that his hands and feet turned cold. Clearly, the place we were sitting in just now was empty, there was nothing. How did a temple suddenly appear out of nowhere? He Jianfei stared at the temple intently, the red characters shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see clearly, but a never-before-seen sense of hostility seeped through. In a haze, He Jianfei seemed to see someone beckoning to him from the temple, involuntarily taking steps forward. Just then, the relic necklace he wore on his chest suddenly emitted a golden light, shooting straight towards He Jianfei's temple. He Jianfei was shocked, his face turning pale in an instant. With no time to spare, he swiftly took out a handful of gravel from his pocket, scattering them in the air to form the 7 stars Big Dipper formation. Grabbing Uncle Lee with his right hand, he shouted, "Quick! Run!" The relic necklace suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. Jianfei realized the sinister aura and cursed inwardly. Breaking free from the Buddhist beads on his hand, he flicked them towards the temple. Delayed by this action, Jianfei and Uncle Lee finally escaped from that empty space. Mr. Lee ran out of breath, leaning against the wall and gasping for air. He asked, "In that temple, is it a god or a demon?" Jianfei complained incessantly, "If it hadn't been for me acting quickly and casting a spell just now, we wouldn't have escaped in time. Otherwise, we would have already received an invitation from Lord Yama. It's a pity that my string of Buddhist beads, whether it's a god or a monster, couldn't control it." Li Laobua asked curiously, "Since the temple is strange, why did you hesitate to go in or not, just lingering at the doorway?" Jianfei was still mourning the loss of the string of Buddhist beads, saying, "Sigh, don't mention it. I didn't actually want to go in, but that temple has a power to attract souls. If it weren't for the relic necklace, I'm afraid I would have been sucked in. By the way, last time, you were definitely lured by it and unconsciously walked in." Li Laobua said, "But I didn't lose my life." What puzzled Jianfei the most was this point. After some hesitation, he said, "Let's see later." Li Laobua asked, "So what are you planning to do now?" Jianfei replied, "Since my magic power is not as strong as its, I have no choice but to ask my senior martial brother to come down the mountain overnight. Tonight, we will find a house at the foot of the mountain to stay in, and also ask around about the situation in this area." After finishing the call with his senior brother, Jianfei took a shower and walked out of the hall, where he saw Mr. Lee talking to an elder. Jianfei chuckled to himself, "Perfect. After 2 old men chat, there will be less distance between them. If I were to talk to him, I'm afraid he wouldn't understand me, and I wouldn't understand him. I'll just hide on the side and listen." Uncle Lee asked, "Brother, please tell me in detail, what's the deal with those ruined temples?" The white-haired man immediately felt proud, "You're lucky to have run into me. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to explain the reason." Uncle Lee quickly poured a cup of tea and said, "Please enlighten me, brother." The white-haired man stroked his beard and said, "These things, my grandfather told me. He said that here, something big happened at the end of the Qing dynasty. Do you know about the end of the Qing dynasty? At that time, everywhere was filled with Revolutionary Party members running amok. The Qing soldiers were capturing people everywhere, no interrogations, just grabbing anyone who looked suspicious and beheading them publicly." Jianfei could sense the impatience from the boss. Did Uncle Lee not inform him which university he graduated from? Without a good grasp of history, one cannot pass through. Sneaking a glimpse at Uncle Lee, he seemed quite pleased listening, and could only console himself by saying, "As people age, they tend to ramble about trivial matters. Oh, Jianfei, bear with it for a moment, consider it an early preview of your elderly years." Fortunately, the white-haired elder was still quite sober and soon steered the conversation back on track. "I don't know which feng shui master said that our land is the most suitable place for suppressing anomalies with the convergence of the 5 evils. The county magistrate believed it and designated it as the execution ground. That day, the winds were howling, the smoke was billowing, and the gloomy mist was thick. Before dawn, the officials and soldiers came with more than 200 prisoners. Let me tell you, among those 200 people, there might not even be one Revolutionary Party member. My grandfather was squeezed in the crowd watching the commotion. In and out, the routine of life and death played out, nothing out of the ordinary. But when it came to the 5th batch, there was a madman kneeling down, his eyes rolling unnaturally white and stark, quite terrifying. Even though he was tightly bound with the ropes, blood was squeezed out, but he didn't fear the pain. He struggled desperately, revealing a row of eerie and uneven yellow teeth, shouting to the heavens, "I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I don't want to die. I have elderly parents and a family below. I am not a revolutionary." This made the county magistrate furious. He tossed down an order and called for the execution. Just as the blade was about to fall, this madman shouted again, "Even in death, I won't die by the hands of a doltish official like you. Wait and see, when I die, I will surely turn into a vengeful spirit, and if I see people, I will kill." As soon as he finished speaking, he bit his tongue and took his own life. It's strange, as soon as he died, a strong wind blew around and broke the flagpole, knocked over the incense burner, scaring the county magistrate to the point of wetting himself, repeatedly shouting, "Back to the mansion, back to the mansion." Even stranger, the more than 100 people who were yet to be executed suddenly fell to the ground with a swoosh. The coroner saw that each person had a pair of bite marks on their necks. Everyone was so scared that their souls were almost scared away, screaming, "The fierce ghost is here," and running for their lives in all directions. How could humans fight against ghosts? They also fell in groups. Fortunately, my grandfather had some knowledge and pretended to be dead among the corpses, thus escaping disaster. When the official soldiers arrived, my grandfather dared to get up and report the truth. However, that foolish governor refused to believe it, insisting that my grandfather was a madman, and drove him away. Mr. Lee clapped his hands and said, "That's it. Those temples must be built to honor the deceased. And those temples are specifically for that fierce ghost." The old man with white hair chuckled, "You've only guessed half of it, the situation is not over yet." The governor didn't believe it, so he received a message about an accident, and hurriedly went to the capital to report. Only the common people suffered, with people dying one after another, and every night they could hear the sounds of crying from hundreds of people. Within 3 days, half of the city's population had been lost. My grandfather was poor and reluctant to leave the ancestral home, so he could only endure the hardship. One day, an old Taoist priest came with a disciple, saying that the vengeful spirits here were strong. They performed rituals, recited a lot of obscure texts, and said they needed to build a temple and bury a passage snake, also mentioning that there must be no more grievances here before peace could be restored. Uncle Lee said, "What does building this temple have to do with restless spirits?" The white-haired man shook his head and said, "Who knows what these Taoists are up to? Just do as they say." Uncle Lee continued, "The Taoist just now mentioned avoiding any lingering grudges, but that's definitely not achievable. In the tumultuous times of the next 50 to 60 years in China, the number of deaths during the warlord conflicts will probably exceed even those of the late Qing dynasty." The white-haired man chuckled, "You make a good point, but luckily nothing major has happened. Years ago, a few Taoists were invited to check it out and they mentioned that the restless spirit had absorbed a lot of lingering grudges, turning into a malevolent entity. In theory, even the path-opening snake couldn't suppress it. People couldn't fathom why things remained so calm. They thought they could live in peace from then on, but unexpectedly, over 20 years later, the haunting resumed. It wails like a ghostly cry, scaring everyone. Even in groups at night, no one dare to pass by that area. Chapter 10, Farewell. Mr. Lee asked some more questions. Unable to get any answers, after serving him 2 or 3 more cups of tea, he pretended to be tired and said he needed to rest. He excused himself and went into the inner courtyard. He saw He Jianfei standing by a pillar, wearing an unpleasant expression. This startled him, and he chuckled, "I never knew you had a hobby of eavesdropping. Eavesdropping is one thing, but now you're lingering around and not willing to leave. Are you waiting for me to expose your actions?" He Jianfei regained his composure and smiled, "Who said I was eavesdropping? I just happened to pass by and coincidentally heard a bit. Don't jump to conclusions." After Mr. Lee left to take a bath as there was no one in the bathhouse, he said, "I'll go wash up first, and when I come back, I'll properly interrogate you." After seeing off Mr. Lee, He Jianfei quickly returned to his room, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Wow, wow, wow. There was a series of screams from the other end of the phone. He Jianfei, feeling both annoyed and amused, said, "Inzi, it's me. Why are you screaming so loudly?" Tian Injin huffed, "I've told you countless times not to call me when I'm showering. Why are you looking for trouble with me?" He Jianfei whispered, I want to ask if you know anyone in their early 20s who has mastered the Three Blossoms body protection technique, or someone who has already reached the realm of gathering three energies and condensing them into emptiness? Yes, aren't you quite familiar with him yourself? Ah. Who is it? Please tell me. Why can't I remember such a person? Demo ancestor, oh. He mastered it at the age of 16. Hey, handsome. Inzi, I'm being serious. I'm being serious. If you don't believe me, you can check the Buddhist scriptures. It's okay, my dear, remember to dry yourself well when taking a shower, otherwise you won't find a husband. Hey, what do you mean by this? He Jianfei hung up the phone, looking lost and dejected as he placed it on the table. Mr. Li wiped the water droplets off his hair as he walked in and saw He Jianfei sitting blankly on the edge of the bed, completely unlike his usual sunny and lively self. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you worrying about again?" "I think things are going quite smoothly now." He Jianfei forced himself to perk up and said, "I'm thinking that it seems Senior Aqiang's magical powers indeed hold many secrets that cannot be revealed. Perhaps this is the main reason why he would rather commit suicide than suppress the fierce ghost." Mr. Li said, "If he were to commit suicide alone, that would be one thing, but why involve a group of 23 people? One person dies, Dongli won't give up, 23 people die, and she still won't let go." He has always admired Aqiang, but in this matter, he felt that Aqiang's actions were too out of character, not in line with his usual cautious style. He Jianfei sighed and said, "He may not have thought of this level. Who could have expected Dongli's grievances to be so deep?" Mr. Li said, "By the way, the old man just mentioned those two Taoists burying something called a Tonglu snake. What is that?" Speaking of this matter, He Jianfei's face suddenly brightened, and he laughed. "It's not a Tonglu snake at all, the white-haired man heard it wrong. In fact, it is made of copper in the shape of a deer tongue, called copper deer tongue. It is a magical tool specially used to suppress fierce ghosts who have accumulated resentment for many years. I once thought about using it to deal with Dongli, but later gave up. Suppressing ultimately goes against reason, and increasing her resentment would be my fault." Mr. Li said, "If only we could find those two young Taoists." In a blink of an eye, seeing He Jianfei's face darkening again, not knowing why he was so unhappy, he had to bear the responsibility for the matter of the wronged ghost road, and we are in this together, we need to cheer him up. So Mr. Li picked up a pillow and threw it fiercely at He Jianfei, who was startled and said, "What are you doing?" Mr. Li laughed, "Don't think I'm a fool, you were swearing at the white-haired man just now, don't think I don't know you're indirectly cursing me, am I not with white hair all over my head?" As he spoke, another pillow was thrown. Instantly, screams filled the room. "Stop, I'm not serious, wow, don't throw things made of iron." As dusk fell, Master Chanyu finally arrived in the village. He Jianfei and Old Li had been waiting impatiently at the entrance of the village, chatting and joking. Even Qin Shihuang was brought up in their conversation before they spotted the figure of Master Chanyu hobbling towards them. He Jianfei went up to greet him, "Senior, in warfare, speed is crucial. With your slow pace, even an army of 100,000 could safely escape." Angrily, Master Chanyu retorted, "And whose fault is that? It's all because of you. You didn't tell me in advance that this place is inaccessible by vehicle. My two legs are about to break from walking." While He Jianfei was inwardly chuckling, Old Li moved forward to pay his respects to Master Chanyu. After the formalities, Master Chanyu turned to He Jianfei and asked, "Is that temple really that formidable? Are you trying to deceive me into coming down the mountain?" He Jianfei replied, "If I were trying to deceive you, why would I come to such a desolate place myself? What kind of magical tools have you brought with you?" Master Chanyu chuckled, "I hope you won't be startled when I reveal it." With that, he pulled out a brilliantly shining bowl. He Jianfei exclaimed, "The treasured possession of the temple, the purple, gold bowl? Hand it over, let me take a closer look." Master Chanyu quickly hid it behind his back, saying, "This is the symbol of the sect leader. Don't touch it randomly." He Jianfei complained, "Stingy. When my master was around, I used to cuddle with it often. Old Li, seeing that Master Chanyu was about the same age but lacked the airs of a senior monk, still acting like a child playing around with He Jianfei, couldn't help but smile to himself, thinking, no wonder monks from Wutai Mountain live so long. As they were speaking, a group of villagers came from afar, with the head villager stepping forward and clasping his hands in front of Zen Master Chanyu, saying, I am the village chief. We have heard that the abbot of Wutai Mountain has personally come to subdue demons. We have come specially to earnestly request the master to display great magical powers and give the villagers a true peace. Zen Master Chanyu quickly returned the gesture and said, your words are too kind. This monk will do his best. But how did you know I would come? The village chief smiled and said, it's simple. Your junior brother came with his grandson to survey the area personally, so we thought the master would definitely come too. Suanzi? When He Jianfei finally understood the villagers' meaning and was about to correct them, the villagers had already gone far away, leaving only Master Chanyu and Old Li on the side, chuckling to themselves. He Jianfei felt stifled and turned abruptly to shout at Master Chanyu and Old Man Li, who were still chuckling, why aren't you leaving yet? When night falls, it won't be safe for us here. Master Chanyu asked, why can't we wait until tomorrow morning to go? Old Man Li quickly explained the timing of the appearance of the temple to Master Chanyu. After delaying a bit in the village, they borrowed some tables and chairs. By the time they arrived at the vacant lot, dusk had quietly descended. Master Chanyu looked around, sprinkled holy water, set up the incense table, arranged the candles, and laid out the talismans, waiting for the temple to materialize. As the clock struck 6, the sky had darkened slightly, the sun had completely set, a gust of wind suddenly rose, causing the dry trees on both sides to sway wildly, sand and dust filled the air, and a dense fog spread out, faintly revealing a temple emitting black smoke. Master Chanyu and He Jianfei exchanged glances and said, it's here. He Jianfei picked up a yellow talisman, burned it over the candle, and shot it towards the temple. With a loud bang, the talisman was repelled. Senior brother, there's a barrier outside this malicious temple, said Master Chanyu as he grabbed 7 flying star knives, recited the 7-star spell, and sent them towards the temple in the pattern of the Big Dipper. With a loud crash, He Jianfei exclaimed happily, it's done, the barrier is broken, let's go in. Zen Master Chanyu bowed to the incense table and said, please bring out the treasure of the temple. The purple gold bowl slowly rose and came into Zen Master Chanyu's hands. He held the purple gold bowl and said to He Jianfei and Li Laobua, let's go in and see what's really going on. As they approached the temple gate, the purple gold bowl emitted countless colorful flames. Zen Master Chanyu couldn't help but feel a sense of unease, the injustice was indeed profound. Under the protection of the colorful light, the 3 of them safely approached the temple gate. He Jianfei couldn't help but shiver all over, as he clearly saw something written in red on the wall. It was a death character written in blood, with the blood seeming to still be flowing, creating a eerie atmosphere. The 3 entered the temple gate. Inside, the atmosphere was gloomy, dim, and obscure. Surrounding scenes were hard to distinguish, with dust floating in the air. A dilapidated statue lay on the side of the altar, and a dusty spirit tablet leaned against the censer, with a few almost rotten incense sticks inserted into it. Zen Master Chanyu took a step forward, intending to pick up the spirit tablet for examination, but before he could do so, He Jianfei exclaimed, senior brother, be careful. The fallen statue suddenly emitted dozens of red lights, each shooting towards the direction of Abbot Chanyu, He Jianfei, and Old Master Li. In this critical moment, a seemingly absurd idea flashed through He Jianfei's mind. He took a half step back and positioned himself behind Old Master Li. As the red light approached Old Master Li, he hesitated for a moment, allowing He Jianfei to quickly use a golden Vajra talisman to deflect the red light back. However, the situation for Abbot Chanyu was not looking good. The remaining dozens of red lights kept coming at him relentlessly, wave after wave of attacks. Even with the purple gold bowl in his hands, he was struggling to fend them off. He Jianfei never expected the profound power of this fierce ghost, even the purple gold bowl was somewhat ineffective. Seeing the statue continuously emitting red lights but not attacking them, only targeting Abbot Chanyu, he was struggling to defend himself, unable to find a moment to cast a spell. He glanced at a silent He Jianfei beside him, hoping for his assistance. Unfortunately, He Jianfei completely missed Abbot Chanyu's pleading gaze, standing quietly in front of the statue as if lost in thought. Old Master Li failed to notice that Abbot Chanyu could only defend but not counterattack, thinking that Abbot Chanyu was demonstrating the exquisite martial arts of Mount Wutai, cheering him loudly. After blocking for a while, the purple gold bowl suddenly trembled slightly. Master Chanyu was startled, paying no attention to anything else, shouting, "Oh no, the purple gold bowl is angry." Before he could finish his sentence, a beam of red light struck his left arm. Master Chanyu staggered for a moment, quickly regaining his balance. At this point, he dared not speak anymore, focusing all his energy on resisting the red light, only hoping that his junior brother would not continue to be absent-minded. Uncle Li was confused and did not understand the meaning of "the purple gold bowl is angry." When He Jianfei heard Master Chanyu's exclamation, he immediately snapped out of his daze. Sure enough, the purple gold bowl started emitting a strange multicolored light that gradually spread. Master Chanyu had mentioned to He Jianfei that the purple gold bowl was reportedly left behind by the Tang monk Xianzong when he retrieved the Buddhist scriptures from the West. After being worshipped for 2,000 years, it had developed spirituality. When surrounded by evil energy, it automatically emitted golden light to drive them away. If the evil energy was strong and persistent, the purple gold bowl would become angry, its power suddenly increasing tens of times. However, the most frightening part was not its strength but the fact that once the bowl became too powerful, it would break free from the owner's control and might even backlash against the owner. But He Jianfei was not worried about this, as Master Chanyu's concentration was strong. It would be quite challenging for the purple gold bowl to rebel. All Dharma returns to the sect, the Buddha nature of the world gathers at Wutai. Master Chanyu breathed a sigh of relief as He Jianfei finally made his move. The return to sect seal charm released a golden light, merging with the golden bowl's light to form a thick golden pillar that attacked straight towards the deity statue. The statue swayed violently, instantly bursting into countless red lights all over its body. Master Chanyu and He Jianfei couldn't help but lament silently. Never did they expect that their combined efforts could not completely defeat it, but instead angered it. "Junior brother, the golden bowl is surely enraged, you must quickly go outside." Master Chanyu only managed to say this half a sentence before the red light arrived, hurriedly closing off his mind to confront it. He Jianfei had already stepped back to stand beside Uncle Li, quickly setting up a barrier at the fastest speed. Uncle Li, seeing the two of them fighting vigorously, was puzzled when he saw He Jianfei withdrawing. "Aren't you going to help your senior brother?" He Jianfei didn't have time to explain, taking 3 steps in 2 and running out of the temple gate, taking in a breath of cold air. The golden bowl was already angry, a massive energy swirling around it, distorting the air around it, gradually turning this area into a sealed vortex. In the world of magic, a magical force field had formed. The shockwave spilled out of the temple gate, causing the entire area to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. He Jianfei glanced around, only to see sinister black mist everywhere, his face changing drastically. Evil energy surges, the black clouds block the sun. Looking back at the still ongoing struggle of the senior master, his face pale yellow and covered in sweat, if this continued, all 3 of them would not escape, falling victim to a deadly fate. How could this be? How could this be? How could this be happening? He Jianfei held his head, crouching down in pain. The immense shock and astonishment kept hitting his head. Did he miscalculate? Its power should have weakened significantly, but why is it still so strong? It completely exceeds his imagination. If it had the power it had back then, it would probably have destroyed 10 Wutai mountains. Yes, senior brother is the abbot of Wutai Mountain, bearing the honor and disgrace of the sect. He must not die at all costs. The sin comes from its birth, the freedom comes from its resolution. He Jianfei remembered these words from his master, stood up, ran back into the temple, and after a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth, took off the relic necklace from his neck and handed it to Master Li, saying nothing, then rushed out of the door. Master Li caught the relic necklace, greatly surprised, and asked, He Jianfei, what are you trying to do? By the time He Jianfei flew out of the door, his face had already turned ashen. Is this the human realm or hell? A vague white figure leaped out of each temple, and every temple was shaking violently. The sky was covered with endless gray dust, and it spun faster and faster as the whirlpool strengthened. He Jianfei assessed the situation around him. Without a second thought, he took out Xian Yan from his arms and threw it into the air. Xian Yan broke through the black mist, reached the blue sky, and bloomed into beautiful fireworks. Li Laobua also wanted to rush out of the door, but he couldn't break through the shockwave with his magic power, so he could only stand at the threshold and watch blankly. When he saw He Jianfei setting off fireworks, he couldn't help but curse, You still have the mood to set off fireworks at this time? Hurry up and come in to help your senior brother. On the other side, Master Chan Yu's forehead was sweating beads the size of soybeans, and as soon as he heard the word fireworks, his face changed drastically. Little did Li Laobua know, that was no ordinary fireworks, but a life-saving firework that was not used unless absolutely necessary, a call for nearby Daoist and Law brothers to come quickly for assistance. Master Chan Yu was not afraid of no one nearby or being too late to save. He had just said, He Jianfei is not allowed to use that spell. Countless beams of red light rushed in again instantly. Master Chan Yu quickly shut his mouth, sighed, and thought to himself that it was all fate. Let's go meet our master here. But we have to figure out a way to save Li Laobua, who is not a person in the world of spells. He Jianfei stood outside, quietly watching the oncoming black mist and the blurry white shadows leaping towards him. At this critical juncture of life and death, his mind was surprisingly clear, with vivid memories and a coherent understanding of everything. In fact, ghosts are quite afraid of human yang energy. The reason why ghosts dare to harm people is because the human body blocks the complete diffusion of yang energy. If one were to explode the body with magic, then use talismans to protect the soul, they can become invincible in the ghost realm, echoed the words of his master in He Jianfei's ears for a long time. After a moment of silence, a faint smile appeared at the corner of He Jianfei's mouth. Slowly raising his right hand, he gathered all his lifelong skills, preparing to cut towards his own heart. As the image of Inzi's smiling face flashed before his eyes, along with the faces of his parents and the bloodied Zhang Chuanquan, He Jianfei closed his eyes in anguish. Sorry, Chuanquan, I couldn't personally avenge you, he murmured. Inside the temple, Master Chan Yu exerted tremendous effort to release part of his powers to help Old Man Li rush outside the temple. Old Man Li faced the rapidly approaching barrage of sand and rocks outside, took a quick glance, and was immediately blown back inside by the dust storm. He turned to Master Chan Yu and said, He Jianfei is smiling, his right hand placed diagonally in front of his left chest. I wonder what he is up to. No. Master Chan Yu heard the second sentence and couldn't help but shout out in anger, He Jianfei, I command you in the name of the abbot not to use that spell. Come back to me. I promised Master to take good care of you, how can I face him underground if you make me do this? Li Laobua, quickly call him back. With a momentary lack of focus, countless red lights simultaneously struck him, and Master Chan Yu grunted and fell to the ground. The purple golden bowl, clang, fell and rolled a few times. Even though Li Laobua didn't understand spells, from Master Chan Yu's tone, he knew what He Jianfei was up to. Without hesitation, he broke through the barrier and rushed out, crazily throwing himself at He Jianfei, clutching him tightly and shouting, Don't move. This sudden change caught He Jianfei off guard, and seeing Li Laobua, his face changed. How did you break out? Suddenly his face turned gray. Right, of course you can break out if you want to. Li Laobua had no idea what he was talking about, only recalling Master Chan Yu's instructions, holding on to He Jianfei tightly. He Jianfei, seeing the white figures approaching, urged, Li Laobua, let go. If I don't do this, how can I save you and senior brother? Li Laobua interjected, neither I nor your senior brother are afraid of just trying to survive. He Jianfei used all his strength to break Li Laobua's grip, saying, "You have the lifeline of the ghostly path puzzles on you, and senior brother carries the honor and disgrace of Wutai Mountain for a century. Neither of you can die, only I can. You, let go. I have the lifeline of the ghostly path puzzles on me." Li Laobua was stunned. How could he Jianfei say such things? Seizing the opportunity while Li Laobua was stunned, he Jianfei broke free from his restraints and raised his right hand to strike at his heart. At this critical moment, a clear and resounding voice suddenly came from afar, "Neither demon nor Tao, light beyond the horizon, darkness in this realm. In the depths of the blood pool, there shall be no golden light." A small bright spot appeared in the distance, slowly growing larger. "You lonely souls and wild ghosts, back then I spared you, allowing you to enjoy the offerings, and now you dare come out to cause chaos. Do you think my words were just empty promises?" The white figures seemed to be terrified of that bright spot, fleeing back to their respective temples to hide. He Jianfei stood there in amazement, because the voice seemed familiar. As he pondered, a figure slowly emerged from the black mist in the distance, wearing a Taoist crown and carrying a whisk, standing there and smiling at He Jianfei. He Jianfei couldn't help but exclaim, "It's you?" It turned out to be the old man he met on the train. The old Taoist smiled and said, "I have come today precisely to settle this matter. With the ghosts weakened, now is the perfect time to subdue them." Li Laobua was overjoyed and quickly said, "Thank you for your help. Please come into the temple, Master Chanyue is at his limit." Suddenly, He Jianfei interjected, "Wait. I just heard your words, it seems there is a connection between you and this place." Seeing He Jianfei's hostility, the old Taoist laughed heartily, "A clever disciple you are, calm in times of crisis, exceptionally bright. How come I, an old Taoist, never come across someone like you? Do you suspect that I am allied with them?" He continued, "If you know about the end of the Qing dynasty when two Taoist priests came here to vanquish demons, that was my master and me." Seeing He Jianfei still doubtful, he sighed, "Silly child, if I didn't know this connection, how would I know the path of the ghosts? Believe it or not, time waits for no one. If we don't save your senior master now, it may be too late." Hearing him mention Master Chanyue, He Jianfei's heart was in turmoil, so he reluctantly gave in and asked, "Do you have any magical tools with you?" The old Taoist laughed heartily and said, "Why bother with any magical instruments? Haven't you already brought an excellent one with you?" He Jianfei replied, "Are you referring to the purple gold bowl? But it has become uncontrollable in its anger." The old Taoist said, "Your purple gold bowl is extraordinary in the Buddhist world. Even the fiercest ghost would be subdued in a matter of seconds. Why would it be angered? The reason you are struggling so hard in battle is simply because you don't know how to use it." He Jianfei felt puzzled. His master had taught him all the incantations for the purple gold bowl, so why was this old Taoist saying that we don't know how to use it? He sure boasts a lot. Chapter 11, Fate and Misfortune. Lao Dao, He Jianfei, and Li Laobua entered the temple together. Inside, it was a mess. Abbot Chanyu lay on the floor, his eyes closed tightly, his life uncertain. The purple golden bowl had been knocked to the side, still emitting colorful lights and resisting the red light from the deity statue. Li Laobua, seeing Abbot Chanyu's pale complexion, was shocked. When he looked at Lao Dao and He Jianfei, their expressions were grave, yet devoid of sorrow. Lao Dao took a step forward, picked up the purple golden bowl, and sighed, "Old friend, it's been decades since we last met, hasn't it? You still have your charm." With a flick of his duster, he raised the bowl high and said, "Purple golden bowl, unparalleled among all treasures in the world. Can it be that you can't even subdue a mere fierce ghost?" The purple golden bowl suddenly bloomed with thousands of golden lotuses, enveloping the statue. In an instant, the temple shook violently, ashes fell, trees swayed, and walls collapsed. Before long, the entire open space was covered. The statue trembled fiercely again, and the red light intensified instantly. Two forces of law collided violently, vortexes devouring each other. The old Taoist's face changed, saying, "After all these years, are you still not giving up, still struggling on your last breath? It seems that our master and disciple should never have held such illusions. Why, after so many years, has your hatred not lessened but deepened instead?" Suddenly, the red light increased by tens of thousands of strands. With a loud bang, the purple golden bowl fell to the ground again. His hatred has not deepened, it's just an added layer of regret and pain. A calm voice came from beside, startling the old Taoist. At that moment, the red light suddenly stagnated. He Jianfei took the relic necklace from the stunned Mr. Li and brought it close to the purple golden bowl. The relic necklace trembled slightly, resonating with the bowl, creating a faint halo. No one knew what he was about to do, and even more strangely, the statue stopped its attack. The temple fell into complete silence, a suffocating atmosphere. Regret and pain? The old Taoist muttered about the meaning behind these words, but he Jianfei slowly said, "Enough, stop it. No matter what you do, it can't make up for it. How much more do you want to tarnish the campus duo?" When Mr. Li heard the words, campus duo, his body trembled, and with a bang, the statue shattered, releasing a shining spirit that flew into the purple golden bowl. He Jianfei removed the relic necklace, recited a spell, and sealed the bowl. "Although I do not yet know the senior's title, and cannot recognize you, but I am indeed one of our realm's people. The disciple was rude just now, I hope the senior can forgive me." He Jianfei bowed to the old Taoist, who smiled and returned the gesture gracefully. He Jianfei, you just mentioned, the campus duel, that fierce ghost." Li Laobua's tone changed as he spoke behind He Jianfei. He Jianfei sighed and said, "Don't force me to say it." Li Laobua trembled all over, his teeth chattering, and after a while, he laughed, I know now, Ah Chang was killed by this fierce ghost, he wants to be reincarnated so he needs to eat people, so." He Jianfei couldn't bear to listen any longer, turned around and shouted, "Stop spreading nonsense. You have already figured out that the Ah Chang you knew is not Ah Chang at all. The person you knew, lived with, and interacted with is no longer the same person. Your admired friend is actually this fierce ghost. The real Ah Chang has been possessed by the fierce ghost. It's painful to say it, but the truth is the truth. How long do you want to keep avoiding it?" Li Laobua stood quietly opposite him, his eyes showing no emotion, coldly saying, "I haven't figured out anything, it's all just a story you made up." He Jianfei stared at him intensely. "Do you remember that time you asked me why you could enter the temple unscathed, while he went crazy attacking me the moment I approached? I couldn't figure it out. Until just now, I tested it again. In this life-threatening situation, that fierce ghost still refuses to take your life. Why does it treat you with such care? It can only mean that there is a deep bond between you. Therefore, it can't bear to kill you." The white-haired man said there was peace here for over 20 years because the fierce ghost possessed Ah Chang. After Ah Chang died, it returned. Following this logic, the only one who fits these conditions is Ah Chang. Li Laobua sneered, "He Jianfei, your explanation seems a bit far-fetched, don't you think?" Hua Jianfei walked in silence to the broken statue, rummaged around with his hands, took out a dusty rectangular object, and handed it to Old Man Li, saying hoarsely, "Take this, it's the most significant evidence, his diary. No matter what, it was written in his own hand, you will believe it eventually." Mr. Li hesitated for a moment, then finally took the diary. Slowly, he unfolded the first page, only to see the first line written in that all-too-familiar handwriting. "In fact, I am not a person, but a ghost, a vengeful ghost who has been wronged for many years." Mr. Li's eyes immediately darkened, the world spinning around him, and with a thud, he fainted. He Jianfei was prepared, catching him steadily. The old Taoist shook his head and said, "Why rush to reveal such a cruel truth? He is old and frail, how can he withstand this blow?" He Jianfei gently laid Mr. Li on the ground, preparing to find a place for him to lie down comfortably, and said, he had already guessed it, just refused to admit it. "The campus rivals are both too clever and too proud. If you don't puncture this bubble, he will never unravel this knot in his heart, and will be tormented by it for the rest of his life. Lao Dao Dao, I should go now. He Jian stood up with a half-smile and interrupted, hold on, I would like to ask Senior to elaborate on what happened back then. You see, I have this inquisitive nature that won't let things go. The old Taoist was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, no worries, I have that too. Since you're curious to hear, I'll tell you. Back then, I was serving my master on the mountain for cultivation. The name of this mountain, well, my master said it shouldn't be disclosed casually, so I can't tell you. Let's just call it Mao Shan. He Jianfei's brow slightly furrowed. At that time, I was only 5 years old, but I had an extraordinary memory, smart and gifted. Not to mention the Tao Te Ching, I could recite all the various schools of thought like the back of my hand, and I was born handsome and suave. He Jianfei couldn't hold back any longer, Senior. The old Taoist interrupted, I'm not boasting. If I don't tell you in advance, you might accuse me of lying later, saying, how could a child remember so clearly, then I'll be at a loss for words, right? Seeing He Jianfei about to speak again, he hurriedly continued, don't interrupt me. It'll break my train of thought, and I'll forget where I left off. Where was I? Right, handsome and suave. I was indeed very handsome and suave back then, even more than you are now. As He Jianfei's face turned darker and darker, about to explode, the old Taoist quickly added, let's get back to the point. One night, I saw my master observing the celestial phenomena all night long without rest. In the morning, with bloodshot eyes, he told me, disciple, there's a great turmoil in the southwest, we must hurry there, or more people will die. I didn't understand anything, just followed my master to pack our things. There were no trains or cars back then, and my master didn't like horse carriages. So, the two of us walked toward the southwest, only resting for 2 or 3 hours at night, walking for 3 days until my legs were nearly broken. Finally, my master said, this is it. I looked up, only to see a large mountain ahead, looking plain and unremarkable on the outside. But the atmosphere inside was extremely eerie, the trees and grass seemed to be not green but purplish-red, emitting a foul stench. There was no wind in the mountain, it was hot, and I constantly felt something moving around me. Later, I couldn't help but ask my master. He stopped and looked at the leaves and grass, nodded and said, right here. He brought over a big branch, moved aside a clump of grass, dug into the soil, and I was so scared that I stepped back a dozen paces, fell to the ground, crying loudly. Do you know what was buried underneath? Yes, it was corpses, but not just one, there were dozens, hundreds, even thousands stacked together. Some feet crushed the hands of another body, some heads were missing, each corpse was horrifying, oozing a sticky yellow liquid, their faces distorted, many flies buzzing around. Sigh, I won't go on, though I've seen plenty of these and am no longer frightened, I still often have nightmares at night, waking up drenched in sweat. The old Taoist heaved a sigh, his face filled with profound sorrow. He Jianfei was initially puzzled but quickly realized that the old Taoist was reminiscing about his deceased master, which made him feel sad too. Lao Dao paused for a moment, then continued, seeing me so frightened, master's face darkened. He said, always so afraid of this and that since you were little, how will you ever accomplish great things in the future? Master has always been gentle with me, never once speaking harshly. But that day, his expression was truly terrifying. I choked back my tears and just stared at him blankly. Master gazed at the corpses for a long time, sighed, forget it. It was wrong to bring you here at such a young age, but it seems to be fate. Any responsibility or blame should fall on me. After that, he said to me, get up. I timidly followed him, afraid to say another word. It didn't take us long to reach a small town. The bricks of the town were the same deep purple color as the surrounding vegetation, a sinister shade. Master looked relieved and said, hopefully, it's not too late. As we entered the town, we were shocked to find various corpses littering the streets, piles upon piles of bodies, their putrid stench hanging heavy in the air. The streets were lined with empty houses, furniture strewn about haphazardly, not a living soul in sight. Master's expression darkened once again. He fell into contemplation, muttering, "All dead? How can I deal with this? It's beyond reason." I thought he was worried about not being able to handle the fierce spirits and suggested, "Why not call some uncles and aunts to help? We can strike together with them." Master snapped, "Not enough dead for you already?" I had never seen him so angry, and I was silenced on the spot. After much consideration, as if he had made a decision, he said, "Doesn't matter anymore. I'll go meet with him. Well, there's this child anyway." With a glance in my direction, for some reason, my whole body shuddered. We arrived at this open space. I put down my backpack and reminded Master to set up the incense table. Master waved his hand and said, "No need," as he swiftly drew out the precious sword, pointing it to the sky and shouted, "Evil spirit, if you are a man of courage, come out and talk to me, don't act like a coward." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck in front of us, instantly thundering and storming with fierce winds. I knew that the sword could summon lightning and thunder, so I wasn't too scared, thinking that the evil spirit must have been petrified by our presence. Unexpectedly, a chilling and eerie laughter echoed around us. "Filthy Taoist, trying to scare me with such a worthless sword? I predicted your arrival. What do you want to do?" My master was momentarily stunned and shouted, "You dare to be so arrogant upon seeing me? You must have had enough of being a ghost." The voice chuckled and said, "Filthy Taoist, that line should be directed at you. Are you confident enough to defeat me?" My master angrily replied, "How can I know if I haven't tried? Even if I can't win, do you think we practitioners will spare our lives and forget our duty to vanquish demons and evil spirits?" The voice sneered, "Duty? Dare to say this mission of yours is also in line with the heavenly will? Debts must be repaid, lives for lives, that is the cosmic law. I exist in this mundane world, which is the true heavenly will. With all your abilities to suppress our brethren, why are you so reluctant to exert an ounce of effort to suppress those corrupt and murderous officials?" My master's face showed a hint of difficulty before he finally said, "Stop evading the topic. We practitioners do not interfere in worldly affairs." The voice coldly remarked, "Heh, I understand. In your eyes, all ghosts are wrong, and as long as a person dies, they should be suppressed." My master fell silent for a moment, looked up at the sky and sighed, "There's no need for such blatant sarcasm. You have your difficulties, I have mine. Even if I have to go against the heavens, I will still fight you. Enough talk, come at me." A bolt of lightning struck down, and Master's figure vanished. Then came a deafening roar from the sky, numerous lightning bolts flashing wildly, black clouds quickly covering the entire sky. Strong winds and flying sand and stones surrounded me, making it impossible to open my eyes. I had to hide in a bush. Amidst the howling wind, I faintly heard the clashing of swords, followed by my master's loud cry, and then the wind stopped and the lightning ceased. I waited for a while, but there was silence outside. Fear crept up on me, and I called out, "Master." I heard a very faint voice outside calling me, "Child, come out quickly. Master has something to tell you." Cold and hungry, I couldn't wait any longer and felt relieved upon hearing these words. I crawled out, only to be petrified immediately. The master, covered in blood, collapsed on the ground. Propping himself up with his sword, he struggled to sit up halfway, his lifeless eyes staring at me, motioning for me to come closer. "Child, come here," he beckoned. Startled, I took 2 steps back. "No, master, you." The master coughed twice and said, "Don't be afraid. That fierce ghost is also injured and can't attack us at the moment. Come quickly." My heart ached, and I rushed to him, embracing him and bursting into tears. Though I was young at the time, I knew of the master's reputation, the top expert in the Tao realm, now reduced to a state of wounds. That fierce ghost was truly extraordinary. Seeing me approach, the master, though not comforting, expressed relief on his face. He raised his voice and shouted, "Fierce ghost, listen to me. Your grievances are deep, and while it goes against the will of the heavens that I suppress you, you must understand. Although you can kill now without heavenly retribution, in a dozen or a few decades, your grievances and murderous aura will eventually cancel each other out. By then, you will be addicted to killing, unable to stop, and with just one more kill, you will suffer the torment of heavenly flames and agony beyond measure with your soul dispersed. If you wish to avoid this fate, we can make a deal. The fierce ghost hesitated. What deal? The master replied, I will instruct the people here to build a small temple for each of you, to receive offerings and worship throughout the seasons. This will not only allow you freedom but also significantly extend your time in this world. In due time, you may move the heavens and earth. Maybe even ascend to the ranks of immortals. How can I trust your words? I am a top figure in the Tao realm. Would I deceive you? The fierce ghost clearly swayed, for the temptation of ascending to the realm of immortals was immense. So, my master instructed the surviving townspeople to build these temples for them and used a large amount of copper deer tongues to form a boundary, preventing them from reneging and escaping. By the time things were settled, it was already half a month later. The master spit up blood more frequently at night. I was simply crying. I supported the master out of the city, preparing to return to the mountain. At first, the master was still spirited. However, once past that mountain, he said, I can't hold on any longer, and collapsed. I was at a loss, crying, Master, please get up, your disciple will obediently follow your words. The master touched my face and gently said, Good, I know you're obedient. Now, listen carefully, Master has something to tell you. The words I said to the fierce ghost earlier were all lies. I've secretly arranged those temples in a southern dipper formation to weaken the fierce ghost's power year by year. I observed the night sky and knew that in 80 years, the fierce ghost will face a great calamity, where most of its power will be stripped away, and that's when we can confront him. I won't live to see that day, but you must remember, fulfill the master's wish. You must resolve this great case with your own hands. I cried, Master, you're saying so much, and I don't understand, please don't speak anymore. The master said, Remember for now, you'll understand slowly in the future. That's enough, Master won't have the chance to talk to you again. Child, you must be obedient, learn to take care of yourself in the future. The old Taoist stopped here, his eyes red, his throat choked up, unable to continue. He Jianfei remembered his deceased mentor, father-like figure, and could no longer hold back the tears. After a long pause, Lao Dao sighed sorrowfully, I knelt on my master's body and cried for a day and a night until my voice grew hoarse. Then your master's master arrived. He shook his head and sighed for a long time before finally saying to me, Child, it's fate. If it weren't for your master, who knows how many more people would have died. He rambled on for a while, but I can't remember all of it. Well, I don't want to continue, my master didn't like me crying when he was alive. Lao Dao shook his head and fell silent. At this point, He Jianfei had a rough understanding of what had happened. Lao Dao's master was unable to go against fate and suppress the fierce ghost that should have been seeking revenge, so he deceived it into the southern dipper array formed by these small temples and laid out a precise plan to suppress it 80 years later. After a moment of silence, He Jianfei spoke up, Senior's master, to deceive it like this, even though it's a ghost, seems, somewhat. Lao Dao chuckled, seems despicable, doesn't it? If my master hadn't done this, more people would have died. At that time, he was really trapped with no way out, so he had to sacrifice himself. He Jianfei quickly added, no, I mean, what the senior did, by not fearing the fierce ghost's future discovery of the truth and resulting rage, even then, even a god wouldn't be able to handle it. Lao Dao remained composed, my master's skills were so profound, predicting the future was commonplace for him, and he had already taken these factors into account. He Jianfei shook his head, feeling that this was still very unfair to the fierce ghost. Chapter 12, Past Memories. Lao Dao saw He Jianfei silent and smiled, all right, my wish has been fulfilled. I will no longer meddle in the affairs of the mortal world. The debts of 80 years have been repaid today. With that, he reached for the purple gold bowl. He Jianfei paused and quickly reached out to stop him. Senior, what are you planning to do? Lao Dao replied, rest assured, I have no intention of taking the purple gold bowl. I only want to take that fierce ghost away. He Jianfei said, if you want to take the purple gold bowl, I have no objection, but taking away the fierce ghost is absolutely impossible. The resolution of the grudges lies with it. Moreover, it was subdued with the purple gold bowl and should fall under the jurisdiction of Wutai Mountain. Lao Dao was stunned. The latter part of what you said is simply unreasonable. This fierce ghost is clearly a karmic tie between my master and me. What does it have to do with Wutai Mountain? If you want to borrow it to suppress the ghostly path, that's acceptable. He Jianfei responded, how do you intend to handle it then? Lao Dao replied, naturally, I will disperse its soul in front of my master's grave. He Jianfei interrupted, no. The fierce ghost's crime does not warrant death. Lao Dao became furious. He Jianfei, you are simply talking nonsense. It nearly caused the death of an entire city and even killed my master. Dare you say it doesn't warrant death? He Jianfei raised his voice, you keep harping on the grudge of 80 years ago. Your master also said that allowing him to stay in the world and harm people was against the heavenly principles. Injustice must be addressed. Moreover, do you not know that after attaching to Ah Chang, one of the twin heroes of the school, he once turned the tide, saving more people in the school fire than in 2 cities combined? Good deeds counterbalance misdeeds. We in the realm of magic have deceived it before. If we continue to arbitrate like this without reason, are we not afraid of divine retribution? Lao Dao's body suddenly trembled, muttering, retribution. After a while, he burst into laughter. Good, good, Wutai Mountain has such a disciple, intelligent, you are truly fortunate. With a wave of his whisk, he drifted away. He Jianfei breathed a sigh of relief when Lao Dao left. He was afraid that if Lao Dao got angry and used his spells, 100 He Jianfeis would not be his match. He first woke up his eldest martial brother and briefly explained the incident of Lao Dao's assistance. Perhaps due to just coming back from the brink of life and death, Zenhua Master's face alternated between green and white. After finishing his story, He Jianfei asked, do you know this Taoist, senior brother? Zenhua Master shook his head and said, I don't know. We both served the master together. If you don't know, how would I know? He Jianfei sneered inwardly but didn't expose it. He only discussed with Zenhua Master how to handle the aftermath. Eventually, they decided that Zenhua Master would stay to destroy the temple and drive away the spirits, while He Jianfei would take Elder Li and the purple gold bowl to resolve the matter of the wronged ghost roads. When Mr. Li woke up, it was already the morning of the next day. A gentle ray of sunlight shone on the window, and the white curtains lightly draped by the foot of the bed. He Jianfei was sitting on the side flipping through the diary. Mr. Li suddenly sat up with a whoosh, their eyes met, silent and speechless, as no one expected all their efforts would lead to an ending they did not want to see. After a while, Mr. Li finally spoke up, what does the diary say? He Jianfei hesitated, and Mr. Li suddenly realized, could it be? He Jianfei interrupted, exactly. The diary fully and detailedly records the cause of Donglu's death, or more precisely, Donglu's grievances. Mr. Li's body trembled slightly. 50 years ago, he had hated Donglu for Ah Chang's death, and who would have thought that the friend he had sympathized with for nearly half a century was the culprit? Let me see it, Mr. Li said. After staring at it for a long time, He Jianfei finally handed the diary to him. I fell head over heels in love with Donglu at first sight. Her pure and flawless demeanor captivated me completely, and her smile left me in awe. So, I worked tirelessly, joining the student council, competing for leadership positions, striving to stand out, all in the hopes of winning her favor. Finally, my efforts paid off, and I became the president of the student council. Donglu started to take notice of me. My heart was overjoyed, until one day, I discovered a great tragedy. I could not be with her. The one who would benefit was Ah Chang, not me. I was unwilling to accept this fate. The only one worthy of Donglu was me, not Ah Chang. There was only one way to have her, and that was to turn her into a vengeful spirit, never to reincarnate, to accompany me for thousands of years. I didn't want to kill her to absorb her spiritual energy, but out of love for her. So, I, posing as the president of the student council, infiltrated the medical research room, stole a piece of radioactive material for cancer treatment, and made it into a pendant to give to her. The look on her face when she saw the pendant is etched in my memory forever. She was overjoyed as if she had ascended to heaven. Mr. Lee threw the diary far away with a wave of his hand, exclaiming, "Heavens! Why am I only able to be a bystander in the cruelest game in the world?" He Jianfei calmly replied, "Aren't you going to read on? What's written next is about you." Mr. Lee looked puzzled at He Jianfei and asked, "What did he write about me? Accusations? Or insults?" He Jianfei responded, "You shouldn't speak of him like that. He is still your benefactor." With that, he went over, picked up the diary, and handed it back to him. Mr. Lee hesitated and opened the diary again, only to see clearly written on it, "Little Lee knows me too well." Often, those who know the most secrets are able to discover the truth. I cannot tolerate him, but for some reason, I cannot bring myself to harm him each time. Watching him running around searching for me joyfully, I realize that I cannot do without him. I have obtained something that should not exist in the ghost realm, friendship. I started to care for him because in over 100 years, including when I was alive, no one has been so sincere and earnest toward me. I sensed some resentment surrounding him, as if some lost soul or wandering spirit wanted to take his life. I dispersed that resentment while he was asleep, but he woke up. Alas, he has finally discovered that I possess magic. This secret will probably not stay hidden for long. I must hasten my steps to eliminate Dong Lihua. Mr. Li sighed deeply, closed the diary, and said, "Just based on this diary, it's enough to make me end my own life." He Jianfei said, "Then you're being overly sentimental. His love for Donglu is twisted, but he didn't ask you to accompany him. His feelings towards you are normal." Mr. Li raised the diary in his hand and said, "Even if he killed Donglu, that would be one thing, but why involve a group of 23 people? He hasn't explained the ugly truth." He Jianfei chuckled, "You can't blame him, this doesn't concern him." Mr. Li then looked bewildered, "Does that not concern him? Then, does it concern me?" He Jianfei didn't answer his question, instead asked, "Who told you about the matter of protecting the stone and seat?" Mr. Li blurted out, "It was Ah Chang." As soon as he said it, he realized he was wrong and quickly corrected himself, "No, it was that fierce ghost." He Jianfei said, "You're wrong again, that one is the real Ah Chang." Mr. Li was suddenly lost in confusion, "Then what do you mean?" He Jianfei explained, "The fierce ghost took over, but it didn't replace Ah Chang's soul. Ah Chang's soul still exists, only it has been suppressed for a long time and couldn't act independently. Until he entered college, when he faced Sun Yat-sen's statue, the righteous spirit greatly suppressed the fierce ghost's power, allowing Ah Chang's soul to awaken for the first time in 20 years. After awakening, Ah Chang's soul coexisted with the fierce ghost. Although he still couldn't fully control his body, he had his own consciousness and could briefly control his body after absorbing Sun Yat-sen's righteous spirit. The fierce ghost obviously didn't notice this. In order to quickly implement its plan, sometimes it had to come out of the body, giving Ah Chang's soul greater room to move. When Ah Chang's soul learned of this malicious plan, he tried his best to stop it, but ultimately he was too late. The situation is very complex, do you understand? Mr. Li remained silent for a moment before saying, "Your reasoning is flawless, but the truth may not be so." He Jianfei sighed, "At this point, do you still want to defend him?" "Yes, if it's the real Ah Chang, he may not be able to achieve the title of Campus Double Heroes." Suddenly, Mr. Li raised his head and asked, "Where is he? I mean, that fierce spirit, can I see him?" He Jianfei stood up and said, "Come with me. I am beside you to take you to see him. After all, the matter of the wronged spirit involves too many secrets. Besides him, no one else is qualified to explain." When Li Laobua saw the purple gold bowl again, his voice choked up. For a moment, he didn't know how to address it, and after hesitating for a while, he finally managed to say, "This, Mr." The familiar voice from the bowl said, "It's Xiao Li, right? Just call me Ah Chang, I prefer you calling me Ah Chang." Hearing this, Li Laobua couldn't hold back his tears and cried out, "Chang, you're truly foolish. You know you can't be with that woman, so why did you still act that way? If you had just continued living well, wouldn't we have remained good friends forever?" The voice came softly from the bowl, "You're the fool, Xiao Li. Even though you know I'm a vengeful ghost, you still want to be friends with me. Aren't you afraid I will harm you?" Li Laobua cried, "You wouldn't. I know you wouldn't. The Ah Chang I know is a loyal brother who I deeply admire. You will always be the one I look up to." The ghost said, "I've made you face such a painful truth, don't you hate me for it?" Li Laobua replied, "Why should I hate you? You taught me so much, saved me once, I owe you my life, how could I hold any grudge, even if it meant enduring endless suffering? Ha ha ha, what a friend who doesn't dare to complain. I guess I didn't befriend you in vain. Even if my soul disperses, it's still worth it." The laughter was as hearty as ever. He Jianfei stood by coldly watching as the two spoke face to face. Li Laobua's emotions fluctuated greatly, and Ah Chang seemed too attached to the past, carrying too much nostalgia. If this continued, not only would they not get any answers, but it might also be detrimental to Li Laobua's elderly body. Seeing an opportunity, He Jianfei quickly interrupted, saying, "The past is gone. The fact that we can meet again today shows that fate is not yet extinguished. But now is not the time for emotional reunions. The grudges are still unsettled, there are many doubts. I earnestly ask Senior Ah Chang to explain clearly, to benefit the world, and perhaps redeem the wrongdoings of the past." Ah Chang let out a long sigh and said, "Indeed, it is too complicated. I pride myself on being clever and astute, but in the end, I could not control this unexpected outcome. The real Ah Chang is not a fool. His wit is no less than mine. The plan was so meticulously crafted, it took me 20 years in the temple before I understood the twists and turns of it all. Are you here to hear about that despicable plan or?" He Jianfei hurriedly interjected, "Start from the day you possessed him." Ah Chang chuckled and said, "He Jianfei, there's no need to hide anymore. The purple gold bowl couldn't completely suppress my consciousness. I heard all of your conversations with the old Taoist. Is this kind of deceptive play acting with hidden intentions something you people in the world of magic often engage in?" Li Laobua, puzzled, asked, "What play acting?" He Jianfei, feeling awkward, replied, I don't know about these senior matters. You must despise us people in the world of magic, right? Hate? Ah Chang murmured, "Since the day Dong Lu died, I have never felt hatred again. I only killed to have a clear conversation with her sooner. Alright, let me start from the reason for the possession. Being framed by that Taoist and accepting incense offerings, I deluded myself into thinking that one day I could join the ranks of immortals. But I knew that to become an immortal, even with incense offerings, would have to cultivate for at least a few hundred years. Year after year, I crouched in a narrow space, the people who came to worship showing no piety on their faces, only impatience and perfunctoriness. Listening to the birdsong and fragrance outside, reminiscing about my past freedom, I detested death and longed for survival. I didn't know what the outside world had become. 10 years passed, decades passed, and the number of worshippers dwindled, but I felt no resentment, only suffocating confinement. I longed to go outside, to see the blue sky, white clouds, and the birds and fish. After so many years, my desire for revenge had turned to ash, and I no longer wanted to consume humans. The grudge weighed too heavily for reincarnation, lingering in a corner forgotten by people, rejecting the painful punishment of transmigration. I merely wished to taste the freedom of going outside, my thoughts then were so pure that I simply wanted to wander and see the world. Ah Chang's voice trembled slightly, as if revealing the pain of being abandoned and harboring hatred from the past. He Jianfei felt a pang in his heart and lowered his head. The Taoist's master used a small temple to trap Ah Chang, intending to wear down Ah Chang's sharpness with the passage of time and ultimately weaken his powers. This inhumane method was akin to dealing with a cat that desperately wanted to escape, tying it up at home and keep tying it until it lost the will to flee. But the nature of cats is to be outside. Yet He Jianfei dared not speak it aloud, fearing that if Ah Chang erupted in anger, the truth of the injustice on the path of the wandering ghosts would remain unknown. One day, suddenly, I noticed some movement outside the temple gate. It turned out to be a sweet and innocent child lying on the threshold, smiling at me. Many people lived around here, and there were always children who ignored the adults' warnings and came over to play. The sound of their laughter was almost my only joy. But that child seemed a bit strange. He didn't play with the other children, just sat alone at my temple gate, tilting his head to look at me, just smiling, a very pure smile. My statue was crafted to look fierce, and no child had ever dared to come in to play, yet that boy could sit there for over an hour, his face always displaying an inscrutable smile. Ah! Just as I was puzzled, my heart suddenly enlightened. Could it be that the heavens knew I had been bored for too long, so they gave me this chance to go out? I was overjoyed, my mind clouded, and I forgot about the taboos of the spirit world, saying, "You, come here, let me out." The boy showed no signs of surprise, as if he had long known I would speak, calmly stood up, brushed off the dust on him, and walked towards me, still wearing that unchanging smile on his face. That boy was Ah Chang, and I merged with Ah Chang like that. In order to repay the boy's kindness to my body, I did not kill his soul, only imprisoned him in the deepest part of my heart, which eventually led to the tragic events that followed. Alas, as I reflect on this today, whether I should have killed him, I still cannot give an answer. Perhaps, this is just fate. Did you say that the kid just... Mr. Li was incredulous, halfway through asking before turning to He Jianfei, hoping for a reasonable explanation. Unfortunately, He Jianfei sat there with a blank expression, busy making notes. The surface calm could not quell the turbulent waves of emotion in He Jianfei's heart. He Jianfei sighed inwardly, oh, fate, why can't the seniors comprehend? Watching intently from the side, Uncle Li finally saw He Jianfei's agitation and confusion. He put down his pen with a chuckle and said, "I will help you get to the bottom of this question." "What's next?" Ah Chang replied, "What's next?" "Next, I returned home. My ignorant parents didn't suspect a thing. I smoothly went through elementary school, middle school, high school, always leading the pack from afar, and finally, I entered that university as the top scorer in the entire province." Uncle Li commented, with Ah Chang's abilities, achieving all this was never a difficult task. Ah Chang added, "Indeed, who could have imagined that behind the brilliance lurked shadows?" As I stepped through the gates of the university, Dr. Sun Yat-sen's statue gleamed under the sunlight, as if hinting at ominous radiance in the future. On the first night sleeping in the dormitory, I was restless with excitement. From elementary school to university, I had always been the absolute standout among my peers. I became the sole hope of my parents in the mountain village, the greatest expectation of the ancient family. The unprecedented glory and favor bestowed upon me made me feel content, happy. I vowed to be filial to the parents who did not give birth to me, to repay all those who were kind to me. I wanted to live my life as a good person. However, fate had other plans for me. Just 3 days after making this vow, the heavens played a joke on me and I met her. I never shy away from admitting that I love her. It's the kind of love at first sight, the kind of love that makes you want to gaze at her forever after just one look. She is the most beautiful girl in the class, but what I love is not just her beauty, but her smile, slowly curving into a perfect arc at the corner of her mouth, with faint ripples on both sides, her gaze filled with a tenderness that can see through your soul. At that moment, all the splendid scenery pales in comparison. I often lean on the balcony lost in thoughts. For her smile, I am willing to pay any price, even if it is a price of sin. She was beautiful, gentle, and kind, as if she possessed all the virtues that a girl could possibly have. With her exceptional qualities, she naturally attracted the admiration of many, and the boys surrounded her like stars orbiting around the moon. In order to win her favor, everyone racked their brains to stand out. Later, I effortlessly won the position of the student council president, finally putting an end to the fierce competition. Then, the whole school caught on fire. Hold on. He Jianfei interrupted, you haven't explained how you won the position of student council president yet? And what about the school fire incident? Li Laobo replied, what does this have to do with the haunted road? He Jianfei exclaimed, of course it's related, because how Ah Chang became the campus hero, Winter Lu's feelings towards him practically had a decisive impact and influence, right? How could such an outstanding girl favor a guy like a pimple? Just look at her, she never looked at you. Mr. Li was so angry that he was speechless. He Jianfei's strong and unreasonable argument actually had his own calculations. Due to Ah Chang and Mr. Li's reluctance to publicize, the insider story of the campus duel legends was not recorded in the small iron box, and after more than 50 years of evolution, it had already changed beyond recognition. As the biggest myth of this university, He Jianfei undoubtedly had a strong interest and could take advantage of this opportunity to inquire clearly through Dong Lu. Ah Chang chuckled softly, so He Jianfei, you're this curious, huh? Then I'll slowly tell you. He Jianfei knew that Ah Chang had guessed his thoughts and smiled awkwardly. So Ah Chang described in detail these two pivotal events in the history of the student union, supplemented by Mr. Li's side notes. The epic confrontation history between the two generations of the student union and the school unfolded in front of He Jianfei's eyes in a complete and authentic scene. Chapter 13 Mutation. For the sake of Donglu, Ah Chang resolutely decided to join the student union. At that time, the student union was far from what it is now, having to yield to the school's absolute authority, with its direct power almost completely exploited. In carrying out tasks, it was constrained at every turn, and the school's opinions were the highest instructions for the student union. They had to follow the school's lead, hence acquiring the mocking nickname among students of Propagation Union. Despite the student union initiating a continuous struggle against the school since its establishment, it always ended in failure. Each student union president would also fall victim to the school's schemes, with inexplicable failing grades and make-up exams appearing on their transcripts. Under this double torment, the student union's resistance grew increasingly weaker, and its situation became more and more depressed. However, the student union was still considered the only authority within the school and the only place where one could stand out. When the recruitment notice for the student union was posted, Ah Chang immediately signed up. During the interview, due to Ah Chang's outstanding leadership and organizational skills from high school, along with his rich experience in clubs, the senior brothers barely asked him any questions before waving him off to wait for the notification. As Ah Chang stepped out of the threshold, a clear sound of admiration, tsk tisk, came from inside the room. A somewhat high-pitched voice said, "Now we don't have to worry, the student union has recruited a promising talent." Ah Chang recognized it as the voice of the current vice president of the student union, Chairman Huang. Indeed, that same afternoon, Ah Chang became the first person to receive the notification of passing the interview, once again becoming the center of attention for everyone. The journey into the student council was smooth sailing for Ah Chang, without any waves or obstacles. However, instead of relaxing, his brows furrowed tighter. He had thought that as long as he entered the student council and worked hard with his confidence and abilities, he could easily ascend to the position of student council president in 2 years, not to mention winning Dong Lu's favor. But now, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Reliable sources revealed that the current Minister of Propaganda of the Student Council, Lu Zhenxiong, was launching a crazy and intense pursuit of Dong Lu. When it came to Lu Zhenxiong, everyone in the Student Council kept their distance. He was cunning, adept at flattery and deceit, and his uncle was the director of the Academic Affairs Office, allowing him to enter the council without even going through an interview. It was said that he once aimed for the presidency, but the outgoing president saw through his true colors and refused to nominate him, thus preventing him from running. As a result, the president at that time ended up with only a graduation certificate. If he were to secure the position of student council president, Dong Lu might not be able to withstand Lu Zhenxiong's relentless pursuit and might yield. When it came to playing tricks, Lu Zhenxiong was no match for himself. Climbing to the high position of president through such means held no significance. It not only violated his principles but also wouldn't earn the respect of his subordinates. However, if he continued to delay, in an instant, it felt like his fate hinged on Dong Lu's decision, and he was powerless. Yet, at this critical moment, an unexpected event occurred. One afternoon, the student union informed Ah Chang to attend a meeting. Firstly, Ah Chang was thinking about the matter of Dong Lu, and secondly, for some unknown reason, the student union had not assigned him to a specific department yet, which left him feeling frustrated. So, he arrived early at the meeting room, ready to ask the chairman for an explanation. The area outside the meeting room was quiet, with no one around. Ah Chang pushed open the door of the meeting room and found a person sitting inside the spacious room, looking down at something. Ah Chang was shocked. Had the chairman already arrived? The person looked up and smiled, nodding in greeting when he saw Ah Chang entering. It was then that Ah Chang realized that it wasn't the chairman but Li Huanran, a new officer he had just met a few days ago. Due to his family's generations being farmers, his father wanted to cultivate a scholar among the next generation, so he had chosen the name Huanran with the intention of a new beginning. Ah Chang, you're here early. Li Huanran seemed very pleased to see Ah Chang. Ah Chang casually replied, Little Li, you are even earlier than me. By the way, I forgot to ask you last time, which department are you in? Li Huanran said, I don't have a department. Apart from notifying me of the interview, the student union has not given me any other information, let alone any assignments. He doesn't have a department either? Ah Chang was surprised, but he didn't show it on his face, just casually said, Really? What a coincidence, I don't have one either. Li Huanran smiled and said, I already knew. I went to the chairman about this, but he always avoided me. But by some stroke of luck, he never expected to be caught red-handed while dining with his girlfriend. I asked him why he always ignored me, whether the student union intended to kick me out. He impatiently waved me off. The student union has no rules for kicking people out. We have our arrangements, why do you keep bothering me? Go. Oh, by the way, also pass on a message to a guy named Ah Chang, tell him not to come looking for me for the same reason, unless he wants to sweep the school road. That's when I realized you and I are in the same boat. Upon hearing Li Huanran's words, Ah Chang couldn't help but laugh bitterly. I wonder how the former chairman saw something in him. As they were talking, the door creaked open, and the current chairman, Chairman Chen, walked in. He scolded Ah Chang, Do I need you to teach me how to see things just because you became chairman? You two idiots talk behind people's backs, be careful not to incur divine retribution. Li Huanran, feeling wronged, said, I haven't said anything. Ah Chang immediately turned his face to the side, pretending not to hear. Chairman Chen said, You made a fool of me in front of my girlfriend last time, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Well, let's talk about this later. Let's start the meeting now. Meeting? Only 2 people here, how can we have a meeting? Li Huanran asked in surprise. Chairman Chen replied, Nonsense, is there a specific number of people required for a meeting? Anyway, there's nothing much to discuss. I just came to inform you both that the student union has finally assigned you a great and honorable task, attending the student representative joint conference next week. Oh, my girlfriend is looking for me, I have to go, bye-bye. With that, leaving the 2 astonished individuals behind, Chairman Chen swiftly left the meeting room as if carried away by the wind. The 2 of them stayed inside for quite a while. Finally, Li Huanran frowned and said, The chairman is really acting recklessly. According to the rules, the chairman and vice chairman are supposed to go there in person. Why ask 2 newcomers like us to go instead? Ah Chang gave him a meaningful look and said, Didn't the chairman tell you that he has his own arrangements? Li Huanran was puzzled and asked, What do you mean? Ah Chang looked up at the ceiling, casually saying, The election for the next student union chairman is getting closer and closer. As he spoke, seeing Li Huanran's confusion, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, "I was just kidding, and you believed me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Chang exclaimed, "Oh," as Li Huanran punched him on the shoulder. The fact proved that Chang was not talking nonsense. Just on the second day of their participation in the Student Union Representatives Congress, the school suddenly launched an attack, announced the takeover of the Student Union, and at the same time, bypassing the Student Congress, directly appointed Lu Zhenxiong as the next president of the Student Union. This naturally met with fierce resistance from the Student Union. However, the resistance ended in failure in less than a few hours. The two presidents were forcibly dragged out of the office by security guards, expelled from the school, and had their student status revoked. All ministers were stripped of their bachelor's degrees, given a serious demerit, and were detained for 2 months for further investigation, while the rest of the ordinary members were ordered to obey the new president's absolute leadership, with those who disobeyed being expelled from the union. That afternoon, the entire school students went on strike, demonstrating and protesting, and the military and police were mobilized to suppress the protest. All representatives were detained, facing the threat of imprisonment. This was the sensational 538 tragedy. In the tragedy, except for Chang and Li Huanran who were attending a meeting outside, none of the student union members escaped from being affected. However, at that time, no one expected that the tragic downfall of the student union would eventually pave the way for the rise of the campus dual heroes. "He dares!" Li Huanran roared, slamming his hand on the coffee table, startling Chang beside him. The classmate who had just rushed over to deliver the news sobbed, "It's gone, the student union is gone. The president has instructed that no matter what, you two are not to come back." It's no wonder the president and the others refused to come but asked them to participate. Li Huanran realized they had already anticipated the school's actions, so they were sent away in advance to preserve the last remaining strength of the student union. Seeing Li Huanran overcome with grief, the student had no choice but to hand a piece of paper to Chang. As Chang unfolded it, he was surprised to see a nomination letter written by the two chairpersons recommending him and Li Huanran for the next term student union presidency. Chang exclaimed, "How is this possible? We are only freshmen. According to the rules." The classmate, with red eyes, explained, "The president mentioned that almost all the sophomores have been controlled by Lu Zhenxiong. In times of crisis, exceptional measures need to be taken. The nomination is made outside the normal procedure, which is also stated in the regulations. He wants you to report to the Student Representative Assembly immediately upon receiving the nomination letter." The student council was disbanded, wasn't it? Chang was completely puzzled and knew nothing about the current situation at school. It was forcibly dissolved by the school, but it is still operating underground. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he said to Chang and Li Huanran, "As long as the student union exists, the student council will not perish." Chang fell silent, understanding the eager meaning contained in those eyes. The two freshman students found themselves hastily tied to the thread of fate at the critical moment of the student union's life and death struggle. They both hurried back to school and attended a secret student representative assembly, where the vast majority of students approved the appointment of Chang and Li Huanran. The two of them solemnly swore to officially become the president and vice president of the student union. At the same time, the student union led by Lu Zhenxiong, supported by the school, was also officially established. Students privately referred to them as the official student union and the underground student union. After the establishment of the two student unions, they were in opposition to each other, and tensions rose. Orders from the official student union were almost impossible to be carried out. When they asked students to go east, the students would go west. In contrast, the underground student union was strictly disciplined. Discontent within the official student union grew day by day, and the conflict between the two sides escalated. The school attempted several times to instruct the security guards to take down Chang and Li Huanran, but they cleverly evaded each time. However, the situation was becoming increasingly urgent. Chang and Li Huanran not only had to coordinate and plan the work of the entire student union, but also had to be extremely careful themselves to avoid being caught by the school. However, being overly cautious was not a long-term solution. Ah Chang once attracted the attention of 2 undercover security guards, and after twisting and turning, he finally managed to shake them off. As he hurried downstairs, he bumped into someone head-on. All he heard was the person saying, "Ouch." With a sound, the books in his hands scattered all over the ground. Ah Chang quickly apologized while looking up, only to be stunned. The person he bumped into turned out to be Dong Li. Normally eloquent Ah Chang immediately started to stutter, struggling to continue. Dong Li gave a faint smile and softly said, "It's nothing, it's my fault. I should be the one apologizing. Did I bump into you?" The gentle sunlight shone on her delicate face, casting a pink halo around her. Dong Li glanced at the embarrassed Ah Chang, lowered her long eyelashes, and crouched down to pick up the books. After standing awkwardly for a moment, Ah Chang also bent down to help pick up the books. As he searched for the right words to say, a myriad of thoughts turned into a thin stream of longing, swirling around Dong Li, unnoticed, under the increasingly intense sunlight. Unknowingly, they were left with only one book. Their hands inadvertently touched as they both reached for it, and they quickly pulled back as if touched by an electric shock. Ah Chang nervously glanced at Dong Li, who remained silent with her head down. He cautiously picked up the last book and handed it to her. Dong Li took the book, and the 2 of them stood up simultaneously without a word, their silhouettes frozen in time. Suddenly, the sunlight softened, lazily caressing each person present. Behind him came a distant clamor. Ah Chang turned his head and met Dong Lu's startled eyes. In that instant, his reason returned. He did not forget the responsibility that a student council president carried at this moment. Regaining his usual composure, Ah Chang spoke, "It's all right, these are just trivial matters. Sorry, I have to leave first." With a final glance at Dong Lu, he resolutely prepared to pass by. Ah Chang, a soft call came from beside him just as Ah Chang passed by Dong Lu. Ah Chang paused, halting his steps. Dong Lu had never called his name like this before. In their era, calling someone June was a form of respect. Could it be that Dong Lu saw herself as? Ah Chang slowly turned his head, and Dong Lu's charming figure remained frozen in place, her head hung low, long hair veiling her exquisite features. After a while, Dong Lu whispered softly, "Please, please, June Ah Chang, be careful." Before Ah Chang could react, Dong Lu, clutching a book, had already run around the corner of the stairs and disappeared from Ah Chang's sight. All Ah Chang managed to see in the end was the shy and hesitant smile on Dong Lu's face. The noise behind grew louder and louder. Ah Chang glanced nostalgically at where Dong Lu had disappeared, then turned and hurried forward. Facing him was the gentle smile of the Sun Yat-sen bronze statue. Somehow, Ah Chang felt a bit dizzy, but he paid no attention to it because his heart was filled with overwhelming love. He swore that after the student union matters were over, he would love her well and give all his love to her. "Chairman, you're back. Something big is happening." Ah Chang returned to the secret office and found all the student union cadres gathered, anxiously discussing something around Li Huanran, creating a chaotic and noisy atmosphere in the office. With sharp eyes, Li Huanran noticed Ah Chang standing bewildered at the door, quickly pushed through the crowd and said, "There's no need to say anything now. All ministers, lead your team members out, prioritize stabilizing the situation, do not take any other actions for now, and be careful not to attract the military or police. The staff in the chairman's office should also go out." As the crowd dispersed, Li Huanran, who had been trying to contain his anxiety, finally revealed, "Ah Chang, where have you been? The military and police are causing trouble again. They say they want to station themselves in the school because there are rebels." At the same time, he handed a pile of documents to Ah Chang, who took a look at the cover and just managed to ask, "Is this directed at us?" Just then, a cadre ran over to the door and shouted, "Oh no! Chairman, come out quickly." Li Huanran angrily said, "What are you shouting outside for? Trying to get the military or police to catch you?" The cadre, with a mournful expression, said, "It's me. I was too hasty, the campus is on fire. What? Li Huanran took a swift step out of the door and grabbed the man, demanding, what's going on? Explain it to me clearly. The official replied, I don't know much myself. All I heard was that the fire started in the West District, and it has now spread to the academic building. Li Huanran let go of him, about to go out and verify the situation, when suddenly, a cluster of flames erupted clearly from the northwest corner, mingling the distant panicked screams with the crashing sounds of collapsing buildings. The military and police were scared and ran out. The school called the fire department, but the fire is too intense to be extinguished. Li Huanran glanced back at Achang. Achang calmly gazed at the blaze, interrupting the official's chatter. Go call back all the officials, and the rest should disperse on site for rescue. The official hurriedly left. Li Huanran asked, what's your plan? Achang walked over, grasped his shoulder, looked him in the eye and said, disorder begets disorder, and the general situation will eventually take shape. Shaoli, this fire is the turning point for everything. Succeed, and you'll reign, fail, and you'll fall. The decision-making power is now in our hands. Do you understand what I'm saying? Turning point? Li Huanran stood there stunned. The ministers were gradually coming back, and Li Huanran saw a flash of determination in Achang's eyes. Achang swiftly went to call the ministers for a meeting, and Li Huanran's body trembled, suddenly realizing the grave significance in Achang's serious tone. Indeed, this was a battle that must not be lost. Losing meant losing all chances of a comeback. The subsequent development unfolded exactly as Achang had anticipated. The underground activities of the grassroots student union were made public, and the school authorities, preoccupied with the aftermath of the fire, were too occupied to pay attention to the provocations of the grassroots student union. Just as water can carry a boat, it can also capsize it. Achang and Li Huanran deeply understood this principle. While the school and the official student union focused on seeking help from the outside, the grassroots student union mobilized all the students on campus in just a day. Students from the geography and architecture departments played the most significant roles, leading to the unique underground water firefighting system that has been passed down in the university to this day. With everyone mobilized, the fire was miraculously brought under control. By the time the external rescue teams arrived, the fire had already been completely extinguished. Upon assessment, nearly half of the school was burned down, but miraculously, there were no casualties. This outcome shocked the entire society at the time, and a large number of media outlets carried out comprehensive tracking reports under the theme of Student Savior. Simultaneously, the power struggle between the official student union and the grassroots student union was forcibly exposed. Under pressure, the school disbanded the official student union, which had been universally criticized as incompetent by the public. Seizing the opportunity, Achang and Li Huanran convened the largest alumni and student representative assembly in history, thereby establishing a power guarantee system that could counterbalance the school authority. Thus, the twin heroes of the campus stood on equal footing, and a flourishing democratic landscape gradually took shape. Chapter 14, Who is the Killer? The story of the campus duo has finally come to an end. He Jianfei had long forgotten to take notes, just staring blankly at the purple gold bowl. Who could have imagined that behind such glory, there lurked such dirty and intense power struggles? The supreme position of the campus duo seems well deserved. Li Laobua saw that Achang had finished speaking, but He Jianfei was still absent-mindedly holding the pen, not saying a word, as if lost in thought. Li Laobua walked up to him, tapped him on the shoulder, and said, "Hey, kid, if you want to think about going back, you can't leave others waiting there." He Jianfei finally snapped out of it, and hurriedly made a few movements on the paper, then turned to Purple Gold Bowl and said, "So, please tell us the truth about Dong Lu's death, Senior Achang." Finally, they had arrived at the most sensitive and crucial part, something that everyone had avoided discussing deeply in the past. Now, will Achang be able to smoothly reveal the truth? Li Laobua anxiously glanced at the Purple Gold Bowl. "Sure, here is the translation of the text you provided." Sure enough, Chang fell silent for a while before saying, "Dong Lu was killed by me." Everyone already knew this answer. The room fell into an unbearable silence. He Jianfei didn't say anything either, just lowered his head and looked at the paper. Li Laobua also didn't know what to say. After a long while, Chang let out a long sigh and said, "It's better to speak it out. The knot in my heart for many years should be untied. I wrote it very clearly in my diary. When I ascended to the throne and reached the pinnacle of my career, misfortune began to strike at the same time. I, who had put all my thoughts on her and the student union, paid no attention to how dazzling the bronze statue of Sun Yat-sen was. Every time I passed by there, I would feel dizzy, and once I even stumbled. I always comforted myself, saying, 'It's nothing, I'm just too tired, it's been too long since I last came to this world, and I'm not used to the sunlight.' At this moment, the true Ah Chang in my body had already begun the awakening of his own soul. Perhaps it was fate that she and I were not meant to be. Before I could taste the sweetness of her smile meant only for me, my once proud intelligence betrayed me for the first time. I didn't mind having a spiritual relationship with her, but I couldn't bear seeing her purity tainted by another man's physical presence. The fervent love eventually led to the implementation of that despicable plan. At the same time, the real Ah Chang began his meticulous counterplan. However, though my plan failed twice, I was still ahead of the real Ah Chang, and the sinister plan succeeded. Overjoyed, I went back and forth thinking about it, eager to tell her in person. But tell me, who would believe such a ridiculous possession explanation? I was confused, blinded by love, failing to consider the mentality of ordinary people. The dreadful moment arrived. I terrifyingly realized that her usual smile slowly faded from her face, and the beloved tenderness and ripples were gradually stiffening and vanishing. I was shocked, telling her that I could use magic to prove it to her if she didn't believe. Yet her face remained surprisingly calm. She calmly said, "You don't need to explain the reason, I don't need to know, sometimes, knowing the result is enough." The tense contour outlined an extreme cold beauty. I stood there in a daze, my mind completely blank. I couldn't believe how things had turned out, the huge blow leaving me unable to react. At that moment, she slowly walked towards me, stopping right in front of me. I thought she was going to speak to me, but instead, what came out of her mouth were two words as sharp as ice blades: "Leave now." It was then that I noticed her eyes were hollow, staring into the distance, not at me. I staggered back 2 steps, shocked, and stammered, "You." She floated past me, murmuring softly, "True love. Mom, true love." Her face looked so terrifying that I dared not approach her, just stood there dumbfounded. In that moment of hesitation, I made a grave mistake that I would regret for the rest of my life. When I finally came to my senses and frantically searched for her, she had already ended her life by hanging herself from the tree on the hill where she used to study in the morning. As I found her and gently lowered her down, she had stopped breathing. I held her, choked with emotion, achieving my goal, but instead of joy, my heart was filled with endless sorrow and loneliness. She slowly opened her eyes, gazing at my tear-streaked face, and said intermittently, "My mother always said, a woman only has one true love in her lifetime, and when she loves the wrong person, even false love is lost." I didn't believe it, but it's true, it came true for me. With that, her eyes closed gently, and her head weakly rested on my chest. I felt a violent shiver run through my whole body, as the resentment started flowing from her to me continuously. The injustice was absorbed. I never expected her hatred to surpass mine. With a heart filled with deeper love, the moment she left this world with more hatred than I ever had. I cried out in agony. The purer the love, the deeper the hate. I always doubted whether she loved my soul or the real Ah Chang's body, but in her eyes, there was only ever me, not even a second Ah Chang. In her heart, I was Ah Chang, and Ah Chang was me. I destroyed the true love we both found together. I promised to protect her forever, yet delivered the most fatal blow. How could she rest in peace and move on to the next life knowing the love of her life had given her the deepest hatred? Uncle Li saw him speaking faster and faster, gasping for breath, and hurriedly said, "Ah Chang, you're tired, take a rest and then talk, no rush." Ah Chang, as if he had not heard, continued, my grievances have been greatly weakened, but I can still barely resist the righteousness of Sun Yat-sen's bronze statue. I want to find her soul and use my last bit of strength to save my most regretful decision. On the other hand, the real Ah Chang, upon learning of Donglio's death, also went crazy in his retaliation against me. Finally, when I once again escaped from the body in search of no avail, I returned exhausted at night only to find a crowd gathered in the abandoned square in front of the dormitory. All the classmates were standing there, coldly looking at me, their eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. In the middle, surrounded by a cane chair, sat the true spirit of Ah Chang. I was shocked to realize the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They seemed very taboo about me. Without even giving me a chance to explain, they launched a direct attack. I heard the real Ah Chang shout, begin. After a dazzling white light and a heart-wrenching pain, I found myself back in this ruined temple, full of resentment, hoping to return to the human world once again. In the end, I couldn't even be a good person, instead bringing unbearable pain to all those who loved me. Heaven's punishment for me is just, I will never be deserving of being human. Ah Chang seemed to deeply regret the unbearable past, and hastily ended this thrilling description. He Jianfei glanced at Mr. Li, who was secretly heartbroken beside him, and asked, do you know, Ah Chang, I mean the real Ah Chang, what kind of spell was used to attack you? Ah Chang hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm not sure, but I saw the positions where those classmates were standing were very strange, as if some formation was used, but it was very different from the usual Bagua formation or Qiankun formation. Neglecting the situation in the class was the main reason for my failure. The fact that the whole class believed I was a fierce ghost and was willing to sacrifice their lives to kill me, just based on this, I am far inferior to the real Ah Chang. The matter had come to an end at this point. Continuing to inquire would only open up old wounds. He Jianfei put down the paper that had not a word written on it, stood up, and Mr. Li suddenly noticed a look of inexplicable sadness and guilt on his face. While Mr. Li was pondering, He Jianfei had already returned to normal, walked towards the main hall, bowed, and loudly proclaimed towards the golden bowl with an expressionless face, Chiang the fierce ghost, you have done much evil in the mortal realm, hurting lives, and causing turmoil leading to the suffering of sentient beings. You should be punished by the heavens. Mount Wutai has now been entrusted by the underworld, and according to the laws of the spell world, it is decided where you should go. Listen to the judgment. What? Mr. Li looked at He Jianfei in despair. No. The calm voice came from the purple gold bowl, I hear the judgment. Ah Chiang, a fierce ghost, whose real name and birthplace are no longer traceable, first brought the people of the city to the brink of death, then wreaked havoc on the region, causing bloodshed, and further orchestrated nightmares on campus, harming the innocent. Your crimes are heinous and should have led to your eternal dissipation. Bearing in mind your heroic act during your school days when the whole school was engulfed in flames, saving countless lives, the good and the bad balance each other out. I hereby sentence you to eternal imprisonment in the Yaoling Tower of Wutai Mountain. You are not allowed to step out of this mountain without permission. This was the verdict. Uncle Li and Ah Chiang were both stunned, yet relieved at the same time. Compared to Ah Chiang, Uncle Li harbored a deeper sense of doubt. The outcome was already quite surprising for Ah Chiang. So, why did He Jianfei's face show a mix of sentimentality and desolation? Could it be that he had discovered some other secret in Ah Chiang's words? After Judge He Jianfei finished pronouncing the verdict, he also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, Senior Ah Chiang, please forgive me. I am just doing my duty and dare not show any favoritism. Ah Chiang replied, it should be so. However, I'm afraid that the old Taoist may not necessarily accept your judgment. He Jianfei solemnly said, Wutai Mountain is the foremost sect of Buddhism. In terms of seniority, it surpasses the Taoist sect he belongs to. Wutai Mountain doesn't easily pronounce judgment on fierce ghosts. He will not dare to resist. You can rest assured. In fact, I also have a request for Senior Ah Chiang. Senior Li looked surprised at He Jianfei, and Ah Chiang interjected, are you asking me to help clarify things for Donghu, right? He Jianfei said, exactly, only Senior Aqiang can resolve Donghu's concerns. You wouldn't want to see Donghu unable to be saved and his soul dispersed, would you? Aqiang smiled and said, I once swore to obtain Donghu. If I do this now, it would be equivalent to violating my oath, and I would incur divine retribution. He Jianfei also knew the dilemma. Just as he was about to give up, Qiang added, however, if you really want me to help in this way, have Shaoli beseech me. Perhaps then, you may escape calamity. What is the connection between Aqiang's oath and Mr. Li? He Jianfei and Mr. Li looked at each other, both with a bewildered expression. Seeing He Jianfei pouting at him, Mr. Li could only speak up, Chang, I beg you. I promise. He Jianfei exclaimed, why are you so readily agreeing now? Chang laughed and replied, Shaoli is my closest friend, and in this world, nothing is more important than loyalty and righteousness. Just for the sake of this righteousness, even if I break my oath, the heavens cannot do anything to me. Mr. Li could no longer restrain the surging emotions in his heart, falling to the ground and crying uncontrollably. He Jianfei had to exert a lot of effort to help him up and sent him back to his room to rest. After much persuasion, when Li Laobua saw He Jianfei about to leave, he hurriedly called out, oh, by the way, have you figured out the formation that Aqiang mentioned, the one that the entire class would use against him? He Jianfei shook his head blankly, saying, no matter how hard I think, I just can't figure it out. What kind of formation requires 23 people? The number 23 seems to be an ominous number in spells. I need to go back and check the classics. You should get some rest now, your eyes are bloodshot, and you won't be able to go out even if you want to. It turned out that He Jianfei had a plan all along, which put Li Laobua's mind at ease, and he decided to rest well. Little did he know that the elderly were already weakened physically, coupled with the exhaustion of the past few days' journey, he slept almost a whole day and woke up the next evening. Li Laobua quickly got up, only to find He Jianfei sitting on the sofa with a worried look on his face. What happened? Li Laobua blurted out. He Jianfei sighed, I flew back to Wutai Mountain, almost turning the scripture tower upside down, but still couldn't find that formation. Li Laobua anxiously asked, what should we do? Is the lead about to be lost again? He Jianfei said, not necessarily. I'm thinking of a bold plan, to go to the underworld and ask the real Aqiang. Li Laobua was surprised, is the real Aqiang still there? It's been over 50 years, he must have been reincarnated long ago. He Jianfei explained, Master Aqiang hasn't reached a stage where he must be suppressed. Moreover, using the blood of 23 people to seal him, I faintly feel that this formation is ominous. Heaven is fair, even if it's for the greater good, causing too much harm could lead to rejection from reincarnation and eternal damnation in hell. How would we know if he's still there if we don't try? I plan to go to the underworld tonight. With excitement, he glanced at Li Laobua and said, of course, the first thing to do is to fill our stomachs. I've already ordered takeout. As they were halfway through their takeout meal, He Jianfei remarked that it was getting late and they should prepare tools to leave in advance. Leaving Li Laobua alone, it was impossible for him to have any appetite left. Quickly taking a few bites, he followed suit. For ordinary people, the underworld always carries extremely mysterious and terrifying connotations, only heard of in myths, legends, and folklore. The magical world is also very secretive about its communication with the underworld, refusing to be open to outsiders. Now, having the rare opportunity to witness the secrets of the underworld, Li Laobua would rather go hungry and follow along. Seeing He Jianfei bring over a yellow paper and write a few words on it with cinnabar ink, Li Laobua quickly snatched the paper to read while he was lighting incense. It read, He Jianfei, the 47th generation secular disciple of Wutai Mountain, respectfully greets the envoy from the underworld. I deeply appreciate your help last time and regret not being able to reciprocate. The karmic relationship in the human world lingers, and without the true soul of Brother Chang, it is difficult to save him from the brink of disaster. Therefore, borrowing the great compassion of Buddhist salvation, I ask the envoy to open the gates of the underworld once again, and I will offer thanks in the future. Meanwhile, He Jianfei had finished lighting 3 sticks of incense and snatched the paper back, saying, "You are too curious. Don't read randomly, it's about to begin." Li Laobo was astonished. "Is it so simple?" He Jianfei smiled. "Do you really think I have the patience to learn something overly complicated?" He Jianfei read the paper in front of the incense table, then placed it on the table. After a while, the paper suddenly emitted thick smoke. He Jianfei, surprised, stood up with a puzzled look on his face. Indeed, when he approached the paper, there were different words written on it. "Ah Chang's true soul is still here, but his sins are grave. According to regulations, he cannot leave the jurisdiction. If your sect truly needs him, please invite the abbot in person." Grave sins? Could it be that the formation used by Ah Chang is some kind of evil formation against the natural order? He is not a practitioner in the world of spells, so how did he come to know a spell that even He Jianfei is unfamiliar with? He Jianfei and Li Laobo looked at each other. Li Laobo held up the paper and said, "Are we going to invite Master Chan Yu again? It might be better for us to go to Wutai Mountain ourselves." He Jianfei recalled the snowy mountains and the embarrassing falls he had while climbing, and hesitated. "Maybe we don't need to. I'll bring the purple gold basin and see if the underworld will release him based on its merit." After that, he returned to his room and brought the purple gold basin to place it on the table, then rewrote another talisman, saying, "Since the abbot cannot come in person, let the purple gold basin serve as proof." Shortly after, a puff of white smoke rose from the paper again. This time, Mr. Li was quick to pick up the paper, but to no surprise, the underworld still refused. The netherworld only recognized people, not objects. Mr. Li looked at He Jianfei and asked, "What should we do?" "I think we should pay a visit to Master Chan Yu." He Jianfei stood there in a daze, recalling Master Chan Yu's vague discussions about the 3-flower protection technique and his reverence for the old Taoist. What power did the ghostly road possess to make his usually candid and trustworthy senior brother so evasive? With these thoughts in mind, He Jianfei let out a long sigh and said, "We can't go. Only the 2 of us can know about this." His tone made it sound like he wanted to exclude Master Chan Yu. Before Mr. Li could ponder further, He Jianfei slammed the paper on the table and exclaimed, "By the decree of the purple golden bowl, as if the abbot himself has arrived at the scene, this is the rule set by Mount Wutai. In times of crisis, can the underworld really not show any flexibility?" Mr. Li anxiously waved his hands, cautioning, "Speak softly, be careful not to provoke the underworld." As soon as the voice fell, a white smoke rose abruptly behind the desk, and a vague figure gradually took shape. He Jianfei quickly tugged at Uncle Li's clothes. "Is he coming out?" Uncle Li, however, shuddered all over. The upright figure, the floating hair, the vivid contours, everything was so familiar as if it were yesterday. Uncle Li's eyes even moistened, and his left leg trembled as he took a small step, unable to resist calling out, "Ah Chang." A soft voice echoed, "Who is it? Who has summoned me from 1,000 years of captivity?" This voice was a stark contrast to the resolute tone of Ah Chang in the past. It was then that Uncle Li realized that the figure before him, though the very shape of Ah Chang, was not the brother who once stood shoulder to shoulder with him in controlling the campus affairs. A wave of sadness washed over Uncle Li, and he lowered his head in silence. Seeing Uncle Li hesitate to speak, He Jianfei had no choice but to say, "It's me." "Are you the real Ah Chang? Zhenachang?" The voice carried a hint of confusion, and gradually, the figure's face became clearer. Even He Jianfei was taken aback this time, as the person in front of him was exactly the same as the huge photo hanging in the school's historical room. The only difference was the lack of decisiveness and domineering aura in the eyes, replaced by a gentle and puzzled look. Zhenachang stood there, exuding a strong scholarly air of gentleness and elegance. At first glance, he resembled those delicate male dolls displayed in the shop window. Could it be that this seemingly fragile individual had masterminded the meticulous plan to overthrow the formidable ghost Ah Chang? Just as he was pondering, Zhenachang spoke up. "Zhenachang? Ah, I see, I know why you've come to find me. His words carried a thick layer of sadness. He Jianfei felt a bit awkward for the moment, picked up a paper stool and burned it, saying, since the senior understands, please have a seat and let's talk. Zhanaqiang nodded, sitting upright on the chair, and said, was it that fierce ghost who sent you here? Tell him to lay off and stay in the dilapidated temple, enduring the consequences of his past misdeeds. He Jianfei replied, no. He has been forever imprisoned in the Yaoling Pagoda on Mount Wutai. We came to see the senior, actually for the matter of Donglu. Donglu? Zhanaqiang's body trembled slightly. What happened to her? He Jianfei briefly explained the origin and development of the unjust ghost Lu. Zhanaqiang sighed gently, closed his eyes, and said, I'm sorry, it's all because of me, it's all because of me. He Jianfei was puzzled but dared not ask more, afraid that Zhanaqiang would get angry and cut off all clues. After a while, Zhanaqiang seemed to have made up his mind, opened his eyes and said, all right, I can tell you. But before that, don't you want to know why I still can't reincarnate to this day and even face strict control from the underworld? He Jianfei nodded quickly and said, yes, I almost forgot. What exactly did Senior do wrong? Zhanaqiang said, since you are a practitioner in the magic world, have you ever heard of the formation, 23 child array? The formation of the 23 children? He Jianfei carefully recalled the formations he knew, then answered decisively after a moment, no. The number 23 does not hold any special significance in Buddhism, so it is not commonly used in formations. Zhanaqiang smiled slightly. Indeed, he mentioned that this formation was sealed off during the age of the deities in Buddhism and Taoism, ensuring that this secret would never be revealed. I was in disbelief as well. I never expected that even the renowned Five-Tai Mountain, known as the top expert in spells, had no records related to it. He? Who is he? Just as He Jianfei was about to ask, Zhanaqiang raised a hand to stop his interruption and continued to explain, it is said that the formation of the 23 children is an ancient evil formation passed down through generations, using the blood and light of 23 individuals as a catalyst to stimulate the concentration of magical energy at the center of the formation. Ultimately, these rays are focused and shot towards a single point, creating a destructive force hundreds of times more powerful than a typical formation. Legend has it that a long time ago, a deity fell in love with a mortal woman. In order to win her over, he created this formation, breaking the seal of the heavenly realm, but in the end, he angered the deities and Buddhas, who joined forces to imprison him in the ghostly realm's underwater prison, forever separating him from his beloved. According to this legend, anyone who utilizes this formation will be imprisoned in the great prison of the underworld, enduring endless torment for 1,000 years before being allowed to reincarnate. If they reveal the true nature of the formation to outsiders, they lose the chance to reincarnate and are condemned to eternal damnation in the ghostly realm. As the words finished, He Jianfei was already taken aback. What? Chapter 15, Legend. It seems that He Jianfei was surprised as expected. Zhanaqiang did not hesitate at all, and continued to speak to himself, because it is too poisonous, it has been forbidden by the gods and Buddhas. At this point, Zhanaqiang lowered his head, let out a long sigh, and said, He Jianfei, do you still want me to tell you about what happened that day? Revealing the truth would mean no reincarnation, forever imprisoned in the underworld in the form of a ghost? Seeing Zhanaqiang's expression, it was clear he was not lying. He Jianfei was at a loss, feeling that he had no right to demand this oppressed and tragic soul to give up the opportunity for reincarnation. After a short moment of silence, He Jianfei instinctively tried to explain, so. Dong Lu will not be able to reincarnate. Wouldn't that be an unjust fate for the vengeful spirit? Zhanaqiang suddenly brightened up, raised his head eagerly and asked, what did you just say? You said that Dong Lu cannot reincarnate like this? But hasn't Dong Lu become an unjust spirit? Can't unjust spirits reincarnate? He Jianfei was taken aback and responded, of course not. Unless it has been decreed by the world of spells and the underworld, any unjust spirit, no matter how heinous their crimes, as long as they are willing to let go of their lingering hatred, they will be allowed to pass through the Naiha bridge. Zhenotxiang looked doubtful. Is that true? Why is what he told me completely different? He Jianfei pointed to the purple gold bowl and said, that is the token of the abbot. I swear to you on the 100 years of reputation of Mount Wutai, what I just said is absolutely true. Zhenotxiang glanced at the purple gold bowl and said, I trust you. All right, for Donglu, I am willing to disclose everything. For Donglu? Could it be that, senior, you? He Jianfei's heart faintly stirred with a sense of foreboding, and Zhenotxiang had tears streaming down his face. Yes, I also deeply love Donglu. Unfortunately, she never knew of my existence until the day she passed away. Li Laobua, who had been silently standing by, couldn't help but let out a sigh. The love and conflict between two boys sharing the same body created the most helpless, poignant, and twisted romance. Zhenotxiang was about to speak, but He Jianfei suddenly raised his hand and decisively said, No, senior, it's better not to say it. Just knowing the name of this formation, even if it's already lost, with me, He Jianfei, searching through all the ancient texts in the world, do you think I won't be able to find it? A hint of gratitude welled up in Zhenotxiang's eyes. Thank you for your kindness, but I've decided to speak up. That fierce ghost is willing to be subjugated by you all for Dongli. Can't I sacrifice everything for her? Revealing the truth will make things less complicated and can shorten Dongli's suffering. Seeing that the conversation had come to this point, Uncle Li turned to He Jianfei and said, his mind is made up, let him speak. It's also a way to fulfill his wish. Zhenotxiang smiled at Lao Li in appreciation, and in a calm tone, he began to unravel the mysterious veil of the origin of the ghostly road. Ever since I was possessed, it wasn't until I encountered the bronze statue of Sun Yat-sen that I was able to briefly regain independence. During the days I coexisted with that malevolent ghost, I was suppressed and controlled, submitting to his thoughts, and thus learned of his vile despicable plan. You should all know about this. I was extremely anxious but helpless. One night, he escaped his physical body once again to carry out his plan, leaving me in the office, wandering around like a headless fly, pondering whether to inform Dong Fu, how to make her believe in such seemingly absurd possession. It was at this moment that a faint sound came from outside the locked window. Thinking someone was spying, I quickly sat back in the chair pretending to sleep. The window was opened, and a person jumped in from outside, whispering to me, you don't need to pretend any longer. Time is short. When that malevolent ghost returns to possess you, it'll be hard to handle. I had long given up hope of being discovered in this lifetime, so seeing someone see through me, I was excitedly sitting up from the chair, ready to ask questions. However, the person shook their head, gesturing outside, signaling me to keep quiet. They then whispered, do you want to break free from the control of the malevolent ghost? I eagerly replied, of course, even if not for myself, I would do it for Dong Fu. He sighed satisfactorily. That malevolent ghost possesses formidable powers, despite being weakened by the bronze statue of Sun Yat-sen. To restrain him, the only way is to use a lost formation, the 23 children formation. Suppress his ferocity with the blood energy of 23 people. At this point, Zhenotxiang paused. Seeing an opportunity, He Jianfei hurriedly asked, who is this person? Zhenotxiang said, I'm not sure. He wore a wooden mask on his face and deliberately altered his tone when speaking to me, as if to conceal his true identity. He Jianfei furrowed his brow, then please continue, senior. I was startled for a moment and asked, my own life is of little concern. But where can I find these 23 people? He chuckled a few times and said, isn't there a few more in your class? I was immediately stunned. Trying to make 23 people simultaneously believe in my existence seemed more complicated than just informing Dong Lai directly. Just as I was about to back down, the man spoke again, you don't need to worry about explaining the truth. I will give you a talisman that allows ordinary people to see two souls at the same time. This explanation seems to have a loophole. However, how to make these 23 people believe in you, sacrifice their lives, and follow you to activate the formation, that is your own business. I am only responsible for teaching you how to set up the formation. Take charge of your own destiny. I thanked him and began my own counterattack plan. Soul-separating curse? He Jianfei sighed inwardly. His master had warned him years ago not to misuse spell curses, for light offenses would be hard to justify, and severe consequences would defy reason. At that time, he did not take it seriously. Who would have thought that today it would come true on the body of the wandering ghost? Mr. Li asked, now I know that Dong Lu actually committed suicide for love. So why was the news at the time that she hanged herself due to a misdiagnosis of cancer? It was such a short time since the incident, unless someone deliberately spread rumors, the truth couldn't be distorted to such an extent. Zhenotxiang said, yes, indeed someone deliberately spread these false news. Mr. Li slapped the armrest of his chair hard and cursed, who the hell thinks they can get away with this? Startled, He Jianfei jumped. It seems that Mr. Li still regrets his negligence that day and his inability to stop the chaos. Before Mr. Li could finish his sentence, Zhenotxiang calmly said, that son of a b*** is me. What? He Jianfei and Li Laobua exclaimed in unison. Before He Jianfei could ask any questions, Li Laobua hastened to ask, why did you do that? Zhenotxiang replied, back then, it was to conceal my true intentions. The real purpose? Somehow, a chill ran down He Jianfei's spine. Zhenotxiang said softly, actually, that doctor who did the checkup was already quite good. Despite my discreet methods, he was still able to notice, but he fell a bit short. Donglu didn't have cancer, she was suffering from another terminal illness. So, doesn't this distort the truth too significantly? He Jianfei was already too horrified to speak fluently, could it be, you? Zhenotxiang replied, she had contracted a biochemical disease. Once I found out about that plan, during the chaos caused by the Li ghost's escape, I swapped the bottle of cancer-causing radioactive substance with the plague variant bacillus. Upon hearing this, He Jianfei exclaimed, impossible. He was taking it to give to Donglu, and don't you also deeply love her? Why would you? Zhenotxiang suddenly looked up, his eyes burning with uncontrollable rage, and he struggled to speak through gritted teeth, I was deceived. That cunning Li ghost kept this massive secret hidden deep within him, making it impossible for me to know. I only knew that he intended to bring Donglu to her deathbed, and I thought he would personally end her life, but never did I imagine he would use this against her. I naively thought he was just trying to frame his opponent, intending to pin a murder charge on him, leaving him no time to carry out his plan to kill Donglu. At this point, tears welled in Zhenotxiang's eyes. That treacherous ghost must have told you all that he regretted killing Donglu, right? Who would have guessed, the one who caused Donglu's death was actually me, the one who always wanted to protect her the most. Without even using his brain, could radioactive substances cause cancer so quickly? For the past 50 years, the torment I've endured in the underworld is 1,000 times worse than his. Guilt is slowly killing me. The first part of my carefully laid plan ended up killing the person I loved the most, the person who needed my protection the most. Ha ha ha. Zhenotxiang, who had always been gentle and refined, burst into wild laughter, startling everyone. The piercing laughter filled the cramped room, with faint echoes seeming to come from a remote corner. He Jianfei stood rooted to the spot. Cancer. Donglu, plague. Qiang. He felt like his mind was no longer capable of connecting these words together. The true truth, it turned out to be like this. Despite the astonishment of He Jianfei and Old Li, Zhenotxiang continued to mutter to himself, filled with shock and anger, after learning of Donglu's death, I finally made up my mind to deploy the 23 children formation to drive away the fierce ghost. In order to make the 23 classmates in the class wholeheartedly follow me, I had to fabricate the deaths of Donglu and 4 other deceased classmates. Unable to contain his curiosity, He Jianfei asked, what method did you use to make them single-mindedly want to kill the fierce ghost? A cruel smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Zhenotxiang's mouth as he replied, it's simple, I used the same method as dealing with Donglu. The first 4 were experimental subjects, and they died too quickly due to overdosage. However, the remaining 23 finally fell for it. I deceived them into believing that it was fake Achiang who harmed them, and they were filled with righteous indignation, wishing to flay the fierce ghost alive. But later they felt hopeless and resorted to mass suicide, which was not something I instructed. The 23 children formation does not require taking lives. You. Uncle Li pointed at Zhanaqiang, his whole body trembling violently. You call the fake Achiang despicable, but what about yourself? What's the difference between you and those brutal Japanese invaders? He Jianfei saw Uncle Li's emotional state and quickly helped him sit down on a nearby chair to rest. Zhanaqiang was slightly taken aback, and suddenly a thick smoke emerged from the table. He Jianfei's heart tightened, and Zhanaqiang spoke slowly, the time has come. The people from the underworld are calling me, I have to go back. With that, he slowly stood up and turned around. Wait! Uncle Li suddenly stood up, his big hand held out to stop him. Zhanaqiang looked back in surprise. What are you going to do? Uncle Li said in a hoarse voice, I want to know, do you still hate the fake Achiang now? Zhanaqiang hadn't expected this question. He gazed at Uncle Li for a while before slowly saying, of course. But, Uncle Li exclaimed excitedly, other than taking over your body and oppressing your soul, he has not done anything that would tarnish your reputation. If it weren't for his outstanding achievements, you wouldn't have come to this university, wouldn't have met Donglu. Let me ask you, if he hadn't invaded your body, if Achiang had been just you from the beginning to the end, would you have had the confidence to become the campus duo, to lead the student union to success, to command the entire school in firefighting? He has done countless wonderful things in your name, things truly unknown to others. It was him. Hearing this, the real Achiang's face turned ashen, standing there recalling the earth-shattering deeds done by the fierce ghost Achiang in the past, comparing his own charisma to it, realizing that he didn't even come close, not even 1 in a million. After a while, the real Achiang gave Uncle Li a bitter smile, tears streaming down his face. I never thought about these questions before. With your words, I no longer have a reason to hate him. Finishing, the real Achiang looked enviously at the door, saying, I envy him, having such a good brother like you. The gradually fading voice, along with the transparent spirit, vanished by the side of the desk. M was at the place where Zhanaqiang fought against Li, and there were still 2 teardrops on the ground, inside which there was some black substance that was slowly disappearing. Uncle Li looked at He Jianfei puzzled, and He Jianfei nodded heavily. Zhanaqiang has finally dispelled the resentment in his heart. I hope the underworld can let him off because of this. This is also your good deed, Uncle Li. Uncle Li was both shocked and happy. Really? Then I need to hurry and tell Achiang. Without waiting for Jianfei's response, he quickly pushed the door and went out. Jianfei looked at the still existing throne of the underworld, then glanced in the direction Uncle Li had gone, a faint smile appearing on his face. Now, I am starting to feel a bit jealous of Achiang too. After He Jianfei tidied up the case table, he went to Mr. Li's room. He could vaguely hear 2 people inside still having a conversation, so he leaned in closer to the door to eavesdrop. He overheard Achiang saying, I just can't figure out how he manages to keep everyone's heart so united. It's even more cohesive than when the whole school was on fire. I might as well have been a useless president. Knowing that their conversation was nearing its end, He Jianfei cleared his throat, pushed the door open, and greeted with a smile, if you were useless, then I wouldn't know where to find these missing records now. Although Mr. Li's eyes were still red from crying, his spirit was cheerful as he responded, I painstakingly hid those missing records, so I deserve some credit too. Why didn't you mention me? Achiang chuckled, forget it. I didn't leave any last words or strange poems behind, so don't try to credit me. He Jianfei added, although the real mistakes made by Zhanaqiang are unforgivable, in the end, his conscience remained, leaving behind the warning of the phrase, Dong Lu seeks life. After everything is over, I will visit the underworld and see if I can help him reincarnate. Just as he said that, a sudden cry of, oh, from Mr. Li startled both Achiang and He Jianfei, prompting them to ask what had happened. Mr. Lee lamented, when you mentioned the missing records, I remembered there was still a puzzle unresolved, the one that recorded strange dates and phrases. We forgot to question him about it. Chang casually remarked, you mean that sheet? I think he used it to record the progress of his retaliatory plan. The first phrase surely refers to me, the second probably mentions the plague spreading incident, and the last two undoubtedly point to the 4 classmates who died as experimental subjects. He Jianfei pondered, I've also considered all that, but how should we interpret the last phrase, graduation? Were you guys supposed to graduate on the 28th? Mr. Lee said, I don't think so, besides, Chang's incident happened in May. After a moment of contemplation, Chang suggested, the night of the 28th was the day I was forced out of my body, and also the day he received punishment from the underworld. So, I wonder if he meant to play on the homophonic sounds with graduation and killing to imply an end. After all, graduation also signifies a conclusion. With that, Chang sighed. Li Laobua, who had personally experienced the entire process of the winter viburnum incident, sighed deeply as he reflected on the distorted encounter of Zhenqiang's personality. The three fell into silence simultaneously. The chaos that had engulfed the entire school back then, the indifferent numbness of the remaining 23 individuals, and the perplexing truth behind Dong Lu's suicide, left Li Laobua deeply moved. What he found most unforgettable was the determined and resolute look in the eyes of the 2 male students from Qiang's dormitory who were taken away by the police. He still vividly remembered the resoluteness and determination in their eyes as they looked back at him. Did Qiang not tell you anything? They had all thought they were heroes until the very end. Perhaps the 23 classmates who had been manipulated by Zhenqiang were the most pitiful in the winter viburnum incident. Li Laobua sighed and said, the real culprit behind it all is that mysterious masked man. He Jianfei, you have to dig through the magical realm to find out his true identity. As soon as the word he was mentioned, He Jianfei's face turned extremely grim. Qiang said, forget it, Shaoli, the magical realm has its rules, and we outsiders shouldn't interfere. He Jianfei forced a smile and said, it seems like Qiang Sr. still blames our magical realm. Qiang replied, throughout history, the magical realm and the ghost realm have always been at odds, so it's not surprising for them to do things that go against the natural order. I only ask you one question, can the magical realm and the ghost realm coexist peacefully? He Jianfei replied without hesitation, yes. Aren't you and I the best evidence of that? Qiang was pleased and said, thank you. I hope that when you become the abbot of Wutai Mountain in the future, you won't forget this. He Jianfei couldn't help but smile and said, I can't promise you that. I am a secular disciple and according to the rules, I cannot take on the position of abbot. Li Laobua added, monks cannot marry, how can you bear to leave that girl by your side? He Jianfei replied, the truth behind the ghost road finally came to light. When shall we go and persuade Dong Lu? He Jianfei changed his expression and said, although the water has cleared, the situation is not entirely revealed. I have a question for Qiang Sr. After absorbing your resentment, can Dong Lu immediately possess the power to kill? Qiang replied, no. Yugong Peak is not comparable to where I died, the 5 evils gather, connecting with the ghost realm, especially since my birthday falls on July 14th. He Jianfei asked again, what if she kills more people? Qiang decisively replied, still no. He then added with confusion, aren't you more clear about these matters than I am? Li Laobua began to see some clues, so, you're saying, the ghost road's ability to kill is not solely because of Dong Lu, but there are other twists and turns involved? He Jianfei nodded solemnly and said, that's right. Dong Lu was just the fuse, and perhaps the key to igniting this spark may lie in 51 years ago, with Jun Zhu and Ting Zhu. Their peculiar deaths make me suspect that they have a significant connection to the development and changes in the Ghost Road. Strangely, although I have only detected the powerful resentment belonging to Dong Lu on the Ghost Road, I have not found any other vengeful spirits. There can only be one explanation, that these 2 individuals are actually. He Jianfei's phone suddenly rang at this moment, causing him to interrupt the conversation and rush outside to answer it. Taking advantage of this distraction, Li Laobua explained to the confused Qiang about the later Jun Zhu and Ting Zhu missing records and legends. By the time He Jianfei finished his hurried phone call and came back in, Qiang happened to suggest to Li Laobua, since the former student union president that year was recommended by you, why not take him to investigate? He will surely not hide anything due to the old favor you showed him. He Jianfei clapped his hands and said with a smile, just as I was thinking. Li Laobua, I might have to trouble you with another trip this time. Li Laobua replied, I have no problem with that, but adding 2 new people out of nowhere feels a bit uncomfortable. Considering the extensive investigation we've conducted on Donglu already, starting from scratch again seems a bit frustrating. He Jianfei said, it's not necessarily the case. The 2 of them are closely related to the Ghost Road, and now that the root cause of the Ghost Road has been exposed, the following tasks should be much easier. Li Laobua immediately stood up and said, in that case, what are we waiting for? Let's set off right now. Chapter 16, Stirring Up Waves Again. He Jian stood up to stop and said, there's one more happy thing to announce. Just now, senior brother called, and I told him about the truth of brother Zhanaqiang. After discussing with our martial brothers, we've decided to re-announce senior Qiang's verdict. Really? Mr. Li couldn't close his mouth from the pleasant surprise. He Jianfei cleared his throat, composed himself, bowed 3 times in the direction of Mount Wutai, and said loudly, due to the unexpected circumstances, the truth being obscured, every good deed and evil act have their karmic consequences, the cycle of retribution. With thorough self-reflection, Mount Wutai shall now follow the new judgment. Qiang stood still for a while before replying, I obey the judgment. Qiang, once a fierce ghost, the massacre back then was due to his own grievance, following the natural order, he should not be punished. After investigation into the possession case, it was found unrelated to you, so no further pursuit. Despite a minor offense in possession, with numerous merits, saving thousands of lives, balancing good and evil, justice prevails. Thus, the ban is lifted, granting you a chance at reincarnation. After reciting the verdict with a shake of his head and a twist of his body, He Jianfei chuckled, however, I advise Senior Qiang not to rush happily to reincarnate. Why not wait for another 10 years and depart with old Li? Perhaps there will be a destined brotherhood in the next life. Old Li exclaimed in delight, really? He Jianfei glanced at him and said with double meanings, it would be best if the matter of the wronged spirit's path is resolved. The underworld values good karma. Qiang sighed, I owe Dong Luo too much. Without resolving her grudge, I cannot depart peacefully. Uncle Li saw a turning point in Qiang's situation, naturally feeling very pleased, and quickly said, all right, I'll go out now to call my old classmate and find Chen Shidi's address. With that, he hurriedly ran out. Seeing Uncle Li's figure disappear outside the door, He Jianfei turned back and casually said, by the way, Senior Qiang, with your strong magic power, can you teach me the 3-flower body protection technique? Qiang was taken aback and said, the 3-flower body protection technique? What is that? He Jianfei deliberately smiled and said, you don't need to lie to me. What were those 3 small stones in your hand for before you died? Feng, who was even more surprised, immediately distinguished, I remember I went in empty-handed. Sure enough, He Jianfei sighed inwardly and said, well then, please trouble Senior Qiang. If Li Laobua asks about this matter, please just say you don't know. Qiang readily agreed, there are just too many entanglements in your magic world. 2 people were chatting happily when Uncle Li came in with joy, saying that the former student union president from 51 is currently rumored to be living in Shangqiu. He Jianfei stood up and said, well, no time to waste, let's prepare and set off quickly. But it would be too disrespectful to let Elder Chang stay in the Zijin Bowl, so I'll give a talisman to Uncle Li, so that Elder Chang can temporarily attach to it, which would make it easier for him to come out. Elder Chang was already bored and lonely inside, so he quickly agreed upon hearing this. Unexpectedly, Uncle Li hesitated and refused to take the talisman, saying, does this mean he'll be with me even when I'm bathing or sleeping? Elder Chang retorted, can't you just remove the talisman before doing so? He Jianfei couldn't hold back his laughter any longer and burst into laughter on the side. We have arrived at Shangqiu Station. Mr. Li reluctantly put down the book and muttered, it's just not the same when you're old. I can't even read a book in the car anymore. As he closed the book, he looked around for He Jianfei, only to realize that he had somehow rushed to the car door. When he finally opened the door, He Jianfei eagerly jumped out first, but Mr. Li heard him let out a wow scream. What's going on? Uncle Li also hurriedly got off the car and couldn't help but stare there. On the platform, a fresh and charming girl with long flowing hair and a swaying skirt, wearing a bright smile on her face, was facing them. Who else could it be if not Tian Yinjun? Although she had just recovered from a serious illness, her face looked a bit thin, but it couldn't hide the beauty shining through her smile. He Jianfei couldn't wait to speak out, what the heck? Why are you here? Before Tian Yinjun could respond, He Jianfei immediately added, oh, I figured it out. This damned senior brother promised to keep it a secret, but here we are. Tian Yinjun proudly tossed her hair back and said, don't blame senior brother. He's quite resilient. I had to interrogate him 3 times, pester him for 3 days before he confessed. It's my honor to welcome the arrival of the province's #1 handsome guy on this platform. He Jianfei gave her a look and said, Miss Tian, I have a name. Tian Yinjun quickly smiled and said, yes, a warm welcome to He Jianfei, the #1 handsome guy in the province's universities. He Jianfei couldn't help but turn his head and quietly roar, who the hell is so bored to organize this ghostly activity? I'll beat him up. As he turned to call Li Laobua and urge him to hurry, to everyone's surprise, Li Laobua was standing there, stretching his waist, shaking his head, then sitting on the luggage box and said, no rush, no rush. Look, someone came all the way to see you. Why not spend more time with them, have a cozy time together? I'll finish reading this book first. Hearing this, Tian Yinjun blushed with embarrassment, spat at He Jianfei, and laughed as she said to Li Laobua, who said I came specifically to pick him up? I arrived a day earlier and paid a visit to that old Mr. Chen, the former president of the student union in 51. He Jianfei exclaimed, you found him? What did he say? Tian Yinjun frowned, don't mention it. He was quite warm at first, but as soon as the words Jun Ting were mentioned, his face changed, kicked me out rudely. It was extremely impolite. He Jianfei and Li Laobua glanced at each other, recalled the abnormal behavior in the spirit world, suddenly became vigilant. Could this matter involving Jun Ting be another earth-shattering case? Li Laobua quickly stood up and said, take me there quickly. If he recognizes me, he won't dare make things difficult for you again. With Tian Yinjun leading the way, it was a familiar route, and soon they arrived at the 5th floor of a relatively new building. Tian Yinjun pressed the doorbell, and soon after, with a click, the wooden door inside opened. An old man stuck his head out, and upon seeing Tian Yinjun, he quickly tried to shut the door, yelling loudly, I know nothing. Don't bother me again. Li Laobua stepped forward, blocking the door, and loudly declared, with earnest sincerity, the world is open and transparent. The old man, upon hearing these words, trembled all over, looked at Li Laobua, and hesitantly asked, may I ask who you are? Li Laobua continued, Shaochen acts with integrity and fairness. Have a look and see for yourself. The old man gazed at Li Laobua for a long time, then suddenly exclaimed, You are Chairman Li. Li Laobua chuckled, Shaochen, I recommended you to Xiao Huang back then, and he truly valued your skills. How have you been all these years? Chen Laobua quickly opened the outer iron gate, excitedly welcoming Li Laobua, I couldn't find any news about you everywhere, I thought you had left. He Jianfei and Tian Yinjun, seeing his sudden change in attitude, also bowed and greeted him. Chen Laobua pointed at Tian Yinjun and said with a smile, I thought this young lady was a spy sent by the school, never expected her to be with you. Oh, the matter of Jun Ting has many hidden secrets, how can we casually reveal it to outsiders? Li Laobua promptly asked, who exactly is this Jun Ting? Chen Lao Bo sighed deeply and said, June is Zhang Jun Xing, the organizational department head in my circle. Shi Ting is his girlfriend. Ah, this pair, once the envy of everyone, yet for the sake of Chigang Peak, they've ended up in such a state. Just thinking about it gives me chills. Come, let's go inside and talk. He Jianfei and Tianjin looked at each other, they are a couple again. Is there some twisted love factor mixed in between them? 3 people followed old Chen into the spacious hall and sat down. He Jianfei looked around, only to see a large picture frame hanging on the wall, containing many photos. He stood up and walked over to take a closer look. One yellowed and faded old photo caught his attention. In the photo, 10 people stood in 2 rows, with a young-looking old Chen sitting in the center. All 10 people had bright smiles on their faces, as if indicating the innocence unique to that era. Below the photo, there was blurry handwriting indicating it was from the year 1950. There were 4 smaller words written in pencil, which he Jianfei finally managed to make out as New Year's Day. Could Zhang Juanxing be one of the people in the photo? While he Jianfei was pondering this, old Chen returned with a tray of teacups and a plate of fruits. He Jianfei quickly returned to the sofa and sat down. Uncle Chen respectfully picked up a cool fruit and handed it to Old Li. He carefully observed Old Li and smiled, saying, Senior brother, you look really good, just like in the old days. Back then, Brother Chang. He suddenly stopped talking, looked alertly at He Jianfei and Tianjin. When he mentioned Brother Chang, Old Li felt a pang in his heart. He waved his hand and sighed, forget it, there's no need to bring up that heartbreaking matter again. They know the whole story, you don't have to be cautious. Have you seen the missing records I left behind back then? Uncle Chen hurriedly replied, I saw them. Thanks to the clues left by senior brother, we found out that Brother Chang's death was related to Donglu's suicide. Old Li exclaimed, his face showing a strange expression, how did you know? Uncle Chen was stunned for a moment before saying, didn't senior brother leave behind a 4-line riddle? Isn't the answer, Donglu's grievance, urgently seeking retribution? As the voice fell, a loud bang was heard, startling everyone in the hall. It turned out that Tianjin accidentally broke the teacup. Uncle Chen hurriedly got up to clean up the shards, but when he looked up, he found 3 people staring at him with strange eyes. He asked anxiously, did I say something wrong? Old Li said softly, all right, young Chen, I recommend you to go up. You've guessed the answer to this riddle, yet are you willing to keep it a secret for 50 years? Upon hearing this, Uncle Chen realized something was amiss and vehemently protested, I, who am the least capable of beating around the bush, couldn't possibly have guessed it. If Zhang Juanxing hadn't revealed it, would have never known the profound mystery hidden in these 8 sentences. Alas, it's a pity for him. The 3 of them felt a chill in their hearts as they listened to these words. They never expected that someone had revealed the truth behind He Jianfei's disappearance over 50 years ago, solving the puzzle set by the real A Chang. He Jianfei carefully considered his words and slowly said, is Uncle Chen implying that if Zhang Juanxing hadn't died, the truth about the injustice would have been revealed 51 years ago? With a loud crack, all the fragments that Uncle Chen had picked up fell to the ground again. He stared strangely at He Jianfei for a long time before saying, why do you know he's dead? Who told you? Tianjin exclaimed, Uncle Chen, wasn't it the gap in the records you left behind that informed us? There's no need to be so startled. Old Master Chen firmly asserted with a determined look, no. Don't mention anything about the broken records. I have deleted all records related to this matter. There's something fishy going on. He Jianfei hastily showed the incomplete record of Juanzu to Old Man Chen. Old Man Chen was taken aback and detailedly questioned He Jianfei about the whereabouts of the incomplete record. When he found out that it was written on a program leaflet of a cultural performance, tears filled Old Man Chen's eyes as he turned to Old Man Li and said, I know who did this. Old Man Li quickly asked, who dares to be so bold as to tamper with the files? Old Man Chen choked up and said, it must be Tan Xingguan and Shen Fang. They, along with Zhang Juanxing, were as close as brothers. They must have been unwilling to accept Zhang Juanqing's death. Brother, if it weren't for so many unexpected disasters that year, how could our 52 realms have been left in such decline? We've lost all the promising talents. He Jianfei became more and more excited as he talked to old Chen. He hurried to help old Chen sit down on a chair, and Tian Yinzhen quickly poured a cup of hot tea for him to calm his emotions. Mr. Li comforted old Chen, saying, "There are unexpected events in life, and these are not your fault. When my friend Chang passed away, it wasn't an easy time either, was it? Now, let's not dwell on the past, please tell us the details. Solving the mystery of the injustice is crucial." Old Chen finally stopped crying and revealed a scene unknown to anyone for 51 years. After Senior Li left, it was Senior Huang who took over his position. He gathered a large number of people secretly to investigate the haunted road, but in the end, they returned empty-handed, as they couldn't find any clues. I once advised him that if even Senior Li and Senior Aqiang, who were so familiar with each other, couldn't figure out the mystery, how could we? He didn't listen, still searching for wise individuals to unravel the strange poems. Later, during my term, I realized that although the school wouldn't cause trouble, with the entire school burning down, the financial budget was in deficit every year. So, I completely let go of this matter, but who would have thought that one day, Zhang Junheng would come to me, asking to see that strange poem. At that time, I asked him, "Aren't you also trying to learn from Senior Huang to solve the mystery? I think you shouldn't bother. If even Senior Li working together with him couldn't find any clues, who is Senior Aqiang? I estimate his riddles will only be solvable after he reincarnates." Zhang Junheng smiled and said, "It also depends on opportunity. Senior Li may be disordered in caring, even if unable to solve it, let me see what kind of peculiar method it is." Thinking he was just curious, I let him see it, thinking it wouldn't hurt. Little did I know, 2 days later, he rushed to me excitedly, saying he had cracked the code, which was the 6 words. I stared at him dumbfounded, and after a while, I uttered, "You are truly a weirdo." He smiled brightly, saying, "Now that we have a lead, then please have some people help me out, and I dare to promise to solve this within half a month." I waved my hand and said, "Absolutely not. I just completed the financial budget, and I put all my savings into it, still lacking a significant amount." At that time, there was no talk of haunted roads haunting us, Oil Barrel Peak was still called Oil Barrel Peak. If I could foresee that it would evolve into the campus's #1 horror legend, would have led the charge to resolve it. When Zhang Junheng heard my words, he was also stunned, saying, "Then should I also contribute my wealth?" I laughed, "You silly kid, don't act foolish. Although I grieve for Senior Aqiang's death, we must prioritize the overall situation of the campus. Even in the afterlife, he would not want to see us creating chaos out of the situation he founded." Zhang Junheng murmured, "The overall situation of the campus?" Suddenly, his eyes sparkled as he looked at me and said, "I have a vague feeling that Oil Barrel Peak's matter will definitely be related to the campus's overall situation in the future. I must clarify it thoroughly, and no one can stop me." At that moment, I was both angry and amused. "You, stop being so nervous all the time. I have a serious task to assign to you." Just as he was about to leave, he heard this and turned back, giving me a mysterious smile. "Chairman Chen, let me tell you a secret. Last night, I encountered Senior Dong LV. She was wearing white clothes, sitting under the tree where she hung herself, sobbing sorrowfully. Seeing her so heartbroken, I called out, but she disappeared. I don't know why, but after hearing these words, I broke out in a cold sweat. Just as I was about to scold him for talking nonsense, he had already left. I always felt uneasy, so I hurriedly chased after him. I caught up with him in the corridor, only to bump into his 2 close friends, Tan Xingguan and Shen Fang. I quickly stopped them and asked where Zhang Junheng had gone. To my surprise, as soon as they heard the name Zhang Junheng, they both started sighing. Tan Xingguan said, "He's been acting strange lately, always talking about uncovering the truth behind Donglu's death. No matter what we say, he just won't listen, so we came to ask you to talk some sense into him." And now you're asking us for him? Shen Fang chimed in, exactly, he kept telling me he saw a female ghost. Chairman Chen, you really need to have a serious talk with him. Everyone knows how sinister the matter of Donglu is, not to mention the dozen or so classmates who overdosed or hung themselves. If he continues like this, he will truly disrupt the peace on campus. Hearing everything fall into place, I was already anxious, so I quickly called an associate and said, keep an eye on Zhang Junheng discreetly, don't let him cause any trouble. I'll finish up here and go find him tonight. But fate is unpredictable, and that very night, Zhang Junheng got into trouble. That night, as I was still in the office planning financial allocation issues, the secretary I sent to track Zhang Junheng came running in, sweating profusely, saying he had lost track of Zhang Junheng. I was taken aback and quickly asked, where did he go? How could you have lost him? The secretary gasped for air and replied, he was originally in his dorm room, seemingly researching something. Suddenly, he stood up and shouted, so that's it, I finally understand everything. Then he rushed out the door, sprinting all the way. I immediately followed him, but once we reached Oil Gangding, he was nowhere to be seen. Oil Gangding again? My intuition told me trouble was brewing there. Feeling anxious, as I was preparing to go check, another junior hastily ran up, out of breath, and exclaimed, Chairman, something terrible has happened. There's a dead body at Oil Gangding. The vice chairman next to me gasped, what? Winter Lily incident caused a chain of suicides, although it was later suppressed by Senior Lee, the campus remained unstable. Even one death could cause a big stir. No wonder Junior Hu was so terrified. As soon as I heard this news, I went cold from head to toe and asked in a hoarse voice, who died, do you know? The secretary looked timidly at me and stammered, it was quite dark under the streetlights, and I didn't see clearly. But by the body shape, it seems to be Minister Zhang. My legs weakened, and I almost collapsed back into the chair. When I arrived at Yugangding, Zhang Junheng was already lying on the ground, covered in blood, twitching from time to time. There was a crowd surrounding him, some were pointing and whispering, some were busy spreading the news, and some were murmuring amongst themselves. I quickly squeezed through the crowd, rushed to lift Zhang Junheng up, and tears welled up in my eyes. I raised my voice to the crowd, shouting, ambulance. Why hasn't an ambulance been called? Hurry, go call an ambulance. Someone in the crowd quietly replied, it's been called for a while, but it still hasn't arrived. Upon hearing my shouts, Zhang Junheng struggled to open his eyes, managed to squeeze out a faint smile, and moved his mouth as if wanting to say something to me. I quickly leaned in to listen, and with all his strength, he slowly and weakly uttered, don't record my death in the files. Yugangding will bring great disaster. I have done my best. I hope it will be quelled in 30 years. At that moment, all I could do was nod in response. Satisfied with my agreement, he smiled gratefully, thanked me, and then shouted to the sky, you stingy woman. He wildly waved his hands towards the sky, as if grabbing something, but eventually exhausted, closed his eyes and passed away. I held him, wailing loudly. Junheng was a good lad, reliable in his tasks. If only he could have become the chairman, the school wouldn't have ended up in ruins later. It's all my fault. How could I have been so foolish? I failed to see the crisis at Yugangding, needlessly sacrificing so many lives. Senior Brother Lee, you misjudged me. When it came to the emotional moment, Uncle Chen choked up, tears streaming down his face. He Jinfei and Tian Yinjing hurriedly passed tissues and tea, causing a flurry of activity. As Uncle Lee thought of the hard work he had put in to hold the fort after Chang left, he couldn't help feeling sad and desolate, silently shedding tears on the side. After quite a while, the emotions of the two elderly men finally calmed down a bit. Mr. Chen continued, later, when the ambulance arrived, Zhang Juanqing had already been dead for quite some time, his body had turned cold. As they carried Zhang Juanqing's body away, I suddenly noticed a small diary under his body, hidden by its dark cover. When no one was looking, I picked it up with trembling hands, thinking that it must contain all of Juanqing's efforts and perhaps unravel the mystery behind Dong Lu and Zhang Juanqing's deaths, even senior brother Aqiang's. Standing up, I steadied myself, preparing for the aftermath. Of course, the first thing was how to console his girlfriend, Shi Ting. I looked around and suddenly felt something was amiss. Why hadn't Shi Ting shown up? I had already been delayed here for over half an hour, she couldn't possibly still be unaware of the news. Not only that, Zhang Juanqing's close friends, Shen Fang and Tan Xingyu, hadn't arrived either. Their dorms were right next to Zhang Juanqing's, why hadn't they shown up yet? We couldn't afford any more mishaps. I immediately called a few department heads, ordering them to find these three individuals no matter what, as quickly as possible. However, I was still a step too slow. That night, Shi Ting went missing, whereabouts unknown. Tan Xingyu and Shen Fang were found fast asleep in their beds, only to discover later that someone had spiked their drinks with sleeping pills. We were in chaos, searching everywhere for any trace of Shi Ting, but we couldn't find any leads. 3 months later, someone told me that during the security patrol, a guard found a girl hanging in an abandoned shack near the sports field. Shen Fang was the first to rush over, and by the time I was ready to go, Shen Fang had returned in tears, utterly devastated. Indeed, it was the silly girl Shi Ting who couldn't bear it anymore and followed through. Mr. Chen sighed continuously, tears streaming down his face. He Jianfei said, in that case, Shi Ting must have committed suicide by hanging. It's frustrating that rumors claimed it was a murder, misleading us. Old Chen said listlessly, the police report didn't mention any signs of rape, but the forensic pathologist was firm that she had just given birth before hanging herself. She's pregnant? This news hit He Jianfei and the other three like a loud thunderclap. After a moment of silence, Tian Yinzhen's voice sounded in disbelief, there's a saying that it takes 10 months to conceive. Did none of you notice anything unusual before? Old Chen regretted, it's all my fault for being too dull. Some time before Zhang Juanqing had an accident, he told me that Shi Ting hadn't been feeling well recently and wanted to take a few days off to see a doctor. And he himself just stayed in the dormitory all day researching something. I thought they were just having a little argument and would come back together after some time apart to cool down. How could they have caused such a big incident? However, the forensic doctor said that Shi Ting gave birth prematurely because there was a long, unhealed wound on her stomach, clearly from a cesarean section. Mr. Li interjected, so how did you handle this matter? Mr. Chen replied, what else could we do? Out of respect for the deceased, we couldn't reveal that she was pregnant. We simply told others that she was deeply grieved by the death of Zhang Juanqing and couldn't bear the pain, so she followed suit. Tian Yinzhen seemed to have a realization and said, I see. Although Mr. Chen put it this way, it's hard to conceal such a major event like Shi Ting being pregnant, so there will definitely be rumors spreading among the students. With the rumors circulating, it will eventually be twisted into a case of adultery and murder. As she spoke, she turned her head to seek confirmation, but was taken aback. He Jianfei seemed entirely absorbed in staring blankly at the wall, as if he had discovered a new continent. Following his gaze, Tian Yinzhen looked at the smooth wall, where only a large wooden frame was hanging, displaying various black and white photos of different sizes. Chapter 17, The Cursed Diary. Tian Yinzhen was about to ask He Jianfei what he was looking at, but Li Laobo's question diverted her attention. So, how is the relationship between Zhang Juanqing and Shi Ting? Chen Laobo replied, Juanqing is a talented individual, and Shi Ting is also a graceful and pure girl. The two of them met in junior high school and have been together all the way to university. They are both active participants in various activities, and their achievements are impressive. In the eyes of others, they are a match made in heaven. Although they may argue over small matters at times, they always make up shortly after. I've never seen them have any major conflicts. They have always been a harmonious couple, and they were famous in our school as the perfect couple. Li Laobo pondered, according to what you're saying, it's impossible for them to separate over a small quarrel. So, is it true that Shi Ting used the excuse of wanting to have a child to move away from the school? Tian Yinjin replied, even if that's the case, it's unreasonable for Zhang Junxing not to visit at all, even if she passed away. This goes against common sense, right? There must be something strange between the two of them. Old Chen said, the bizarre events are just beginning. We reported the case because it was the first major incident after Senior A Chang's death, and the police did not dare to be negligent. Shi Ting committed suicide, which wasn't difficult to investigate, so all the police focused their energy on Zhang Junxing. According to the scene investigation at the top of Yugangding, apart from Zhang Junxing's frantic footprints, no other footprints were found at the same time. This means that when Zhang Junxing died, he was alone at the top of Yugangding. So how did the murderer kill him? Then, an eerie discovery was made in the formal report by the forensic doctor. Besides slight damage to the pupils of the eyes, there was no sign of injury, beating marks, or any damage on his body. The blood that flowed from his eyes could not have caused death. The forensic team argued for over 2 months before submitting the official report. I still remember the last sentence of the report: the deceased's heart stopped beating naturally without any external influence. When we received this report, the student union was in an uproar. Xiao Hu slammed the table and said angrily, "Isn't this just fooling us? According to this, doesn't it mean that Junxing deliberately injured his eyes and then died naturally like an old man? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe that." With nearly everyone on campus indignant, I took the initiative and selected a few students from the medical school to form a team to re-examine the body. The police initially resisted, but under overwhelming public pressure, they eventually relented. 3 days later, my students submitted a report that was shockingly identical to that of the forensic team, leaving the entire campus in disbelief. I was at my wit's end, amidst the chaos, thinking of Tan Xingyuan and Shen Fang. They both knew Zhang Junxing's temperament well, perhaps they could provide some clues. Unexpectedly, just at that moment, the matter of Shi Ting resurfaced. An announcement was made to comfort the public, arrangements were made for the identification of Shi Ting's parents' bodies, and a flurry of events unfolded, leaving me no choice but to temporarily let go. On the second night after Shi Ting's death, Shen Fang came to me on his own. Overwhelmed by grief, he had visibly lost weight, and as soon as he saw me, he said, "Chairman, I heard that there was a diary left by Zhang Junxing by your side when he died. I would like to take a look." It suddenly dawned on me that I had once glanced through that diary, filled with absurd language about blood and shadows, cryptic and incomprehensible. I didn't have the patience to decipher it and simply locked it away in a drawer. I took out the key, opened the drawer, only to find it empty, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Where did it go? Who took it?" Shen Fang looked at the drawer solemnly and said, "Just as I suspected. The vice-chairman told me that he found the diary beside Shi Ting, which frightened him half to death and left him so mentally fragile that he had to recuperate in the hospital. It was then that I learned the legend of the diary being the embodiment of the Grim Reaper, carrying a dreadful curse. Whoever kept that diary would face the baptism of blood and fire." Mr. Li furrowed his brow and said, "Who came up with such an absurd thing?" Mr. Chen explained, "It wasn't made up. It is said that the sentence was clearly written on the first page of that diary." Miss Tian chuckled, "It is said?" "Mr. Chen, didn't you read that diary yourself?" Mr. Chen replied, "I read it when Shitting was alive." Mr. Li couldn't help but scold, "Isn't that still reading it? What's the difference between reading it before and after someone's passing? Would the content of the diary change on its own?" Mr. Chen suddenly cast a strange gaze at the three of them and said slowly, "The eerie thing is, when I read the diary, the first page was clearly blank, but Vice Chairman Xiaohu swore by his life that he saw, clearly written in blood on the first page of the diary, this crooked sentence." After listening to these words, all three of them felt a chill running down their spines, and goosebumps erupted all over their bodies. Uncle Chen continued, "At first, I also didn't believe in such things, so I ignored it, and that diary was sent to the police station as evidence. But unbelievably, several people at the police station mysteriously died within half a month. The legend began to spread, and the police station was terrified. They quickly found an excuse to return the diary to the school. The school was in a panic as well. I was the first one to suggest burning it to prevent harm to the living. However, there were a few people at the school who were not afraid of superstitions. They insisted on keeping it, citing that the death of Dong Lu could not just be forgotten. The result, of course, was a terrible ending for them. Tian Yinzhen asked in confusion, what about Tan Xingguan and Shen Fang? Since they were good friends of Zhang Juanxing, didn't they want to keep that diary? Uncle Chen sighed and replied, that's another unbelievable story. On the 7th day after Zhang Juanxing's death, 10 of his friends went up the mountain to pay their respects. On the way, they encountered heavy rain, and 5 of them turned back. On their way back, Tan Xingguan suddenly disappeared, and his fate remains unknown. Meanwhile, Shen Fang happened to have a fever and didn't go. He managed to save his life. But the good fortune didn't last long. Just as the cursed diary began to harm the campus, Shen Fang took advantage of our carelessness and stole the diary. Before leaving, he left a note on my desk, saying that he would rather exchange his life for Zhang Juanxing's innocence and rid the world of this curse. So after Shen Fang's death, the diary also disappeared without a trace. The legend eventually faded into obscurity. Uncle Li interjected, what did you say about Zhang Juanxing's innocence? What's going on? Uncle Chen explained, oh, it's all just baseless rumors on campus. Didn't I mention that the diary was cursed? Some bastard spread a rumor that Zhang Juanxing, unwilling to accept his death, attached his spirit to the diary, specifically to absorb souls and brains. When I heard this nonsense, I was furious and immediately investigated, but found nothing. Rumors are frightening, and public opinion can be as valuable as gold. Shen Fang must have been unable to bear the thought of his good friend being slandered after death. In a fit of youthful recklessness, he did such a foolish thing. Chen Laobua's narration finally came to an end here. The junting incident of 51 years is closely related to Dong Luo. If it wasn't for Zhang Juanxing's sudden death, the wronged spirit would have had no chance to exist at all. This means that the convoluted and dangerous truth of today could have been revealed as early as 51 years. As Chen Laobua said, Zhang Juanxing died to resolve the Dong Luo incident. A righteous man throughout his life, if he sought revenge, he would do so directly as a wronged spirit, without going through such great lengths, attaching himself to a diary, and meticulously writing out such words. Who exactly placed the curse on the diary? Did the diary record some critical hidden truth that needed to be exposed, which hindered someone's interests? Was that person afraid of being found out and thus resorted to killing Zhang Juanxing and Shirting? These questions churned in everyone's minds, and the room fell silent. Occasionally, bugs outside chirped. After a while, Uncle Li was the first to break the silence. In the end, we still can't know who killed Zhang Juanxing, right? Just as Chen Laobua was about to nod, Tian Yinzhen interjected, there's no need to think about it. It must have been the late Dong Luo who killed him. No wounds on the body, blood flowing from the face, isn't that the usual way a wronged soul kills someone? Startled, He Jianfei, who had been silent by their side, suddenly interjected, but at that time, the late Dong Luo did not have the ability to kill. Didn't Zhang Juanxing say she would only sit under the tree and cry? Tian Yinzhen jumped in surprise, glared at He Jianfei, and said, when did Major He come back to his senses? From the way you speak, it seems like you know exactly who the murderer is. He Jianfei quickly denied, of course not. I'm not a god. If Chen Laobua and them couldn't figure it out after a year, how could I possibly know? Oh right, Chen Laobua, do you have a photo of Zhang Juanxing? Chen Laobua got up and said, yes, please have a seat. I'll go find it for you. Chen Laobo just went in. Tian Yinzhen smiled and said to He Jianfei, hey, why are you staring at the photo on the wall? Is there some stunning beauty up there? He Jianfei laughed and replied, you guessed it right, Miss Tian, a beauty that could overthrow nations and cities. On the other side, Old Li couldn't help but burst into laughter, spitting out a mouthful of tea. Tian Yinzhen was stunned, glared fiercely at He Jianfei, then turned around to talk to old Li. Uncle Chen took out a bunch of photos, flipped through them for a while, and then handed one to He Jianfei, saying, "This big portrait is still in good condition." He Jianfei hurriedly took it and saw 3 boys in close contact on it. The one in the middle had a common hairstyle from that era, a small flat top, with a self-satisfied smile on his face. His eyes were sharp as if he was staring at the person looking at the photo. The one on the left had his mouth wide open, laughing uncontrollably, showing a row of clean and tidy teeth. His left hand was draped over the shoulder of the person in the middle, showing their close friendship. The one on the right appeared. The 3 boys exuded confidence with their handsome looks, while the girl appeared elegant and delicate, her faint smile unable to hide a hint of melancholy in her eyes. The photo gave off a refreshing and bright feeling. At the bottom right of the photo, a line of delicate characters read, "Taken on May 30, 1951, at the Literary Society inauguration ceremony." As Tian Yinzhen spoke, "I never knew that the seniors from 51 years ago were so outstanding. If they were here today, the title of the most handsome guy in the whole province's universities would probably have to rotate among these 3 for 3 days and 3 nights before it settled." He Jianfei was momentarily stunned, then understood what was happening, snorted coldly as if he hadn't heard anything, leaving only the smiling Li Laobo and the oblivious Chen Laobo. He Jianfei said to Chen Laobo, "This picture must be a group photo of Zhang Juanxing, Shen Fang, and Tan Xingwan." Chen Laobo said, "Yes, it's just this one. It was given to me as a keepsake by Tan Xingwan back in the day." He Jianfei asked, "Did Shen Fang and Tan Xingwan also join the student union?" Chen Laobo replied, "No, they didn't. I did invite them to join, but they declined. Everyone has their own aspirations, how can we force them?" Shen Fang is active in the photography club, and the large portrait of the campus legends still hanging in the school's history is his masterpiece. Tan Xingwan is passionate about literature and founded the Literary Society. This photo was taken when Zhang Junhang and Shen Fang went to celebrate the establishment of the Literary Society. He Jianfei chuckled, "I guessed it right. The one sitting in the middle is Zhang Junhang, Shen Fang is on the left, and Tan Xingwan is on the right." Chen Laobo was amazed, "Wow, how did you guess them all correctly?" He Jianfei said, "You mentioned earlier that you wanted to pass the position to Zhang Junhang. I think the person you admire must first have a decisive and assertive leadership style to be worthy of the chairmanship. Zhang Junhang, Shen Fang, and Tan Xingwan have obvious differences in this aspect. Look at how he sits in the middle, that posture definitely doesn't resemble that of a vice chair." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Laobo, with a grim face, interjected, "Hey, kid, who are you talking about?" Tian Yinzhen burst into laughter, unable to move while leaning on the armrest. Chen Laobo and Li Laobo were laughing so hard that even Li Laobo was trembling with laughter. He Jianfei quickly explained to Li Laobo that it was an unintentional mistake, and the previously dull atmosphere loosened up a bit due to He Jianfei's slip of the tongue. Chen Lao also remembered how Zhang Junhang and the others used to play around like this back in the day, their images and smiles vividly appearing in front of his eyes, temporarily dispelling the gloom in his heart. After a commotion, He Jianfei finally said to Elder Chen, "I wonder if Elder Chen could do me a favor and take down the photo in the frame for us to see?" Tian Yinzhen thought to herself, "Your sinister nature is finally going to be revealed." This caught the attention of Elder Li as well, who straightened up and watched as Elder Chen took down the photo frame. He Jianfei carefully removed the original photo he had seen at first and asked Elder Chen, "Could you please introduce the background of this photo?" Tian Yinzhen quickly snatched it over, and Elder Li hurriedly leaned in. In the photo, there were a total of 13 people in 2 rows, with only Elder Chen as the student union president enjoying the privilege of sitting in a chair. Each person had their hands facing downwards, except for the vice president in the middle, who was the only one facing forward, while the others were angled 45 degrees to the left or right, with a restrained and nervous smile on their faces. They were all dressed neatly in student uniforms, and behind them was the statue of Mr. Sun Yat-sen, symbolizing the school. Set against the lush trees on both sides, it created a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Elderly, taking a glance, said, "Ah, I see. Look at this old-fashioned arrangement. It must have been taken during the student union transition, to capture this kind of boring photo." Chen Laobo said, "Li brother is right. This picture was taken at the end of March when our student union elected a new team. Here, besides me and Little Tiger, you can see the heads and deputy heads of each department." He Jianfei said, "So, Zhang Junxing is also in that photo?" Chen Laobo replied, "Yes, he was elected as the head of the organization department, and he is the third from the left." The three of them hurried to take a closer look, but the photo was taken from a distance, plus it was a bit blurry, making it impossible to see Zhang Junxing's expression clearly, so they had to give up. He Jianfei then asked, "So, was it Shen Fang who took this photo?" Chen Laobo nodded and said, "At that time, he was considered to have the best photography skills in the school." He Jianfei's face suddenly showed a hint of elusive smile. "Well, the technical skills are really impressive. Was Tan Xingguan there that day?" The topic shifted from Zhang Junheng to Shen Fang's photography skills, then turned to Tan Xingguan. Old Chen felt a bit dizzy, took a while to think, and then answered, "No, there were too many people at the venue, I didn't see him." He Jianfei asked, "What about Shi Ting? Did she come?" Old Chen still hesitated for a while, "Probably not. Because the venue had regulations, only representatives of the Student Representative Assembly were allowed in." Seeing that Old Chen couldn't remember, He Jianfei changed the topic. "This photo was taken at the end of March. When did you receive this photo?" This trivial time question puzzled Old Chen even more. He was silent for a moment and then replied uncertainly, "It was probably in April, I really can't remember." Before Old Chen could finish speaking, He Jianfei quickly followed up, "Okay. Do you remember who gave you the photo?" Old Chen was very straightforward with this question, immediately replied, "It was Zhang Junheng. Later these matters were handled by the organizing department." Looking at Old Li nodded in agreement. Upon hearing that the photo was handled by Zhang Junheng, Tian Yinzhen knew something was amiss, immediately checked back and forth, but found nothing unusual. However, he heard He Jianfei ask, after receiving the photo, "Did you add anything to it?" His voice was a little strained, clearly very nervous. Old Chen also knew the question hit a nerve, and firmly stated, "No. Absolutely not. Not only me, I can guarantee that no one else did either." He Jianfei finally breathed a sigh of relief, pointing to the small characters in the lower right corner of the photo and said, "Those 4 characters were not written by you, right?" Old Chen leaned forward to take a look and replied, "No, it seems like Zhang Junheng's handwriting." He Jianfei nodded in satisfaction and said, "Great. Let me ask you one last question. Do Zhang Junheng, Shen Fang, and Tan Xingguan have any common hobbies?" Old Chen replied, "They are all experts in Chinese classic literature, with Tan Xingguan having the highest attainment." He Jianfei smiled and said, "Thank you, Old Chen. I don't have any more questions for now." Tian Yinzhen and Old Li were still puzzled, flipping through the photos over and over again, but still couldn't find anything suspicious. Tian Yinzhen, feeling anxious, grabbed He Jianfei and asked, "What did you discover? Why are you so happy? Tell me." He Jianfei looked puzzled and said, "I heard that they all dream of the Red Chamber. Isn't it nice to find like-minded friends and share some joy?" You're clearly just trying to deceive me." Tian Yinzhen was angry. She ruthlessly kicked He Jianfei, causing him to cry out in pain and hold his foot, shouting non-stop. Knowing He Jianfei's temperament, Uncle Li knew that he wouldn't speak even if he died, so he wasn't in a rush to force him. Looking out the window, he said, "Oh, it's getting late. He Jianfei, I haven't booked a room, so quickly go out and see if there are any hotels nearby." Uncle Chen stood up and warmly invited, "If you don't mind, why not stay at my place? My wife has passed away, and my children are away. I feel quite lonely by myself." Uncle Li hesitated, "Well." Ignoring the pain in his foot, He Jianfei hurriedly said, "Uncle Chen, I have a request out of desperation. Can you temporarily entrust these 2 photos to me?" Uncle Chen replied, "No problem, as long as you can clear Snow June's false accusation, even if I have to give them to you. Uncle Lee realized that he Jianfei would probably remember something he wanted to look at later, so he reluctantly agreed, then I'll trouble you, Xiao Chen. Delighted, Uncle Chen said, I'll go prepare dinner then. I have 2 guest rooms here, one is definitely for this young lady, and the other is available. Brother Lee, why not share a room with me? I would love to have a candlelit chat with you. Uncle Lee, thinking of discussing June Ting's matter with Ah Chong when he returned to the room, quickly declined, there will be another chance. I'm too tired today, really not in the mood. A bit disappointed, Uncle Chen headed to the kitchen, and Tian Yinzhen offered, Uncle, I'll help you, as she followed him into the kitchen. He Jianfei approached Li Laobua and just asked, do you snore at night? Chen Laobua suddenly popped his head out from the kitchen and said to He Jianfei, oh, I forgot to ask you just now, how did you guess that the 2 people in the photo, Shen Fang and Tan Xingguan, are connected? Oh, that one, He Jianfei smiled, I was just guessing, no real deduction. Chapter 18, Talent is the most terrifying. During dinner, the 4 of them were chatting happily. He Jianfei mentioned how he lost Zhang Jun's diary and couldn't know the contents, feeling quite regretful. Old Man Chen stopped eating and said, oh, I remember now. Even though the diary was lost, when it was at the police station, there must have been a backup made, or maybe it still exists now. Police station? He Jianfei felt half of his heart sink, picked up a dish, and said, forget it, let's eat. Their record system is even stricter than our little iron box. It's probably going to take 10 years until I have the opportunity to become the police station chief. Old Man Chen chuckled, well, not necessarily. I'm quite familiar with the former chief of police. With his help, it shouldn't be a problem. He Jianfei was delighted, really? Then please take me there tomorrow. Old Man Chen said, but I can't persuade him. You need to ask Senior Li to help. Li Old Man hurriedly put down his soup bowl and asked, what does it have to do with me? Old Man Chen said, he is Brother Hong, the Deputy Minister of the 49th Planning Department, who introduced me to the student union. He is older than me and always has the final say on my matters. It's not like I have a say in his. Li Old Man understood, he often talks about you and Brother Chong to me. It's been years, and he really misses you. Just because of this matter, he will give you some face. Before Li Old Man could say more, He Jianfei stopped him with a smile, whether it works out or not, we'll know tomorrow. I understand Li Old Man's intention. To conceal the truth of the campus heroes, he has hidden his identity for a long time. Now to suddenly show up again may pose a risk. Li Old Man chuckled, exactly. I even changed the name on my household registration so people couldn't find me. What's the point of trying to act all grandfatherly now? Tian Yinzhen said, I remember people saying something about the campus heroes foiling a train hijacking in the 80s. Was that a show directed by Li Old Man? Before Li Old Man could respond, He Jianfei jumped in with a laugh, definitely. To avoid suspicions that the campus heroes had been abducted by aliens during their long absence. But Li Old Man, rest assured, there's no need for you to take the blame for anything now. Since he was a member of the 49th Student Union cadre and had a responsibility for failing to prevent the injustice, taking us to see the records is just fulfilling his unfinished duty. Can he face a group of ghosts with a clear conscience? As soon as he finished speaking, Old Man Chen clapped and cheered. Li Old Man sighed, He Jianfei, you say it so well, maybe you should go talk to him directly tomorrow. He Jianfei laughed, let me accumulate enough blessings in this life, and in the next life, I'll be a campus prodigy before saying anything. After finishing their soup and meal, everyone took a shower. Since they had to head to the police station the next day, they all bid each other good night and went to their rooms to rest. Seeing that Old Man Chen's room was already dark, He Jianfei said to Old Man Li, I'll go check on Yinzi. Old Man Li couldn't wait for him to leave, so he quickly closed the door, took out the talisman from his clothes, and held it up, saying, Ah Chong, are you asleep? Don't sleep, come out and talk to me. A voice came from behind him, saying, Ghosts don't need to sleep. Old Man Li jumped in shock, turned around, and saw Ah Chang sitting on his bed. Old Manly looked puzzled and asked, since you have already left his body, why do you still look like Ah Chang? Ah Chang replied, I attached myself to his body for a full 20 years, naturally absorbing his form, and now I can't return to my original form. What do you want to talk to me about? Old Manly asked, back in Xi'an, you said even if Dong Lusheng killed dozens of people, he wouldn't gain the power to kill, right? Ah Chang smiled and said, I understand. You want to ask me how Dong Lusheng, in just over 51 years, acquired such great magical powers. Old Manly also smiled and said, indeed, Ghost Road possessed the ability to kill after 52 years. Undoubtedly, it has a great deal to do with the death of Jun Ting in 51 years. I suspect, could it be that the curse in the diary helped Dong Lusheng gain power? Ah Chang shook his head and said, I have also considered this question. Dong Lusheng did not absorb much of my resentment, still far from the standards of a fierce ghost. At least his power would need to double. Whether a newly placed curse has such power is still a question. Currently, the most crucial issue is who placed the curse on the diary. Unfortunately, with so few clues, it's hard to infer. Old Manly sighed and said, things have developed to this point, and it seems like the day when the truth is revealed is getting further away. Each problem is tougher than the last. If Ogangding were like where you are, where it could connect to the ghost realm, it would be much easier. Connect to the ghost realm? Ah Chang's heart stirred, he looked up and saw a broken moon hanging quietly outside the window, surrounded by dark heavy clouds. Zi. Tian Injun was on the bed studying those two old photos, but still couldn't find anything, feeling puzzled. Seeing He Jianfei rushing in like a cat and closing the door, she was startled. Are you looking to die? Why sneak in like a thief? He Jianfei quickly, to quiet her down, whispered, Old Man Chen is asleep, don't be so jumpy. Tian Injun asked irritably, why are you here? He Jianfei sat on the edge of the bed and smiled, give me a kiss first, then I'll tell you. Before he could finish, a large pillow came down hard on his head. What tricks are you still trying to play? He Jianfei was pressed down and yelled, quickly begging for mercy, don't you want to know what's wrong with those photos? This line did pique Tian Injun's curiosity. She let He Jianfei up and warned, if this is just a bluff, I won't spare you. He Jianfei picked up the photo from the student council and said, at first glance, when I saw the words, Chinese New Year's Day, written at the bottom, I felt something was off. Let's put aside the fact that on Chinese New Year's Day, students are on winter break, and no one would be taking photos. In our area, the weather in January and February is still quite cold, requiring thick coats to keep warm. But on this photo, everyone is dressed in spring outfits, much lighter. So I immediately knew it wasn't taken around Chinese New Year. It must have been taken at the end of March. Chen Lao Bo has confirmed that these 4 words were written by Zhang Juanxing. So, isn't it unusual for Zhang Juanxing to still write, Chinese New Year's Day, on the photo over a month after the Lunar New Year? What made me even more suspicious is that just over 10 days after Zhang Juanxing distributed the photos, he was found dead on Yangwalu. This cannot help but make people suspect that this photo has some hidden connection to his death. Just think about it, he was determined to uncover the mystery of Donglu, deal with the ghost realm, which is already risky for someone in the magical world. If he knew he might be in danger, but didn't want his hard-earned discoveries to disappear, he would definitely leave some hints behind, just like Shanaqiang. Moreover, the Chinese New Year's Day was written in pencil, which sharply contrasts with the fountain pen inscription in the middle, further convincing me that he did this intentionally. Tian Injun said, I've thought about this too, but not as seriously as you have. It could have been a careless mistake, or he might have meant it as a Chinese New Year gift, which is plausible. He Jianfei laughed and said, I've never heard of using public items as Chinese New Year gifts. If everyone thinks like Miss Tian, then we'd miss all the clues. Tian Injun retorted, are you even saying that? Sneaking in stealthily and pretending like something big is about to happen. If it were such a suspicious point, Li Lao Bo and I would have known long ago. We're not blind, how could we not notice those 4 big words? He Jianfei chuckled, you were so focused on the words and the people that you naturally overlooked other things. But I also stumbled upon it by chance. We should thank Senior Shen for taking such a clear photo. In the words of He Jianfei, it seems to be saying that when Shen Fang was taking a photo, he also captured something else. Tian Yinzhen hurriedly picked up the photo and examined it closely, before saying, the color of Sun Yat-sen's bronze statue seems to be lighter. He Jianfei replied, of course, it was newly cast at that time, so naturally it looks better. Anyway, this thing is a bit hidden, let me show you. With that, he pointed to the far left of the photo and asked, what do you see here? Tian Yinzhen said, just a tree, nothing special. He Jianfei hinted, pay attention to what's beside the trunk. Tian Yinzhen leaned in and strained to identify for a while before saying, it seems to be some black object. What is it? He Jianfei took out a magnifying glass and handed it to her, saying, use this to take a closer look. Tian Yinzhen took it as advised and exclaimed, it's a strand of hair. He Jianfei urgently said, keep your voice down, don't wake anyone up. Tian Yinzhen felt her scalp tingling, her whole body getting a bit cold, and stammered, is there something hiding behind that tree? Dong! Dongli? He Jianfei scolded, Dongli my foot. Dongli is dead, he only had an ordinary camera, even if Dongli was really hiding there at that time, could he capture it? Hearing that it wasn't Dongli, Tian Yinzhen finally calmed down, sighed in relief, and said, then who could it be? Ting. He Jianfei shook his head and said, it's still uncertain for now, but I think Jun Xing, being so outstanding and good-looking, how could he not have other girls admiring him? Also, when Zhang Jun Xing died, he shouted, this stingy woman, before dying. Who do you think he was talking about? Tian Yinzhen waved it off and said, it must be Dongli this time. He went to the road of the wronged spirits to unravel the mystery of Dongli, most likely she frightened him with her ghostly appearance when he tried to persuade her. He Jianfei said, doesn't seem right, right? They are not familiar with each other, one is a ghost and one is a human, how could there be any interaction? It's probably someone else. Besides, even if he was cursing Dongli, he shouldn't have used the word stingy, Dongli didn't owe him anything, right? Tian Yinzhen's heart skipped a beat, she whispered to He Jianfei, I know what you're thinking. The killer who took down Zhang Juanxing and Ting is the same person. She turned ruthless out of love for Zhang Juanxing. He Jianfei interrupted her, hold on a second, did you forget that Ting committed suicide? Tian Yinzhen blinked at him and chuckled, would Captain He really think she committed suicide? The two of them shared a knowing look and couldn't help but burst into laughter. He Jianfei sighed, don't talk about how easily the ghost realm can force someone to hang themselves. In the world of magic, if people are willing to go to any lengths to achieve their goals, they can make you die and be reborn, die again after being born. Inzi, sometimes I feel that ghosts are not scary. They have their own rules. It's actually people who are the most terrifying, they can catch you off guard. Inzi, have you done what I asked you to do? Tian Yinzhen had long known that He Jianfei didn't sneak into her room just to discuss simple matters. Now, they were finally going to touch on the biggest knot in the matter of the unjust ghost road. She suppressed her smile and said, yes, as soon as I received the facts from you, I went into the scripture chamber in the name of reviewing scriptures that very afternoon. Eldest senior brother just gave me a strange look and didn't stop me. Comparing the scripture catalog and the actual scriptures, aside from 2 or 3 books that were borrowed out, nothing seemed missing. It wasn't until I checked the Annihilation of Demons records that I finally found some clues. He Jianfei quickly leaned forward, lowering his voice, did you find any signs of tampering? Tian Yinzhen nodded, in the records from 50 years ago, I noticed that the ink of the characters at the end of each stroke showed signs of branching, indicating that the writer used an old pen with uneven hair colors. However, in the page from 1949, all the characters were rounded, full, and neat, without any branching. Clearly written with a new pen. What about other aspects? Tian Yinzhen said, after leaving Wutai Mountain, I made a trip to Zhongnan Mountain. The sect master, Tianji Daoist, said that although Zhongnan Mountain is a prominent figure in Taoism, its fame does not date back too far. If one is looking for ancient formations, it is best to go to Wudong Mountain. Upon hearing this, I only borrowed their records of suppressing demons but found nothing unusual. After bidding farewell, I visited Shaolin, Amei, Wui, and other places, all of which seemed normal. Later, due to time constraints, I did not go to Wudong. He Jianfei interjected, so, does that mean you did not find any information on the 23-child formation? Tian Yinjin replied, not a trace. When I was at Shaolin, the abbot said to me, your Wutai Mountain is the origin of these formations and tactics, why come to us to inquire? I felt helpless and could only nod in agreement. He Jianfei suggested, given the situation, why not wait for Zhang Juanxing to finish his business and then come with us to Wudong Mountain to inquire? Tian Yinjin agreed and asked, why did you suddenly want to look into the 23 boys formation? Hasn't Zhanaqiang mentioned it before? The 23 boys formation has long been lost, and only the reclusive experts beyond the mountains may know of it. It's normal that there are no records in the major sections. He Jianfei sat on the edge of the bed and calmly said, I used to think the same way, but after organizing the testimonies, I found numerous contradictions and omissions. Don't be fooled by Zhanaqiang's gentle and quiet appearance. He would not hesitate to sacrifice a group of 27 people for his own benefit. How can we trust such a cunning and ruthless man? He then glanced deeply at Tian Yinjin, who was listening intently, and continued, I dare to say that if I'm not mistaken, we are far from uncovering the truth behind Dong Lanyu's death. The mystery of the origin of the haunted road, which was thought to have been cleared up long ago, has resurfaced once again. Only Zhanaqiang truly knows the truth of what happened back then. Despite facing the heaviest punishment from the underworld, why would he cover up the truth? Is it for Dongli or for himself? Currently, Zhang Juanheng's investigation also faces complexities and difficulties, with two major mysteries intertwined, making the resolution of the haunted road's mystery seem distant. As he Jianfei pondered, his head started to ache a little. He heard Tian Yinjin shaking his shoulder next to him, saying, I've carefully examined Zhanaqiang's testimony a few times, and I haven't found any discrepancies. What contradictions have you discovered? He Jianfei smiled and said, if you take believing in the 23-child array as a premise, then you won't find anything. In fact, his biggest flaw lies in the 23-child array. In the Buddhist tradition, they uphold the principle of 99 returning to reality, 81 as the perfect number. Any formation must adhere to the principles of Buddhism. 23 is neither reaching the heavens nor grounding the earth. It's hard to imagine someone using it to set up a formation, that's the first flaw. Even if there was such a formation, with 23 people and one person activating at the center, a total of 24 people exerting force simultaneously, if it were to be destroyed, it would be together. However, they died in stages, using suicide-like methods, which is unheard of. That's the second. In his testimony, he first said that the 23-child array was meant to take lives, but then mentioned that it wasn't necessary. This contradiction shows that the credibility of the 23-child array is indeed questionable. That's the third. For now, these are the discrepancies I've found. Tian Yinjin was dumbfounded. It took him a while before he spoke up. Could that so-called mysterious person be something Ah Chang made up? He Jianfei replied, this should be credible. The real Ah Chang has no foundation in magic. If no one has taught him, how could the fierce ghost Ah Chang return to the broken temple? Tian Yinjin asked, are you asking me to sneak into the library to verify this matter? He Jianfei just responded with a and remained silent. Tian Yinjin's body suddenly trembled slightly, and he whispered, you suspect our master. Yin's, He Jianfei covered Tian Yinjin's mouth, sighed lightly, and said solemnly. Some things, we must not speak of lightly. However, whether the centuries-old prestige of Wutai Mountain will be ruined by this move is hard to say. Tian Yinjin's bright eyes seemed to have some liquid flowing in them. After a long pause, she finally uttered a sentence from her mouth, which was covered by He Jianfei, it won't happen. Wutai Mountain wouldn't do such a thing. None of us would do it, let alone our master. She couldn't continue, her eyes immediately covered with a misty veil. He Jianfei let go of her hand, held Tianjin's hand, and asked, Inzi, tell me, if the situation really deteriorates as we expected, will you stand with the heavens or Wutai Mountain? Tianjin lowered her head and said, I will stand with the heavens. He Jianfei sighed, justice comes from the heart, and good and evil are determined by the heavens. Punishing evil and promoting good, this is what the Buddha teaches us. Being good in heart is true goodness. In ancient times, how many people betrayed their sects over just this principle? A moon, bitten off a large part by dark clouds, hung dimly in the sky. Not a single star was visible around. He Jianfei gazed at it blankly, thinking to himself, it's probably going to rain soon, while Tianjin leaned against him, softly weeping. On Lao Li's side, the two men had been chatting for a long time. As Chang saw Lao Li starting to feel sleepy, he lazily agreed with him and urged him to go to sleep. Lao Li, feeling helpless, got into bed, but as soon as he lay down, he immediately sat up again, saying, I remembered something. Chang, feeling a mix of anger and amusement, said, why do you keep going back and forth? Acting like a child, refusing to sleep. Lao Li hurriedly explained, I'm not stalling, I just suddenly remembered that one thing. Alert, Chang asked, what thing? Lao Li said, that thing from our second year in office. Chang responded, could it be? Didn't we handle it already? Lao Li replied, but back then, you said it was just a temporary solution. Temporary, who knows if it has already happened and we are unaware. Before Chang could respond, there was a sound at the door. They quieted down, only to realize that he Jianfei had returned. Seeing them, he said with a smile, so you guys are still awake. If I knew, I wouldn't have been so cautious. He asked, what are you two discussing? You both look quite excited. Chang smiled slightly and said, we are discussing school matters. He Jianfei laughed and said, I have asked the eldest brother to reserve an incense position for you in the side hall. You can sit there in your spare time and receive offerings, to help you eliminate your sins sooner. Lao Li joked, you're not tricking him into some formation again to weaken his powers, are you? He Jianfei jokingly scolded him, don't sow discord. Right next to us is the main hall of the Tang dynasty. Who dares anything, cannot even harm the Buddha. Chang said, thanks, I'll go when I have time. I have a long journey tomorrow. You two should go to sleep quickly. I finally convinced Xiao Li to lie down, and now you're waking him up. So the two of them followed his advice and went to sleep without further discussion. The next morning, Old Chen got up early and made breakfast with Tianjin. After everyone finished eating, they immediately took a plane and left Shangqiu, heading towards the location of the school. The airport was not far from the police bureau cadre's dormitory, so Old Chen suggested walking there. Coincidentally, on the way, they had to cross a pedestrian overpass. Standing on the overpass, the bronze statue of Sun Yat-sen stood proudly in the distance, clearly visible. Although the statue had darkened a bit after more than 50 years of wind and rain, the kind and gentle smile still supported the prosperity of the century-old foundation of the school. Both Old Li and Old Chen couldn't help but be amazed. Not far from the statue, hidden by tall and short buildings, was the infamous road of the unjustly dead, the burial ground of many of their close friends. With great figures and tormented souls coexisting, righteousness and grievances intertwined, perhaps it was also a unique site of this university. He Jianfei and Tianjin walked a long way before realizing that the two elders had not caught up. Tianjin marveled, why are they still so engrossed? Haven't they seen a bronze statue before? He Jianfei responded, without experiencing their circumstances, it's hard for you to understand. It was only after Zhang Chuanquan's death that I came to realize this. Just then, the sun burst out of the clouds, and the bronze statue of Sun Yat-sen in the distance immediately gleamed with a dazzling ancient bronze color. Chapter 19, Necromancy. Hong Shixiang, Hong Shixiang. Thinking that he could meet an old friend again, Chen Laobua's spirits also felt refreshed. His whole body felt full of energy. Climbing the staircase to the 8th floor was nothing to him. Among the four, he was the one leading the way. Tian Yinjin was lively, chatting and laughing all the way as she closely followed behind. He Jianfei, exhausted from consecutive days, even found it painful to lift his legs a little higher. As for Li Laobua, thinking that he would have to speak up later, the eldest was unwilling. The two dragged along slowly at the back. "Who's yelling my last name in the stairway? Afraid the residents here don't know who I am?" A loud baritone voice rang out, causing Tian Yinjin to stop in her tracks. She marveled below at He Jianfei, who was knocking on a door, and quipped, "No wonder his surname is Hong, turns out his voice is as loud as a flood." Old Chen had reached the entrance where a tall elderly man opened the door. Old Chen couldn't contain his joy and exclaimed, "It's me, Senior Hong." The old man grunted in response, "Of course, I knew it was you. Who else would be making such a fuss?" Old Chen chuckled, "I was excited to see you soon, of course I couldn't contain my joy. Come, Senior Hong, let me introduce you to a few people. This young lady is called Tian Yinjin." Tian Yinjin saw that although he was already in his 70s, his hair was neatly combed, his face seemed to always have a serious expression, his back was straight, and his strides were vigorous. It was obvious that he was a strict old soldier who had received rigorous training. Even if she was mischievous in many ways, at this moment, she had all her playfulness restrained and obediently greeted, "Uncle Hong, hello." Uncle Hong just raised his eyes slightly to glance at her, didn't say anything, and directly said to Uncle Chen, "Aren't there a few more?" Uncle Chen was puzzled, "There are 2 more. They should be coming from downstairs." Before he could finish his sentence, they heard a weak voice coming from below the stairs, "I'm coming." He Jianfei crawled up half dead, didn't even have time to look at Uncle Hong, and quickly found a step to sit down. He kept pounding his legs with his hands, complaining, "If I had known I had to climb so high, I would have definitely come by car." Mr. Hong looked curiously at Mr. Chen, who hurriedly pushed and shoved He Jianfei forward, saying, "Get up quickly. Brother Hong dislikes people who are too carefree." He Jianfei's feet were already too stiff to move. How could he get up? "I'm not doing too bad, there's probably someone below who won't be able to climb up for half a day." Just as he finished speaking, Mr. Li also panted and made his way up, eagerly sitting down next to He Jianfei to rest, while saying to He Jianfei, "I heard you talking behind my back down there." Mr. Hong looked at Mr. Chen and almost coldly issued an order like driving away a guest, "Old Chen, I'm busy today and don't have time for you. Please escort these delicate guests out." When Old Chen heard this, he was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. Old Li and He Jianfei, upon hearing this, looked up and examined Old Hong, catching his furious gaze. He Jianfei was startled and quickly pushed Old Li, urging, "Why aren't you going up?" Old Li, feeling helpless, could only put on a forced smile and greeted, "Xiao Hong." "Shut up." Elder Hong angrily exclaimed, "How dare you, a disrespectful brat, address me so rudely." Back in the days, besides the campus heroes, no one else had the privilege to call me Little Hong. Do you know about the campus heroes? Uncle Hong was about to continue his spirited explanation when Tian Yinjin couldn't help but burst out laughing with a pft. Old Chen and He Jianfei also had a look of barely holding back their laughter. Mr. Li, who was irritated, pulled out something from his pocket and threw it at Uncle Hong. "No one has ever insulted me for not being respectful." Uncle Hong quickly caught it and opened it up, only to find that it was a unique certificate from the Folk Student Association at that time, clearly inscribed with the 3 characters, Li Huanran. Vice Chairman? Uncle Hong was shocked, his legs almost giving out underneath him. Upon closer inspection, he could still vaguely see the shadow of the old campus dual heroes from the overall outline. Hastily stepping forward, he grabbed Chairman Li's hands and steadied him, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Chairman, I thought you were." Chairman Li felt his throat tighten, unable to hold back his tears as well, whispering, "It's so good to see everyone again." Mr. Hong's attitude made a complete 180-degree turn. He ushered the guests into the living room, attentively serving tea and fruits, while scolding Mr. Chen for not speaking up earlier and apologizing profusely. Mr. Leith stopped him, saying, "You don't need to fuss over us. Let's get to the point. We are here this time mainly for a difficult matter and need your help. You can finish listening before attending to us. You might end up kicking us out later." Mr. Hong chuckled. "Are you kidding, Vice Chairman? Just tell me as you did before, and I will do what I can." Mr. Li glanced at He Jianfei, who was engrossed in studying the patterns on the teacup, cleared his throat, and said, "Firstly, my real identity must not be revealed to anyone. I am currently using an alias. Secondly, can you take us to the police station's archives department to check the records from that year?" Hong Laobua pondered for a moment before saying, "The first thing is natural, as for the second. Chairman, could you first tell me what you want to see inside?" Li Laobua had already prepared an excuse for this. "I want to write a biography of Ah Chang, but unfortunately my old brain is not working well anymore, and I can hardly remember the events of that day anymore. Alas, I don't have many days left to live, and Ah Chang passed away so suddenly, I can't bear to leave him without a single word." Ah Chang's death was the biggest pain for all the members of the 49th World Student Association. Hong Laobua fell silent as well. After a long time, he wiped his eyes and said, "Since it is related to the chairman, I will risk my life to help. Please sit for a while, I will make a few phone calls and handle some procedures for you." After Uncle Hong left, Uncle Chen said to Senior Li, "Why didn't you tell him the truth? Brother Hong is a trustworthy person." Senior Li explained, "I'm not worried about his trustworthiness, but Winter Orchid has always been a proud and ambitious girl. I've heard she's quite sharp. The more people who know about this, the more likely it is to cause unnecessary complications. If Winter Orchid misunderstands us further, it could be disastrous." He Jianfei chuckled, "I agree. It's better to discreetly resolve the matter, right? This way, we can protect both Ah Chang and Senior Winter Orchid's reputations, a win-win situation. Therefore, let's keep the matter of the Ghost Road confidential." Uncle Hong's influence is truly astonishing. In no time, the police station agreed to let them pass. The four of them didn't even have time to eat, and hurriedly rushed to the archives department. Uncle Hong escorted them to the entrance of the archives department and stopped, saying to Uncle Li, "I have already instructed them. There is no one inside, so you can quietly look up the information." "I won't go in." Uncle Li replied, "Okay. Thank you for this. Let me treat you to a drink another day." Uncle Hong smiled and said, "I can't afford that. It's my pleasure to do things for you." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Uncle Hong left first. The four entered the archives. Thanks to the meticulous indexing done by the police station, they easily found the file of the case involving Jun Xing. He Jianfei only needed to look at the copy of the diary, so he set aside those testimonies and reports, flipping through them until he reached the bottom, where a dusty file lay bulging. He Jianfei pulled it out, wiped off the surface dust, opened it, and indeed found the copy inside. The other three people gathered around to see when He Jianfei found the copy. He carefully opened the cover, and on the title page, written in red ink, was a sentence: "The wail of the dead spirits, casting all who seek to approach this diary into a baptism of blood and fire." Chen Laobua exclaimed, "Ah! This is the sentence. The blood-red curse they saw refers to this sentence. I never expected this sentence to be copied by the Bureau. The wail of the dead spirits?" He Jianfei and Tian Yinjin exchanged a strange look, their expressions extremely odd. Li Laobua, sensing something amiss, quickly asked him, "What's wrong?" He Jianfei said solemnly, looking at the literal interpretation, "It seems to refer to this curse belonging to the dead spirits. The curse of the dead spirits is one of the most vicious among many curses, sacrificing the life of the cursed person and melding their soul into the vessel, making the manifested spirit very ferocious." Li Laobua interrupted him, saying, "Just say what's strange." He Jianfei continued, "That means, the person who cast this curse died in 51 years, only then could they attach themselves to this diary. How many people died in 51 years, narrowing down our scope of investigation. Previously, Inji and I speculated it was done by an outsider, but now it seems that assumption must be overturned. He Jianfei turned to the second page, which was still blank except for the words, New Year's Day, neatly written in the upper right corner. His heart sank as he did not expect to see these 4 words here again. Li Laobo was also greatly surprised, pointing to the words and saying, I thought about these 4 words all night yesterday, but still couldn't figure out their meaning. It seems that Zhang Juanxing did have a deeper intention in writing these 4 words. Chen Laobo added, I remember that it seemed like each person received a photo with these 4 words on it. At that time, no one paid attention, thinking it was the pen name he left when submitting the manuscript. He Jianfei gently brushed the page with his hand and said, since Zhang Juanxing has solved the mystery of Senior Aqiang's strange poem, he must have used it as a template for this new puzzle. However, with the full support of everyone in the school, does he really need to make it so complex and mysterious? Perhaps he hinted these 4 words on the photo so that more people would discover them in the future, to prevent them from being obliterated. He was probably afraid that later generations might overlook these 4 words, so he deliberately wrote them as a reminder in the front of the diary. Inzi, please make a note of it first, and we will slowly deduce it when we go back. Tian Injin had already been holding paper and pen on the side, nodding as she made a note of it. Finally approaching the actual page of the diary, He Jianfei's palms were slightly sweaty. Zhang Juanhang's record had a decisive impact on his innermost terrifying conjecture. Indeed, as Uncle Chen had said, the first page was a strange and eerie text. It read, knock on the big door at noon, and the strange scene will reveal itself without any concealment. The blending of blood creates a symphony of death, people's faces full of pain and sorrow, eyes filled with infinite longing for hell. Crawl on, God will not stop you from leaving the world, offering all these sacrifices to the great demon king. The white fear gradually envelopes, the chilling breath forewarns. Obtain the golden key left by the wise, and you can escape this suffering until neither birth nor death, He Jianfei exclaimed, what gibberish is this? Uncle Chen, did something terrible happen back then? Uncle Chen responded, no. There was not a big tragedy in the school, not even outside, except for a few deaths related to this diary later on. When I first saw the diary, I was quite shocked as well, but I think he must have made it up. Junhang often submits articles to the literary society, could this be his invention? He Jianfei said, but he described it so vividly and in such detail. Besides, do literary societies accept such submissions? He deliberately put this section together with the Donghui account, it's probably not groundless. Anyway, let's write it down as Inzi would. On the second page, there is only a short paragraph. The first day of the Lunar New Year is indeed the first day of the first month, where the accumulated energies of many years are gathered, wishes and dreams are prayed for on this day, awaiting their realization. Only the writer and a confidant know this. In the picture, Zhang Junhang, the initiator of the new puzzle on the first day of the Lunar New Year, once again mentioned these 4 words and provided a detailed explanation. The handwriting in the text is noticeably more sloppy than the first page, with traces of broken strokes and ink splatters in many places. The final stroke of the character is significantly enlarged, extending for about 7 to 8 grids. It is evident that Zhang Junhang was writing this sentence passionately and hastily. Why did these 2 peculiar narratives appear first in this journal referred to by the outside world as recording the detailed truth of Donglu's death? On the first day of the Lunar New Year, is the vision of hell that people longed for one of the truths behind Donglu's death or one of the reasons for Zhang Juanhang's death? For a moment, everyone was stunned. In combination with the bizarre poem written by Zhen Aqiang, Zhang Junhang unexpectedly set up 2 seemingly unrelated puzzles in a row. What extremely covert information was discovered in the investigation that even a supremely clever person like him had to avoid? For a moment, everyone was at a loss. The archive room fell silent, with only the sound of the cold wind hitting the glass from outside. The temperature inside the room gradually dropped, but inside people's hearts, flames were roaring, and 1,000 horses were galloping. Comparing these two new puzzles, it seems that Zhang Junheng had foreseen his life would end as a result, indicating that these two puzzles had nothing to do with Donglu, but were hints left by the perpetrator of his murder for future generations. After a long pause, He Jianfei was the first to come back to his senses from the silence. He forced a smile and said, "It is indeed quite rewarding to make this trip. Since Senior Zhang Juanqing has paved the way for us in every aspect, the next steps should be much easier. Inzi, mark this as a priority with a red pen. Let's continue reading." He Jianfei's words, which were almost comforting, did not calm the shock and impact in old Chen's heart. It turned out that Zhang Juanqing had long known that he was facing imminent death. Knowing he could not save himself, he distributed this photo with "New Year's Day" written on it everywhere, even filling his diary with this warning. He gave all of this to Old Chen, but Old Chen had completely ignored it and tossed it into a drawer, thus suffocating Zhang Juanqing's final cry for help. In that case, isn't Zhang Juanqing's death partly caused by himself as well? He Jianfei noticed that Chen Laobo, who was trembling all over in apparent excitement, seemed as if he might collapse at any moment. He quickly helped Tian Yinjin support him to the nearest chair for a rest. Both of them were aware of his inner turmoil, but as younger generation, they hesitated to persuade him easily. He Jianfei gestured to Li Laobo with his eyes, signaling him to step forward and counsel. Li Laobo said, "I understand that you feel guilty, but it's not entirely your fault." Although Zhang Juanqing anticipated his own death, he didn't expect it to come so soon. Otherwise, no matter how cunning he was, he wouldn't have kept everything completely concealed on the surface. Moreover, he didn't provide any further emphasis or hints on these two new puzzles, which indicates that he thought he wouldn't encounter any unforeseen events in this recent period. He Jianfei nodded in agreement and said, "Exactly. Just by observing his behavior that night when the incident occurred, it is enough to prove that the culprit struck him ahead of his expectations. If those 4 words were about me, I wouldn't have paid attention to them at the time either." The comforting words from the two men made Old Chen feel a little better. He asked him to continue sitting and resting, while the other 3 continued to search for information. On the 3rd page of the diary's main text, the story of Dong Li was recorded. After reading it, Old Li whispered, "Everything about Dong Li is clear now. Why bother looking further? I'll go check something else." He Jianfei smiled and said, "I rarely come to the police station. It would be a waste not to read everything, and maybe what he recorded is more detailed. I'll copy it and report back to the eldest brother." Old Li, understanding his point, didn't insist and walked away to browse through the interrogation records from that year. He Jianfei then gave a signal to Tian Yinjin, who smiled knowingly and accompanied Old Li towards the inner room, clapping his hands and joking, "Everyone says Dong Li is the #1 beauty on campus. I don't believe it. It would be great if we could find her photo." Old Li shook his head while walking and said, "You girls have a particularly strong sense of jealousy." He Jianfei listened as their voices faded away, then he began to relax and read Zhang Juanhang's diary. The first sentence deeply intrigued him: "The death of Dong Lu, with twists and turns, the deaths of 27 people, excluding Ah Chang, and Dong Lu stem from the same reason. Although the manner of death varies, the unbearable pain of the 23 people makes them desperate to end their lives prematurely." Just as he was about to continue reading, Mr. Li suddenly exclaimed from inside, "Oh no!" Startled, He Jianfei quickly looked up and asked, "What did you find?" Mr. Li hurried over holding a scroll and said, "It turns out that the police station has listed Tan Xingguan as the #1 suspect." "What?" The other 3 all exclaimed at the same time. Tian Yinjin dropped the case file and ran out, while Old Man Chen forcefully suppressed his excitement and approached. Clearly written on top was a line, "Evidence collection investigation on the first suspect, Tan Xingguan." Below were statements from several students from that year. One student named Lin Hui pointed out, "On May 20th, 3 days before Zhang Juanqing's death, as I passed by the hallway, I saw Tan Xingguan and Zhang Juanqing standing face to face, not saying a word, glaring at each other with hostility, both looking furious. I was stunned at that moment because these 2 school celebrities had never had any conflicts before. I saw Tan Xingwan suddenly step aside and gesture as if inviting, while Zhang Juanxing stormed off angrily. Curious, I followed them to an abandoned building where construction workers for the school used to live. Zhang Juanxing went in first, followed by Tan Xingwan, who closed the door behind them. Soon after, I heard a fierce argument erupting between them. I couldn't make out what they were arguing about, so I took a few steps closer. To my surprise, they were actually wrestling inside, and it sounded like things were being thrown all over the place. Afraid they would find me spying if they finished fighting, I quickly fled. The 4 people who saw this record were stunned, looking at each other in disbelief. Zhang Juanxing's reaction at the time was acceptable, but the elegant and steady Tan Xingwan's behavior was truly unimaginable as he fought with someone as if his life depended on it. What exactly happened 3 days before Zhang Juanxing's death that caused the 2 friends who had always valued friendship like gold to turn into bitter enemies? Mr. Li turned to the second page, where a boy named Chen Jihe said, after Zhang Juanxing passed away, Shen Fang was very sad. He often cried alone, and I felt sorry seeing him like that, so I invited him to drink together. That night, he got drunk to the point of losing consciousness and couldn't even walk properly. I had to drag and carry him back to the dormitory. All the way, I tried to console him, telling him that the killer of Zhang Juanxing will be caught, and the truth about Dong Lu will be revealed by others. To my surprise, he chuckled mysteriously, squinted his eyes, and said, "Dong Lu?" Zhang Juanxing already knew the truth about Dong Lu. Originally, I could have gone straight to it, but Tan Xingwan, that traitor, didn't believe me and implicated Juanxing. That's why that diary went missing. Traitor. I was shocked beyond words. I wanted to ask him more, but he fell asleep. When he woke up, I asked him again, but he denied ever saying such things. When I asked him if Tan Xingwan was a traitor, he just stared blankly out of the window, remaining silent. This page gives everyone the creeps. Based on the good impression from the group photo of the 3, everyone thought the misunderstanding mentioned on the previous page was just between 2 people. However, Shen Fang's own words prove Tan Xingwan's traitorous actions and that Zhang Juanxing has become fundamentally opposed with the most powerful evidence. If Tan Xingwan is really a traitor, could that have accelerated Zhang Juanxing's murder? Furthermore, according to Shen Fang, Zhang Juanxing had wanted to entrust the diary containing the truth about Dong Lu's death to Tan Xingwan. However, due to extreme distrust, even Shen Fang was excluded from those who could be trusted. Does this imply that Tan Xingwan's treacherous actions are aimed at the truth about Dong Lu, thus suggesting that Tan Xingwan has been obstructing Zhang Juanxing's investigation into Dong Lu all along? Could it be that your closest friend is actually your biggest enemy on the road ahead? Li Lao Bo looked at the others and was the first to speak. Impossible, right? Why would Tan Xingwan obstruct the investigation into Dong Lu? Could it be that he has his sights on Dong Lu? Huh. What a joke. Uncle Chen repeatedly said, "No reason, no reason." It must be Shen Fang talking nonsense because he's drunk. However, He Jianfei was lost in thought. Suddenly, an unsettling idea surged in his mind. What if Tan Xingwan's rebellion was not about the truth of Donglai, but the peculiar descriptions and explanations on those 2 pages? Chapter 20, Who See? Mr. Li saw that everyone was silent, so he also fell silent. He then turned to the 3rd page. He Jianfei made a great effort to restrain the terrifying thought in his heart and focused on reading on. One of Tan Xingwan's classmates, named Chen, confessed, Tan Xingwan has been extremely listless since Jun Xing died, barely eating for days and nights. We advised him to ignore the rumors, but he wouldn't listen. He just likes sitting alone on the bed with drooping eyelids. If no one calls him, he would just sit there without moving. He hasn't spoken a word for days. I don't believe that Tan Xingwan could be the murderer. As Chen Lao Bo watched, he added, "This is true. I went to talk to him specifically, and even brought him some food to eat more. But until I left, he didn't say a word." After looking further, another student confessed, "I don't know Zhang Juanxing and Tan Xingwan. But I heard everyone saying that Zhang Juanqing was about to expose the truth about Donglu, and at the most critical moment, Tan Xingwan betrayed him for personal gain. They all say that Tan Xingwan is the one who killed Zhang Juanqing. But it seems like the chairman got really angry when he found out, saying that this is all nonsense and that we shouldn't spread these rumors. Now I don't know which version to believe. He Jianfei shook his head when he read this passage, silently sighing in his heart. To what extent had people's hearts become so scattered back then? The mysterious death of Zhang Juanqing, who was considered the most promising student union president of the lower realm, was the heaviest blow to this turbulent campus, indirectly leading to the resurgence of the school's power struggles and the plight of the 52nd class. The remaining testimony on the last page comes from a classmate of Tan Xingwan named Tan Xingwan. Shen Fang said that Tan Xingwan was a traitor. When this news reached our class, it immediately caused a sensation. Those who were familiar with Tan Xingwan didn't believe it. Instead, they accused Shen Fang of framing and trying to vent his personal grievances through Tan Xingwan. We all said that Tan Xingwan should go beat up Shen Fang and then cut off their friendship. Tan Xingwan did not respond to this. Later, the rumors became more and more outrageous. A few of us who had a good relationship with Tan Xingwan couldn't bear it, so we took people to beat up Shen Fang. As a result, we ended up fighting with their classmates. Everyone looked to Old Chen for an explanation. Old Chen said, "Yes, this is also true. It was the most notorious brawl between the two classes of our year. Everyone shirked responsibility for Zhang Juanhang's death, causing panic, and if we didn't have a school-wide brawl, it would have been a miracle. This is another major discovery in the archives. At least the current evidence proves that Tan Xingwan is the person who knows the most about the death of Zhang Juanqing. They may have had a disagreement on whether or not to avoid death, but it didn't escalate to the point of fierce arguments. This passage suggests that Tan Xingwan learned that Zhang Jun might risk his life to solve the mystery of Donglu, and given his character, he would not intervene. So, what were they arguing about? Could it be that the crux of their argument was actually a matter entirely unrelated to Donglu? He Jianfei's conviction in his mind grew stronger. He lifted his wrist, glanced at his watch, feeling that it was almost time. He had no interest in continuing to read Zhang Juanqing's diary, so he asked Tian Yinzhen to take it to the nearby copying room and make copies of the entire diary. He then whispered to her, "Do you have a small camera with you? Help me take photos of all the evidence related to the Donglu case." Tian Yinzhen walked towards the inside room, while He Jianfei flew over to help the two old people organize the testimonies to be copied. Undoubtedly, Tan Xingwan has become the biggest clue in the Zhang Juanqing case. To avoid revealing any flaws to others, they decided to have Old Li represent them to personally thank Old Hong, and the rest of the group would find a place to settle down with the materials to carefully study the doubts mentioned in the records. No one wanted to stay in the school, with the nearby Yingui Road and the mysterious deaths of Zhang Juanqing casting a terrifying shadow that suffocated everyone. He Jianfei and the others found a hotel near the school to stay, so that if they needed to verify anything, they could investigate on site, and also monitor Donghui's movements to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. After resting for a while, Mr. Li still hadn't returned. Tian Yinzhen had already hidden the information he had obtained privately according to He Jianfei's instructions in his own room. Mr. Chen sighed heavily as he looked at the testimony, unable to believe that his past pain would only be resolved 50 years later. He Jianfei sat in the innermost part, sipping tea with his eyes closed. Tian Yinzhen found a seat and said, "Originally, we came to solve the mystery of Donglu and to separate the grudges on the Ghost Road. Who would have thought it would be intertwined with Zhang Juanqing's murder case? With two major cases happening almost back-to-back, it's really making it hard for the Ghost Road to proceed smoothly." Uncle Chen said, "The case of Zhang Juanqing is actually tied to Donglu. They are inherently connected, but I can't figure out why Tan Xingwan suddenly got into a conflict." He Jianfei suddenly opened his eyes and said, "No, there may be no connection between the two. Zhang Juanqing did not die because of Donglu." Uncle Chen's spirits lifted. "Have you figured something out?" Just then, Uncle Li walked in. Seeing everyone deep in discussion, he said, "Well, well, holding a mini-meeting without me. Have you come to any conclusions? He Jianfei smiled and said, we've only just begun, and you've just caught up. Then he turned to ask Old Chen, what is Tan Xingguan's personality like? Old Chen thought for a moment and replied, he is quite gentle, talented, very friendly to everyone, handles matters calmly and effectively, not hasty or reckless, just too quiet and not fond of talking much. If he were appointed as chairman, it would be quite reliable. Listening to Old Chen still reminiscing about the selection of the best chairman successor from back then, He Jianfei couldn't help but smile wryly. What do you admire most about him? Old Chen said, his composure. This guy, even if the sky falls, he would remain unperturbed. That's something I can't do. He Jianfei said, what about Shen Fang's personality? Old Chen said, he's straightforward, loves to chat, acts decisively when handling things, sometimes lacks a bit of thinking, makes careless mistakes due to his generous and impulsive nature, but fortunately, they are all minor mistakes. Before he could finish, Tianjin couldn't help but laugh, isn't that just like Tan Xingguan? Old Chen slapped his thigh and said, we were just wondering. Two people with completely opposite personalities can actually become good friends. What I like most about him is his straightforward way of speaking, saying whatever comes to mind without beating around the bush. Unlike Xingguan, who speaks in a lofty and scholarly manner, citing classics. I had a hard time understanding what he meant after a few sentences. Zhang Juanxing used to be the same way at first. I scolded him, just keep adding adjectives in your speeches, and we'll be surprised if we don't slip on a banana peel. He Jianfei interjected, what was Zhang Juanxing's original personality like? Old Chen said, he's a bit like Xingguan, but more active, not too talkative, knows what to say and what not to say. As he was speaking, Old Chen suddenly stopped. Li Lao was listening with great interest and prompted Old Chen, why did you stop? He Jianfei chuckled and said, Old Chen isn't refusing to continue, he might just find it hard to continue? Tianjin was puzzled, what does that mean? Old Chen exclaimed, indeed, that's the case. When you asked, I suddenly realized that I couldn't summarize any personality traits. Zhang Juanxing handles everything fairly and calmly, no different from others, but he manages the organization department in an orderly manner, making him quite different from others. Juanxing is a special ordinary person, I suppose. He Jianfei disagreed, instead of calling him an ordinary person, it's more accurate to say that he is very deep in scheming and calculation, so deep that you can't see the bottom. His actions and behaviors are both in line with the crowd and yet stand out independently, showing his meticulousness. After all, the student union is a stage for fame and fortune struggle, and he doesn't want to stand out and be targeted by the group. Uncle Li was dissatisfied and said, how is this related to his death? He Jianfei replied, it's very much related. Tan Xingguan and Shen Fang's personalities are very clear, which allows us to infer the credibility of their words. Shen Fang is straightforward and quick to speak. It's certain that he called Tan Xingguan rebellious. However, whether this rebellion is right or wrong, we can no longer rely on Shen Fang's words for judgment. Looking at Tan Xingguan's side, why would the usually calm and mild-tempered Tan Xingguan be so angry as to confront Zhang Juanxing face-to-face and even fight, which has shocked us all? Based on Tan Xingguan's character, he would only lose his composure if his fundamental principles of friendship or his fundamental interests were violated. Adding Zhang Juanxing's inscrutable nature, his actions are often unpredictable. This shifts all the focus onto Zhang Juanxing. Tan Xingguan and Shen Fang are indifferent to the matter of Dong Lu, so the only one capable of disturbing all three of them must be Zhang Juanxing alone. Perhaps during his investigation of Dong Lu, he did something else out of line. I have been speculating whether the peculiar first 2 pages of the diary were deliberately separated by Zhang Juanxing as a hint. Because it is not about Dong Lu, a matter of concern to the whole school, but the central issue causing the rupture of friendship among the 3 good friends. Therefore, he had to be discreet, and that is the true meaning of setting up 2 new mysteries. The other 3 were all deeply moved and alarmed. Uncle Li sighed, He Jianfei, it seems your scheming is even deeper than Zhang Juanxing's. He never thought that you had thought it through so thoroughly. Me? He Jianfei finally came to his senses and jokingly scolded, "Bah, you want us all to think hard, and just when I finally figured it out, you turn around and insult people in a roundabout way. What exactly do you want from me?" Tian Yinzhen said, "So, does that mean as long as we unravel the new mystery set by Zhang Juanqing, we will know everything?" Li Lao Bo replied, "It should be, maybe Juanqing's death and Tan Xingguan's disappearance were all caused by this matter." Chen Lao Bo hurriedly picked up a copy of the diary and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's study it quickly." He Jianfei stopped them, "Wait, the diary only emphasizes and hints at things. If Zhang Juanqing didn't make it public, nobody would know. So we can ignore the first page of the diary. The origin of a New Year's Day is on that photograph. If Zhang Juanqing wrote something on it, there must be a reason. I suspect it might be related to the photograph itself. Yinzi, bring out that photograph." Tian Yinzhen took out the photo as requested. Li Lao Bo picked it up and examined it carefully, still clueless. He couldn't help but mutter, "Juanqing is just like Ah Chang, always setting up puzzles for people to guess. Only mischievous kids like He Jianfei can figure it out." He Jianfei gave him a glare and asked Tian Yinzhen, "Have you got the results?" Only then did Tian Yinzhen remember and said with a smile, "I almost forgot. After my professional computer scan and analysis, it was determined that your deduction was correct. There is indeed a person hiding there." Chen Lao Bo asked eagerly, "Who is hiding there?" Tian Yinzhen pointed to the place on the photo for them to see. Chen Lao Bo exclaimed, "Who is that after all?" "Dongli?" Li Lao Bo said, "Didn't she just say someone is hiding there? I suspect it's shitting." He Jianfei interjected, "Regardless of who she is, Zhang Juanqing definitely doesn't know that she's hidden there. Not even the photographer Shen Fang saw it. Therefore, it has nothing to do with New Year's Day, but it might be related to Zhang Juanqing's death. Let's set her aside and think about it." Tian Yinzhen said, "I have already thought it through. Zhang Juanqing left this photo for most people. It's likely that Shen Fang and Tan Xingguan also have copies. Therefore, the puzzle-solving method he requested must be something that can be universally understood. However, everyone has different personalities and ways of thinking, so the most effective way to unify everyone is to have them simulate his personality in their reasoning. This way, there won't be any disagreements, and the solutions to the puzzle will vary widely." He Jianfei chuckled, "You explained it in a very complicated way. I share the same opinion. Also, I think the photo was distributed in April, before he had a falling out with Tan Xingguan. If something were to happen, the ones most likely to decipher this riddle first would be those two who are very familiar with him and have high intelligence. Thus, this puzzle may also cater to their common interests." "Are you talking about Dream of the Red Chamber?" Mr. Li's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. "Men should read the dream, women should read the Three Kingdoms. Among the 4 great classical novels, I haven't touched the Dream of the Red Chamber. I can't help you with that." He Jianfei couldn't help but laugh and cry, "Mr. Li, do you have to be against me all afternoon?" It was then that Mr. Li remembered that his words seemed to imply that He Jianfei was not a man in the traditional sense. When calculated, only He Jianfei and Tian Yinzhen have read Dream of the Red Chamber, but He Jianfei just skimmed through it, not as systematically as Tian Yinzhen who has studied the work extensively. Therefore, the three of them could only watch eagerly as Tian Yinzhen furrowed her brow, trying to recall the content of Dream of the Red Chamber, hoping this talented woman could come up with an answer. Outside, water droplets were dripping from the eaves, falling faster and faster, forming the rhythm of the 3 people's heartbeats. Just at that moment, Tian Yinzhen finally spoke, "I can't figure it out. Dream of the Red Chamber is so vast and profound, involving hundreds of characters and incidents. Where do you want me to start guessing from?" He Jianfei quickly responded, "You don't have to cover everything, just talk about the parts related to the first 80 chapters and the New Year's Day." Tian Yinzhen replied impatiently, "I've thought about it. During the New Year's Day, Lady Wang and Phoenix were invited to drink for consecutive days. He Jianfei said, that's not right, right? I vaguely remember it was related to another person. Tian Injin said, indeed, Princess Jia Yuan Chun was named after the New Year's Day, but the most important scene involving her debut was during the family visit, which happened on Lantern Festival. Mr. Li and Mr. Chen felt somewhat desperate upon hearing this, while only He Jianfei refused to give up, saying, is Yuan Chun solely associated with the family visit? Reminded by him, Tian Injin thought for a moment and smiled, there is also a poem among the 12 hairpins, for 20 years, debates of right and wrong, pomegranate flowers shine upon the palace. Spring competes with early spring scenery, tigers and leopards meet in a grand dream. The tiger and the rhinoceros meet, and a great dream returns? In an instant, the three people's faces changed drastically, standing up simultaneously. He Jianfei shouted, what is the name of your vice-chairman? Li Laobo pointed to the photo and said repeatedly, it's him, it's the person in the photo, he's talking about the person in the photo. Chen Laobo shook violently with excitement, is it Xiao Hu? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tian Injin sat there, completely shocked. On the other side, the three people were in chaos, each trying to express their doubts loudly, but unable to hear what the others were saying. Li Laobo waved his hand, finally calming everyone down. He Jianfei, once quieted down, quickly asked, what's the relationship between Zhang Juanxing and Xiao Hu usually like? Before Chen Laobo could answer, Li Laobo interrupted, no, just tell me, did Xiao Hu kill Zhang Juanxing? Chen Laobo's mind almost went blank, and he mumbled, no. No, Xiao Hu was with me the night Zhang Juanxing had an accident. Right, I can prove he wasn't there. Chen Laobo seemed to have discovered something that excited him, straightening his back again. In an instant, the blow seemed to have vanished into thin air. Regardless of everything, he couldn't accept the result that Xiao Hu was the culprit. Tian Injin also supported his view, saying, there is not enough evidence to prove that Xiao Hu is the answer to New Year's Day. Perhaps we have all been looking at it from the wrong angle. If the tiger represents Xiao Hu, then who does the rhinoceros represent? He Jianfei gradually calmed down. Both he and Li Laobo understood the reasoning that Tian Injin had just spoken, but the temporary excitement had clouded their judgment. He could only helplessly shrug his shoulders and laugh at Li Laobo, we're both turning into lunatics. Wait a minute. Old Chen suddenly stood up, swallowing the teasing from Old Li. I remember something strange. Zhang Juanxing is very well liked, acquainted with everyone in the student union, except for Xiao Hu. Even when they encounter each other, it's just a nod and a brief greeting, no small talk. They never sit together in meetings. When I recommended Zhang Juanxing as the minister of the organizational department, Xiao Hu reluctantly agreed to my decision. I secretly asked Shen Fang, and all I got was that their personalities clash, that Zhang Juanxing dislikes Xiao Hu's hypocritical nature. Old Li became excited again, it seems we are not that insensitive. Clearly, that answer was a lie. Even if their personalities clash, they should still have some interaction, especially as colleagues. If personal preferences cause division, how can they lead the student union? Is Zhang Juanxing really that unreasonable? In my opinion, the animosity between them must be more than meets the eye. He Jianfei hastily agreed, you're right. Although we can't prove their relationship at the moment, we can use deductive reasoning. Only if there is animosity between Zhang Juanxing and someone in the student union does it align with the mystery set around the photo, revealing why Zhang Juanxing meticulously set up the New Year's mystery, thereby explaining the truth behind why Zhang Juanxing bestowed ghostly killing abilities. Mr. Li looked at He Jianfei incredulously and said, what did you say? Zhang Juanxing gave the ability to ghosts on the wrong ghost road to kill people? Where did his killing ability come from? He Jianfei chuckled and shrugged, I'm just guessing. With a motive and a target for persecution, if it happens to align, Zhang Juanxing may have discovered a special lethal energy while investigating Dongli. At this point, He Jianfei intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Tian Injin. Tian Injin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that He Jianfei was hinting at Wutai Mountain? She dared not think further, but she heard He Jianfei continue, he studied day and night, wanting to use it to kill his enemies. The observant Tan Xingguan inadvertently discovered this conspiracy. With his character, he would never tolerate someone like Zhang Juanxing. It wouldn't be surprising if a series of strange events, from glaring angrily to fighting, occurred between the two. There were no wounds on Zhang Juanxing's body, the blood flowed automatically, the heart stopped automatically. All these phenomena suggest to us that Zhang Juanxing neither committed suicide nor was killed by someone else. It was an accidental death caused by that lethal energy. This was the first time someone proposed a third perspective. According to He Jianfei's speculation, Zhang Juanxing's death was his own fault, something Mr. Chen could not accept no matter what. He interrupted, "What exactly is this lethal energy?" He Jianfei gave Mr. Li a strange look, sending shivers down his spine. But soon Mr. Li realized that He Jianfei was not looking at him, but at the symbol on his neck. "Ah Chang." Mr. Li's heart sank. He Jianfei smoothly continued, "For example, there is a point on the wrong ghost road that connects to the ghost realm." Mr. Li felt a tremor in his neck, and Ah Chang also reacted, leaving Mr. Li moved. He Jianfei, who never made hasty conclusions, spoke confidently. Though lacking direct evidence, by proposing a series of interconnected and hypothetical statements, he demonstrated a strong grasp on his inference. Once one link is broken, the entire chain collapses, making the solution easily achievable. Bi Tianjin shook her head and continued, "I can't say for certain about other things, but the relationship between Tan Xingguan and Zhang Juanxing is indeed questionable." In the testimonies of classmates, Shen Fang shed tears many times, deeply grieved, while Tan Xingguan barely showed any sadness, just lost in thought. Even when going to pay respects at Zhang Juanxing's grave, she ran back halfway, which is very unlike the emotional Tan Xingguan. But does this not suggest from another perspective that Tan Xingguan had long anticipated Zhang Juanxing's death? Therefore, I believe Zhang Juanxing did not die accidentally as He Jianfei claimed. He was actually murdered by Tan Xingguan, who intentionally utilized that fatal energy to kill him. To be more precise, Zhang Juanxing was killed by Tan Xingguan. What? Old Chen looked at He Jianfei and Tianjin with a wry smile. "Why are the ideas you two come up with more and more surprising?" He Jianfei also didn't expect Tianjin to come to such a conclusion, and was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. "All right, let's stop speculating further. Probably tens of thousands of answers could be possible. I think the most urgent task now is to clarify the issues between Zhang Juanxing and Xiao Hu. When the time comes, it will be clear who is right and who is wrong." Oh, speaking of the relationship between Tan Xingguan and Zhang Juanxing, I remembered there's a question I haven't asked Old Chen. You said that Zhang Juanxing is close to both Tan Xingguan and Shen Fang, but there must be one relationship that is closer, right? Old Chen said, "Of course, it's none other than Tan Xingguan. He knew Zhang Juanxing first and they spent more time together. Tan Xingguan has influenced Zhang Juanxing in many ways, such as his interest in classical studies. When Zhang Juanxing encounters difficult problems in arranging work, he often seeks advice from Tan Xingguan." He Jianfei laughed, "Although I am not very clear about what kind of person Tan Xingguan is, but after you said so much, I am really feeling fascinated." Anyone favored by Old Chen must not be a bad person. Old Chen nodded and added, "He has a very unique temperament, a very extraordinary young man, just that he tends to do things based on his own preferences. It's a pity that he was cursed and disappeared inexplicably in the end. Such a good junior brother." He Jianfei said, "In terms of scheming and strategies, Zhang Juanxing cannot compare to Tan Xingguan, but in terms of means, Zhang Juanxing is far superior to Tan Xingguan. I personally think that means are the key to victory. This is also the reason why Tan Xingguan ultimately lost to Zhang Juanxing." Tianjin protested, "I object. You are clearly trying to find ways to support Old Chen in accepting your point of view. Didn't I say it? Tan Xingguan is the real killer of Zhang Juanxing, what's there to lose to him? You are clearly using despicable means to suppress my inference and gain an upper hand." He Jianfei jokingly scolded, "Go to hell, how am I bothering you? If you can't stand it, you can campaign, I don't stop you." Uncle Chen stood up and said, "Let's not talk about it anymore. I need to leave immediately. You all rest first." Uncle Li asked, "Where are you going?" Uncle Chen replied, "I'm going to Xiao Hu's place. I need to get some clarity, resolve the knots in my heart. If it's really him who caused the trouble, I won't let him off. If it's Zhang Juanxing." Uncle Chen paused, unable to continue. His heart was in turmoil. Zhang Juanxing, a young and promising boy he once believed in, full of vitality and ambition, seemed to still stand before him, smiling, promising to take on all responsibilities of the student union. Now, he had to personally label him with guilt. It was unbearable for him. Everyone understood his inner thoughts, and for a moment, silence fell upon them all. Outside the window, there is a bird that resembles a crow, quietly grooming its shiny black feathers. The noise and silence inside the room don't seem to affect it at all. Only when it's too quiet, it tilts its head and gazes curiously at the people inside, trying to decipher their strange expressions, wondering if they are planning on how to catch it. After a long time, the sound of a plane taking off could be heard in the sky. He Jianfei walked to the window and stared blankly at the bird perched there. The bird paid no attention to him, only busy preening its feathers. From behind, Ah Chang's voice, slightly excited, could be heard. "You said there is a connection between the ghost road and the ghost realm, how is that possible? If it's true, even if I don't take that path, just staying on campus, I could sense it." Sitting on both sides of the hall were Mr. Li with a complex expression and Tian Yinjin. Ah Chang stood in the center, staring intently at He Jianfei. He Jianfei smiled bitterly, "Did I ever say it has always been there?" Ah Chang's body trembled slightly as he lowered his head. Mr. Li asked, "Who could have such great ability to open the passage to the ghost realm?" He Jianfei just kept his eyes fixed on the fearless bird. Tian Yinjin played with her braid. After a long silence, Ah Chang answered in a low voice, "The one who aims to destroy the entire ghost realm." Chapter 21 Half-Ghost Realm. The sky gradually darkened, and each person returned to their own room to rest. Li Laobua and He Jianfei shared a room, while Tian Yinjin had a room to herself. After a few words with Ah Chiang, Li Laobua fell into a drowsy sleep. In his mind, a fuzzy picture began to emerge. He seemed to be standing in front of a dimly lit, semi-old dormitory building. It looked familiar, but he couldn't recall where it was. Suddenly, he noticed a lamp inside the house, a vintage lamp unique to the 40s or 50s, and it dawned on him, this was the student dormitory that had long been dismantled by the school. It used to be occupied by female students, so how did he end up here all of a sudden? At that moment, the scene shifted to the bamboo grove opposite the dormitory, moving slowly forward. Li Laobua felt as if he was walking himself. A woman's mournful cry echoed from the bamboo grove. Could it be Dongli? Suddenly, Li Laobua remembered Dongli and broke into a cold sweat. He tried hard to retreat, but his feet seemed to accelerate uncontrollably. As he got closer, he noticed the silhouette of a tall man. Not Dongli. Just as he felt relieved, his feet stopped about 10 meters away from the man. "Who are you?" Li Laobua called out. The man seemed to ignore him, focused on something on the ground. As Li Laobua looked closer, there was another figure crouching beneath him, with long hair hanging down, a swollen belly suggesting pregnancy. She clung to the man's legs crying, her sobs drifting through the air. The man tried to break free but failed. He sternly said, "Let go. Or don't blame me for being rude." The woman continued to cling tightly, and in a moment of urgency, the man forcefully kicked her swollen belly. The woman, unable to bear the pain, screamed and released her grip. Li Laobua was horrified, witnessing the cruel act. He couldn't help but speak out, "How despicable and ruthless of you. How could you do such a thing?" The man sneered a few times, then turned and walked away as if Li Laobua were invisible. The woman remained on the ground, crying in agony. Overwhelmed with pity, Li Laobua wanted to help but found himself unable to move closer. He could only stand there and ask, "Is there anything I can do to help you?" As the woman lifted her head, a delicate and wan face became clear in Li Laobua's sight. Her slightly parted lips seemed to want to speak. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept in, raising a cloud of dust that blinded everyone. Li Laobua had to crouch down, shielding his eyes with his sleeve. But as quickly as it came, the wind disappeared, leaving no trace. When Li Laobua stood up, the woman was nowhere to be found. Where did she go? Frantically searching around, he felt a chilling sensation on his shoulder. When he looked down, a lifeless, bloodless hand was resting on it. Ah! The piercing scream from Old Li shattered the silent night. He Jianfei quickly sat up and asked in a series of questions, "What's going on? Fire?" However, on the other side of the bed, Ah Chang was waking up Old Li. Old Li abruptly sat up, his eyes wide open, his breath still in a hurry, and his whole body covered in cold sweat. He only calmed down when he saw Ah Chang's concerned face and stammered, I had a nightmare." He Jianfei, still groggy, tucked in his blanket on the opposite side and said, "Everyone has nightmares, but Old Li, you really screamed dramatically." "Ah Chang, as a senior, doesn't need to sleep, but I do." Old Li anxiously said, "This is not an ordinary nightmare. In the dream, I saw every detail vividly, as if watching a movie. The plot was coherent and smooth, unlike any nightmare I've had before." Ah Chang asked, "So, what did you dream about?" Before Old Li could finish his story, He Jianfei burst into laughter. "I know. You must have done something wrong in your early years, feeling guilty, hence the dream taking you back in time. But don't worry, I will pretend I didn't hear anything." Old Li, exasperated, retorted, "You little brat, speaking so harshly. How am I anything like you?" He even tried to get out of bed to hit him. Ah Chang reached out to stop him, jokingly saying, "It's the middle of the night now. If you keep clamoring like this, aren't you afraid of others badmouthing you? Go back to sleep. If it didn't happen, it didn't happen. You're acting just like a guilty thief. We can settle scores tomorrow morning." Old Li fell silent at these words, while He Jianfei stifled his laughter and burrowed back into his blanket. It's another dark bamboo forest, dim moonlight, a vague path, and the rustling of bamboo leaves echoing back and forth. The nearby cottage looms like a giant shadow, appearing particularly heavy and eerie. Old Li breaks out in a cold sweat. Why is he back here again? Right, it's a dream. I don't want to dream, I want to wake up. Old Li forcefully implants this thought into his mind, but the scenes around him still unfold before him like reality. Suddenly, a gradually rising figure appears on the ground. Old Li turns around abruptly, and indeed it is the woman he saw earlier. Her eyes, once swollen from crying, have returned to normal. There is no sadness between her eyebrows, just a distant gaze at Old Li without a word. Old Li is a bit at a loss. What are you doing?" A slight drip, drip sound comes from the ground. Old Li inadvertently glances down and is frightened beyond belief. The woman's belly has sagged, her clothes are soaked in a large patch of blood, and blood is still dripping down. Old Li points at her belly hesitantly. You're bleeding, do you need to see a doctor?" "One day, I will make you remember," a voice as cold as ice rang out. Mr. Li stood still, looking at the woman's hateful gaze and the rope she took out from behind her. With a sudden force, she pulled the hemp rope straight, hanging it around his neck. She said to Mr. Li, "Today's departure is just tomorrow's reunion. I have done my utmost for you, yet you remain unfazed. Blame yourself." After that, step by step, she approached him, a malicious grin on her face as she looped the rope over Mr. Li's head. "Ah Chiang, wow!" The second scream from Uncle Li was even louder and more persistent, pulling He Jianfei out of his bed unceremoniously. "Here we go again." Annoyed, He Jianfei got up to settle the score, only to see Uncle Li gesturing and speaking to Ah Chiang in an extremely excited manner. Just as He Jianfei was about to intervene, he noticed Ah Chiang's expression turning increasingly serious. Finally, Ah Chiang turned to He Jianfei abruptly and said, don't you find this strange? That should have happened 40 or 50 years ago. How could Shaoli dream of this out of the blue? That girl. Chiang trailed off, almost muttering to himself, disregarding a puzzled He Jianfei standing by. After a moment of contemplation, He Jianfei furrowed his brows and said, "No. Something is definitely fishy here." He then turned to Uncle Li decisively, "Shaoli, get dressed, we're going." He Jianfei quickly stopped them, "Hey. Where are you guys going?" The fading sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, the police station. Uncle Li hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out the door, leaving a perplexed He Jianfei on the bed pondering, why are they going back to the police station again? Tian Yinjin finished grooming and arrived at the restaurant below, only to see He Jianfei sitting alone, looking bored and glancing around. Strangely, she asked, has old Li not woken up yet? He Jianfei, with a displeased look, replied, don't mention him. He woke me up twice last night and was taken to the police station by Senior A Chang early this morning. After listening to the story, Tian Yinjin clapped her hands and said with a smile, wow, I must say, I really enjoyed hearing that. I never expected there would be something that our handsome he couldn't handle. It seems that A Chang is indeed your nemesis. Upon hearing this, He Jianfei immediately frowned and said, if you like him, go find him, don't just sit here. Tian Yinjin chuckled, well, it's not impossible. In all aspects, he's better than you. As soon as the words slipped out, she realized it was inappropriate, and her cheeks blushed instantly. She scolded, who said I like you now? Seeing her embarrassment, He Jianfei couldn't help but burst into laughter across from her. The two finished their meal and returned upstairs. He Jianfei opened the door and saw Tian Yinjin following behind. He chuckled, are you planning to seek revenge at an opportune moment? Tian Yinjin snorted and replied, of course not. He raised the notebook in his hand and said, let me tell you about Zhang Juanqing's diary. He Jianfei asked, what have you discovered this time? Tian Yinjin sat down and said, is the deadly energy you mentioned yesterday related to what is recorded on the first page of the diary? He Jianfei retorted, what do you think? Tian Yinjin said, I found what he wrote somewhat similar to the situation in the 18 hells, but later I was puzzled. How could a mere mortal descend so deep into the underworld unscathed? He Jianfei responded, do you remember when I told you about Zhang Qingfang? Despite having no trace of resentment in her heart, she couldn't cross Naiha Bridge. Instead, she was controlled by Donglv to kill people. I suspect that for 50 years, the souls of those murdered have gathered there without dispersing. Could it be that Donglv truly possesses some power that surpasses the underworld? Or is the underworld unable to control her? I have been perplexed by this question. Later, when I met Chiang, all those who were beheaded with him back then didn't pass on but followed Chiang's orders to commit murder. It was then that I had an epiphany. He Jianfei sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and gazed intently at Tian Yinjin, saying, therefore, when I was in Xi'an, I began to suspect that there are points along the road of resentful spirits that connect to the ghost realm. Nice one. Mr. Li and Chang suddenly burst in, startling He Jianfei. Chang, with a confident look, said, young Li mentioned this hypothesis before. At that time, I felt it might just be a plausible explanation. After a careful comparison, personally, I believe that only Oil Ridge is connected to the ghost realm. This explanation is the most reasonable way to account for the sudden significant increase in Dong Lu's magical power. However, Oil Ridge was originally nothing special. How did Zhang Juanqing manage to make it connected to the ghost realm? He Jianfei waved his hand and said, hey, hold on. Let's not rush into discussing this. Shouldn't you guys talk about the gains of this trip first? Mr. Li tossed a photocopy onto the table and said, we finally figured out the dream. Chang chuckled, that's right. Shaoli confirmed that the woman he saw in his dream was Shirting. No, I should say, the Shirting from 50 years ago. Shitting? Tian Yinjin exclaimed, quickly snatching the photo to look. He Jianfei looked at Chang with an incredulous look and said, are you referring to that dream of Mr. Li? Chang said, Shaoli is a person with almost mediumistic qualities. We are near the school, and our discussion about her has triggered a spiritual response. When the night is quiet, residual thoughts have floated over, been picked up by Shaoli's brain, and turned into those two strange and vivid dreams. Strictly speaking, what Shaoli experienced was not just a dream, but the residual resentment of Shi Ting and the scene before her suicide. After hearing this, I began to suspect the old dormitory building. As the saying goes, what you think about during the day, will appear in your dreams at night. Since Shaoli did not know that woman, it was impossible for her to dream about that time. So, we paid a visit to the police station, found Shi Ting's photo, and indeed confirmed that the woman was her. Mr. Li added, and the first time I dreamt of Shi Ting, she had red eyes, a big belly, but when I saw her again, her eyes were no longer red, her belly was gone, and blood was dripping down from the edge of her clothes, clearly just giving birth. It matches the description of her having a clear slit on her belly when she died. Tian Yinjin hurriedly interjected, so, you mean that man is Zhang Juanxing? Aqiang replied, it should be him. If it were Tan Xingguan or someone else, Shi Ting wouldn't have a reason to make such a move. Only lovers would go to the small bamboo forest for secret meetings. Tian Yinjin nodded repeatedly, then blinked and glanced at the dark-faced He Jianfei beside him, saying, do our super smart, clever, and outstandingly handsome #1 student from all the universities in the province have any other doubts? Yes. He Jianfei sat down abruptly and said, based on your speculation, that person is Zhang Juanxing. According to Mr. Li's dream, it seems that Zhang Juanxing did something to wrong Shi Ting, and then refused to take responsibility before disappearing. So Shi Ting later felt that there was no meaning in living on and decided to hang herself. If this is the case, it cannot explain why Zhang Juanxing took the initiative to help Shi Ting ask for leave. I believe that the dream Mr. Li received is only a small part, not the complete residual fragment. His own added elements have infiltrated the dream, so it cannot be fully trusted. Chang said, this is a common idea, but could it be that Zhang Juanxing left abruptly due to other hidden reasons? For example, he might be seeking revenge on Little Tiger and met with resistance from Shi Ting, which could explain the situations mentioned earlier. Shi Ting's remark about fulfilling her sense of righteousness might be referring to this matter. By abandoning her girlfriend and unborn child in need of care for the sake of seeking revenge, isn't she contradicting the principle of righteousness? Uncle Li replied, however, we still don't know for sure if Zhang Juanxing has any grievances with Little Tiger. No. There is indeed a deep-seated hatred between Zhang Juanxing and Xiao Hu. Suddenly, Uncle Chen burst into the room, startling everyone. Uncle Li quickly looked to the side, only to find Chang had disappeared at some point. After entering the room, Uncle Chen, with his eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep, searched around the room. Tian Yinjin couldn't help but ask, Uncle Chen, what are you looking for? Rubbing his eyes, Uncle Chen said, that's strange, before I entered the room, I clearly heard a stranger's voice speaking. How come it disappeared as soon as I came in? Tian Yinjin quickly explained, no, you must have misheard. It was He Jianfei speaking just now. His throat isn't feeling great this morning, a bit of a cold, so his voice sounds a bit off. Mr. Li also shifted the topic, saying, by the way, Xiao Chen, what were you talking about, hatred? Sitting down, Mr. Chen put on his reading glasses and took out a stack of clippings from his pocket, shaking them as he said to everyone, this is about them, no, I should say it's about the hatred between their two families. Mr. Li picked one up and saw that the date on it was July 3, 1946. The headline on the newspaper was shocking, Bloody Conflicts at Honggang Port. Reading further, it recounted how a ship's crew at Honggang Port arbitrarily withheld workers' wages, leading to a violent attack organized by a union group at the crew's location. However, due to a traitor's betrayal, the rebellion ended in failure. The crew bribed the military and police heavily, secretly assassinating the leaders of the riot, disposing of their bodies in the wilderness. He Jianfei asked in confusion, how old was Zhang Juanxing at that time? He hadn't even entered university or met Little Tiger yet. What does this have to do with him? Mr. Chen explained, because Zhang Juanqing's father was one of the leaders who was assassinated. And the crew was indeed Little Tiger's family. He Jianfei remarked, but that doesn't make sense. Zhang Juanqing's father was killed by the crew who bribed the military and police. There's a culprit for injustice, debts have their owners, even if revenge is sought, it shouldn't target the next generation. I see that although Zhang Juanqing later went astray, he must have been recognized by Mr. Chen as a person of integrity. How could he not understand such a simple truth? Mr. Chen pulled out another newspaper and said, "This is the backstory of the second news article." Everyone quickly gathered to read it, and the headline read, "Victims fail to avenge, government warns against acting recklessly." It turned out that Zhang Juanqing's family did consider taking revenge on Little Tiger's family, but because Little Tiger's father was a shrewd businessman, when he saw the revolutionary turmoil coming, he cleverly donated most of his assets to the government, thus saving his own life and earning the government's trust. He was listed as a key protected household, ultimately sparing their family from being hunted down by their enemies. Seeing this, everyone finally understood. The history between Zhang Juanqing and Little Tiger was so convoluted and far-reaching. At this point, who could easily determine whether Zhang Juanqing's actions were upright and honorable? After all, the vendetta for killing a father isn't a knot that can be easily undone. Mr. Chen put down the documents in his hand and looked at He Jianfei, saying, "Although the private hatred between Zhang Juanqing and Xiao Hu is now clear, does this really prove that Zhang Juanqing engaged in revenge?" Immediately, everyone turned to look at He Jianfei, who nodded and said, "I can confirm it." Taking the pen and paper from Mr. Chen, He Jianfei said, "Let me borrow these for a moment." He drew a crooked map on the paper. Tian Yinzhen puzzled, "What are you drawing?" He Jianfei smiled and said, "I looked at the school map and found something very interesting. Look, this is where Dong Li hanged herself, this is where Zhang Juanqing died, and this here is where Shirting's house is. What if we connect these three places together?" He then connected them on the map. Suddenly, everyone exclaimed. A perfectly equilateral triangle appeared on the map. Mr. Li still didn't understand, even if it's an equilateral triangle, what does that mean? Tian Yinzhen interjected, "I know this. In Buddhism, an equilateral triangle is the most stable shape, symbolizing unbreakable isolation, usually used as the pattern to support defensive formations." He Jianfei added, "That's right, this is quite a coincidence. The positions where the three individuals died inadvertently create an isolated boundary when connected, and the ghost road itself already contains a hidden point of communication with the ghost world. When the boundary takes effect, it isolates the area around the ghost road into a semi-ghost realm. This is the only explanation for Dong Li possessing such powerful magic and control over the wandering spirits." Mr. Chen interrupted, "Hold on, weren't we discussing Zhang Juanqing's revenge actions? Why has it turned into a discussion about Dong Li's powerful control ability now?" He Jianfei smiled, "We haven't gone off course. Everyone, please look, this is an inverted equilateral triangle, with the apex at Zhang Juanqing's location. The distance from the apex to Dong Li's location is over 10 meters, even beyond the range of the ghost road. Since we were investigating Dong Li's matter, why did he run to such a distant place?" Mr. Chen was unconvinced. At the time, the investigation was complex and multifaceted, so this alone does not completely rule out the possibility that he went there out of investigative necessity. He Jianfei said, "Indeed, I have not directly proven evidence of his revenge actions, but as I mentioned earlier, the only explanation for the difficulty of the wandering spirits to reincarnate within the ghost road is the boundary of the ghost realm, with the apex of this boundary coincidentally being at Zhang Juanqing's location. Following this reverse reasoning, an unbreakable, mountain-like evidence is formed. By the way, there is also an indirect piece of evidence. Do you remember the strange description on the first page of Zhang Juanqing's diary? At the time, I didn't understand what was going on, but I felt that the scene was very familiar, as if I had seen it in a book before. Later, with Yinzi, we finally remembered that if I'm not mistaken, this scene should only appear in the ghost realm. In other words, what Zhang Juanqing saw right before he died was the scene of the ghost realm, and that horrifying scene caused his death. There were no visible wounds on Zhang Juanqing's body, right? That is the most obvious sign of death by yin energy. Dong Li also killed in the same manner. Now, is there any doubt left? Mr. Chen let out a long sigh. Indeed, there was no more doubt. However, the pain hung over his heart like a heavy stone. The person he once admired the most turned out to be the mastermind behind the ghost Lu Xiongqi. Jun Xing, why did you do this? Avenging your father's murder is understandable, but can you really bear to carry out your plan at the cost of the entire school? Even if you didn't have the ability or the broad-mindedness to become the student council president, you still have basic conscience and morality. The sorrow and indignation deepened in Mr. Chen's heart, and Mr. Li looked at him with pity. He himself had once been in a similar situation, fortunately learning that it was the true Ah Chang who accidentally caused Dong Luo's death. He Jianfei also saw the distress in Mr. Chen, feeling melancholic inside. Even if the legend of the ghost Lu eventually fades away, the harm it inflicted on generations can never be undone. The lingering impact of the legend cannot be eliminated by merely vanquishing demons and monsters. With a few more legends like this ancient school with a century of glory will still be heading towards destruction. Chapter 22 Dream. Zhang Juanhang's questions have now been revealed. This is the first complex mystery completely unraveled during the investigation of the unjust ghosts. The unexpected ending turned the hero into a villain. The room fell silent, everyone was extremely saddened. After a while, Old Li finally spoke up. With this, Zhang Juanhang's matter can come to a complete end. I wonder what other outcomes lie ahead. He Jianfei raised his head and said, who said it's over? Have you forgotten about your dream? Old Chen asked, what dream? Old Li quickly told him about it. He Jianfei almost let slip Ah Chang's name, quickly correcting himself. The fact that you had this bizarre dream means you have received some lingering thoughts from Shurting's unjust spirit. Usually, these lingering thoughts only disperse over a short distance, which means, Shurting hasn't reincarnated, she is still nearby, maybe even in the school. Another astounding revelation. Tian Yinjin added, and the photo, the hidden affair between Xiao Hu and Zhang Juanqing. If Zhang Juanqing were to confide in someone, it would only be Shurting and Tan Xingguan. Therefore, the person hiding behind that tree must be Shurting without a doubt. By then, she already knew about Zhang Juanqing's plan for revenge against Xiao Hu. As seen from Master Li's dream, it was precisely when Shurting was pregnant and Zhang Juanqing was about to execute his plan. Everyone knows it's very dangerous to meddle with the boundary between the world of spells and the ghost realm, hence why she desperately tried to keep Zhang Juanqing. Zhang Juanqing ultimately abandoned her and left decisively. It's only natural for Shurting to hold some resentment after her death, isn't it? He Jianfei nodded in agreement. Exactly, and currently, the only ones who know the true nature of the cursed diary are Shurting and possibly her alone. Even though it's disappeared, it still poses a threat. We need to completely eradicate it, along with the diary, so we can focus entirely on dealing with Dongfu. Uncle Li asked Uncle Chen, do you know where Shurting usually likes to go? Uncle Chen, puzzled, replied, I haven't spoken to her at all. How could I possibly know these things? Uncle Li said, doesn't that mean we've hit a dead end? He Jianfei interjected, asking Shurting will definitely not lead us anywhere. If Tan Xingguan were still here, he might know. Since the cursed diary first appeared around Shurting, it may have a close connection to her death. Maybe the cursed diary is still around Shurting? Uncle Chen, do you remember where the cursed diary disappeared at last? Uncle Chen replied, I vaguely remember, but I can't recall the exact location now. He Jianfei smiled and said, it's good that you remember. Let's go tomorrow to see if we can find any clues and decide on the next steps. With the arrangements made, Uncle Li, feeling sleep-deprived, and Uncle Chen, who hadn't slept the entire night, each went back to their rooms to rest. Soon, only He Jianfei and Tian Yinjin remained in the hall. He Jianfei pretended to be admiring the scenery and looked around several times. He signaled to Tian Yinjin with his eyes, and Tian Yinjin understood, smiling, well, since we have nothing to do right now, why don't you come to my room and sit for a while? It's been a while since you've been down here, and you've probably forgotten your scriptures. It's a good opportunity to review them during this break. He Jianfei replied hurriedly, sure. So the two of them went to Tian Yinzhen's room. As soon as Tian Yinzhen entered, she sat on the bed and said to He Jianfei, who was closing the door, you can just speak your mind. Is there something on your mind? He Jianfei said, you don't have to sit there like the judge interrogating a suspect, do you? I have something important to discuss with you. Tian Yinzhen chuckled, I know, did you discover some new photos again? He Jianfei said, no, it's about Ah Chang. Tian Yinzhen became puzzled, haven't we been talking about Zhang Juanxing and Shirting all along? Why suddenly bring up Ah Chang? He Jianfei leaned in closer to her, his voice trembling slightly, I mentioned earlier that there's a hidden point in the Road of Souls that connects to the ghost realm. But if this was inherently part of the Road of Souls, Ah Chang wouldn't have missed it with his abilities. This implies that it was added later. To this extent, don't you see how serious the issue is? Tian Yinzhen almost jumped off the bed, pointing at He Jianfei, are you saying he? He Jianfei quickly covered her mouth, baseless claims can't be made. My intuition tells me that things won't turn out this bad. There must be more to it. Zhang Juanxing, Dongyi, they are not the focus of the Road of Souls, only this is the key to the whole case. This matter is of great importance, and apart from us, no one else can know about it. The honor and disgrace of the magical world hinge on this. Tian Yinzhen, with teary eyes, asked, have you found any evidence that can refute this argument? He Jianfei sat there in silence, the facts were already glaringly clear, all the evidence pointed astonishingly to one thing, the one thing they least wanted to see. The next day, the four of them left the room, following Old Chen gradually until they finally arrived at the school gate. Old Li was surprised, in the school? Does that mean we will meet Donglu? He was most afraid of meeting Donglu now. He Jianfei's face also changed, saying, if it's inside, I won't go. Old Chen said, it's not inside. I remember it used to be reached by a small mountain road from the school. I don't know if that mountain road is still there. However, that place should still belong to the back mountain area of the school. After inquiring about the route, they found a way to avoid the haunted road, finally feeling relieved. Those who were fearless of legends in the past gradually began to feel fear as they delved deeper into the secrets. After 50 years of evolution, even the neglected back hill has undergone tremendous changes. As the group pushed forward, they constantly encountered obstacles like buildings blocking their path or having to take detours. After several twists and turns, they arrived at a dilapidated wall. He Jianfei wondered if they had taken the wrong route, when suddenly, Uncle Chen excitedly exclaimed, this is it. When everyone turned around, he pointed to a large banyan tree nearby and said, I remember this tree. Despite all these years, it hasn't changed one bit. This tree is the only clear landmark for the exit. He Jianfei pointed at the wall and asked, but now this path is blocked, how do we get through? Tian Yinzhen suggested, this wall isn't too high. Why don't we have one person climb over to check the situation and then guide the others through? Uncle Li and Uncle Chen immediately agreed. He Jianfei asked, the question is, who will climb over? Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized that everyone's eyes were fixed on him. After He Jianfei leaped over, he found that behind him was actually a wasteland, with thick, overgrown grasses everywhere, some reaching chest-high, some sharp enough to cut. Some of the grasses even had fluffy white powder puffs on top, which, when the breeze blew, sent a large patches of downy fluff flying through the air, uncomfortably sticking to the skin. The ground was somewhat damp, stepping down left a deep footprint, feeling soft and sticky, much like marshland. In front of him stretched an endless expanse of grassland, with a strong smell of decay wafting in the air. Just as He Jianfei was contemplating whether he could venture further, Tian Yinzhen's voice came from beyond the wall, hey, quickly show us the way over. He Jianfei replied, this is simply a wild field, covered with grass everywhere. I can't even see any landmarks, let alone find a path. The soil here is easy to sink into, it's unsure if we can even make it across." Upon hearing this, Old Chen quickly added, "This area used to be a vast wasteland, only a few people would come to mine stones here. It's quite expansive around here. If that's the case, don't act recklessly. Wait for us to come over and discuss." Since they couldn't find another way around, the two elderly men had no choice but to pick a lower area to start climbing over. With He Jianfei and Tianjin helping on the other side who had already crossed over, they managed to get everyone to the outside. Mr. Chen carefully looked around and glanced into the distance, then asked He Jianfei, "Which way is the east?" He Jianfei pointed to the left. Mr. Chen said, "This used to be a road, but I usually took the left path. Let's go over and see what's ahead first." He Jianfei said, "Wait, I want to ask, was the diary lost in the wasteland?" The implication was that since this is a wasteland, does it suggest that the diary vanished suddenly like a person disappearing into thin air? Mr. Chen replied, "No, it used to be a village here, and the diary was lost in the woods in front of the village. But from what I heard a few years ago, the woods have been cut down." Following Mr. Chen's direction, the group moved forward. As they walked, the grass became sparser, and the terrain opened up. Suddenly, they saw dozens of large and small tree stumps ahead. Mr. Chen pointed and said, "This is it." The body was lying there at that time, with the diary placed next to it. He Jianfei looked around, but everything had already withered and decayed beyond recognition. The original village had turned into a bustling construction site, with a banner hanging above, "Some real estate company." Mr. Li said, "We finally made it here, let's search around." So Mr. Li and Mr. Chen went to the right, while He Jianfei and Tianjin went to the left. He Jianfei noticed the rough surface of a tree stump, which stood in stark contrast to the smoothness of the other stumps. As he was studying the cutting tools, a sudden shout came from behind, "What's wrong with you?" He Jianfei and Tianjin quickly turned around and asked, "What's happening?" They saw Chen Laobua pale, trembling all over, his face as white as paper, cold sweat dripping down from his forehead. "What's wrong, Chen Laobua?" He Jianfei asked in shock. Chen Laobua stammered, "And nothing, maybe, I must have seen things." Unexpectedly, as they took a few steps, Chen Laobua let out a loud cry, and Li Laobua immediately turned around and said, "No, something's definitely not right, what did you see?" "Just now, I clearly saw a dark shadow pass by." "What exactly is it?" Chen Laobua vehemently denied, "I didn't see anything at all." He Jianfei, displeased, said, "Chen Laobua, if you have something to say, feel free to share. We won't pry. It's unclear what you're hiding with all this evasion and hesitation." Just as Chen Laobua was about to respond, his pupils suddenly dilated. He Jianfei sensed something amiss, and a light breeze brushed past the back of his head. He quickly turned around, only to see the grass behind him move slightly, but there was nothing there. Chen Laobua was already scared stiff, and Tianjin had to give him some calming potion to drink. He Jianfei suspiciously glanced at Chen Laobua, then walked towards the grass. Slowly pushing aside the grass, he saw two strange marks clearly left on the muddy ground. Two long elliptical shallow pits with distinct contours. He picked up a bit of mud, sniffed it, thinking, could it be a sled? Meanwhile, Li Laobua was persuading Chen Laobua to speak the truth. Under the calming effect of the potion, Chen Laobua finally managed to stutter, "A G-goblin just flew past me." Li Laobua spat, "You're scared like this just by a goblin? What if you see a ghost later?" "It's not because of that. I feel like, his gaze is very familiar, like Shen Fang." The three were greatly surprised. He Jianfei asked, "Didn't Shen Fang also die because of that diary? How could he possibly appear here?" Old man Chen said, "That's why I'm afraid, I wonder if it's his vengeful spirit. I wasn't able to avenge him back then, so he must resent me deeply." As they were speaking, there was another rustling sound from the bushes behind them. Tianjin scolded with a gentle voice, but before she could even turn her head, a hidden dart had been shot out. With a swift swish-swish sound, a shrill scream suddenly came from the bushes. Upon hearing the scream, everyone relaxed a little, realizing that since this creature was afraid of pain, it must not be a ghost after all. Tian Injin flew towards the source of the scream as if propelled by a gust of wind. He Jianfei turned back to old Chen with a smile, saying, "I'll bring him over for you to see, then you'll know he's not Shenfang." Before he finished speaking, Tian Injin shouted from a distance, causing He Jianfei to pale in shock, "Inzi, what's wrong?" He was about to sprint after her when he saw Tian Injin running back towards him, covering her face and gasping as she threw herself into He Jianfei's arms, saying between breaths, "It's so terrifying, I never want to see that person again. One more glance at him and I'll have nightmares." Astonished, He Jianfei hurriedly comforted Tian Injin before quickly running over. However, after only a few steps, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. On the ground, sitting cross-legged peacefully, was a dwarf with a high hump on his back, his face covered with red sores densely, unevenly, most of which had discharged white pus, mixed with some yellow exudate. His swollen lips cracked open sideways, and his deformed chin pointed straight up, while his two legs bent inward like parentheses. There were several areas of greenish-purple skin on his hands, resembling moldy green moss. He Jianfei furrowed his brows, quickly took out 5 yuan and threw it over, only to hear the dwarf burst into laughter and exclaim, "Chairman Chen, you've finally come? It's been 50 years, you never expected me to end up like this, did you?" Witnessing the scene as soon as he arrived with the assistance of Uncle Li, Chen shouted in agony, "No. This can't be. You're definitely not Shenfang. Shenfang is dead. You're not human, you're a ghost." He Jianfei's hands and feet turned cold as he pointed at the dwarf, You really are." No matter what, he couldn't connect the inhuman creature in front of him with the handsome young man in the photo. The dwarf paid no attention to He Jianfei's astonishment, but just smirked at old Chen, saying, "Yes, indeed, impossible. How could a man who was once so dignified end up looking so ugly and filthy? If it weren't for my duty to you, I would have become a ghost long ago. Living in this world looking like this, what's the point? Look at these red sores oozing white pus, how despicable. They have been with me for 50 years now." Old Chen gasped, "Why are you still alive? They say you kept that diary and got killed by a vengeful spirit. How did you end up like this? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it." The dwarf murmured, "If anyone keeps that diary, the baptism of blood and fire will descend upon their head. Yes, absolutely right. I should be dead. Jun Xing risked his life to save the diary, it cannot be destroyed in my hands. All my friends are dead, leaving only me. Therefore, I cannot die." Suddenly, he shouted, "Do you know why I can't die? After much thought, I finally came up with a clever plan. Do you know what it is? I sent my beloved dog, Bobby, to bury that diary. This way, it becomes Bobby who hid the diary, not me." The next day, Bobby died. It suffered a painful death, I still remember the scene vividly. The ghost couldn't harm me, it had no reason to kill me, so it turned me into what I am now, living a 50-year life worse than death. Shenfang is still in the world. This is undoubtedly the second significant discovery since the exposure of the private vengeance between Zhang Juanxing and Zhang Juanxing. He Jianfei, too preoccupied to be surprised, quickly stepped forward and said, "Since you are Shenfang, you should know the ins and outs of that cursed diary. Please inform me. Also, if you could kindly share any information about Shirting, would be extremely grateful." The dwarf finally turned around to face He Jianfei directly, his eyes rolling in their twisted sockets, and with a sinister grin, he chuckled, "Elder? Diary? Shirting? Kid, who do you think you are? Even if I told you, what could you do? You better leave this place now." He Jianfei maintained a serious expression and said, "I don't hide it from you, we have already deduced that the diary is linked to a dead spirit, which is closely related to the killer of Elder Zhang Juanxing, if not the killer himself, then an accomplice. Please, reveal the name, so we can bring some peace to the soul of Elder Zhang Juanxing." The dwarf laughed heartily, killer? Ha ha ha, you self-righteous people. If you were born 50 years earlier, you might have been the death of me too. Since you are so eager to know, I can tell you, the dead spirit in the diary is none other than Shi Ting. Go ahead and speculate, go ahead and exhaust all your efforts to concoct evidence of Shi Ting killing Zhang Juanxing. Is it Shi Ting? In an instant, everyone couldn't believe their ears and stood rooted to the spot. Only He Jianfei, who had always been quick-witted, struggled to speak. Senior, could it be a mistake? The dwarf looked at him disdainfully for a moment and said, for someone who has transformed themselves into this appearance, would I make a mistake? If I did, then I would truly be wasting my existence. Wouldn't you agree, Shi Ting? 3 meters away in the bushes, a wisp of white smoke suddenly rose, accompanied by a faint sigh that gently brushed past everyone's ears. Alas, Shenfang, it's been 50 years. What can you achieve by keeping me trapped here? Don't bother wasting your efforts. You only have a few years left to live. What can you do to me after you're dead? I won't let you know. The dwarf sneered, as long as I'm alive for one more day, there's a chance I'll find out the answer. Before I die, I won't let you stay there comfortably. He Jianfei twisted his stiff neck and turned around. A woman with long pure white hair was floating beside a cluster of wildflowers, her head half lowered, her body swaying from side to side with the wind, and her hands hanging weakly on both sides, looking as if they were broken. After the female ghost heard the dwarf's words, she slowly lifted her head. In an instant, He Jianfei's whole body trembled. The delicate eyebrows, the luscious lips, and the petite nose, just like the person in the photo, who else could it be but Shi Ting? Chapter 23, The Death of Zhu Ru. Shi Ting's appearance was undoubtedly the most surprising to Uncle Chen, who was still reeling from Shenfang's blow. Now, he encountered Shi Ting, who was originally thought to be a victim. Excitedly, he stared at Shi Ting and exclaimed, "What's the matter with you and Juanxing? Tell me everything. Or I will never rest in peace." He Jianfei's voice trembled as he said, You killed Zhang Juanxing? No. He couldn't believe that Shi Ting, who had always been considered insignificant, could suddenly become the murderer. If that was the case, then the previous reasoning about the ghostly aura of the underworld killing people would be completely overturned, and the mystery of the powerful spirit on the road of resentment would continue to be an unsolved enigma. All their efforts, all for naught because of the appearance of this woman, turning their pursuits into futile endeavors. Could it be that none of them have solved the mystery of the road of resentment? Shi Ting's pale face showed a smile devoid of any joy. Shenfang, do you really hate me so much? Does everyone hate me like this? I've been thinking for so many years, just trying to figure out this question. The dwarf shouted loudly, Yes, you should be hated by everyone, you despicable woman. Juanxing did not wrong you, but you personally killed the person who loved you the most. Not only that, you also killed all his friends except for me. You ask me why I hate you so much, but I also want to ask you why you hate Juanxing so much. Shi Ting gazed into the distant sky and said irrelevantly, the white clouds over there look so beautiful. If I could come back to this world in my next life, I hope to be just that one white cloud. The dwarf roared, You rotten woman. I'm asking you, what kind of elegant act are you putting on? As he spoke, he lunged forward. He Jianfei quickly stopped him and said to Shi Ting, So, was that curse cast by you? Shi Ting slowly turned her head, with a frosty expression on her face, and said, Rumors can be as harmful as poison. Since everyone says I killed Juanxing, then I must have. Not only him, I want to kill everyone who hates me. Everyone hates me, so I'll kill them all. Shenfang, you don't need to say much, how to deal with me is up to you. I never cared, I stopped caring 50 years ago. The dwarf said, I just want to know why you hate Zhang Juanxing. If you have no guilt in your heart, why can't you speak up? Shi Tingdao said, I have told you 1,000,000 times, if I had a motive to kill Zhang Juanheng, it's only because Zhang Juanheng is far from perfect as you imagine. The dwarf shouted angrily, but the observant Tianjin casually noticed a hidden sadness in Shi Ting's cold eyes. It was the first time she had seen such deep sorrow in the vengeful spirit, besides the resentment. What could have driven this new mother to set such a curse with her own life on the line? Just because of Zhang Juanheng's abandonment? Avenging her father's murder could indeed be understandable. She wanted to ask He Jianfei for his opinion, but when she turned her head, she saw He Jianfei standing there, staring at Shi Ting with an extremely peculiar expression on his face. Shi Ting and Shen Fang's inexplicable conversation was not at all complicated for the four outsiders. Although everyone who knew Zhang Juanheng's vengeful actions did not want to believe that Shi Ting had killed Junheng, Shi Ting admitted to cursing him, but also stated that she had killed Zhang Junheng. Old Chen broke free from old Li's support and staggered to Shi Ting, saying, "Shi Ting, for the sake of conscience, tell me the truth. Why did you set this curse to harm people? I originally thought you were an ambitious girl, but who knew you would be just like Zhang Junheng?" Shi Ting suddenly changed her tone. "Shut up. Don't think you can interrupt just because you're the chairman. The matter between me and Zhang Junheng is none of your business. Get out of here." With a wave of her sleeve, a surge of gloom hit, and old Chen stumbled out. The incident happened suddenly, and no one expected Shi Ting to suddenly become angry, nor did anyone have time to intervene and save him. Seeing Elder Chen about to fall heavily to the ground, a figure quickly flashed by and steadied Elder Chen. It was none other than He Jianfei, who had been daydreaming just moments ago. He Jianfei casually took out a yellow talisman and shouted, "For Yuan Tiandao," effortlessly blocking Shi Ting's attack. Then, he calmly stated, "Senior Shi Ting, there's no need to act anymore. All those curses and diaries are just tricks directed by you. You never intended to kill anyone, and Zhang Juanheng's death has nothing to do with you." The dwarf exclaimed, "What did you say?" Shi Ting's face changed, "Don't say another word, or else I will show no mercy." He Jianfei sighed, "Why do you have to sacrifice your own happiness for Zhang Juanheng? You know better than I do that he is not worth it. Since Senior Shen Fang mentioned the death spirit in the diary earlier, I felt that something was off. But I couldn't figure it out until you kept mentioning the curse just now. That's when I remembered, the key to all the doubts lies in that curse." His passionate voice stunned Shi Ting, and she forced a smile. "You didn't just inadvertently give me a hint, did you?" "Yes. Whoever retains that diary, the baptism of blood and fire will descend upon them. Looking back now, doesn't this curse seem peculiar? If you truly hate Zhang Juanheng, and your goal is simply to kill him, then your task is already complete, and this oath holds no further harm for him." This diary was left by Zhang Juanheng to investigate the Donghui incident. Besides the police investigating the case, the only ones who would want to keep it are, and only could be, Zhang Juanheng's friends. If you hate both the house and the crow, there's no need to go through all this trouble. You could simply kill them as vengeful spirits and be done with it. The dwarf impatiently interrupted, saying, "Hey, kid, why are you babbling? Move aside. Let me deal with this stinky woman." He Jianfei seemed not to hear at all, just quietly looking at Shi Ting, whose eyes were filled with increasing fear. Confused, Li Laobo quietly asked Tian Yinzhen, "Why is He Jianfei staring at her like that? Could it be that he has taken a liking to her?" Tian Yinzhen glared at him fiercely, saying, "Nonsense." After a while, He Jianfei sighed softly and said, "So, you made this oath just for one person to see, right?" Unfortunately, he still didn't turn back as you had expected. Just like that day in the small bamboo forest, he left without looking back. At this point, even the most dull-witted person could sense a clue, and Chen Laobo couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you saying that she has feelings for Zhang Juanheng?" The only dwarf, who was completely confused by this statement, became even more nervous upon hearing Chen Laobo's words, asking, "What happened between her and Zhang Juanheng?" He Jianfei slowly turned around and faced the dwarf, saying, "Don't you understand, senior? Shi Ting has never hated. All she had was love for Zhang Juanheng. It was just a twisted love, a distorted love born out of unattainability." The dwarf exclaimed, "How is that possible? The cursed diary was her product of hatred towards Zhang Juanheng." He Jianfei replied, "As I mentioned earlier, this curse had no effect on Zhang Juanxing. Shitting's intentions are now clear. Zhang Juanxing died, and Shitting died with him. She intended to persecute those around Zhang Juanxing to force his ghost to change his mind. She wanted to be with him in life and in death, but he chose to reincarnate without her, wasting all her efforts. Now she is left struggling alone in this world. Senior Shenfang, to be blunt, with her powers, your restraints are useless against her. She willingly stays here because she no longer harbors murderous intentions. As He Jianfei finished speaking, Shitting could no longer hold back her tears. 50 years, a full 50 years, and for the first time, someone saw through her completely. Zhang Juanxing, praised as so intelligent, why couldn't you understand my feelings all this time? The dwarf, in shock, pointed at He Jianfei. She uttered a few, you, but could not say anything more. Old Chen sighed deeply, the once prominent figures now all fallen, couldn't help feeling sorrowful, wiping tears silently on the side. For a moment, everyone was speechless, silence gradually condensed in the air around them, only the sound of the wind rustling the grass continued to drift into their ears. After a while, it was still the dwarf who broke the silence. Kid, tell me, what did Zhang Juanxing do? He Jianfei never expected him to ask himself, hesitating whether to tell him, but Shitting had already swung her long sleeves over. No need to say more, let's settle this with a decisive battle. Tian Injin exclaimed, Shitting, don't act. Shitting was stunned, not yet understanding what Tian Injin meant. Her long sleeves reached He Jianfei's side. In an instant, the relic necklace worn by He Jianfei emitted countless golden lights, all shooting towards Shitting, who screamed in pain and fell back. Prajna Paramitha, seal. In an urgent moment, He Jianfei used the highest level of sealing technique, but due to Shitting's strong vitality, the relic necklace refused to stop no matter what. A sudden turn of events, witnessing the golden lights approaching, Shitting's soul was about to disperse, and He Jianfei secretly regretted, this time he had caused a great disaster. At this critical moment, just as the situation was hanging by a thread, a figure suddenly leaped across the sky, roaring loudly, and intercepted the golden light for Shi Ting. He Jianfei was startled and turned around in surprise, only to see Li Laobua firmly holding back the supposed Chen Laobua who was about to rush forward. Not Chen Laobua? Then who could this person be? Shi Ting's mournful cry rang out, Shenfang. Shenfang had leaped up. As the golden light gradually dispersed due to the restraining spell, indeed, there lay a person in front, short in stature, with a hideous face. If not Shenfang, then who could it be? Shi Ting was kneeling beside the person, crying out in grief. Shenfang, Chen Laobua, deeply pained, broke free from Li Laobua's grasp and rushed toward Shenfang. He grabbed him and shook his body violently, shouting, Shenfang, wake up. Shenfang, don't die. He Jianfei and others also gathered around, witnessing that Shenfang was gasping for breath, clearly beyond saving, tears silently streaming down their faces. With a muffled sound from his chest, Shenfang slowly opened his eyes. Chen Laobua urgently asked, Shenfang, how do you feel? Shenfang first glanced at Chen Laobua with a confused look, then turned his head with difficulty to look at the tearful Shi Ting, and suddenly burst into laughter. Excellent. Zhang Juanxing, Shi Ting, you are truly the woman I have always admired. Since there is no injustice, then this half-human, half-ghost of mine. Here, with a sudden thud from his throat, his body slumped to the side. By the time He Jianfei approached to check on him, Shenfang had already passed away. Chen Laobua couldn't hold back his tears and wailed on the ground, Shenfang, I know you've been wronged. Why are you in such a hurry to die? I wanted to take you to enjoy a good life. Others may despise you, but I don't. Shenfang. He tilted his head and fainted. Li Laobua was shocked and quickly supported him, calling out, Little Chen. Tian Injin came over and pressed his acupoint, saying, Li Laobua, don't worry, he just had an attack of anguish, he will be fine after a rest. Mr. Li relaxed and said to He Jianfei, isn't your relic necklace supposed to only ward off evil spirits? Why did it also end up killing Shenfang? He's a human being. Tian Injin whispered, Shenfang should have died a long time ago. Can't Mr. Li see it? Mr. Li was taken aback. What are you saying? Tian Injin said, he was covered in these poisonous tumors all over his body, the toxins have already penetrated his bone marrow. With that, she cut open the flesh on Shenfang's leg, revealing the dark green bone. His time was limited, he was just holding on out of a determination to clear Zhang Juanhang's name. Even though he didn't have time to tell the truth just now, he must have already guessed that Shi Ting was the real victim. Plus, being able to confess his love to the woman he loved before he died, what regrets could he have? For Shenfang, death is actually a relief. With the cycle of karma, he will surely be able to reincarnate into a blessed path. Tian Injin shed 2 tears. This man, whom she was scared of at first sight and ran away from, unexpectedly had such great generosity and tolerance. From this perspective, Shi Ting could also be considered fortunate. Over there, He Jianfei stood motionless, looking at Shi Ting with pity as she seemed a bit at a loss due to the great upheaval she had just experienced. Shi Ting slowly raised her head, the previous melancholy in her eyes long gone, replaced by a hint of fearful confusion. He Jianfei sighed, you never have to worry that he will ever know the despicable truth about Zhang Juanxing. Using friends to achieve his plans, in my opinion, he is worse than a pig or a dog. It's a disgrace to heaven and earth. If he can reincarnate, it would be considered a mercy from the heavens. Are you willing to endure so much suffering for such a person? Do you still have the need to defend his reputation? Shi Ting fell silent, then after a while, a lonely smile suddenly appeared on her face. Shi Ting cannot be considered a good woman. Even though it is for the sake of waiting for the one she loves, her hands are still stained with blood, countless crimes committed. Shenfang also does not need to take this blow for me. He Jianfei was stunned, Tian Injin couldn't help but applaud, well said. He Jianfei gave Tian Injin a disdainful glance, while Shi Ting had already slowly knelt down over there. He Jianfei exclaimed in shock, what are you doing? Shi Ting calmly said, I ask you to suppress me. Since you can see through my intentions, I believe you won't be surprised by my decision. What? Except for He Jianfei, Tian Injin and Li Laobua were all shocked. It was the first time they had seen a soul actively requesting to be suppressed. He Jianfei's mouth twitched slightly as he said, the consequence of suppression is the dissipation of the soul, no reincarnation, no cultivation. Have you considered this carefully? Senior brother. Tian Injin exclaimed in surprise, inadvertently calling out the title he used on Wutai Mountain. Judging by He Jianfei's expression, it seemed like he had long been prepared to suppress Shi Ting. Li Laobua also quickly spoke up, Kid, Dong Li has committed so many evil deeds. You are still focused on saving her. Compared to her, Shi Ting is more excusable. Are you really going to let her off? He Jianfei turned his head slightly towards the 2 people, a bitter smile appearing on his face. With a clear voice, he whispered, Master said, the cycle of reincarnation is the law of heaven. Going against the way of heaven will come with a great cost. Therefore, the unjust spirits often rely on their resentment to endure the suffering. Shi Ting is no longer able to achieve her goal, to make the one she loves change his mind. So when Zhang Juanxing left her and crossed the Naiha Bridge, she was already waiting for the day of liberation. Over 50 years of torment is enough to make a girl who had no grudges sink into despair. This was also the reason she ultimately let go of Shenfang. With her abilities, the curse set by Shenfang was no match for her. She could no longer bear such pain, so she chose liberation. After all, the consequences of attachment cannot bring about self-liberation. This is Shi Ting's intention, because... He Jianfei sighed quietly, covering the rest of the sentence. Shi Ting's fate is far more tragic than Dong Li's, because she no longer has the chance to choose reincarnation. Tears slowly slid down Shi Ting's thin face. She knelt down before old Li and Tian Injin, saying, thank you for your kindness. As he said, not only does Shi Ting find no joy in living, but there is no joy in death for me either. Indeed, as a disgruntled spirit, I understand more than anyone the consequences of suppression. Without reincarnation, without cultivation, but for Shi Ting, it also means no more pain, no more sorrow. I am weary of continuing to exist in this world. If the heavens have mercy on me and grant me another chance to be reborn, I will tell them, I no longer wish to be human. Her heartfelt plea moved everyone present. Tian Injin, tears in her eyes, turned to He Jianfei, saying, Senior brother, there really is no way? We could go ask senior brother, plead with him to negotiate with the underworld and ask them to spare her. He Jianfei whispered, even if master were still here, he would be powerless. Determined, Shi Ting said, I have made up my mind. Please proceed. He Jianfei sighed deeply and took out a yellow talisman, asking, Are you ready? Shi Ting nodded slightly. The gentle wind blows, and the grass leaves slowly drift up, everything seems to freeze in time. As a disciple in the Buddhist realm, for the first time suppressing a ghost unwillingly, Tian Injin instantly thinks of euthanasia, which has not yet been legalized. She turns her head slowly, only hearing He Jianfei softly saying, Endure the pain, it will soon pass. A mournful cry cuts through the air, and Uncle Li despairs, shouting, No. Tian Injin turns back, only to see a wisp of smoke as thin as mist rising gently from the pile of grass, swirling around them for a few rounds, seemingly lingering before dissipating. He Jianfei is still standing in place, his hand frozen in the gesture of casting a spell, as if nothing had happened. Tian Injin tightly closes her eyes, letting tears flow freely. He Jianfei walked slowly to where the blood light had just appeared, dug out a small brass box, and found a cursed diary inside, involving hundreds of lives. He Jianfei gently opened the cover, only to see a blank page on the title page, as the baptism of blood and fire had long passed. He quickly browsed through a few pages, which looked no different from what he had seen at the police station, indeed it was authentic. He closed the diary and couldn't help but sigh. If Zhang Juanqing had no distractions back then, and single-mindedly resolved the grievances of Winter Turnip, he would have been able to deliver her tortured soul, let her rest in peace. Why has the situation become so tricky till this day? The doctor in a white coat finally came out. Mr. Li anxiously greeted him, and the two of them spoke quietly for a few moments. Seeing Mr. Li's relieved expression, He Jianfei said to Tian Injin, Since Mr. Chen is fine, we should leave now. Tian Injin was surprised and said, Why? He was so frightened, and yet we are quietly leaving without even a word of greeting. Isn't this too cold-hearted? He Jianfei suddenly forced a smile and said, Inzi, they have already arrived. Let's handle the matters in our realm ourselves to minimize the involvement of outsiders. I hope we can resolve it and then deal with Dong Hui at peace. Looking at Tian Injin's stunned expression, He Jianfei tightly held her hand and said with bitterness, Inzi, you once said you would stand by my side. Please don't back out now. Tian Injin stared at him blankly for a moment, then slowly nodded. What? They both slipped away without a sound. Mr. Li furiously exclaimed, I thought He Jianfei was a good person, but I never expected him to do such a thing. Poor Xiaochen, I'll go find them and bring them back. With indignation, Mr. Li just opened the door when he felt a strong force pushing against him, and the door closed on its own. Mr. Li was puzzled. Ah Chang, what are you doing? Ah Chang leisurely sat on the windowsill, enjoying the view outside, and said, Look at the beautiful scenery outside. Since you can see the sunlight, why bother caring where it comes from? Ah Chang? Mr. Li was puzzled. He tried to pull the door open with force, only to find that the door was tightly shut. Chapter 24, The Way That Can Be Told. He Jianfei looked around and found himself standing on a relatively secluded small mound next to the school. Standing at the top of the mound, he could even faintly see the bronze statue of Sun Yat-sen, with his benevolent smile and broad mind, covered by a righteous aura, overshadowing the massive dark energy behind it. Tian Injin questioned, Are you sure this is the place? Why does it feel the same as being in the school? He Jianfei showed her the magic indicator compass, and the pointer on the compass was spinning wildly. He pointed to the relic necklace he was wearing and said, There is a clash of magical forces here. I believe there are very few people in the world who can withstand the relic necklace. He Jianfei took a few slow steps and suddenly shivered slightly, stopping in his tracks. He then respectfully bowed towards the cliff, saying, "Disciple He Jianfei expresses gratitude to Master for his help, and has come specially to offer thanks." From behind the cliff came a deep sigh. "Truly a talented individual, I hid so discreetly, yet you still managed to find me." A figure in a crane-patterned Taoist robe flickered, revealing the mysterious Taoist who had appeared at the critical moment in the ruined temple. Tianjin quickly approached and made a respectful gesture. He Jianfei silently smiled and said, "Master's teachings are always in my heart. I dare not forget the kindness of a single drop of water, and how can I turn away from the favor of a gushing spring?" The Taoist sighed helplessly, "This is my karma, unrelated to anyone else. Did you come all the way to see me just to say these lofty words, disregarding the path of grievances?" He Jianfei looked at him quietly for a while and then said, "I have already passed judgment on Ah Chang's fierce ghost. I wonder, Elder, what is your opinion on this matter?" The Taoist flicked his dusting whisk and snorted, "I knew you would take matters into your own hands. Your master is just the same. Well, Mount Wutai is, after all, a sacred place in Buddhism. I won't say much about it. Keep an eye on him. If I catch any more wrongdoing, there will be no mercy." He Qiangfei said, "I consider my judgment on Ah Chang's fierce ghost to be fair, in line with the spirit of Buddhism. However, the Buddha's teachings also advocate punishing evil and eradicating villains. As for the matters in the realm of spells, I have not made a judgment yet. I still feel guilty inside." The Taoist was taken aback. "What matters in the realm of spells?" He Jianfei said coldly, "A prince breaking the law is as guilty as a commoner. Although the senior is highly respected, the unjust ghost road was ultimately orchestrated by you. Even if one covers up a myriad achievements, please forgive the disciple for not showing respect as a junior any longer." The Taoist was slightly stunned, then burst out laughing, "All right, indeed clever. I've been so secretive, yet you still see through it. I wonder where I slipped up." He Jianfei replied, "Senior handles things with finesse, flawlessly. It's your subordinates who showed their true colors." The Taoist was extremely astonished after hearing True Ah Chang's question, and angrily said, "This beast actually didn't go through reincarnation. I've deceived him for decades, and he still slanders me like this. Forget it, forget it. Truth will eventually come to light. Since it's done, we should consider how to let others know in the future. Now that you all understand the true facts, what do you want to do next?" He Jianfei muttered a few words through his teeth. "As I just mentioned, we need to pass judgment on matters in the realm of magic." The Taoist priest, his beard and hair standing on end, shouted, "Bold. Who do you think you are? Even if your deceased father comes, he wouldn't dare be so rude to me. The most taboo thing in the world of spells is to disrespect and not differentiate between the noble and the humble. Your actions are simply tarnishing Mount Wutai." With a quick movement, Tianjin drew his sword, holding it horizontally in front of his chest, and said, "We, the devout followers of the Buddha on Mount Wutai, adhere to all the rules of the spell world set by the great principles of Buddhism and Taoism. Since it goes against the true righteousness of our Buddha, then we won't care about any rules or taboos. I feel that Mount Wutai is a sacred place. I just wonder what the senior thinks. The Sanqing immortals are not necessarily conniving villains who harm people in secret, right?" Tianjin's articulate words made the Taoist priest choke with anger, repeatedly exclaiming, "I'm so angry. Are you people qualified to expound the great principles of Buddhism and Taoism? I'll bring someone you respect to come and scold some sense into you." He Jianfei took off the Buddhist relics necklace from his neck and held it in his hand, saying, "Apart from my Buddha, there is no one now who can make us submit. Senior brother, you have been hiding for so long, it's time for you to come out. Amitabha." With a loud chant of the Buddhist mantra, a familiar figure flashed by, and before everyone knew it, Zen Master Chan Yu had appeared before them. "Senior brother." Tianjin timidly called out, while He Jianfei hesitated for a moment before failing to utter the words, "Senior brother." He was right, Mount Wutai was indeed related to this matter. The Taoist priest, seeing Zen Master Chan Yu's arrival, shook his beard in anger and said, "So you've come too, that's perfect. Look at these two rebellious disciples of yours, speaking to their elders in such a manner, truly tarnishing the rules of the spiritual world. I want to see how you will discipline them." After bowing to the Taoist priest, Zen Master Chan Yu spoke expressionlessly, "Please listen to a word from this junior, senior. These He Jianfei and Tian Injin were the last two disciples that Master took in during his lifetime. Master cherished them dearly, though they were called master and disciple, they were truly like father and son. Before Master passed away, he personally told me, support them more, do not abandon them. Therefore, as I am currently holding the position of the abbot, it would not be appropriate for me to punish them in any way." The Taoist priest did not expect him to come up with such a sophisticated argument to avoid a conflict. Seeing that Zen Master Chan Yu was unwilling to act, he waved his whisk and said, "Very well, I will clean up the mess for you." Tian Injin hastened to point his sword at the ground, forming a battle formation, while He Jianfei slowly took out the purple gold bowl and placed the relic necklace around its perimeter, signaling the imminent outbreak of a major battle. The Taoist sneered, "Do you think you can fight me? It's your own death wish. Arrogant fools, you can't blame anyone but yourselves." He Jianfei retorted, "Of course, we are not cowards like you old-timers who fear death." The Taoist's anger flared up, shouting, "Bring it on." His whisk turned into a flurry of willow catkins and swept towards Tian Injin. Tian Injin felt a great force pushing him back uncontrollably. He Jianfei shouted, "Inzi, be careful," as he attacked with his golden purple bowl. The Taoist wouldn't allow He Jianfei to charge forward. With a twist of his wrist, he changed his move, turning the catkins into spider silk that wrapped around Tian Injin, about to send him tumbling. Just as Tian Injin was about to fall, a powerful force from the opposite direction suddenly hit the Taoist's back. Startled, the Taoist quickly retracted his attack, protecting his back, and jumped away from the center of the fight. However, it was too late, as he still received a slight impact to his chest. The Taoist, covering his chest, startled and angry, said, "Shan Yu, you." It was Master Shan Yu who had just made the move. He Jianfei also stepped back to check Tian Injin's injuries. Master Shan Yu said calmly, "I just mentioned that the master left instructions for me to take good care of them. Didn't you hear it?" Tian Injin was overjoyed, "Senior brother." The Taoist roared, "Shan Yu, don't forget, back then you were also involved in Mount Wutai. My master and your master jointly planned this. If we talk about the despicable nature of this plan, it was actually proposed by your master. If you dare to go against his will, you are not worthy to be a disciple of Mount Wutai." Master Shan Yu remained unruffled, slowly took off his kasaya, and said, "As a disciple, I follow the teachings of my master and adhere to compassion as the true intention of Buddhism. Mount Wutai's involvement in this siege plan was a grave mistake. Unfortunately, my master did not heed the warnings of my master, insisting on proceeding." At this point, Master Shan Yu's eyes suddenly widened, his voice raised several times as he loudly exclaimed, ultimately destroying the century-old reputation of Mount Wutai. The Taoist shuddered, but saw Master Shan Yu's eyes piercing as he continued, "While my master was alive, he was restless day and night about this matter and once said to me in person, 'When the opportunity arises, you must make amends for this wrongdoing.' The senior is right. Violating the ancestral teachings, I am ashamed to be a disciple of Mount Wutai. I, Shan Yu, today, hereby abdicate my position as the abbot and cut ties with Mount Wutai. Not being a disciple of Mount Wutai, I still uphold the orthodox Buddhism. Shan Yu deems himself worthy of the Buddha and worthy of heaven." He Jianfei's eyes welled up with hot tears, shouting, "Well said." Standing up, he walked to Master Chan Yu's side and said to the Taoist priest, "If senior brother can let go like this, what do I have to worry about? I, He Jianfei, also request to leave the Wutai Mountain sect here, in order to uphold the Buddhist principles of exorcising demons and evil spirits." Tian Injin also stepped forward and said, "Wutai Mountain originally does not accept female disciples. As the master loves his disciples, he made an exception. Now, I voluntarily sever ties, undoubtedly a huge boost in upholding the rules of the spellcasting world set by our predecessors. The senior brothers smiled at each other, understanding each other's intentions, feeling infinite warmth towards each other. The Taoist priest never expected the situation would escalate to this point, nor did he imagine that the intelligence he had always considered the most reliable had already betrayed him. United, they can break through any obstacle. His worst fear had indeed come true. He suppressed the pain in his chest and struggled to say, "You don't know the current situation. Your master has misguided you. Well, since we have reached this point, there's no need for further advice. After all, Wutai Mountain is a holy place of Buddhism, and those under its sect have a bit of skill. I have no choice but to resort to our sect's treasure. Be cautious." He Jianfei gazed closely and saw the Taoist priest draw out a shining sword from his backpack, its dazzling light making the purple-golden bowl pale in comparison. "Master Chanyu murmured, the sword summoning lightning?" The Taoist priest confirmed, "Yes, back then, our master destroyed the reputation of his Taoist sect, using this sword to thwart the grand plan of subduing powerful ghosts. Now, let me bring this chapter to a close with the same sword." Zen Master Chanyu whispered to He Jianfei and Tian Injin, "You both need to be careful later. It is said that this sword can control the thunder and lightning in the sky, with tremendous power. Even the purple gold bowl may not be able to withstand it. If necessary, you can step back, and I will deal with it." He Jianfei smiled slightly and said, "Senior brother, rest assured. This sword of his is no longer what it used to be." "What?" Zen Master Chanyu thought he hadn't heard clearly and was about to ask again when the Taoist priest already launched an attack, leaving him no choice but to temporarily hold back. The three fought together. In an instant, yellow smoke billowed, black dust filled the air. With Zen Master Chanyu joining him, He Jianfei could barely hold his ground against the Taoist priest, and the battle between Buddhism and Taoism, debating over the true meaning of magic in the empty space beside the ghost road, unfolded into a life-and-death struggle. The Taoist priest used the whisk and sword simultaneously, increasing their power several times. Even with the addition of Abbot Chan's Zen staff and He Jianfei's purple golden bowl, they were gradually falling behind. Tian Injin, without the protective talisman her master had given her, was unable to withstand the attacks and could only dodge skillfully with light footwork. This was precisely the old Taoist's intention. With Tian Injin's absence, Abbot Chan and He Jianfei began to retreat step by step. The sound of the clash of artifacts echoed incessantly and grew louder, as the confrontations between the artifacts became more intense. Wutai Mountain was not known for martial arts, and the previous abbots focused more on Buddhist scriptures. Although the three senior brothers had spent a few years at Shaolin Temple, they were helpless against the old Taoist's vigorous and nimble movements. Seeing He Jianfei being forced back by the old Taoist dozens of steps, Abbot Chan, who had some experience in combat, immediately sensed the danger. Hastily turning back to He Jianfei, he said, "Take off the relic necklace and give it to our junior sister. We will set up the Buddha dance formation." He Jianfei hurriedly took off the relic necklace and tossed it to Tian Injin. Swiftly, Tian Injin caught it and looped it around the sword hilt. Instantly, her power was strengthened once again. Three people leaped out to engage in a fierce battle with Lao Dao, forming a strange formation. Lao Dao sensed something amiss and quickly stopped, retreating a few meters to confront them. Ahead stood Master Chanyu, with He Jianfei and Tian Injin in the rear, creating a crooked triangular formation between them. Perplexed, Lao Dao, though a Taoist, was well versed in Buddhist scriptures and magic, but had never heard of a Buddha's graceful dance formation. The triangular shape was a stable stance, especially suitable for defense, yet the one formed by Master Chanyu and others was not a perfectly stable equilateral triangle, as there was a gap at the upper left side. Facing such a childish formation from the enemy, Lao Dao couldn't help but laugh heartily. "I've roamed the world for decades, am I still afraid of these messy formations? This time, you are seeking your own doom." With that, he brandished his sword and attacked. Upon entering the formation, Lao Dao discovered the seemingly dilapidated formation harbored immense power, trapping him firmly inside. With widened eyes, he tried to see if Jianfei and the others were stepping on the 8 trigrams, but found the scene to be blurry. The 3 figures moved swiftly around him, the sword shadows and figures swirling, creating an impenetrable wall around him, leaving him breathless. Every strike he made hit nothing, and a force revolving around the center turned his sword back towards him. Had he not been experienced and evaded just in time, he would have been the first one injured. Amidst the chaos, the resonant voice of Master Chanyu rang out, "Do you think this is just an ordinary formation? 10 years ago, Master foresaw our conflict with you and devised this formation, filling the deficiency to achieve balance, adapting through obliqueness, embodying the transformations of Buddhism. Your power is formidable, but your dominance is your downfall. Using the merciful aura of Buddha against you is the most appropriate approach." Startled, Lao Dao felt a palm strike from Master Chanyu on his back. The old Taoist listened angrily. Who does that so-called intelligent being think he is? He's just a junior, how can he create a formation that can trap me? He Jianfei and Tianjin both shouted in unison, "Don't slander my master." The power of the formation immediately intensified. The old Taoist gradually felt unable to hold on, struck several times from front to back. Seeing that he was about to lose the battle in the formation, the old Taoist suddenly shouted to the sky, "Master, your disciple has been unfilial. Your disciple once swore in front of your grave that he would fulfill your wish. Even if I have to cause chaos in the underworld, I will subdue evil spirits in this world. Master, please lend your disciple a helping hand." He raised his sword to the sky, his hair flying wild, roaring, "Heavens above, in the name of the Grand Master of the Tao, grant me thunder and lightning, burn away all evil." Master Chanyu exclaimed anxiously, "Not good, he is invoking thunder and lightning with a spell, everyone, retreat quickly." Before he finished speaking, he had already leaped back repeatedly. Tianjin also stopped and retreated. When the two retreated to a distance of about 3 meters, they suddenly found a person standing in front of the old Taoist like a steel pillar. Master Chanyu exclaimed in shock, "He Jianfei. What are you doing standing there? Come over here quickly." He Jianfei showed no intention of moving, just coldly standing there, watching the old Taoist's every move. Tianjin said, "Senior brother," and tossed the relic necklace over. He Jianfei caught it. Just as the dark clouds covered the sky, deafening thunder exploded, and a huge black lightning bolt, like a dragon, struck the empty space between the old Taoist and He Jianfei, illuminating the unusually pale faces of Master Chanyu and Tianjin. Is He Jianfei trying to seek death? A sinister premonition flashed through the minds of Master Chanyu and Tianjin at the same time. Tian Shang Zenmi Tu Ren Yao Xia Chi Yu Lai Lu. Yusher de lei Yusher Shan Dian de, Je Tian Bien de Kuzhen Kwai. Li Lao Bo Di Guzhe, Pian Tu Kanachiang Shi, Key de Fa Xian Achiang Kao Zai Chuang Bien, Chu Shen Di Wang Zhe Y Mian, Yen Li Yu Yi Zhong Bei Ai Yu Fu Nu Jiao Ji de Fu Zia Shen Si, Li Lao Bo Dai Dao, Achiang and I. Achiang Nan Nan Dao, Hu Lei Yin Dian, Kun Mo Huang Kong, Dao Ji Sua Zai, Yi Ji Sua Cun. Je Si Ju Hua Zu Go Esi Lai Wa De Yi Chia. Bei Bai He Xia Zhai Biu Jin Hui Liao and I Dao Jiao Tai Do De Sheng Yu, Shenji Lian Fa Shu Jia Yi Hui Liao. Ni Zhen Yi Wei Xia Dao Di Xia Ku Yi Tan Ran Mian Dui and I De Shen Gua Ma. Li Lao Bo Dao, Achiang Ni Zai Shua Xia Shen Mi A. Achiang Hui Gua Tu Lai, Lu Chu Esi When He De Wei Shao. Mei Shen Mi, Wa Ji Shi Xiang Qi Lu Yi Dian Yi Jian Biu Gai Xiang Qi De Shi Lai. Mei Shi De, Lei Dian Hen Kuai Jiu Hui Gua Chu, Tian Biu Hui Qing Yi Bien Lien De. Lao Dao saw He Jianfei standing calmly in front of him instead of leaving, despite the surprise. Although the pain from his injuries reminded him that there was no time to think about it now, the most urgent thing was to quickly deal with these 3 culprits so he could then go settle the score with the fierce ghost. The fierce ghost no longer had the strength of his prime, and he certainly would not be a match for Lao Dao. The revenge for his master could finally be avenged by his own hands. Thinking of this, Lao Dao laughed heartily, He Jianfei, prepare to die. After saying that, he lightly waved his sword above him in a small circle, and the lightning was immediately attracted to the sword, swirling endlessly. Lao Dao shouted, summoning thunder to attract lightning, making the demons tremble in fear. Where there is the Tao, there is righteousness. Lightning strike. The sword, accompanied by dazzling lightning and a piercing sound, descended towards He Jianfei's head with the force of thunder as if splitting the surging waves. Suddenly, a faintly smiling expression appeared on He Jianfei's face, his eyes filled with disdain. At the same time, his left hand slowly raised the relic necklace and carefully placed it into the purple gold bowl held in his right hand. He Jianfei, the desperate cries of Zen Master Chen Yue and Tian Yinzhen could be heard in the distance. With a deafening roar of thunder, a myriad of rainbow lights burst forth along with the lightning, sweeping across the countless trees and grass nearby. Even the branches carried a sparkling array of colorful lights, enveloping the entire clearing in a soft, ethereal halo. The dark clouds in the sky quickly dispersed, the thunder and lightning vanished, and clarity and sunshine once again returned to this patch of earth. With a clang, a piece of the broken half-leading thunder-rousing sword was crookedly inserted 10 meters away from the crowd. The sword body had turned jet black, devoid of any luster, covered in a dull earthy hue just like the elderly Taoist's face. Chapter 25, Lies. Why is it like this? The voice of Lao Dao instantly aged a lot. Even though he kept his voice very low, he couldn't hide the panic and unwillingness in his words. It's impossible, impossible. I've worked so hard to study spells. No one in the realm of magic can surpass me. I will never be defeated. Master, why did I end up like this? He Jianfei, still holding the posture of the purple gold bowl in his hand, said heavily, you are the number one in the realm of magic. The issue does not lie there, but in your sword. The one you hold in your hand is no longer the same sword your master held back then. Lao Dao exclaimed anxiously, since my master passed away, that sword has never left my side. I have respected it as I did my master. My master said that the sword was like an extension of himself. How could it have been switched? He Jianfei responded, I'm not saying the sword is fake. Do you remember how this sword came into being? Just as Zen Master Chan Yu was waking up from the blow, he quickly intervened, He Jianfei. This tone was only used when the older generation was teaching the younger ones. He Jianfei was going a bit too far. Ignoring the interruption, He Jianfei gazed solemnly at the old Taoist. The old Taoist looked bewilderedly at He Jianfei and mumbled, how did that sword come to be? My master had told me a long time ago. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, the ancestor of the Taoists, in order to alert the world against the harms of the ghost realm, sealed off the 3 major connecting points between China and the ghost realm and respectively forged 3 treasures to guard them, endowing the 3 treasures with great magic power using his soul and blood essence. Among them was the thunder-calling sword, summoning divine power to protect the world. He Jianfei softly continued, thunder and lightning are messengers of light from heaven to earth. The thunder-calling sword exists for the sake of fairness and peace in the world. Righteousness exists in opposition to the darkness and baseness of the ghost realm, gaining power and approval from both heaven and the people. Your master clearly understood the divine plan, willingly sacrificing his reputation, confronting even the heavens to save the lives of the common people, with great compassion. Even though his methods may have deviated from the righteous path, heaven and the sword can forgive. But what about you? You harbor hatred for your teacher's killer to the point of sacrificing others' lives to fulfill your own plans. What sets this sword apart from an executioner's blade? How are you any different from the ghost realm? You are worse than that vengeful spirit who understands righteousness. The sword has its own spirit, it cannot condone your killings, it can only forsake you on its own. The soul of the Tao ancestor had already left when you harbored evil thoughts. What you're holding now is nothing more than an ordinary, extremely ordinary iron sword. The purple gold bowl can easily defeat it. If we are to pinpoint the culprit hindering your master's grand mission from completion, it is precisely you. He Jianfei's sharp accusation made Lao Dao break out in a cold sweat in an instant. Trembling, he picked up the broken sword hilt with his hands. Indeed, the jet-black sword body was far from the fantastical sight he had in mind. Could it be true that he had destroyed this renowned sword with his own hands? Memories that had long become blurred suddenly began to clear up. Disciples now swear before the spirits of our ancestors that they will faithfully abide by the righteous ways of the Tao, subdue demons and evil spirits, without the slightest violation. In case of error, willingly accept heavenly punishment. Stuttering through this segment, he felt his feet almost numb from kneeling, only to see a slight smile appear on his master's gaunt face. At that moment, the 2.5-year-old him also revealed a toothy grin, although he did not quite understand what his master found amusing. A sense of realization, shame, guilt, remorse all surged within him. Embracing the Tao's righteousness and willing to accept heavenly punishment, Lao Tao knelt towards the sky unsteadily, reverently kowtowed 3 times, tears streaming down his face as he said, "Master, I have already received heavenly punishment." He Jianfei gazed unsympathetically at him, saying, "Heavenly punishment? It has not arrived yet. You instructed others to ruthlessly kill, wiping out an entire class, 23 lives, each one unjustly taken. Can breaking this sword erase all those grievances? You are being too naive." Suddenly, Lao Tao raised his head, staring fiercely at He Jianfei, his voice booming, "No, I did not instruct him to kill. I never told him to take a life." Lao Tao's response left He Jianfei stunned for a moment. "What did you say? You didn't order Zhenqiang to kill anyone? Then what about the formation of the 23-child array?" Lao Tao stood up abruptly. "There has never been a 23-child array. I never told him about any formation. The 23-child array was simply fabricated by him." He Jianfei was immediately confused. What exactly is going on? So you were unaware of the deaths of those 23 people? Lao Tao whispered something to He Jianfei, causing his face to turn pale. "Are you serious about what you just said?" Lao Tao laughed heartily. "I have already fallen from grace. What's the point of scheming anymore? I am just doing something to appease my conscience. A man must take responsibility for his actions. He Jianfei, if I lack the courage for even this, then there's no need for me to remain in the Tao sect. You make the judgment." With a firm grip, Lao Tao broke the whisk in his hand, calmly facing He Jianfei. He Jianfei was taken aback by his sudden change in attitude, feeling somewhat caught off guard by his open demeanor. If what Lao Tao said was true, then he had indeed incurred the wrath of the heavens, and that was enough. He Jianfei hesitated as he looked at Lao Tao, then turned to glance at Master Chan Yu. Understanding the signal, Master Chan Yu quickly spoke out, "Buddhism and Taoism are of the same origin, no need to rush into conflict. Junior brother, come back." This time, He Jianfei obediently ran back. Lao Tao gazed at the 3 of them blankly for a while, then suddenly burst into laughter. Good, to have such a disciple in Wutai Mountain, upholding the honor of the sect." He seemed to recall something, tears welled up again, wiping them off. He tossed the half-sword in his hand to the ground, then left with a wave of his sleeve, muttering as he walked away, "Demons and beasts, go away, bury our bones in the Green Mountains." Master Chanyu gazed at the departing figure of Lao Tao with mixed emotions, then turned to He Jianfei with a smile and said, "You guys have been suspicious all along, thinking that I and Master are the masterminds behind this ghostly incident, right?" He Jianfei and Tianjin exchanged glances, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. Tianjin pouted, "Master, why didn't you say so earlier? If you hadn't turned to the right path in time, my brother and I might have dragged you to Wutai Mountain." He Jianfei laughed, "I shouldn't have doubted Abbot in the first place, but with your personality, it's only natural for you to do such things." Master Chanyu swung his staff over, scolding, "I'll show you what kind of person I am now." The 3 brothers frolicked together, while Tianjin watched and giggled. After a while, as if remembering something, Master Chanyu turned to He Jianfei and asked, "By the way, what did he tell you?" He Jianfei's expression immediately darkened. "It's hard to say. None of us are fools, yet we were fooled by him for so long. I must settle this score." Master Chanyu pressed on, "Is it really Aqiang?" He Jianfei nodded. Since Master is here now, why don't we call him out and have everything explained? Even if he turns hostile, the three of us together can handle it. Master Chanyu asked, wait a minute, why should I interrogate him with you if this is your business? He Jianfei chuckled, as you said earlier, this is also Wutai Mountain's problem. You are the abbot, you can't slack off. Master Chanyu helplessly asked, so how do you plan to summon him, using a spirit medium? Tian Injin replied, Aqiang is not an ordinary fierce ghost, he's imprisoned in the deepest water dungeon of the underworld. Normally, it requires many documents to come up, but as my brother said, last time the underworld refused to release him until the purple gold bowl was taken out, and the power of a spirit medium is probably insufficient to summon him. He Jianfei added, yes, without a costly medium, it might not work. Since the master is here, the authentic abbot of Wutai Mountain, the underworld has no choice but to comply. Master Chanyu felt a sense of being duped. Why do I feel like I've been conned into this? Qian Xian was Tian Injin's specialty act. Back in the day, the intelligent master had personally trained her in this skill. Tian Injin skillfully arranged an ancient coin from King Zhou, smiling at He Jianfei who was looking on, and said to Master Chanyu, it's your turn. Master Chanyu placed a purple gold bowl next to the ancient coin, and loudly proclaimed towards the coin, the abbot of Wutai Mountain requests the soul of Aqiang from the underworld. The ancient coin immediately exhibited unusual movements. Whether it was due to the experience of being scolded by He Jianfei last time, or because the abbot truly came to invite, the underworld readily agreed. In front of the three individuals, a colorful portal formed instantly, and a white figure gradually took shape. Seeing the success, He Jianfei hurried over and exclaimed, the underworld really underestimates people. Wutai Mountain's abbot is so prestigious. One of these days, I'll come find him too. Who is summoning me again? True Aqiang's ethereal face slowly revealed itself, and when he saw He Jianfei, he was clearly surprised and stunned. He Jianfei calmly smiled at him and said, hello, Senior Aqiang. I didn't expect us to meet again. True Aqiang glanced around and noticed a girl and a monk this time, both looking at him unfriendly. His mood immediately settled, he smoothed his hair, and with a faint smile, he said, indeed, I didn't expect to come back up to the surface. Is the matter of the ghost path already concluded? He Jianfei replied solemnly, it was almost concluded, but it got stuck when it came to Senior here. True Aqiang's expression changed for a moment, then returned to normal as he said, I don't understand what you mean. What does the surface world's affairs have to do with me while I am locked in the water dungeon? He Jianfei took a step forward, sneering, you don't need to pretend anymore. We have already confronted your former boss, who has repented and confessed everything about you. I advise you to speak the truth now, don't conceal anything. Otherwise, with your sins, falling into the Avicii hell would be too lenient. True Aqiang calmly said, I understand now, you came for the matter of the so-called 23 youngsters formation. Indeed, that was something I fabricated. In reality, there is no such formation as the 23 youngsters formation in the world. It's no wonder 3 disciples from the famous Mount Wutai couldn't recall it. However, I had no choice. He only taught me a weak Qiankuan reversal formation, which was ineffective against the fierce ghost. The only way to enhance my power was through killing. You know that, even though that fierce ghost was weakened, his magic power was unparalleled. I had to continuously kill people until I slaughtered all 20 or so classmates, barely managing to force him back to the ruined temple. He Jianfei applauded lightly and said, very impressive. Your skills in fabricating lies, Senior, are top-notch. However, we are not fools, we won't make the same mistake again. This time we caught on to your lies because of the loopholes you created in your fabrication, and this time is no exception. Would you like to know where you went wrong? Zhanaqiang coldly snorted but remained silent. He Jianfei enthusiastically continued, firstly, as a disciple of a prestigious sect, I can tell you that the Qiankuan 5 revolving array is the sect guardian formation, rumored to be personally created by the founder of the sect. Its power can rival any Daoist treasure, and all it needs to activate is a drop of blood, a deed your superior already took care of with his own blood. Dealing with a fierce ghost doesn't require killing one person, you have plenty of power for that. Now, the second point, you claimed your power was insufficient, so you had to keep killing people. Then why did you meticulously deceive them about setting up a 23-child array and luring them to the underworld? Unless you had planned all along to kill 23 people to greatly enhance your power. With that said, He Jianfei intentionally glanced at Zhen'aqiang, who had already pale face now even more ashen, swaying as if on the verge of collapse. Since you refuse to speak, allow me to reveal the mystery for you. He Jianfei slowly continued, everything was orchestrated by you, a massive lie you spun. Your ambition goes beyond just killing the fierce ghost Aqiang, you also desire to possess her, so you scheme to kill those 23 individuals to significantly boost your power, all in hopes of linking the path of the wronged ghosts with the ghost realm, with the desire to win her heart in the future. You deceived the underworld, the world of magic, and even the heroic ghost Aqiang of a generation. However, too many unforeseen events unfolded. Despite the heavy blow she received, Aqiang did not lose all her power, she wisely preserved her strength and fled back to the ruined temple. You couldn't break through the barrier set by the Taoist giant originally, and the underworld trapped you in the water dungeon due to your numerous sins. You could only wait in resentment, awaiting the day Aqiang would be subdued by someone. With your power, breaking free from the water dungeon in the underworld isn't that difficult, right? I, He Jianfei, also became a pawn in your hands, and everything unfolded perfectly according to your plan. Yet, I'll tell you, you overlooked the most crucial point. Dongli Prefect never liked you from the start, she only admired the fierce ghost Aqiang. Even though he inhabited your form, Dongli Prefect is not one to judge a person by appearance, she admires Aqiang's soul, his charismatic personality. In this aspect, you can never compare to him. Even if Aqiang is no longer around, do you think a despicable personality like yours would catch Dongli Prefect's attention? You don't even qualify to be her friend. Enough. He Jianfei. True Aqiang roared, interrupting He Jianfei's eloquence. A layer of green aura emanated from True Aqiang's side, quickly spreading about a mile around. Grand Master Chan Yu was taken aback, such strong resentment, unprecedented indeed, even the fierce ghost Aqiang would be ashamed in comparison. He Jianfei sneered, finally revealing your true colors, huh? No matter how hard you try, you are destined for tragedy. We are here to bring about your tragedy. Because your tragedy is the world's happiness. True Aqiang laughed heartily to the sky, He Jianfei, you are indeed clever, but you have also made many mistakes. As you said, the power of the Qiankuan 5 formation is indeed immense. Not to mention the 3 of you from Wutai Mountain, even the entire magic world and the underworld combined are no match for me. You seeing through my plan is a bit unexpected, but it doesn't matter anymore, because I can't wait any longer. Today, let me deal with all of you at once. He Jianfei narrowed his brows, such arrogance, let me show you the power of the purple gold bowl. A beam of purple light shot out, and the purple golden bowl, upon hearing He Jianfei's words, seemed to have a mind of its own as it flew out of his hand toward Zhen'aqiang, launching a fierce attack. Zhen'aqiang's expression remained unchanged, only a contemptuous smile on his face as he slowly raised his right hand, opening his 5 fingers towards the purple gold bowl. A halo of light quickly converged around him, blocking the attack from the bowl. He Jianfei's face changed, barrier? You actually learned a barrier? His mind shifted, waving the Sarira necklace and shouting, Prajna Paramitha. The small balls on the Sarira necklace immediately scattered, forming a Bagua pattern and pressing towards Zhen'aqiang. Summon the gods, listen to my command, Western Pure Land, with your lotus platform. Break! The Sarira beads emitted a dazzling white light, enveloping Zhen'aqiang heavily. Amidst the haze of light, only Zhen'aqiang's hearty laughter could be heard. He Jianfei, have your master come, as I have told you before, you are not my match. Suddenly, countless green light arrows pierced through the white mist. With a clang, the purple gold bowl fell to the ground, and the Sarira necklace instantly returned to its original state, lying quietly in He Jianfei's hand. Master Chanyu waved his Zen staff and said, "Junior sister, let's attack together. I refuse to believe that even if the reputation of Wutai Mountain is at stake, we cannot defeat this demon." Tian Yinjin answered in agreement and leaped into action together. "Do not worry, everyone. I believe the true opponent he is waiting for is me." A familiar yet unfamiliar voice came from a distance. Zhen Aqiang's expression changed dramatically, seemingly pointing ahead with a hint of fear. You. He Jianfei turned back joyfully and called out, "Senior Aqiang." As the smoke slowly dispersed, the fierce ghost Aqiang still wore that familiar student suit, smiling slightly. With his usual calm and composure, he walked slowly towards them, accompanied by an angry-looking Li Laobua by his side. Aqiang must have already revealed all the truths to him, right? He Jianfei hurriedly said, "No, Senior Aqiang, your powers have not fully recovered yet. You are not his match. Let us deal with him instead." The fierce ghost Aqiang smiled, "Thank you, He Jianfei, you are clever. But dealing with someone who is adept at schemes, you may still fall short. Let me handle him. While we do not need to exterminate all evildoers, those who are too arrogant must taste bitterness." He Jianfei responded, "I trust in your abilities and skills, but your current condition and powers are clearly not a match for him. Let us assist you." The fierce ghost Aqiang gazed at the now pale and blue-faced true Aqiang, who was glaring at him with hatred, and said with a smile, "Since I am confident in facing him, I am not inferior in cunning. If you think my powers are limited to this extent, you are completely mistaken. I have fought against the top expert of the Taoist sect after all." Li Gui Aqiang pushed Li Laobua aside, standing still. Slowly, he raised one hand and, in an instant, a powerful tornado spiraled up from beneath his feet, wrapping around him. A burst of cyan light erupted, causing the world to lose its color, the sun and moon to dim. The scenery 2 miles away began to distort, eventually becoming hazy and indiscernible. Zhen Aqiang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, unable to contain his shock. Surprisingly, Li Gui Aqiang effortlessly established a colossal barrier 10 times larger than himself, enclosing them all within this space created by Li Gui Aqiang himself. He Jianfei also paled, murmuring, This level, is unbelievable. How dare you deceive me until now? It's outrageous." Li Gui Aqiang turned to Zhen Aqiang, saying, "Haven't you always wanted to compete with me? With no outsiders to interfere, you can freely fulfill your wish. He Jianfei and the others are not as shameless as you, they understand when to not meddle, so you need not fear unfairness. Come on, let's settle this once and for all. If you win, you can do as you please with me, if you lose, you'll return to your watery prison for 10,000 years. Let me see how much power you've gained through despicable means." 2 identical ghostly figures stood in this eerie space, facing each other. The enmity of 50 years ago could finally be resolved today, but no one's heart would be at ease. The heavens are always cruel, and the inevitable clash between fire and water can only lead to one dispersing and one remaining. Zhen Chang shouted in his heart, "You've always been pressing down on me, basking in your glory, receiving all the praise while I fade into the background. But I want you to know, I am no less than you. Everything should have been mine." He curled up his lips, attempting to show a confident smile to suppress his fear and excitement. However, to his surprise, that smile was already on the lips of the fierce ghost Aqiang across from him, with an added touch of disdain and contempt. Chapter 26, 2 Souls, 1 Body. The cold wind blew across the horizon, rustling the fallen leaves on the ground. The desolate autumn scenery filled the entire space, as if nothing was left here except death and pain. He Jianfei and the others stood about 5 meters away from the real and fake Aqiang, quietly observing the center of the arena. Tian Yinjin anxiously asked, "Are we really not going to help him?" He Jianfei replied, "Of course not. In fact, Senior Aqiang has never lost before. This match belongs solely to him, a fair duel for the first time." He Jianfei gazed at the smiling Aqiang, feeling a wave of emotions as he remembered the old ways, Mount Wutai, and the countless unjust souls suppressed by him and his fellow disciples. Simply because they were ghosts, they had to accept the unequal conditions set by humans and therefore could not exist in this world. As the Buddha said, all beings are inherently equal and capable of salvation. Those who violate the Buddha's intentions should not be punished, while those who adhere to them face the opposite fate. The situation on the field has changed. The fierce ghost Ah Chang is still standing still, but there is a vortex-like flow of aura appearing around the real Ah Chang, slowly moving towards the fierce ghost Ah Chang. Master Chan Yu's expression changed, saying, "The grudge vortex? He has actually cultivated to such a level? No wonder even the purple gold bowl and the Sarira necklace can't suppress him. At this level, not to mention the underworld water prison, even being locked in the Yama King's hall wouldn't be able to hold him. How could the fierce ghost Ah Chang be his match?" He Jianfei, feeling indignant that the fierce ghost Ah Chang had deceived him, said irritably, "Are you saying the underworld is powerful, or the top expert of the Taoist school is powerful?" He even forced the thunder-calling electric sword into a tight spot. I wonder if he is using all his strength or just exerting a little power. Tian Injun pursed her lips and smiled, "Stop complaining, and focus on watching instead." Li Gui Ah Chang still stood there, smiling motionless, allowing the pressure to come over. The aura arrived next to Li Gui Ah Chang and immediately began to change. It gradually straightened, then started to reverse, finally forming a vortex twice as large as before, aiming directly at the real Ah Chang. Using others' power for oneself, perhaps only the master could achieve such a feat when alive. But since Li Gui Ah Chang possesses such a powerful spell, why has he been concealing it all along? Master Chan Yu watched with a hint of excitement. He Jianfei sighed and muttered, "Who knows?" The real Ah Chang gritted his teeth and shouted, "All right, today I'll risk my life to accompany you, gentlemen. Since we are destined to be enemies, there will inevitably be a battle of life and death. Let me see how much more powerful you are compared to me. You despicable scoundrel who invades others' bodies, come at me." Amidst dazzling flames, the real Ah Chang disappeared, hiding somewhere unknown. Uncle Li's heart rose to his throat, hastily shouting, "Ah Chang, be careful." Tian Injun turned around with a smile, "Which Ah Chang are you calling out to?" "Don't worry, I have a feeling that your Ah Chang will surely win." Before Tian Injun's words faded, Li Gui Ah Chang had already traced a strange irregular arc with his right hand in the air, then stopped and waited, seemingly not in a hurry to find the real Ah Chang's hiding place. He smiled and said ahead, "You claim that I took over your body, which is true. However, it's not my fault. I died unjustly and acquired this great power. The heavens took pity on me, but my body was destroyed and unable to be resurrected. In order to prolong my life, I had no choice but to resort to this last resort. Don't blame the heavens or the earth, blame yourself. After all, the heavens are fair, allowing you to fulfill my karma indicates that you were not a good person in your past life. Moreover, since I took over your body, apart from the incident with Donglu, where I almost made a big mistake due to a moment of misjudgment, I have not done anything to harm your reputation. I have only done things to elevate your reputation and increase your virtue. You say those things originally belonged to you, not me. Have you ever thought, 100 years from now, whose spirit tablet will be worshipped, whose merit will be accumulated? In the end, it is I who gained nothing." Suddenly, the arc he drew manifested and emitted a dazzling light. Someone in the air exclaimed, and 3 meters away, the real Ah Chang appeared, clutching his shoulder and staggering. He glared fiercely at Li Gui Ah Chang and roared, "Stop spouting your high-sounding principles. What use is virtue after 100 years? Donglu was enough, you can sacrifice everything for Donglu, but can't I defy the heavens for her condemnation? Li Gui, I tell you, you took my body, my reputation, and honor, I can endure that, but I cannot agree to Donglu. You have taken everything I longed for, I hate you, I envy you, I despise you." As he spoke, the real Ah Chang waved both hands, and thousands of azure energy blades flew towards Li Gui Ah Chang, dazzling the eyes. Tianjin stuck out her tongue. Fortunately, we didn't really engage in battle with him. If we were so careless, we would have died long ago. So it turns out that you hold a grudge against me just for the sake of Donglu? Li Gui Chang, who is usually astute in handling matters, showed a rare expression of surprise on his face. He skillfully drew another longer and larger arc, making countless sharp blades vanish into thin air within inches of his body. Zhena Chang, seeing his tactics easily diffused repeatedly, became red-eyed with anger and shouted, "Indeed, haven't you also lost your usual rationality in her presence? As long as you can hand her over to me, I can forgive your actions, and I can even give up my physical body." Suddenly, Li Gui Chang raised his hand, and a blue light flashed in front of everyone at lightning speed. Zhena Chang screamed in pain, clutching his right arm once again, as Li Gui Chang finally made his move. You. Zhena Chang was shocked and enraged. Li Gui Chang coldly said, "I'm hitting you because you deserve it. What do you mean I took away your Donglu? What do you think Donglu likes? Is it your physical body, your appearance, or my soul? If she could fall for you at first sight, I wouldn't have to work so hard to compete for the position of the student council president and earn the reputation of the campus's top figure just to win her favor. Even if I give your body back now and act as if I never existed, do you think Donglu would like you? Do you think with your despicable character and cruel methods, you can win her heart? She despises people like you the most. You don't even understand her likes and dislikes, so what qualifications do you have to compete with me? Shut up." The words of the fierce ghost Chang obviously hit the sore spot in the heart of the real Chang. He rushed up frantically, only to be blocked back by the arc, rebounding to the ground, wailing in agony. Master Chanhua frowned, saying, "The more you talk, the more off-topic it becomes. Even a heroic figure like mighty ghost Chang speaks in such a manner, showing that women are all." He originally wanted to allude to the saying that women are all tigers, but then he met Tianjin's stern gaze and quickly changed his tune, saying, "It shows that love can always drive people to madness and impulsiveness. Junior brother, please go and persuade them." He Qianfei also frowned, saying, "Since you already know it's about love, why ask an outsider like me to mediate? It's not as simple as winners taking all and losers being vanquished. Winterlu's intentions are the most important." In his mind, a plan to persuade Winterlu was gradually taking shape. On the other side, mighty ghost Chang calmly continued, "I haven't finished yet. In fact, you are very insecure, inferior to me. You envy everything I have gained. The physical aspect is just your excuse to challenge me. You delusionally hope to obtain everything you desire through me. You know deep down that you are not worthy of Winterlu. Yet, this only drives you even more madly to win her over, doesn't it? Stop talking. I told you to stop." Zhenqiang tightly covered his ears, curled up on the ground in pain, his voice gradually getting smaller and choked up, "Please, don't say it anymore. I deserve her, I deserve her." He Qianfei said, "Senior Qiang is using his most adept psychological breakthrough tactics again. It seems this move is truly terrifying, we need to be careful and guard against it." Before the words could settle, he received a disdainful look from old man Li beside him. The fierce ghost Chang said, "Out of jealousy towards me, you didn't hesitate to kill over 20 classmates, plotting to establish a connection between the realm of ghosts and the ghost world. You think this is revenge against me, but little do you know, it is your own blessing that will be harmed. I am now nameless and faceless, just a soul without an owner, temporarily existing in another's body. Destined to lose the cycle of reincarnation above and rejected by the underworld below, all my actions will ultimately be attributed to you in the book of life and death. I am even more unwilling and resentful than you, which is why I seek winter aconite as compensation. What is meant to be yours will be yours, and what is not meant to be yours, you should let go early." Upon hearing the name Winter Aconite, True Chang, like an injured lion, his eyes filled with a terrifying ferocity, slowly stood up and said, "Throughout history, only the victor has the right to speak. We have not yet determined the winner. I refuse to believe that with all my lifelong effort, I cannot inflict serious damage on you. In an instant, his figure flickered slightly, transforming into a blue flame soaring into the sky like a blue dragon, fiercely charging towards the fierce ghost Ah Chang. Venerable Master Chan Yu exclaimed, "This is bad. He has infused all his soul into it, exerting all his effort for a fatal attempt. If he fights Ah Chang, both will surely suffer. Jian Fei, let's hurry up." "What?" Jian Fei obviously hadn't reacted yet. Li Guiaqiang was already furious. "I have tried to compromise in every possible way, but you keep pressing on relentlessly. This time, I won't spare you." With that, his figure swayed slightly, transforming into a dazzling blue light, carrying the momentum of wind and thunder, resembling a reborn dragon, and charged towards the green light head-on. Master Chan Yu could no longer stop the situation. He had to stop, shouting in distress. As soon as the two energies collided, the heavens and earth shattered, the ground quaked, and everyone's vision was filled with scattered colorful lights. The scene was chaotic, and no one could see where the others were. Thick smoke rose, clouds and mist surged, dust and sand whipped like sharp blades against people's faces, and the murky soil smell assaulted everyone's senses, making it difficult to breathe. The sky grew darker, as if faces were suddenly changing. In the center of the battlefield, muffled thunderous sounds continued, indicating that the two were still in a life-and-death battle. The wind picked up speed, and Master Chan Yu was on the verge of losing his grasp on his Zen staff. In this critical moment, Jian Fei suddenly shouted, "Hold on. Neither of you can afford to have any accidents right now. We haven't resolved Dongli's matter. Hey, her emotional knot can only be untied if both of you appear together." The mist dissipated, the sky cleared, and the sand and dust slowly settled. As everyone rubbed their eyes, they saw that the real Chang with disheveled hair was crouching on the ground with bloodstains on his face, expressionless, holding his head. And the fierce ghost Chang stood beside him, his right palm raised above the head of the real Chang, as if he was about to strike him down. Upon hearing Jian Fei's words, he raised an eyebrow and said, "What about Dongli?" Jian Fei sighed inwardly, truly a clear distinction. But outwardly, he remained calm and said, "Indeed, Senior Chang, think about it. The method of killing you came up with, which is cruel and painful, Dongli Senior must still doubt whether you did it. She may even doubt if you have any feelings for her at all. This is her biggest knot, being killed by the one she loved out of hatred. Until this misunderstanding is resolved, the ghost's grudge will never disappear." The real Chang sobbed, "No, the one Dongli loved isn't him." The fierce ghost Chang's face twisted in anger, ready to bring down his raised right palm. Suddenly, he paused, glanced at Jian Fei, then finally lowered his hand and said to the real Chang, "You have always been defiant against me. Even if I defeat you, you may still cause trouble for thousands of years to come. In that case, enough, come with me to see Dongli. I believe her words will shatter your dreams." Jian Fei interjected with relief, "Exactly, convincing Dongli Senior of the resurrection matter is difficult, but if both of you appear together, it serves as the best evidence." The real Chang hesitated, and the fierce ghost Chang said, "If you truly have confidence, you shouldn't be afraid to face Dongli." Perhaps stung by those words, the real Chang finally raised his head resolutely and said, "Fine, I'll go with you. But if Dongli says she prefers me, you must step back." The fierce ghost Chang stared straight at him for a full minute before saying, "Agreed." "Amichuofo," Master Chanyu said, "I will be heading back now." Tian Injin asked in surprise, "Senior brother, aren't you staying to help us deal with the unjust spirits on the ghost road?" Master Chanyu replied, "The temple cannot be without a master for too long. I have already delayed here for a few days because of this Taoist matter. If we further delay, it wouldn't be good for Wutai Mountain. It's better for me to return. Besides, you are going to persuade and guide Donglu Hui to transcend, not to subdue her. The four of you, including the fierce ghost Aqiang, should be sufficient." Jian Fei added, "Then we won't keep senior brother here either." Master Chanyu then remembered, "By the way, give me back the purple gold bowl." Jian Fei quickly hid the bowl behind him and said, "I can't do that. You know the ghost road is connected to the ghost realm. If there's any danger, what will I do? Don't forget you just solemnly promised the old Taoist that your master instructed you to protect us. This guy brought up the master again? Master Changyue smiled helplessly and could only walk away with his Zen staff. The fierce ghost Ah Chang trapped the real Ah Chang with a talisman, handed him over to He Jianfei, and only then returned to Master Li's side, saying, "Let's go, to the road of resentful spirits." Master Li whispered, "Have you figured out what to say when you meet Dong Li later?" The fierce ghost Ah Chang replied, "I haven't figured it out yet, I'll improvise when the time comes." The open space was not far from the school. The group entered the school, but since it was still winter vacation, there were not many people inside, and the vast space suddenly became quiet. Master Li said, "Strange, whenever I come here, I can always see different wandering spirits, but for some reason, I can't see any now." Fierce Ghost Ah Chang said, "Because it's almost Lantern Festival, the atmosphere in the mortal realm is getting stronger, and the yang energy is getting heavier. The weak spirits naturally won't come out. This is also the time of the year when the ghost realm keeps its doors tightly closed." Just as he finished speaking, He Jianfei felt a slight breeze behind his head, almost imperceptible. He Jianfei slightly turned his head and saw a white figure drifting in the woods. Odd, it was already the festival, why would there be such a powerful spirit wandering around? Seeing that no one else noticed, neither did Ah Chang the fierce ghost. He Jianfei quietly took out a boundary talisman from behind. Not long after, everyone had already arrived at the entrance of the ghost road. Thinking that they would soon meet Dong Lu, everyone's emotions couldn't help but surge. He Jianfei and Tian Yinjin felt emotional that the investigation of the ghost road would finally have a conclusion. As for Mr. Li, he would finally be able to redeem himself. However, the two people who should have been the most excited stood there abnormally calm. It seemed like this was a path they had never walked before. Regardless of the outcome, after 50 years, it was of no use to them. He Jianfei said, "We should start from here, which is the activity range of the ghost road. Inji and I will set up traps around to send all the wandering spirits back to the underworld, leaving only Dong Lu, which will make it easier. Senior Aqiang, could you please seal off this space and not allow outsiders to come in?" After speaking, he grabbed Tian Yinjin and ran towards the surroundings. The stern ghost Aqiang was about to speak when He Jianfei had already run off, leaving him feeling frustrated. "Why do I always have to seal off the space? My powers have already been significantly depleted." Finally, everything was in place, just lacking the east wind. He Jianfei looked at the expressions on the faces of the people behind him, trying to guess their thoughts. Only then did he turn back and adjust his speech speed, slowly saying, "Master Donglu, I promised you that I would definitely relieve and deliver the person you wanted to avenge. Today, I have brought the person you want. Please show yourself." Not long after he finished speaking, a whirlwind suddenly rose under the tree ahead. A blurry figure appeared where the wind was blowing. He Jianfei turned to look at the real or fake Aqiang, still without any reaction. However, a gloomy voice came into his ears, "He Jianfei, you annoying fellow, back again? Haven't you learned your lesson?" He Jianfei stepped aside and said, "Take a look at who has arrived first." Donglu still had long hair covering her face, only revealing a pair of big eyes. She gazed behind him and could not help but exclaim, "Ah, no, this can't be right, how could there be two? He Jianfei, are you tricking me?" He Jianfei said, "No, I'm here to explain the whole story to you. The three of you were all wrong back then, caught in a misconception created by the three of you. If, let's say, the Aqiang you liked back then wasn't actually one person but a combination of two people, I hope you understand what I'm saying." Just as He Jianfei was having difficulty in expressing himself, Donglu softly interrupted, "You mean to tell me that his soul belongs to one person, but his body belongs to another, right?" He Jianfei ecstatically exclaimed, "Yes, yes, that's it." In his heart, he thought, "She's so beautiful and incredibly smart, no wonder both of them are crazy for her." Donglu didn't continue but instead used her charming eyes to gaze at the two Aqiangs, with a touch of sadness and resentment. The real Aqiang felt his heart racing, almost losing his balance. Finally, her gaze stopped on the left side, where the fierce ghost Aqiang stood, and she softly said, "I wasn't actually killed by you, right?" A gust of wind blew by, and in the distance, the faint sound of wind chimes could be heard, tinkling and swaying continuously. However, Tian Yinzhen felt that Donglu's voice was even more pleasant and gentle than the wind chimes. This woman, who killed without blinking an eye, a vengeful ghost covered in blood, would she return to her gentle nature when facing the one she truly loved? Chapter 27 Eternal Separation. Zhen Aqiang was suddenly as pale as death, swaying and on the verge of collapsing. However, Donglu seemed to not even glance at him directly, only staring intently at the fierce ghost Aqiang. The fierce ghost Aqiang was slightly taken aback, appearing hesitant to meet Donglu's gaze directly. He glanced at old man Li and, hanging his head, murmured, "Yes, it was me who killed." "Do you have the intention to kill me?" Uncle Li hurriedly said, "Let me explain this." The fierce ghost Aqiang stopped him and said, "Yes, I do. It's like this." Dongli closed her eyes, the long lashes seemed to have something glistening on them. "Because of what?" Li Gui Chang said, "Because at that time, I lost my rationality, had despicable thoughts, and wanted you." Donglu replied, "So you are willing to deprive me of my life?" Li Gui Chang raised his head calmly and said, "I know you hate me. I came today to help you release your resentment, Donglu. No matter how much you hate me, please listen to me one last time. Return to the underworld. Haven't you felt the bitterness and loneliness of being a grudge spirit for 50 years? Ghosts, ultimately, must reincarnate. Being reborn is your destiny." Donglu suddenly opened her eyes wide and said, "Listen to you for the last time? Do you know why I hate you? I have always listened to you." Donglu's words were like the deepest shock, causing Li Gui Chang to close his eyes in agony. His guilt had tormented him for over 50 years and was nearing its peak. "I was born into a declining noble family. My mother, the only daughter of a leading Chinese tycoon in America at that time, while my father, a rising star, once rivaled the wealth of my grandfather. In pursuit of economic alliances, my maternal grandfather hastily arranged what was touted as the grandest wedding in Chinatown without even consulting my mother's wishes. Despite her strong aversion to this marriage that was not of her own choosing, my mother accepted it to spare her parents' feelings. It was on the day of the wedding that my mother saw my father for the first time, and she was captivated by his rebellious and uninhibited charm. Although she wrote in her diary that she was marrying someone she did not love, after their marriage, she fell madly in love with my father. His personality, his unique way of handling matters and his attitude toward life were a stark contrast to what my mother had grown accustomed to in the aristocratic society she knew from childhood. It was as if he injected a pure stream into a muddy current. My father also greatly respected my mother for her beauty and talent. After they married, they lived a very happy life. In her poetry, my mother sang, "Snow White is once again strolling by the mythical lake with the prince, surrounded by extinct purple bougainvillea in full bloom." Although I was not yet born, I believe it must have been an incredibly beautiful scene. Uncle Li and Tian Yinzhen exchanged a glance, both feeling puzzled. They thought that Chang Donglu would be extremely excited to see this, so why bring up family background at this moment? He Jianfei thought to himself, so she is a noble descendant. No wonder she seems to have received a very strict education, making her different from ordinary people. My birth was a calamity. As I entered this world, the Roosevelt New Deal was being implemented, and my father's conglomerate suffered a severe blow. Stocks plummeted, assets shrunk rapidly, leading to eventual bankruptcy. Despite all efforts, my father watched helplessly as the conglomerate dissolved. It was then that my father turned to alcohol, coming home to even beat my mother with a belt when she tried to reason with him. I was still young and couldn't see much, but I could feel my mother's astonishment, fear, and the salty taste of tears. My father locked my mother up for 3 days. I overheard the servants saying that my mother couldn't bear my father's transformation from a man who cherished women to one who abused them for the sake of his career. It was a despicable act. My mother held me close, refusing to eat, just crying beside the table until she starved to death, clutching me, not yet a year old. My father refused to keep me, so the servants had no choice but to send me to my grandfather's house. Though my grandfather was not bankrupt, he frowned at me and uttered, "This is the seed of disaster that killed her mother. Why keep it in the family?" To prevent me from affecting the family business, they sent me here to study, with the most loyal servant of my mother taking care of me, teaching me the proper etiquette. When I was 10, she gave me a delicate notebook, telling me it was a keepsake from my mother. I opened it, and there was only one line: "A man who truly loves his woman would never harm her, so your father doesn't love your mother. My dear daughter, you must keep your eyes open." At this point, almost everyone could discern the implication of these words. Dong Yu continued slowly, "Because of harm, there is no love." Although this statement is somewhat absolute, for a person as cautious as you, I can almost guarantee that you are following the same path as your mother, falling for someone who harms you. Suddenly, He Jianfei shouted, "Be careful." The purple gold bowl slipped from his hand, as Dong Yu had already prepared a strand of extremely toxic resentment, which she released when no one was watching. The malicious ghost Ah Chang was completely oblivious, unprepared for such an attack. Fortunately, He Jianfei's purple gold bowl intervened in time, deflecting the poison back. Seeing her sneak attack fail, Dong Yu swiftly grabbed Tian Yinjin and pulled her close. Dong Lu suddenly slowly raised her head, her long hair slowly spreading to the sides. He Jianfei felt nervous for a moment, thinking he would see some horrifying scene of bloodshed. To his surprise, what was revealed was a rather beautiful and delicate face. No wonder so many people were crazy about it. Lao Li couldn't help but stare blankly, even suspecting that he might have been mistaken. There were clearly two big teardrops in Dong Lu's eyes. Even He Jianfei was stunned. It was absolutely forbidden to have any emotions from the mortal world in the ghost realm, as this would definitely weaken one's powers. "So you've known all along that I liked you, and yet you ended up harming me with your own hands. If you hadn't come, maybe I would have had a chance to transcend. Now that you're here, I will forever be a tormented soul condemned to kill." As she spoke, her long hair fluttered, and her face turned exceptionally terrifying, with a bluish hue spreading over her entire body. "Inzi." He Jianfei saw Tian Yinjin being taken away, shock and anger mixed in his expression. His face had become quite dreadful as he suddenly raised his voice, "Dong Lu, listen carefully. If anything happens to Inzi, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will make you suffer for eternity, enduring endless torment." After hearing this, Dong Lu burst into laughter 3 times, carrying Tian Yinjin as she disappeared into the depths of the Road of the Lost Souls. "Inzi?" Without hesitation, He Jianfei ran towards the voice, while Li Laobua glanced at Aqiang and followed suit. At the entrance, only the real and fake Aqiang were left. The real Aqiang looked at the ground in silence for a while, then chuckled bitterly, "Hey, I worked so hard to come here, and she didn't even spare me a glance. I have lost my reason for existence. Resentful ghost, you win." As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into light smoke and dissipated, without witnessing how the 2 tears of the resentful ghost Aqiang slowly seeped into the earth. "Turns out she loves me so much, yet hates me so deeply, I." Li Gui Chang crouched on the ground, pressing against his stomach, determined not to let himself cry out loud anymore. Hearing the trembling cry of a woman in the air, He Jianfei couldn't help but stop after running a few steps. It sounded faint, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. Dongli had completely lost her former composure, kneeling on the ground, covering her face and crying. When she heard He Jianfei approaching, she suddenly turned around. He Jianfei was immediately taken aback. Gone was the beautiful appearance he once knew. Her eyes, now filled with bloodshot, her long row of fangs, and her face, paler than a dead fish's belly, all exuded a look of resentment as she gazed at him. "I just wanted a peaceful life. I just wanted to love someone wholeheartedly. Is that wrong? Why did it end up like this?" He Jianfei dared not even breathe. He knew Dongli was on the verge of madness, teetering on the edge of a mental breakdown. Dongli gasped rapidly, her voice sharp, "So, you were all trying to harm me. There's no God. I only trust myself. Only me. Only me. Rot in hell." Suddenly, a long, withered claw shot out from the white sleeve, heading straight for He Jianfei. Caught off guard, He Jianfei heard a sharp crack, blood gushing out, painting the green grass a deep crimson. Inzi. No. It turned out that Tian Yinzhen woke up in time and flew up to block this claw. He Jianfei, crazed, wanted to rush forward, but was tightly held back by Uncle Li who had just arrived. The withered claw pierced through his chest, and the gushing hot blood formed a small stream. Tian Yinzhen fell to the ground in pain, but held on to Donglu's feet tightly, saying, "Why, don't you understand after all? You always, still don't understand? You said that heaven is unfair to you, but in fact, you are the happiest woman in the world. Whether it's the real A Chang or the fake A Chang, they both love you so much. One wanted to be with you, poisoned you, the other sacrificed himself. Heaven didn't betray you, you have been betraying yourself all along." A gentle breeze blew by, bringing a scent of flowers, making people feel that spring was not far away. In a few words, Dong Lu recalls how Ah Chang cared for and protected her before her death, as well as how Ah Chang, after her death, bravely and decisively chose to face death with a smile. Previously, she only remembered how Ah Chang killed her, how he betrayed her, never considering these. In an instant, she suddenly realized that the grudge she had been bitterly seeking to avenge was nothing but a non-existent dream. In this moment of realization, the once clever Dong Lu broke free from the cycle of reincarnation and transformed into a wisp of green smoke, dissipating into nothingness. Inzi, Inzi. He Jianfei rushed to her side and picked her up, only to see a large hole in her left chest, obviously beyond saving. He Jianfei felt his heart being twisted by a knife, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. "Inzi, you promised me, not to die, not to leave me. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have dragged you into this incident." Tian Yinzhen stretched out her hand laboriously, gently stroking He Jianfei's hair, saying, "The cycle of heaven's Tao, isn't that what you mentioned? Master said, the one who set the bell ringing should also be the one to untie it. The grievance on the ghost road was caused by an outsider, and it must also end on an outsider. Looking back now, among you all, I am the only outsider. Blame it on my dull mind for not realizing this earlier. If I had, you wouldn't have gone through all these twists and turns." He Jianfei saw her face flushing with rosy clouds, her speech becoming more urgent. He knew it was the last glimmers of light before sunset. Unable to hold back, he hugged her and burst into tears. You can't go. You promised to marry me, you can't go back on your word. Wait for me. I will. I will use magic to save you." Tian Yinzhen listened to him talking about the past, a paleness passing over her face, even more stark against the blush of emotion. "Don't be sad. Although fate has destined us to be apart, the fact that I can find you is already the greatest blessing for me. If I were to ask for more, not even the heavens would tolerate me. After I leave, I hope to be buried here. Firstly, I can see you every day, and secondly, I can take care of those passing spirits." At this point, she couldn't help but cough violently, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He Jianfei tightly shut his eyes, but tears still streamed down his face. At this moment, he just wanted to turn into ashes and follow Tian Yinzhen into the unknown. Tian Yinzhen took a quick breath. "It's no use, I have to go. There's something I've always wanted to tell you, but never had the courage, and now, I won't have another chance. Jianfei, I love." Her fair slender hand quietly slipped from He Jianfei's grasp, landing on the ground stained red with blood. A gust of wind passed by, cherry blossoms drifting down, filling the air with a fragrant scent, as if a peaceful goddess was waving her scepter. In front of the Shaolin temple, a little girl with 2 high, braided horns is being blocked by a little boy at the door. "Excuse me, I need to move aside as I want to apprentice myself to the abbot and learn martial arts skills." "Why are you learning martial arts?" With your looks, people would run away at the sight of you, who would dare to bully you. I'm going ghost hunting. Hurry and leave, Shaolin Temple doesn't accept women. Jian Fei, you are bullying people again. Little sister, don't mind him. What's your name? My name is Tian Yinzhen. After discussing the renaming of Chigang Peak, it was unanimously agreed that the dark clouds have passed, and there is no need to retain this sense of caution. In order to prevent disaster from occurring again, it was decided not to revert to the name Oil Peak, but instead rename it Cherry Blossom Road. Excerpt from the minutes of the Student Council in 1999. The most famous is a small path called Inghua Lu. This road is lined with cherry blossoms, making it a major attraction. Isn't it autumn now? How come the cherry blossoms are blooming so early? The name of this road is taken from the fact that the cherry blossoms bloom all year round here. It is now also known as Lover's Lane because many couples like to visit there. And there is a beautiful legend associated with it. Oh? What legend? As long as you say those 3 words on that road, you can gain eternal and true love. Huh, sounds pretty mysterious. Actually, this road has another alias, called Yinzhen Road. What does it mean? I am not sure about this either. End of the book.